This is Audible.
Iron Mike. Written by Patricia Rose. Narrated by Zachary Liebenstein. Prologue. Scientist Farmer. Present day. Scientist Farmer wasn't a good pilot, which annoyed him more than he would have ever admitted. It simply wasn't his calling. Curiosity was. And the land, crops, and animals. Hence, the reason he was Scientist Farmer, not pilot mechanic or pilot aerialist. The thought brought him no comfort as he struggled to keep the craft on an even course. By his nature, everything he chose to do, he did well, and that would include flying. But the atmosphere on this barbaric little rock was so thin. He checked the calibration, glancing away from the drive console for only an instant. In that instant, the craft dipped, diving precariously low in the virtually non-existent atmosphere, almost crashing into one of the tiny tunnels the savage, dominant species of this world created for travel. The tunnels were carved out of the earth itself, an egregious and offensive waste of the rich loam, pure and unpolluted soil, so dear in the galaxies. Scientist Farmer corrected the calibration immediately, but not before he felt the animal's cry of fear and pain. Guilt overwhelmed him. He was not a cruel being. He had never been cruel. It was just the aircraft, like all of the consortium's vehicles, moved very, very fast. He was already far away from the creature he injured, but still, he could not leave it. With a sigh of resignation, Scientist Farmer turned the craft around to seek the animal he had harmed. He would heal it, if he could. That was the calling of the farmer. If he couldn't heal it, he would euthanize it. That was the calling of the scientist. Part 1. Invasion. Segment 1. January 1. Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Carrie. Carissina Kasoniak shifted in the tangle of sheets, her long legs stretching toward the bottom of the bed. Her left arm reached out automatically, feeling for Malik. He wasn't there, the fucker. Carrie opened her eyes with a squint, daylight rushing in way too fast. Her stomach heaved, and she fell out of the bed, scrambling quickly into the bathroom before her stomach lost its contents. She was throwing up alcohol bile when Malik stepped in, looking down at her with an amused, not sympathetic enough expression. She glowered at him, knowing her eyes were red-rimmed and puffy, making her pale skin even whiter by comparison. "Told you should have eaten something before that tequila," Malik said cheerfully, reaching for his razor. "Fuck you," she mumbled in response, holding her long brown hair away from her face, keeping it out of the muck while her stomach twisted itself inside out. "Advil, sugar, and water," Malik said, his deep voice more than a little smug. "Lots of water." Carrie glared up at him, but, even with her hangover, it was hard to stay mad. Malik had an engaging, friendly grin and a lean body. His deep brown skin was smooth in all the right places, and hard in all the others. Carrie managed a weak smile. "Yes, doctor," she grumbled. "What have we got going on tonight?" Malik smiled. "Hey, baby, I'll take care of you. You can count on it. I know you won't do speedballs, but I got some fine ecstasy just for you." Carrie nodded with an appreciative smile. "Remember, I got to go early tomorrow. It's my dad's retirement thing." Malik shrugged. "You got it, babe," he promised. Carrie grasped the toilet to help herself stand. "Well, I guess I better shower then, so we can start the party." "And while you make yourself even more beautiful, sweet thing, I'll get the rest of the slackers up and moving." Carrie nodded as she stripped and stepped into the warm water. She couldn't remember how many people crashed at Malik's place last night, but it didn't really matter. Most of them would stay on through the weekend, but only she had shared his bed. This time, anyway. Louisville, Kentucky. Mike. Mike Sanderlin and his father, Kevin, left the deer stand, tracking the 8-point buck through the forest. They placed each foot carefully in the snowy undergrowth to minimize the noise they made. Mike's breath came out in frosted plumes, and his ears were frozen, despite the covering flaps of the orange hunting cap. He considered untying his ponytail, but the warmth wasn't worth having the hair in his way. His Hoyt recurve was slung over his shoulder, one hand resting on it protectively. The $700 bow was last year's Christmas present, and it was his prized possession. He had put in countless hours of target practice and small game hunting, and worked hard to make the bow an extension of his own arms. He'd waited eagerly for bow hunting season to start, anticipating it even more eagerly than rifle hunting season. This was his first opportunity to go hunting deer with his new bow, and he and his father had been walking through the woods since dawn. "There," his father whispered, indicating with a nod. Mike's eyes followed, his heart thumping in anticipation. He slowly drew the bow up and sighted. After this kill, they could only hunt antlerless deer for the rest of the season, so he was pleased that the last buck, and the first with his bow, would be a beauty. Mike drew the arrow back, letting his breath out slowly as he did so, finding the inner calm that allowed for a perfect shot. The better the shot, the better the chance of actually felling the deer and not making the animal suffer while they tracked it down. Mike stared for a long moment at the animal in his sights, and then he slowly, carefully, released the tension on the string, unknocking the bow and returning the arrow to the quiver at his waist. He and his father stood together for several long minutes, watching. The buck had been joined in the clearing by a smaller, more timid doe. She stepped up to the buck, nuzzled its nose for just a moment, and then the two began grazing, the buck scraping at the snow to search for more fodder. Kevin Sanderlin looked at his son for a long moment, clapping the boy on the shoulder. The sound, muffled as it was by layers of jacket and hunting vest, startled the two deer, and they bounded deeply into the forest. "Time to head home, son?" he asked, the question making it clear it was Mike's decision. This hunting trip was, after all, part of Mike's Christmas vacation from school. It was an annual tradition for the Sanderlin men, and one Mike looked forward to all year. "Yeah, I guess it's time." There was a twinge of reluctance in Mike's voice. The father and son walked beside each other on the trail this time, still stepping silently and watching the woods around them. They didn't speak for almost an hour as the sun neared its peak, each caught in his own thoughts. When the back porch of home was in sight, Kevin slowed, studying his son appraisingly. "That was a beautiful buck, Mike." Mike shrugged. He probably should have taken the shot. He'd been questioning his decision all the way home. "Yeah," he said thoughtfully. "I guess I was just thinking it would be better to wait. Let those two have a fawn or two, so I can hunt them in a couple years." His father laughed, clapping him on the shoulder again as they headed into the mudroom in the warm aroma of the venison stew Mike's mother was simmering. "You're a good hunter, Mike. You got nothing to prove." Mike grinned, knowing he'd been busted. He simply hadn't wanted to take the shot. Maybe next time. Mike unstrung his bow carefully and began taking it down, wiping each section with a soft cloth before returning the pieces to the cherished takedown kit. By the time he was finished, his ears were warm again, and the aroma of lunch made his mouth water. Fort Knox, Kentucky. Kasoniak. 34 years. It was a hell of a long time. 34 years. Dick Kasoniak drew the electric razor over his face, studying his reflection in the mirror. He didn't feel old enough to have spent 34 years in the goddamn army. The face looking back at him had its share of wrinkles, true enough, and there was a bit more salt, okay, a hell of a lot more salt than pepper, left in his hair. But still, what, in the name of all that was holy, What'd he do with his days once he retired? There was only so much time he could spend on the golf course, or trading war stories in the officers' club. Hell, he was already sick and tired of that from his first 2 months of terminal leave. How was he going to fill the days now? "I miss you, Carolyn," he murmured quietly, as he did every morning. His own face looked back at him expectantly, but, as usual, he received no reply. Undaunted, Colonel Kasoniak continued his morning ritual, expertly shaving his face and trimming his nose hairs while chatting with his dead wife. "It wasn't supposed to be like this, you know. We were supposed to do this together, you and me, and we were supposed to travel the country in that tin can you wanted." Kasoniak smiled wistfully. "Now, what do I do?" He stretched his jaw, allowing the razor to buzz away the stubble. He had been on leave for 2 months, but had not missed a single day of shaving. Sloppy wasn't in his nature. "I suppose," he mused, wincing as the trimming scissors caught a nose hair, "I could get some kind of job to pass the time. What do you think, Carolyn? Would you like fries with that? Welcome to Walmart. May I help you find anything?" Kasoniak smiled, imagining Carolyn's indulgent head shake. He'd already had several offers for teaching positions. So far, he wasn't that bored. Kasoniak put the shaving gear away and wiped the sink, washing the stubble down the drain. He straightened his polo shirt unnecessarily and stepped into the hallway, his eyes taking in the personal possessions packed into neatly labeled cardboard boxes. Carrie promised to come help him pack up the important things, but she hadn't shown. Not that he actually expected her to, but he had hoped. Much of her childhood was being put into storage, as well as his life with Carolyn. You'd think the girl would have shown some interest, at least in her doll collection, if nothing else. Dick Kasoniak collected dolls from each duty station he'd ever been assigned, and every time he brought one back, Carrie squealed with delight, proudly adding a new doll from a new part of the world her daddy helped make safe. He shook his head as he moved out of the master bathroom and headed toward his closet. Carrie was a child then, and she was a woman now. 22 years old. Jesus. How the hell had that happened? He frowned, his thoughts darkening as he recalled Carrie's boyfriend, the slick-talking, disrespectful little punk who thought Kasoniak actually believed his bullshit about being an intern at University of Louisville Medical. Colonel Kasoniak had his sources, and they had run a full background check on Carrie's drug-dealing, parasitic bedmate. Markers were called in, and the threat was being eliminated. The young man would be out of his daughter's life before the holidays were over. Kasoniak sighed, looking at the neatly dry-cleaned Class A's hanging in his closet. He hated the new dress blues. What the hell was wrong with the old Class A's anyway? "She misses you too, Carolyn," he said softly, as he'd fingered the aiguillettes and ribbons to ensure they were on tight and straight. "I think she's even more lost without you than I am, my dear." His morning shaving ritual complete, and the retirement ceremony still a day away, Dick Kasoniak wandered back into the living room of the home he had shared with his wife and daughter for more than 6 years. That was a record. Carrie had managed almost 2 years in the same high school. He sat in his comfortable recliner, pulled out his reading glasses, and picked up the Tom Clancy book he was reading for the 3rd time. Portsmouth, Virginia. Hershey. Hershey followed his human as she moved about her house, doing the puzzling things she did almost every day. She put the clothes that were just getting a decent scent to them into the loud machine that would fill with water and sneezy soap. She washed the food off the dishes, ignoring Hershey's hopefully wagging tail, and she took out the trash container, firmly tying the bag shut on all those interesting smells as well. And then, finally, she fed Hershey his breakfast. Hershey ate quickly. Not because he was hungry. He hadn't been hungry in months, and never once since he had come to live with his human, Claire. And not because he was afraid she would take it away too soon, like one of his other humans did. He ate quickly because he was a dog, and that's what dogs did. He was certain it was a hard and fast rule of dogdom. Hershey had watched a lot of dogs eat in his time, and he knew they all ate fast, unless they were persnickety little yippy-faced dogs or ill. He had seen several sick dogs, often in the pens right next to him. He ignored the sick dogs, unless they came too close to him, and then a low growl and a showing of teeth was all that was needed to send them huddling back into their corner until one of the humans took them away. Hershey wasn't a big dog, and he wasn't mean. Other dogs just knew he meant it when he told them to go away. Hershey had been in a lot of cages and a lot of trucks. Before his human adopted him, he never liked riding in the trucks. The humans always kept him in pens, and he couldn't see outside, so the motion made his stomach sick. He had only been in his most recent cage for a few weeks before his humans started letting him out during the day. He followed Claire around the pens, watching avidly as she cleaned the floors, fed the dogs, and gave them fresh water in their bowls. He liked following her, especially because he was the only one she allowed to do so. The other dogs stayed in their cages or in the yard. He loved it best when she took him into the office and made the clicking sounds with her fingers while she was at her desk. Hershey got to sit under the desk, and she would often stop what she was doing to pet him, or sometimes give him one of the treats she kept in a desk drawer. Those were the best times. He smiled a doggy smile as he licked the bottom of his food bowl, just in case he missed anything. He'd been terrified that first afternoon when Claire had told him to get into the truck. He liked this human, and he was convinced she was going to take him to another cage, someplace far away, and the humans there were not likely to be so kind. Still, Hershey was a good dog, so he jumped into her truck, resigned to his fate. She had not put him into a truck pen, but instead let him sit up in the front seat next to her. Even more astounding, she put his window down halfway so he could stick his head out. He had stuck it out as far as it would go, his shoulders straining against the window while he sniffed all the glorious smells of the city. It was wonderful. He smelled meat cooking, gas exhaust, newly cut grass, and autumn leaves. They drove for a short while, and then she put the leash on his collar and took him from the truck into a yard that had her scent everywhere. He marked the yard as his territory several times, and then she took him inside a home. Hershey sniffed everywhere, but he knew what a home was. He remembered living in a home as a puppy with his first human, a young boy. He loved that boy. He would have died for the boy. But the boy's parents made loud, angry noises all the time. The boy's mother took Hershey to his first cage, and he had lived in a cage ever since. He wasn't a puppy anymore. He was 2 years old, the human said. After that day, Hershey and his human went to work almost every day. That was what they called the place with the cages, work. Hershey never had to go into a cage anymore. He just followed his human around, watching her clean and feed and water the dogs, and click her fingers on the desk. Then, when dark came, and he was tired from all the hard work they had done that day, they went home. His territory was so clearly scented now, no other dog dared to mark it, unless it was to leave a friendly hello. Hershey finally found a place. He loved his human very much. If there were anything he would wish for, it was that she would find a boy and bring it home to him as a playmate. Other than that, his life was perfect. Segment 2. January 2. Mike. Mike pressed the control key so the microphone would pick up his voice and spoke into the headset. Yeah, I looted it from a pickup group, man. I was the only heels in the group, and when this idiot mage tried to knead on it, the raid leader took it right out from under her. I have to get it enchanted now, though. I don't have any cosmic sparkle dust. Mike listened, nodding into the headset, and then frowned as he heard Jen banging on his door. Mom said come downstairs, right now, she shouted, her footsteps already thumping down the steps. Mike's frown deepened in annoyance, and he depressed the control button again, while at the same time typing AFK into guild chat. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Just COD me the dust, okay? Hey, I'll be right back. My mom's yelling for me. He took off the headset and pushed his chair back, taking the stairs 3 at a time. When he got downstairs, Jennifer was already pulling out his red U of L jacket and digging in the closet for her puffy blue UK coat. Mike looked at his mother, an eyebrow raised suspiciously. "Mike, I need you to take Jennifer to Sammy's to get her hair done," Mom instructed. "Tia called. She had a cancellation, so she can work Jen in today." Mike frowned. "That's not going to work," he said urgently. "We have a raid in 20 minutes, and I am the only healer the guild has. Mom, I promised." Karen Sanderlin turned away, unconcerned. "Then you're going to have to unpromise, Mike. Getting her hair done was one of your sister's Christmas presents, and Tia has the opening now. Get moving." "Mom!" Mike flared, knowing it was probably a futile effort, but not willing to give up without a fight. "That isn't fair. I told you I'd take her, but you said the appointment was on the 4th. "Well, Tia moved it up, creepazoid," Jennifer said smugly. "So come on, let's go. Chop chop." She left the coats on the edge of the sofa and moved over to sit on the bottom stair behind Mike and Mom, wanting a better view of the fight she knew was coming. "Shut up, Jen," Mike snapped heatedly. "Mom, can't you just ask Tia to keep the appointment for Thursday? Please. The guys have been planning this raid for days." His mother shook her head, her mouth set in that firm line he knew too well. "Mike, do as I ask, please," she said, her voice unyielding. "I have things I need to take care of today." Mike glared, glancing into the living room at the television. "What, a Judge Judy marathon?" he asked sarcastically. "Ryan Michael, don't you dare!" his mother exclaimed, genuine anger reaching her eyes. "And for that disrespect, young man, your computer privileges are suspended until you go back to school." "Jesus Christ!" Mike snapped, his voice rising in his own anger, as he ran his hand through her shoulder-length back hair. "That is so bogus, Mom, and you know it." His mother studied him for a moment, saying nothing. Mike quickly wiped the anger off of his face, going for the mature, reasonable expression that generally got better results from both parents. His mother seemed to be considering, and he waited hopefully. Karen Sanderlin dropped to the floor, her body crumpled, falling into a graceless heap at the bottom of the staircase. Mike stared at her for a moment, wondering what kind of new parenting technique this was, and several seconds later, he heard the sonic booms, and the sound of Jennifer screaming. It took another second for reality to hit, and he raced to his mother's side, turning her gently onto her back. "Call 911, he shouted at Jennifer. "Now, and call Dad at work. Go, go." Mike bent over his mother, already sensing an awful stillness in her. Carefully, he tipped her head back, tears running freely down his face as he pressed his mouth to hers and breathed twice, feeling a flare of hope as her chest rose and fell with each breath. He placed his hands, as he had learned in CPR class, and began the chest compressions, knowing he had to move fast and not be as gentle as his instincts urged. Jennifer hadn't moved. She already knew, even as Mike desperately continued the chest compressions, stopping periodically to breathe for his mother. When he wasn't puffing breath into her lungs, he was sobbing quietly, telling her over and over he would be happy to take Jen to the hairstylist if Mom would please just wake up. The minutes stretched into eternity. Judge Judy was replaced by a message from the emergency broadcast system, and it was not a drill. Carrie. Carrie didn't wake up so much as rise from the dead. Her head was pounding again, and her tongue was thick. The memory of the peaceful, easy feeling from the night before ran through her head like an old Eagles tune. Malik was as good as his word. The ecstasy had been exquisitely pure. Carrie shifted slightly, her arm feeling the warmth of Malik's stomach as she curled against him. Her hand stroked gently, and she felt another arm. Not his, but one smooth and slender like her own. Puzzled, Carrie picked her head up, looking across Malik's fine body and seeing, oh yeah, what was her name? She frowned, trying to remember the girl's name as she took in her lovely café au lait skin and pretty face. Deonda? Delronda? Something like that. Carrie remembered slow dancing with her the night before, remembered the appreciative murmurs and catcalls of the guys as they moved their bodies together sinuously, but she didn't remember Malik bringing her into their bed. She dropped her head back, too tired and wasted to think about it right now. Her eyes moved over Malik's body to the nightstand and the alarm clock. She was instantly wide awake. "Fuck!" she screamed, pushing Malik's arm away and jumping out of the bed. "Fuck! God damn it, Malik! I told you my dad's retirement thing is today." Their bedroom door was wide open, and there were disgruntled voices coming from the hallway and living room as she began frantically digging through the mess in the bedroom, looking for her clothes. She had a dress here somewhere. She made sure to bring it, knowing she would be heading to Fort Knox straight from Malik's. "Get up!" she shouted, slapping Malik hard on the thigh. His eyes opened blearily. "Mal, you don't shut that cracker hoe up, I'ma kill you," someone grumbled from the hallway. "Fuck off!" Carrie snapped back at the voice, finally finding her overnight bag. Someone had dug through it, and her little black dress was nowhere to be seen. Deonda/Delronda got up groggily, heading into the bathroom, not bothering to close the door. Carrie found her bra and quickly shrugged into it, looking about feverishly for panties in her dress. Where was her goddamn dress? "Hey, sweet thing, what's the matter?" Malik asked, finally sitting up in the bed. "Get up now," Carrie snapped, finding the dress at last and pulling it over her head. "You have to drive me to the post. My dad's ceremony starts in 40 minutes. Delronda came back out of the bathroom and settled onto the bed behind Malik, draping both arms possessively around him. "He ain't going nowhere, Gash," she drawled, sensuously nuzzling Malik's neck. "We still got some partying left to do." Carrie stopped dead, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. In 2 steps, she was around the side of the bed and had the other woman's throat in one hand, using her hip and arm to leverage the girl's hand up high behind her back and holding the thumb tightly with the other hand. Delronda's eyes widened in shock, then in fear as Carrie did not loosen the pressure around her throat. "You like breathing, bitch?" Carrie asked, her voice quietly lethal. Malik didn't move, watching in stunned fascination. After a moment, Delronda nodded, and Carrie loosened her hold slightly. "Then you better never call me a Gash again, sister. And you better haul your skank ass out of my man's bed, now." Delronda backed away quickly when Carrie released her. "She's a crazy bitch," she gasped indignantly to Malik. Malik laughed at her and shrugged, unable to hide his approving grin. And then he crumpled back onto the bed. Carrie looked at him, beyond pissed. She couldn't believe he had the fucking nerve. Just as she started to reach for him, she heard several sonic booms go off, shaking the walls of the house and rattling the bones inside her chest. There was a strange, cut-off scream from out in the living room, and some odd thumping sounds. And Carrie looked over in puzzlement at the pretty girl with the café au lait skin, lying dead on the floor. Malik blinked up at her a few times and tried to speak, but his eyes lost focus and locked open. "What?" Carrie whispered. She looked from the man to the woman and back again. This was no joke. There was no faking dead. And they were both very, very dead. As if to punctuate that reality, Delronda lost her bowel function. Carrie gasped, backing up out of the bedroom as fast as she could, almost tripping over Jerome's body in the hallway. She looked around, her breaths coming in fast, hysterical pants. There were almost 30 people in Malik's house, stayovers from the party last night. She was the only one standing. Mike. Mike had performed CPR until the sweat poured from his face and his arms trembled from exhaustion. He heard and felt his mother's rib crack at one point, but he kept on, begging her and God to please, please let her be alive. He had known it wouldn't work, but he couldn't give up until he was too exhausted to move. Kneeling numbly over his mother's body, he stared at her, feeling Jennifer's horrified eyes on him. Emergency broadcast system. Major terrorist attacks. Not a drill. Louisville and Lexington dead. Confirmed nationwide. Emergency broadcast system. Shelters opening. Washington, D.C. Major cities nationwide. Hundreds of thousands confirmed. Emergency broadcast system. The words from the television barely penetrated. Mike stood stiffly, feeling the pins and needles run through his right foot and ignoring them. He picked his cell phone up from the floor where it had dropped out of his pocket and hit the speed dial to his dad's office. There was nothing but silence. Moving automatically, he stepped over to the landline and picked it up. He wasn't surprised when he heard no dial tone. Mike looked at the phone for a long moment, and then looked at the television. The images were chaotic, the photographer obviously running as he filmed. He saw several of the distinctive buildings in downtown Louisville collapse, huge clouds of dust billowing up as the skyscrapers slowly disintegrated. He saw people, so many people, just drop to the street, many falling before the buildings did. He heard the screams of the reporter, no, the photographer, because the reporter was dead. As whining noise filled the airwaves, a tornado-shaped formation of airships like nothing he'd seen in his life whirled through the city, wreaking even more destruction in its wake. And then it started from the beginning. It was 3 minutes of news footage on an infinite loop, with the voice of the emergency broadcast system in the background, repeating that this was not a drill. Mike stared at the television for a moment longer, and a part of his brain simply shut off. He slid the blue and white Afghan off the couch and draped it over his mother's body, covering her face. Jennifer sat, unmoving, on the stairs. She wasn't crying. She was simply staring at her mother's body, her face white with shock. Mike began moving quickly, his brain ticking off items in his head like an inventory. Grands. He needed to get Jennifer to Grands, and they needed survival gear Grand didn't have. He moved through the house on automatic pilot, pulling out camping supplies and hunting gear, stacking items on the kitchen table, his bow, the shotgun with the boxes of ammo Dad kept on hand, and the razor-sharp buck knife, complete with gut hook he'd gotten for Christmas this year. The first aid kit, of course, all the canned food one backpack could hold, and the 2 cases of water. He knew Grand's pantry was always full, and he would get them to Grand's, but just in case. He looked over at his little sister as he took the stairs 2 at a time, moving into her bedroom and grabbing first her Barbie doll case and next her Justin Bieber backpack, which he stuffed with her socks and underwear. He slung it over his shoulder, moving to her closet where he grabbed several pair of jeans, some lightweight tops for inside Grand's house, and some heavy sweaters and mittens. He carried the stack into the hall and dumped the clothes unceremoniously into the Samsonite soft cider he'd pulled from the linen closet. He repeated the process in his own bedroom until the suitcase was tightly packed. Mike hesitated as he started to zip the bag, his eyes moving over his bedroom. The internet was apparently still up. His necromancer waited patiently for him to check his in-game mail for the cosmic sparkle dust his guildmate promised to send. Mike reached over and turned off the computer, not bothering to shut it down properly. Apparently, his guild wouldn't be raiding this afternoon after all. It occurred to Mike that he might never see the hazardous waste zone he called his bedroom again, and that pulled him up, cutting through his shock with a cold splash of fear. Was all this shit really happening? Was Mom really dead? A wave of guilt hit him, but he pushed it down, fast and hard. The television was on. It happened all through Louisville. It seemed like it had happened everywhere. Mike shook off the thought and stepped back into his bedroom, staring at the 2 framed photographs on his bookshelf. One depicted him, his parents, and a 4-year-old Jennifer, looking cute as hell as she mugged for the camera. The second was a shot from junior prom. It was a group shot, showing him with his arm around Christy, Jonas with Debbie, and Devin with that freshman skank he hooked up with for a few weeks. They were all laughing, happily buzzing from the contents of the illegal hip flasks Devin smuggled in. It had been one of the best nights in Mike's life. Mike turned away and then hesitated. Jennifer was pulled inside herself, seeming to just disappear when Mom fell. She might want this one day. He took the family picture out of its frame, reopened the suitcase, and stuffed it among the clothing. He left the bedroom without a backwards glance. He dropped the bags onto the floor in the kitchen, surprised to see how quickly the table became covered with supplies. All this shit was going to make a tight fit in the Honda, especially with the camping gear. Maybe he was overreacting. Mike glanced over at the television, the frantic reports still coming in from a Lexington news service. What was wrong with WHAS 11 out of Louisville? He glanced at his mother's body and made the decision. It wasn't like she would need the Suburban. He grabbed her keyring, the bright yellow Tweety bird hitting him like a punch in the gut, and carried out an armful of camping gear, loading it in the storage area of the SUV. He considered warming the vehicle for Jennifer, looking warily up and down his street. His parents weren't rich, but they lived in a comfortable neighborhood and they never had any trouble. A baser form of survival instinct superseded social niceties, and Mike shook his head, deciding against it. The car could be cold for the 10 minutes it would take to warm up. At least he'd shovel the driveway like Dad told him. He loaded the SUV quickly and made a final check of the house, partly to see if they would need anything else and partly from habit. It was his father's habit, something Mike watched him do before every vacation and before leaving every hotel room. Jennifer was sitting on the bottom stair, exactly as she had been for the past 40 minutes, her dull, shocked eyes not moving off the Afghan-covered remains of her mother. Finally, thinking he had done all he could, Mike scrawled a message onto the refrigerator whiteboard. Dad, Mom's gone. She didn't suffer. It was instant, like the others. Taking Jen to Grand's, using Mom's car. Took bow and shotgun, left yours. Please come. Jennifer didn't respond to his verbal instructions to get her coat on and get into the SUV, so he forced her arms into her thick parachute coat, picked her up, and carried her out to the vehicle, buckling her in tight and telling her repeatedly that everything was going to be all right. Even he could hear the mantra was more rote than assuring. Without a backward glance, he hauled ass out of Louisville, heading straight to Grant's farm. He moved fast, so there were only 45 minutes post-attack. They were among the first wave of people responding to the panic. The roads were scraped and salted, and Mom's tires already had chains, so there was passable travel straight down I-65 into Shepherdsville. From there, it was mostly back roads to get to the farm and, Mike hoped, to safety. Kasoniak. Dick Kasoniak looked out over the tables of the officers' club, doing a quick count. There were close to 50 people in attendance, most of whom he'd worked with in one capacity or another. Hell of a crowd, Major Marcus commented, offering his hand after a crisp salute. Kasoniak returned the salute and the handshake. Half these people are here for the free lunch, Mark, and you know it as well as I do. Marcus grinned. That's what you get for having prawns on the menu. Prawns, sir. Think about it. Kasoniak laughed, his eyes once again skimming the crowd. He was looking for one person specifically, a tall, slim young brunette with chocolate eyes and her mother's smile. Carrie promised she would be there. Marcus's face turned serious for a moment. I'm so sorry Carolyn didn't get to see this day, he said, his voice quiet and compassionate. Kasoniak steeled his face into a polite smile. If Carolyn were still around, Mark, I'd die in that chair. You know she'd never let me retire. Marcus laughed politely, excusing himself to make the rounds with the other officers who would be remaining in the army, and who would thus have some influence on his career climb. Kasoniak dismissed the cynical thought, glancing toward the doorway where a gaggle of women in civilian clothes chatted. He looked for Carrie among them, feeling a stab of disappointment at not seeing her. The dress blues chafed, more emotionally than physically. At least he had opted for an informal lunchtime ceremony, rather than an evening affair, so he didn't have to wear the damn bow tie. A young woman stepped into the officers' club, and Kasoniak turned toward her. It wasn't Carrie. At 13:35, he sighed, and looked over at the MC, giving a nod. They had waited long enough. He shouldn't have been surprised Carrie didn't show, but it still hurt. The MC, a young lieutenant who had served under Kasoniak in Fallujah, stepped up to the microphone with a grin, tapping at once to be sure the sound system was working. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fort Knox Officers Club. We're gathered to pay special tribute to Colonel Richard Kasoniak, who is today retiring after 34 years of distinguished service to the United States Army and our nation. There was a polite applause and a few good-natured cheers, which Kasoniak waved off. The MC hesitated for a dramatic moment, letting the crowd die down. Then he collapsed onto the dais. blood running from his ears. Dick Kasoniak stood abruptly, combat reflexes kicking in. Around him, dozens of people fell, just like the young lieutenant. For a moment, he thought it was an elaborate retirement gag, and he glanced around for a camera. But there was no faking this shit. He ducked instinctively as he heard sonic booms. It sounded like dozens of them going off over the base. There was a silent but powerful thrum inside his chest. Like that time he went into the goddamn rave to drag Carrie out. Except there was no sound to accompany the aching thrum. The bank of windows of the officers' club shook, then rattled, then held. Kasoniak looked out, staring in disbelief. A formation of sophisticated jet-black aircraft was moving over Fort Knox. It looked like the spiral of a tornado, and the formation performed maneuvers that far exceeded anything even the F-22 Raptor could accomplish. The destruction wreaked on the post was catastrophic. Kasoniak watched, stunned, as soundless pulsars distorted the air, resulting in buildings exploding or disintegrating as far across the post as he could see. Below him, an entire platoon of soldiers and BDUs lay on the concrete under the eastern window of the officers' club, bodies contorted in death. Kasoniak stared as the tornado-like formation passed over the officers' club and then was gone. As quickly as the attack started, it was over. The silence rang in his ears. Kasoniak knelt, the actions automatic, and touched the neck of the civilian woman who had fallen closest to him. He already knew she was dead, but confirming the lack of pulse was procedure, and he followed it from habit. What the fuck? Kasoniak turned sharply. A wave-faced soldier stared at him in shock. He looked around the club at all of the dead soldiers and civilians, and then swallowed and turned back to Kasoniak. "Orders, sir?" he asked, his voice barely a croak. Kasoniak took a breath. "Get this post on lockdown, Sergeant," he said, his own voice gruff with shock. "Call out to the front gate and check the status of the security personnel. Get all of the gates secured. Get the hydraulic row barriers up. When that's done, report to General Fowler's office for further instructions. I'm on my way there." "Yes, sir," the sergeant replied. He seemed relieved that anybody was in charge. He saluted sharply and turned, heading out of the club at a run. Kasoniak looked around at the faces and bodies of the dead, his head spinning as he evaluated the staggering act of terrorism on home soil and the potential repercussions of the attack. "Son of a bitch," he muttered aloud. "Carolyn, if you didn't want me to retire, you could have simply said so, dear. I'd have listened." Segment 3. January 2. Mike. Mike pulled into the gravel driveway, his hands suddenly shaking as he cut the ignition. He hadn't realized how scared he actually was until he and Jen arrived safely at the old white farmhouse in Shepherdsville. Mike was more relieved than he would ever admit that he and Jen made it to Gran's in one piece. Gran and Papa were the adults. They would take care of things now. Looking at the house, Mike suddenly felt silly for all the supplies he packed, as though he and Jennifer were going on an extended camping trip rather than just to Gran's house. Nothing was different here. The old farmhouse was the same as always. They were safe, and his precautions had been unnecessary. He left everything in the SUV, crisply ordering Jen to get out and follow him in to see Gran. He was surprised when she complied. She hadn't said a word the entire trip, and he hadn't been able to get a radio station. When the silence finally got to be too much, he turned on Mom's CD player and listened to Neil Diamond croon about being a solitary man. Jesus. "Gran, Papa," Mike called, as he and Jennifer stepped into the house by the kitchen door. He hesitated, feeling the hair on the back of his neck stiffen. Something was wrong. Instinctively, he pulled Jen closer and behind him, ignoring her scowl. "Ryan?" He released his sister, relief flooding through him as he heard his grandmother's call from the living room. He moved through the kitchen and dining room, and then stopped in the doorway, his mouth suddenly dry. Gran had somehow gotten herself out of her wheelchair. She sat on the floor, her face streaked with tears, and Papa's bald head cradled on her lap. Mike saw the trickle of blood trailing from one of Papa's ears. and he knew already his grandfather was dead. "Oh, Gran, I'm sorry," Mike said, his eyes burning again. He moved over quickly and knelt beside his grandmother, putting a hand on her shoulder. She blinked, then reached up and held his hand. To give or receive comfort, possibly both. Behind her, the same news footage Mike saw earlier played and replayed on the television, and the same words scrolled across the screen in large captions. Papa was hard of hearing, so he liked the closed captioning for times when he missed a word or two. "Where's your mother, Ryan?" Gran asked. Gran was the only person who ever called him Ryan. Mike shook his head and looked away. Gran nodded, her bright blue eyes clouded with pain. "And your father?" "He's at work," Mike said, his voice shaky. "The phone lines were down, so I don't know, Gran." Gran nodded again, her lips set in a thin line. "At least you two are here," she said, the no-nonsense tone back in her voice. "It's the end of days, boy. There's work to be done." Mike nodded uncertainly. Gran had talked about the end of days before, and Mike had always dismissed her words as the religious fire of an old woman, something he needed to tolerate respectfully, but which had no bearing on his life. Now, he wasn't so sure. Still, the main thing was, he had gotten Jen and himself here safely, so Gran was in charge now. "What do you need me to do?" he asked quietly. Gran looked down at the dead man in her lap, her husband of 46 years, and gently stroked his thin face. She smiled sadly at her grandson. "Papa fell right here about an hour or so ago," she said, her voice becoming businesslike again as she finished her sentence. "So, I've had my grieving time with him. Ryan, you need to put him to rest for me, son." "Gran, shouldn't we call someone?" Mike asked softly. He could tell Gran wasn't thinking quite right. There were authorities who needed to be notified, forms to be filled out. The police and coroner would have questions. He knew, even though the cause of death was self-evident. And they would have to call a funeral home, right? She shook her head grimly and spoke with quiet intensity. "You ain't thinking, boy. You saw all those people dying on the television. If there's anyone left to call, they won't have time for one old man out in Bullitt County." Gran waited a long moment and watched the boy's blue eyes, a mirror of her own, as the sharp brain behind them struggled to process the information. In front of her, he put childhood behind him and stepped up to the adult role she held out to him. She exhaled the breath she didn't know she'd been holding. God knows, she couldn't have blamed the boy for wanting to remain a child. But it made things much easier knowing he was mature enough to face the hardships that would come. He would be able to protect his sister, as much as any man could, while the apocalypse was born. She gave him a smile of pride when he looked up at her again. "Where do you want me to put him, Gran? The ground is frozen." "You can't put him in the ground." Jen's angry, tearful accusation was so unexpected, Mike actually jumped. She came in from the doorway, her fists clenched at her sides. Her eyes flicked quickly to Papa's corpse, and then back to Mike, fury in her gaze. "You have to get him to a hospital, Mike. You can't put him in the ground like he's a dog. Why are you even thinking something so stupid? I hate you. Mike Sanderlin, I hate you." Mike continued to kneel beside Gran, but he looked up at his sister. To Gran's surprise and relief, there was no return anger in his eyes, just an expression of understanding and shared misery. "I'm sorry, Jen," he said gently. "Right now, I hate me too." Jen had no reply. She wanted to fight, and Mike's admission left her with nothing to yell about. She simply turned, tears streaming down her face, and stomped off into her old bedroom where her toys and extra clothes were kept, slamming the door as hard as she could behind her. Gran's eyes met Mike's. "You have to make her mind you now, Ryan, whether she wants or not. It's the end of days, boy, and you'll be responsible for her safety, for her life, Ryan." Mike nodded absently. "Extinction event," he corrected softly, not even realizing he'd spoken the words aloud. Gran scowled. "Tomato, tomato," she snapped irritably. "Now I need you to get a quilt from the cedar chest and wrap your grandfather in that. Then," she hesitated, thinking a moment, "then take him out back under the rose trellis. You can cover him with snow, and see to a proper burial come spring. Mike nodded, moving into Grant's bedroom as he'd been instructed. Helen Garrett watched her grandson thoughtfully, her eyes moving to the closed door of 9-year-old Jennifer's room. She sighed heavily. The boy would have enough responsibility with the little one to be accountable for. The last thing he needed was a wheelchair-bound old woman weighing him down. Carrie. Carrie was a ghoul, feeding on the dead. She pushed the thought away, but it came back to her with persistence as she rolled over the fourth body, along with unwelcome images from every late-night horror movie she'd ever watched and every Stephen King novel she'd ever read. She was scavenging the bodies of the dead partiers, people who used to be her friends, and her self-loathing and disgust were almost enough to make her stop. Almost. Despite their strained relationship, Carrie Kasoniak was her father's daughter, an army brat and a survivor. So she continued digging through the pockets of each corpse in the trashed living room, even though her mind recoiled from the gruesome task. It took a minute, closer to an hour, for her to completely lose her shit when she first realized she was the only survivor among the 28 people Malik invited to stay over and party the night before. She spent several minutes in hyperventilating hysteria, then several more trying cell phones, then a few more staring blankly into space. But she finally got her head back on. Malik's 65-inch, ultra-high-definition television showed the same horrifying coverage since she turned it on, and Carrie's mind reeled with the implications. This was not a drill. She wondered who had developed the warhead and, more, had the effrontery to launch it against the United States. North Korea? China? Daddy told her more than once he would expect endgame attacks from those nations, even more than from the Middle East. But this weapon wasn't nuclear, as she would have expected. It was an anti-personnel weapon, and it was unlike anything her father ever even hinted about. Carrie pulled the cash from Randy Blumenson's wallet, counting it quickly. There was more than $200, which surprised her, since he was always begging for cigarettes or hits. She put his wallet back into his vest pocket, her fingertips touching a small plastic baggie. She pulled it out, looking down at the little blue pills in dull surprise. She didn't know Randy did X. The pills were cut, obviously. Not anything close to the sweet purity of the powder Malik gave her last night. But there were 8 120s in the baggie. It usually took only 2 pills for Carrie to go flying off to her happy place. Carrie frowned, sticking the plastic bag into the pocket of her little black dress. It was time to grow the fuck up. After she looted the rest of the bodies for items Malik's friends would never need again, she intended to flush the pills down the toilet. Her party days were over. She needed to get to Fort Knox and find her father, or at least figure out where the army would be sending him now. She smiled, a bit sadly. It seemed Dad wouldn't get to retire after all. By the time Carrie searched each body, she had over $1,000 in cash, and 5 times that value in pot, heroin, and cocaine. The baggie shoved into the pocket with the ecstasy. She also had 3 handguns, a Glock G22, a Smith & Wesson 357, and a Sig Sauer. She unloaded the Glock and the 357, checking the chambers of each, and then set them on an end table. She tucked the Sig into the pocket of her little black dress opposite the cache of drugs. The sun was high overhead when she moved into the kitchen to fix herself something to eat. She chewed the tasteless bologna sandwich, her mind processing options in an analytical way that would make Dad proud. She was about 40 minutes from the front gates of Knox. She would take Malik's Jeep, since he had picked her up for the party, and her hybrid was still sitting in her driveway 20 miles from here. She would gather survival supplies, because Dad would be pissed if she didn't, and she would change into jeans and her hiking boots. She glanced back at the television, running the same coverage on a seemingly infinite loop. She needed to make time for a shower, at the very least. Carrie glanced across the kitchen, seeing her reflection in the patio glass doors. Yeah, she looked like shit and smelled like she'd been crawling among dead people. A shower was definitely on top of her list. Carrie moved back into Malik's bedroom, keeping her eyes off the bed where his body lay, and stepping over Delronda's body to get to the large master bathroom. Her makeup and perfume were stored in the linen closet, as were several changes of clothing. Her jeans and t-shirt were in Malik's bedroom, and she knew her heavy coat was somewhere in the living room. Carrie emptied her pockets, setting the cig on the toilet tank just a hand's reach from the shower stall, and she set the packets of drugs onto the countertop. She opened them, dumping their contents one by one into the toilet. The last baggie was the one with the 8 blue tablets. Carrie stared at it a long moment. Malik, along with most of his friends and connections, was dead. Thousands of people in Louisville, hundreds of thousands in America, were dead. It was overwhelmingly probable that her father was dead. He was healthy, overall, but still in his mid-60s. Carrie glanced at the cig and looked away immediately, horrified at her own split second of cowardice. Oh, hell no. No way would she take the easy way out by eating a gun. She would find her father, and he would tell her how bad the situation was. He would give her some good suggestions, as he always did, and she would probably ignore them, as she always did. Still, she would find her own path and make her way through this just the same as she did everything else. Carrie's hand tipped as she watched the little blue pills roll from the bag and plop into the toilet water. 1, 3, 5. She suddenly gripped the bag tightly, not allowing the last 3 pills to fall. One last time, she thought, dropping the 3 pills into her hand and tossing the baggie in the trash. Just one last time of feeling good, just for a few hours. She swallowed the pills with a handful of water, and then stepped into the shower as she waited for them to kick in. Hershey. At first, his human didn't know anything was wrong. She lived alone, except for him, and she thought it peculiar so many jets broke the sound barrier at the same time. She was used to jet noise, though. She remembered the 3 days after 9/11 when none of the jets flew, and how frightening it was to all the people who complained about the jet noise. She even had a bumper sticker, faded now, that said, "I heart jet noise." Hershey couldn't read the bumper sticker, of course, and he wasn't quite sure what a jet was, but his human talked to him constantly, and he always listened to what she said. He loved the sound of her voice. She always spoke to him with kindness and affection, even when she used words he didn't understand. He knew something terrible happened before his human even had the first suspicion. He understood, down in the marrow of his bones. The loud noises were not jets. They were something bad, as in, bad dog, bad. Hershey's tail stayed tucked beneath his legs as he followed his human from room to room while she did her morning things. He followed her so closely, she bumped into him a few times, and once she even scolded him, although her voice wasn't angry. When she finally finished her morning things and called Hershey to come to the truck so they could go to work, he was trembling. They barely drove out of Claire's block of houses when she noticed the badness. She parked the car and stared, dumbfounded, at the mailman Hershey liked to bark at. He lay face down on the sidewalk, and he was dead. His canvas bag and the white papers scattered next to him. Hershey knew he was dead before his human knew it, of course. She stopped the truck and jumped out, and Hershey heard her heart racing and smelt the fear of adrenaline pouring from her. She went to the mailman and touched his neck. Hershey didn't bark at him this time. He knew the mailman would be no fun to bark at since he was dead. He wouldn't jump or flinch, not even if Hershey growled and showed snarly teeth. Hershey waited patiently while his human breathed hard and tried to use the small box thing she carried everywhere. It didn't work the way she wanted, so she ran quickly up to the nearest house and began pounding on the door. Hershey wished she would stop. He already knew the people inside were dead, just like the mailman. At the 4th house his human went to, she picked up a brick from the flower bed beside the front door and broke out the window. Hershey's ears lay back flat when she reached inside and opened the door. A Pomeranian and 2 Schnauzers lived here, and the Pomeranian was cranky. Still, he slunk in carefully after his human, and moved into the strange house. He sniffed the air, and he knew the human female had been at home, and she was dead. So was the Pomeranian and the male Schnauzer. The female Schnauzer looked up at him when he and his human walked into the den, but she didn't even growl. She laid her head back down on her own human's arm, pressing her body even more tightly against the male Schnauzer. That's when Hershey's human started to cry and say, "Hail Mary," over and over again. He didn't know who Hail Mary was, but he understood the part about the hour of death. He knew things would never be the same again. The female schnauzer didn't come to Hershey's human, but she didn't bite her either. To Hershey's annoyance, his human carried the schnauzer out and set her on the floorboard of his truck. Segment 4. January 2. Mike. Mike was surprised to hear Jennifer's laughter when he stepped back into the house after burying his grandfather in the snow. She and Gran were in the kitchen, chatting as though nothing were wrong in the world, and baking brownies? Had they both lost their minds? Mike put the snow shovel against the wall in the mudroom and stomped the snow off his boots before taking off his outerwear and stepping into the kitchen. The scent of baking brownies filled the small room and, despite his grim thoughts, Mike's belly growled. Gran put on a skillet of chicken to fry, and she filled the kitchen sink with as many packages of frozen meat as it could hold, thawing it more quickly in the cool water. Jen happily mixed mashed potatoes and chatted about her bestie, Susan Eisman, and how her mother let her get her ear cartilage pierced, not just once, but 3 times. Gran listened, clucking disapprovingly, and keeping the conversation moving with an occasional question or two. She met Mike's eyes and nodded slightly. Mike nodded back, not quite sure what Gran meant by the gesture. "He's back in the house," Jen announced to her Gran, turning off the mixer and reaching for her mom's Tweety Bird keyring. "I'll go get my Barbies now." "No!" The word snapped from Mike like a whip crack, and Jennifer turned to look at him. For once, she wasn't glaring at him in defiance, but was looking at him in round-eyed shock, a twinge of surprised fear in her eyes. Mike hated himself immediately. He had heard gunshots while he buried Papa, though. Gran and Jen didn't know that, but Mike did. "I don't want you going outside alone, Jen. It's almost dark," he said, working to keep his voice reasonable and pleasant. "I'll go with you, and we can bring in your clothes and mine too." Jennifer's face lightened back into her familiar, put-upon scowl. "Fine," she said, tossing Mike his wet Cardinals jacket from the mudroom and grabbing her own Wildcat's coat. While Jennifer was putting her coat on, Mike slid his hunting knife back into the sheath on his belt and picked up the shotgun. He glanced at Gran as he followed Jen out the side door. She smiled at him with approval, and for some reason, that scared him more than anything else. It didn't take long. Jennifer draped her Justin Bieber backpack over one shoulder and grabbed her Barbie case, while Mike looked carefully up the long driveway leading to Gran's. The fence-grazing meadow to the west and the woods to the east. The gunfire he heard was distant, seeming to come from the valley below the hill, and the sounds carried in the crisp country air. He considered pulling in all of their gear, but the porch light made them an easy target if anyone came this close. Gran's driveway was long, with 2 winding curbs before the house and barbed wire fence to discourage even the stupidest cow from leaving the pasture. He didn't feel that being watched tickle at the back of his neck, so he decided the supplies should be safe in the SUV until morning. Mike would bring them in with first light. He grabbed the big suitcase and then locked the SUV, listening for the beep to indicate the car alarm was set, and followed Jennifer back inside. The rest of the evening passed in companionable, albeit strange, activity. Mike listened hopefully for Dad's Jetta, while he stockpiled Papa's hunting rifles and handguns, and began to strip and clean the lot of them at the kitchen table. Jen and Gran cooked. In fact, Jen and Gran cooked as though for a Sunday church social where they were solely responsible for providing potluck dishes for the entire congregation. It puzzled Mike. Even though the fried chicken was ready first, and he was starving, Gran slapped his hand away, making him wait for the pot roast with potatoes and carrots. She put the fried chicken into the refrigerator, using her good Tupperware. He finally figured it out when she encouraged both children to put away as much as they could hold, since good food didn't keep. Gran was worried they were going to lose power. He frowned, even as he stuffed another forkful of roast and chewed. Papa's generator and the extra barrel of fuel he got every year would keep them for up to a week before he'd need more fuel. Mike put his plate in the sink and continued cleaning Papa's guns, contemplating the situation from different angles. Cold fried chicken was a lot better than cold pot roast for sure. To his mind, though, It wasn't a big deal as far as food was concerned. The snowdrifts outside, and the almost certainty of more snow, until March at least, made refrigeration a low priority. Gran's stove was gas, so it wouldn't pull from the generator. But the alarming thing, if power did go out, was that Papa's backup generator wasn't designed for long-term survival. It would keep the house comfortable for 4 or 5 days, a week at most, while they waited for the electric company and Department of Transportation to do their jobs. Mike could extend that if he could find the fuel when the generators ran low, but that wasn't looking to be an easy task, not with the gunshots in Shepherdsville. Gran already suspected power would go out in the next few days, and, by the way she and Jen were cooking, she didn't think it would be coming back on. Mike should have thought about that too. He was beginning to realize there was more to post-apocalyptic suburban survival than he thought. In some ways, it was easier to pitch a tent and strike a fire starter than to prepare for a siege. They ate, and all three of them helped wash the dishes, with some friendly laughter and intentional butt-bumping. Gran's kitchen, of course, was modified to be accessible for her. Jen loved all the lowered fixtures and handicap-accessible appliances, but they drove Mike crazy. By habit, he wanted to stack plates in the highest cabinet, where his mom put them since Jen was a baby. Mike endured Jen and Gran's good-natured ribbing with mock scowls and growls, deeply relieved. Jen seemed to be herself again. After her withdrawal from watching Mom die, Mike really wasn't sure if she'd recover. He was glad to have that brat back, although he would never admit that, of course. It was after midnight by the time the dishes were done, and the kitchen was immaculate, save the last shotgun on the table that Mike was still cleaning. Jen got her Barbie case and started to put it on the kitchen table, but Gran stopped her with a shake of her head. "Jennifer, baby, it's bedtime. Ryan and I need to have a talk." Jen's face fell. "I want to listen," she said, the barest hint of a defiant whine in her tone. "This is about me, too." "Jennifer Grace, mind your Gran," Mike said, taking a soft rag and wiping it down the barrel of the shotgun. He deliberately kept his voice quiet, but even he was aware of the steel beneath it. He had borrowed the tone from his father. With a scowl and angry body language to spare, Jen grabbed her Barbie case and huffed out of the room. She slammed her bedroom door behind her, firmly enough that the entire house shook slightly. Mike sighed and looked over at Gran. "Was my mom this big a pain in the butt?" he asked ruefully. Gran laughed, pushing the lever to move her wheelchair into the spot at the table where she normally sat. She took both of Mike's hands in her own, her eyes twinkling. "Your mother was every bit as much of a pain, Ryan. Of course, back then, 4 stripes of a willow switch would straighten her right back up." Mike nodded, but didn't comment. He had heard about the willow switch before, and, even though he was the one who raised the topic, he didn't want to talk about old times. "Gran, people are shooting," he said quietly. "Not distant shooting like the gun range or Fort Knox. They're shooting down in the valley, in Shepherdsville." The old woman nodded. "I know, boy. I've heard them most of the afternoon." She backed her wheelchair up and turned it, taking a small box from the kitchen counter and bringing it back to the table with her. She set it beside her, and then returned her eyes to her grandson's face. The square, determined set of his jaw reminded her of her husband when he was a young man. "What are we going to do?" Mike asked. It was the opening she'd been waiting for. She opened the small box, taking out 2 cards and a folded piece of paper, passing them over to her grandson. Mike picked up the first card, smiling a bit. "Papa had hair," he grinned, looking at the old ID card. "Papa was a very handsome man," Gran said with a smile. "Better than that, though. He was a good and gentle man, Ryan. Such a sweet lover, you can't even—" "Gran, that's TMI," Mike exclaimed quickly. His ears were bright red, and he felt the flush on his face as well. Gran chuckled at his reaction to her moment of bawdiness. Still a boy, in so many ways. It was far too soon for him to become a man, but there was nothing to be done for it. "That's Papa's first military ID card, Ryan, and this one is his most recent, the one we used to get on post for the commissary and pharmacy. That paper is his DD-214. It shows he was discharged honorably." Mike nodded, pushing the documents aside. Careful to do so respectfully. Gran, I miss him too, he said, his voice soft. But we don't have time. Listen to me, Ryan, Gran said sharply. The intensity in her bright blue eyes, his own eyes, Mike realized with a start, bored into him steadily. Your grandfather was in the Army for 22 years. He was in the 1st Air Cavalry Division, Company E, 52nd Infantry. Remember that, exactly as I said it. 1st Air Cavalry Division, Company E, 52nd Infantry. I know it doesn't mean much to you, Ryan, but it will mean something to the soldiers on Fort Knox. Mike nodded slowly, knowing now where Gran was headed. She was a military dependent, but he and Jen were not. It made more sense for them to find one of the FEMA shelters the emergency broadcasts kept promising were being set up. Mike frowned, not sure how to argue his point with his grandmother. You have to tell them, Mike, Gran continued, her voice quiet and intense. You tell them your grandfather spent 22 years in the Army serving this country, and he was one of the 1st Army Rangers. I know, Gran. Mike worked hard to keep his voice gentle. I know all the wonderful things Papa did for America, but things are kind of messed up now, Gran. And those soldiers? Well, I just don't think they'll care what Papa did, you know. Maybe I should drive through Shepherdsville and see if any of the schools have been set up as shelters yet. Gran shook her head firmly, her mouth drawn into a thin, determined line. She looked at him levelly, then handed him the small box. If there is any hope at all, son, they'll care about this. If they don't, then it really is the end of days, and nothing to be done for it. Mike bit back his frustration, running his fingers through his hair and tugging the ponytail tighter. Then he opened the box. He gasped. Even he recognized it. Medal of Honor? He asked, his voice appropriately reverent. Gran nodded. Use it, Ryan. Use that and everything else you have to use to get your sister onto that base and behind that line of soldiers. Promise me. Gran, are you sure we shouldn't stay here, where it's safer? It won't be safe here for long, Ryan. The shooting's already started. By tonight, the panic will set in, and the people who are left in town will start spreading out. The looting and violence will only get worse. In a few days, when they get out this far, they will have worked themselves up into a frenzy of believing they are entitled to any of the spoils of war they can find or steal. She held his gaze for a long moment. Your 9-year-old sister will not be safe, Ryan. You get her behind a line of soldiers, do you hear me? Mike paled, the blood draining from his face. It wasn't what Gran said, but from what she had left unsaid. He nodded slowly, his eyes darkening to cold blue ice. Yes, ma'am. His tone was grim. I swear it on my life, I'll protect her. Tomorrow morning, I'll make room in the back for your wheelchair, and we'll get moving. Gran started to shake her head, but she saw the determined set of his jaw. Instead, she took his hands, squeezing them gently, pride shimmering in her eyes. You are a fine young man, Ryan Michael. Kasoniak. Colonel Kasoniak sighed, rubbing his eyes in exhaustion as he watched the night sky from General Fowler's window. He had not yet taken his position behind the commanding officer's desk, instead using the long conference table as his workstation. At this point, it was probably moot. He didn't hold much hope of finding any officer senior to him alive, and well, not after the reports of Major General Fowler and Garrison Commander Rison's death. Colonel Mark Dunnigan, the provost marshal, was alive and already heavily engaged. Colonel Miller was alive, but apparently in bad shape, and he was junior to Kasoniak. He was a good man with combat experience and a sharp tactical mind. Kasoniak needed him. He hoped the few remaining surgeons at Ireland Army Hospital could keep that sharp, tactical mind alive, even if the man had lost both of his legs when the munition supply on the training range exploded. He didn't have to walk to plan battle strategies. Apparently, a pimple-faced recruit just coming into IET saved the colonel's life. The kid actually used his head, taking his own belt and the belt of the fallen trainee to make tourniquets for the colonel's legs, then driving a jeep onto the field and getting the unconscious man to what remained of Ireland. Kasoniak had no idea what happened then, but commending that young recruit was definitely on his to-do list. It was buried under a legion of more pressing items, but he wouldn't forget, he hoped. The situation was so much worse than he ever imagined it could be. In the 8 hours since his retirement ceremony went to hell, Gasoniak learned, as he expected, the hostiles hadn't just hit Fort Knox. The attacks were practically simultaneous nationwide, and the major offensive weapon was unlike anything the U.S. military had ever encountered. The sonic boom seemed ancillary. Whatever technology they used emitted some kind of personal targeting EMP, which meant instant death for an overwhelming majority of humans, and, apparently, land mammals. There was no rhyme or reason to who lived or died. Entire battalions of healthy soldiers dropped like stones, while 8% of the geriatric patients in a Louisville nursing home facility survived. So far, there were no reports of marine life impact, but entire herds of cattle were decimated. The statements passed down from Walter Reed were grim, and there had been no updates for more than 3 hours, which was a concern in itself. The cause of death in each human they had autopsied thus far had been instant, massive brain hemorrhage. Most of the victims died immediately. A few unlucky ones lived 2 or 3 minutes, most likely in exquisite pain. The death tolls were staggering, the numbers almost impossible to comprehend, and reports were being compiled to update those preliminary figures. The weapon hadn't killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, but hundreds of millions. The earlier estimates said the weapon was effective on 80% of the population, human and mammal, but that percentage climbed steadily throughout the day. As of the last report, shortly after 2030, the numbers were somewhere between 90 and 96%. Gasoniak's most recent update from his staff put the Fort Knox fatality or missing, presumed dead, rate at 98.2%. Those numbers would continue to climb if secondary attacks were suffered and if anarchy and attrition were allowed to take their toll. It was the extinction of the United States of America. They were fucked. Gasoniak had no hard data on what was happening outside U.S. borders, but he strongly suspected other nations were dealing with much the same situation. He did know with certainty that no nation on Earth, not China, not North Korea, not even the Soviet fucking Union, could have implemented even a single strike on such an all-encompassing scale as had occurred this afternoon. Colonel Gasoniak was not inclined to share this news with the troops, and he interrupted the radio chatter from Fort Campbell the moment the question was raised. It was demoralizing enough to have to bury their friends and comrades. It would be worse if the soldiers knew there was no viable plan of retribution. The invasion was something not of this earth, and it was far beyond their current capability to counter. The Pentagon was in chaos. The anti-personnel pulsar weapon killed thousands, but the Pentagon building itself had also been a target of direct air attack. The building, excepting the sub-basements and bunkers, was pulverized. As for the rest of D.C., the President, Speaker of the House, and 90% of the members of Congress were dead or unaccounted for, according to military radio reports. The VP was in critical condition, apparently in a hospital in Georgetown. The President, pro tempore, while experienced enough as a senator and well-read on the abstract theories of war, had no fucking military experience at all. He was forming committees and deferring to advisors rather than making decisions. To add sugar to the strawberries and cream, the most recent reports also indicated the satellites forming the world's communication infrastructure were crashing into the atmosphere, one by one. Cell phones and computers would not be coming back anytime soon. Military communications would continue on shortwave and, locally, by handheld radio, for as long as there is a military, Gasoniak thought cynically. He grimaced, rubbing his face tiredly as he stood at the head of the large conference table. Documents and maps were spread out along the 16-foot surface, and the large whiteboard behind him was filled with scrawled notes. For now, Gasoniak did what he could do, if only for Fort Knox. The post was on lockdown. Military police were stationed with instructions to keep the base secure and orders to use deadly force as needed. The fires closest to the hub of the base were extinguished, and tents set up for those who had been displaced. Armaments and vehicles were secured. The wounded were triaged and being treated, both at what was left of Ireland and in the field. Burial and identification crews were formed, and bulldozers worked into the night. Food and water supplies were being protected, and guards were posted at all vital stations. He had drafted preliminary plans to deal with any incoming survivors once they could open the post to civilians. For now, it was enough, as if there were any choice. He took a jeep tour of the base that afternoon before the sun went down. The buildings remaining standing were the exceptions that proved the rule. The entire post looked like Ground Zero. For miles around, a city lay to ruin. Kasoniak sighed, trying to think of whatever else needed to be done. "Come," he said in response to a brisk knock at the door. He looked up when the lieutenant entered, braced to attention, and saluted. "Good evening, Colonel," the young woman said. Kasoniak returned the salute and nodded her in. "What have you got for me, Simmons?" He took a seat at the head of the table, nodding for her to come forward. Simmons approached the table and had out 3 stacks of documents, about 30 pages each. About half were computer printed, the rest written in her neat hand. "Personnel list, sir." She handed him the 5 pages of summary detail. Kasoniak looked up at her pale face and took the documents. He studied them for a long moment while she waited at attention. The numbers were demoralizing, even for an initial report. 9,800, Kasoniak said, his voice stunned. "That's... Christ, Lieutenant, this says confirmed dead. How were these deaths confirmed?" "It was on the spreadsheet, sir, but I didn't print that column for the prelim report before the program locked up." She straightened and continued. "Each set of dog tags or photo ID was checked by a member of my platoon. Colonel, the missing column has the service number of the soldiers who verified the tags. We haven't even started on the housing areas or the exchange mall, sir." Kasoniak turned to the next stack of pages in the report. Unidentifiable dead, non-walking wounded, or missing in action. Another 900 personnel there. The final report held the only information that was really useful. Personnel present, accounted for, and healthy. There were fewer than 300 names on the handwritten list. "Jesus F. Christ," Kasoniak murmured. "Yes, sir," Lieutenant Simmons agreed solemnly. "About 40 of those are non-military personnel, Colonel. Civil service employees, civilian visitors, etc. They're the ones with the asterisks." Kasoniak nodded, stood, and stepped over to General Fowler's credenza. The lights dimmed for several long seconds, and then resumed. It was the first brownout. He would be surprised if power lasted through the night before the standbys kicked in. He pulled out 2 shot glasses and opened the good scotch, filling each. He handed one to Lieutenant Simmons. "To the end of the fucking world," he toasted. She raised her shot glass in response, and they both drank. Segment 5. January 3. Mike. The first thing Mike noticed when he woke up was he was cold. Not just, "It's winter, dude, and you kicked your covers off," cold, but deep down into his bones cold. He stuck his head up from the blankets, noticing his breath frost, even as he looked toward the alarm clock on the nightstand in his old bedroom. The LCD display was dead, which meant the power was off, which meant the heat wasn't working, and that meant he needed to get out of bed and go start the generator. Mike groaned and dropped his head back onto the pillow. "Give me a break," he grumbled, to no one in particular. The house still smelt like fried chicken, pork chops, country fried steak, and who knew what else. Gran and Jed had cooked past midnight, preparing every meat item in Gran's house, and carefully storing the lot of it in Tupperware. Mike knew Gran's cooking was amazing, but even he didn't see what she intended to do with that much food. Was she planning to bribe the entire army with a home-cooked southern meal? Mike scrambled out of bed quickly, throwing his jeans on over the boxers he'd slept in as quickly as he could, hopping from foot to foot on the icy hardwood floor as he struggled into a clean sweatshirt. He got a clean pair of socks from the dresser and grinned when he saw his old harness boots in the closet. His sneakers were still soaking wet from the night before, and he'd been dreading putting them back on his feet. The sun was up, but barely. Mike moved through the house quietly, not wanting to wake Jen or Gran. Jen was whiny and cranky when she didn't get enough sleep, and Gran deserved the rest after everything she'd been through. He stepped into the kitchen and opened the fridge. The light didn't come on, of course, but a huge container of fried chicken was front and center. With a quick glance behind him, Mike peeled up a corner of the container and snatched a leg, carefully pushing the plastic lid back down. He ate the leg quickly, tossing the evidence in the trash can and his paper towel on top of that. He then headed outside to start the generator, glad Papa had shown him how to do it. When the task was done, he came back in through the mudroom to the still silent house. Mike was surprised at the noise he'd made, including the curse word Gran would box his ears for. It didn't awaken Jen or his grandmother. He moved into the living room and turned on the television, wondering if there were any updates. The frantic, repetitive newscasts from the day before were gone, replaced by static. Everything was gone. Even the local channel broadcast by Minister Regland, that crazy, fanatical, red-faced preacher from Mount Washington, who could be counted on at any time of the day or night to be screaming into the camera about damnation, the end of days, and how all the sinners would burn in the fires of hell. It seemed like Minister Regland hadn't escaped the apocalypse either, no matter how many extra brownie points he racked up for spreading the good word. Mike tried Papa's radio next. It wasn't a shortwave, but it was older than dirt. It still had the thermionic tubes that could receive transmissions from thousands of miles away, depending on weather conditions. Mike had loved to play with a huge, boxy antique when he'd been Jen's age. He and Papa had carefully slow-tuned the dial, frequently getting signals from as far away as England and Germany. The younger Mike enjoyed listening to the BBC, knowing it was the exact same transmission that was being broadcast in London, and was, therefore, strangely exotic and exciting. He spent a good half-hour trying to get a signal while he waited for the house to warm up. It was a waste of effort, and by the time he gave up, it was already 8 in the morning. Gran never slept past 6. On the other hand, she had been up half the night cooking. Mike walked down the hall to Gran's bedroom and tapped lightly on her door. "Gran?" he asked softly. "It's morning." Mike waited a moment, tapping again, harder this time. "Gran?" A surge of fear rose in his throat, and the third time, he banged loudly on her door with the flat of his hand. His voice was no longer quiet. "Gran, answer me, please." Jen came out of her bedroom from the other end of the hallway, looking sleepy and tousled. "What's wrong?" "Go back in your room," Mike snapped. Jen drew in her breath sharply, and Mike turned to her quickly, his temper gone. "I'm sorry, Jenny," he said, forcing a smile to his face. "I shouldn't have yelled at you. I need to go check on Gran, okay? Why don't you go back in and play Barbies?" Jennifer's eyes got huge as the implications of Mike's request penetrated. With only a nod, she turned and went back into her bedroom, closing the door behind her. Her stereo turned on immediately, the Jonas Brothers CD loud enough to drown out any sounds Mike would make. Mike's hand shook when he reached for the doorknob and twisted it. It opened easily, and that surprised him. He saw Gran beneath her comforter and breathed a sigh of relief. She must just be exhausted from their late night. He thought about stepping back into the hallway and closing the door softly so she could get more rest, but something kept Mike staring for a moment longer. Something was different. He wasn't sure what it was, but there was something off about the way his grandmother was sleeping. She wasn't breathing. Her chest wasn't rising and falling with the peaceful regularity of deep sleep. Mike's knees buckled for a moment, and he grabbed the doorframe. He took a moment to steel himself, stepping inside the bedroom, and closed the door behind him, just in case Jennifer changed her mind and wandered back down the hall. He moved over to the bed, his eyes taking in his Gran's small form, the wheelchair beside her bed, the half-empty glass of water on her bedside table, and the open and empty bottle of medication beside it. He saw the folded piece of stationery, the fine linen paper with a delicate rose pattern that Gran kept for years, using only the most special occasions. On the outside of the note, the word Ryan. was written and scratched out with one line. Beside it was the word Mike. For a moment, he considered tearing the piece of stationery to shreds without even looking at it. He was furious. He had counted on Gran, and she betrayed him and Jen in the most cowardly way possible. Mike took in several deep breaths, filling his lungs with air as though he'd just finished a swim meet. He picked the letter up and sat gingerly on the side of Gran's bed to read. Dear Mike, you're the man of the family now, though it's sooner than it should have been. Before you and your sister leave, make sure to open the barn and Miss Nellie Bell's paddock, and the pasture gates. Also be sure to open the fence to the chicken yard. Take all of the cooked food with you, and all of your camping gear and weapons. Papa has some jugs of gasoline in the garage. Take them, too, just in case. Don't forget the items of your grandfather's we discussed last night. I hope tonight finds both of you safe at Fort Knox. I love you both. Boy, take care of your sister. Gran. Mike read the letter over twice more, crumpled it in his hand, and then dropped it into the small trash can. She hadn't apologized, hadn't tried to explain. Grudgingly, Mike respected that. She merely issued the orders in writing that Mike would have argued about in person. He sighed heavily. He loved Gran, second only to his father. But he was still pissed she made this decision without even warning him. He felt the instant flood of guilt. What the hell kind of thinking was that? You don't love your family in order, he told himself harshly. And it was her decision to make, even though it was dead wrong. He wondered for a moment if it really was the wrong decision. Mike shut down that train of thought and brought his mind back to the situation at hand. They would leave. Gran and the shooters from the night before made it clear they wouldn't be safe at the farmhouse for long. But Mike was still torn over whether to head for Fort Knox or one of the shelters FEMA was supposed to be setting up. The television had gone dead before any shelter locations were revealed, but they would almost certainly use local schools or churches. There would be people there, and some kind of order of law. That would probably be safer than approaching the armed guards outside of Fort Knox, who were bound to be a bit trigger-happy. Mike frowned. Gran seemed so certain, though. He sighed, looking at her silent face, trying to bury his anger. He would decide later. For now, he would get her cleaned up and wrap her in her quilt. Then he would call Jen and ask her if she wanted to help him bury Gran in the snow next to Papa. He wasn't sure if it was a good idea, but he wanted his sister to have the choice about how she said goodbye. It took longer than he thought to wash the visible parts of his grandmother's body, and longer still to work up the nerve to take off her nightgown and replace it with her favorite church dress. The blue fabric of the dress accented her eyes, and the skirt almost covered Gran's atrophied legs. She'd received regular compliments whenever she'd worn it, and while she always scoffed and said she didn't go to church to be looked at, the compliments pleased her. She wore the dress often. Somehow, it looked different with her lying so still. Gran couldn't have weighed 90 pounds, but it was hard to manipulate her stiff limbs. Unlike Papa, rigor mortis had set in already. Finally, close to 10, Mike knocked on Jen's door. Justin Bieber stopped crooning, and Jennifer opened the door, looking at him. Her eyes and nose were red, but she had stopped crying a while ago. "May I come in?" Mike asked, his voice uncertain and formal. Jen nodded and pulled the door wider, stepping aside. Mike was careful not to step on any of the Barbie dolls. When had she gotten so many? As he moved over to the side of her twin bed and sat. Jennifer stood in front of him, watching him solemnly. For a second, he wished she would throw a tantrum. That Jen was familiar to him. The sister in front of him was too old. She'd been shocked by tragedy, perhaps one time too many, for her childhood to survive intact. When Gran didn't answer her door this morning, I went into her room, Mike said, his voice quiet and gentle, as he watched his little sister's face. I'm sorry, Jenny. Gran died last night. Jennifer nodded solemnly. She had figured it out already. If Gran were all right, she would have made pancakes long before now. How did she die? Mike looked at his sister steadily, holding her eyes as he lied to her. I'm not sure, sweetheart. I think she maybe had a heart attack in her sleep. Jen ignored the sweetheart. That was a dad thing to say, not a Mike thing. So, it wasn't those ships? The aliens? Mike just blinked at Jen's question. He'd been thinking about terrorist attacks more than aliens, but something about Jen's idea just sounded right. He shook his head. No, she wasn't attacked by anything. She wasn't in pain. Jen nodded, and Mike swallowed, the lump in his throat feeling like a tennis ball. I'm going to wrap her in her quilt and take her to the rose trellis, he told his sister. Do you want to see her? To say goodbye? You don't have to if you don't want to. His sister looked at him, her 9-year-old eyes seeming older than time itself. Is she in heaven now? Mike hesitated, biting off his immediate, comforting reply. Jen had been through some hard times in the past 2 days, and he was fairly certain they weren't going to get easy anytime soon. I don't know, Jen, he said softly. I really don't. And then, his 9-year-old sister put her skinny arms around his neck and hugged him, leaning her head against his chest and patting his back reassuringly. It's gonna be all right, Mike, she said quietly. I promise. The tears that anger kept from his eyes the entire time he cleaned and dressed his grandmother burned for release. Mike blinked them away. This was no longer a world in which he could cry. He was the man of the family now. And Carrie. She could not fucking believe this. Carrie steered the Jeep over to the side of the road, where it sputtered again and finally died. Stupid. So very stupid. Her father would never believe she'd been so careless. This morning, she packed her supplies into Malik's Jeep, took his keys off the dresser, and was out the door within 30 minutes of waking up on the bathroom floor and washing the cottony gunk out of her mouth. It never even occurred to her to look at the gas gauge. Why should she? Malik always bought the gas, and his tank was always full. Except today. She drove about 10 miles from Malik's house, wending her way between the wrecked vehicles and making it all the way through both of the Shepherdsville traffic lights before the car started sputtering. Carrie was paying attention to Shepherdsville, not the fuel gauge. She was shocked at the state of the small town. None of the businesses were open, and a lot of the storefront windows and door frames were shattered. Contents from the store strewn about the parking lots. People were already looting? What the fuck was up with that? She didn't slow down. Didn't even blink as she drove through both non-functioning lights. Hers was the only moving vehicle on the road. And really? A traffic citation? If anyone were alive to issue one, would not be a big deal at this point in the game. She would actually welcome a conversation with a cop. Or anyone, really. Carrie sighed and rearranged the stuff in her backpack, carrying only the most essential items. She was in decent shape. Under normal circumstances, a 25-mile hike was doable. Exhausting, but doable. However, it had snowed again, and she didn't know what was facing her between here and Fort Knox. She wished fervently that her cell phone still worked the way it was supposed to, so she could call her dad, or at least bring up the GPS of the route she needed to travel. The Who Wants to Be a Millionaire app was cool and all, but she would have given an ounce of flesh for Google Maps to be functional instead. The power was out, and the television stations were down. Worse, though, the internet was down. That made it likely the satellites orbiting the planet were down or compromised, and that meant they were fucked. She kept the Sig Sauer in her unzipped pocket, within easy reach. She had gone through Malik's gun safe and now carried 3 extra magazines in the back pocket of her jeans. She figured if she needed them, she was dead. If 11 rounds of 9mm weren't enough to protect her, the extra magazines would be no better than paperweights. Nothing to be done for it. Carrie stepped out of the Jeep and pulled out her heavy backpack, adjusting it over her shoulders and snapping the straps in front to balance the load. It wasn't bad, she told herself. She'd seen plenty of soldiers jogging around post in full rucksacks, and a lot of them were women too. If they could do it, so could she. Carrie squinted at the town of Shepherdsville behind her, then back up State Road 44, which she knew was at least half the mileage she needed to travel to Knox. Once she hit Dixie Highway, it was about another 12 to 15 miles to the front gates on Brandenburg Station Road. She didn't even consider cutting through the woods. Carrie was a city girl, and she intended to arrive on the post alive, not wander in circles through unfamiliar terrain until she froze to death or got eaten by coyotes. If she stuck to the roads, she would get there eventually. Decisions made and pep talk given, Carrie locked Malik's Jeep and pocketed the keys as she headed west, the sun bright, but not warm, behind her. She walked for more than an hour, almost totally uphill, before hearing the first vehicle. Carrie cautiously stepped off the side of the road, her legs backed against the guardrail. SR 44 was a 2-lane cut-through to Dixie Highway, and it was twisty. With the light layer of snow, it would also be slippery. The red pickup's engine roared as the driver downshifted and passed right by her. Carrie pushed off from the guardrail to start walking again, stopping abruptly as she saw the brake lights and backup lights. She leaned back against the guardrail and waited. She made her decision instantly when the passenger window rolled down and the man leered at her with what he probably assumed was a pleasant smile. His eyes moved up her body from her heavy boots, jeans, to the shapeless heavy coat she wore, and a long braid of brown hair covered with a thick stocking cap. "Need a ride, sweet thing?" the driver asked, leaning forward so he could see around the passenger. Carrie smiled politely, but it was stiff. The man was smiling, but there was a meanness to his smile that made Carrie's radar go off. His red hair was greasy and unkempt, and he looked like he hadn't showered in a week. "No thanks," she replied. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't have far to go now." The passenger spoke, his voice making Carrie's skin crawl. "Aw, you really should come with us, miss. A pretty lady like you all alone in this crazy world, halfway up Martin Hill, it ain't safe." "I'll be fine," Carrie said politely. "Thank you again for the offer." She watched the crazy as it happened. The passenger's pleasant leer fell from his face, and his eyes clouded with fury. "Bitch, you don't know a good thing when you hear it," he said, and opened his door, putting one foot on the snow. Carrie drew the cig and aimed it right between the man's eyes, thumbing the safety off in one smooth motion. He froze for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he assessed her. "You're a cute little thing," he said, a malicious eagerness in his voice. "Mine's bigger." He moved his eyes to the gun rack on the back wall of the pickup where 3 large shotguns rested. Carrie knew he wanted her to look at them, for her eyes to leave his so he could jump her. She didn't oblige, keeping her eyes dead level on his. "First shot takes out your rear view." Her voice was oddly calm and quiet. Maybe all of Dad's lectures and target practice hadn't been wasted on her after all. "Second shot goes between your eyes and takes out you. Third shot the driver, if he's still here." For a long moment it was a stalemate. "Come on, Hank, let's just go," the driver whined. It was the wrong thing to say because Hank was full of crazy, even if the driver didn't know it, and his friend's cowardice fueled his bravado. He shifted his weight so he stepped out of the truck. Carrie shot, the sound thundering down the ravine, echoing back to her. She was almost certain the man named Hank felt the bullet pass next to his head. It was a lucky shot. Not only did the rearview mirror break, but it broke cleanly in half, the wiring inside leaving both ends of the mirror dangling impressively, and a neat round bullet hole in the windshield. Hank looked back, looking into Carrie's eyes again. His own narrowed meanly. Carrie didn't react at all. She didn't let victory or fear show on her face. "That's one, Hank. Either get back in your truck, or come at me for number 2. The driver, fortunately, kept his mouth shut this time. With a snarl, Hank shifted his weight back inside the vehicle and pulled his door closed with an angry slam. "I'll find you again, cunt," he sneered. "And when I do—" Carrie didn't get to hear the rest of his threat because the driver peeled away before Hank could finish it. She waited a long moment, listening to their engine recede before her knees finally gave out. She sat on the guardrail, ignoring the snow that melted against her jeans and made her butt cold. Her breathing came in tiny, short little pants, and it was only when her face burned slightly she realized she was crying. She wiped the tears away quickly. Things had changed. People were different. The world was different now, and crying was only a sign of weakness. A sign she was prey. Carrie stood, adjusted her backpack, and headed out with quick, confident steps. She was her father's daughter. She was nobody's goddamn prey. Segment 6. January 3. Mike. Jen did herself proud, Mike thought, glancing over again at his sister. She came into Gran's bedroom and looked solemnly down at their grandmother's body, quietly saying goodbye. She then went into Gran's jewelry box and pulled out the small gold crucifix Papa had given Gran many years ago, looking down at it for a long moment. She gently placed it on Gran's neck herself, and Mike helped lift Gran so she could fasten the clasp. While Mike carried Gran out to the rose trellis and set her beside Papa, carefully spreading snow over both of them, Jen gathered their clothes and put everything neatly on the table next to the suitcase. Before they left, they opened the paddock and chicken coop as Gran had asked. The sun was almost directly overhead now as Mike drove slowly up SR 44, heading towards Dixie. This road was tricky, winding and twisting at the best of times, a perfect spot for thrill riding when he, Jonas, and Devin had had one too many under their belt. Mike felt absolutely no desire for thrills as he puttered up the mountainside at about 30, slowing even more on the curves or as he encountered wrecked cars. The weight of responsibility, not just for himself, but for Jen, rested heavily on his shoulders. He found it easier to consider what decisions his father would have made, and then follow that course. His father was a cautious man. Not a coward, by any means, but not prone to Mike's own impulsiveness. He saw the woman, just as Jen said, "Someone's on the road." She was wearing good boots for the weather, jeans, and a heavy down jacket. But as cold as it was, she still had to be freezing her ass off. Mike slowed to a crawl as the woman stepped off the road and hooked a leg over the guardrail, waiting for them to pass. She was on the cliffside. If she lost her grip and fell, she was a goner. Never, under any circumstances, pick up a hitchhiker. Those words were drilled into his head for months before he got his license, and both Dad and Mom repeated it numerous times since. Jen was his first priority, and the woman was a stranger. But she wasn't hitchhiking, and she had made no attempt at all to flag him over. She turned to face Mike as he stopped the SUV and put Jen's window down less than halfway. Mike felt his breath draw in slightly as he looked at the girl's chocolate brown eyes, cold reddened ears, and wind-chapped face. She was beautiful. Black widows and lionesses are beautiful too, he reminded himself sharply. The woman was young, maybe early 20s, and she was alone. The alone was what decided him. "Do you need help?" Mike asked, his tone carefully neutral. He kept his foot on the brake, not shifting the vehicle into park. She studied him for a long moment, and then looked at Jen, who looked right back. "Where are you headed?" she asked. Her voice was as rich and smooth as cocoa, without a trace of Kentucky drawl. "Out to Dixie Highway," Mike said, still being cautious. "I've heard FEMA was supposed to be setting up emergency shelters." Carrie calculated it. That would get her 8 miles closer to her destination. "I'd appreciate the lift." She moved toward the back door. "Jen, get in the back seat," Mike ordered, using the automatic door locks to unlock the doors for Carrie. You can sit up front, ma'am. House rule. Kids don't get shotgun if there's an adult in the car. Mike didn't add that, beautiful or not, he wouldn't drive with the woman behind him. His grandfather's Ruger SR9 rested on the driver's seat under Mike's right thigh, where he could grab it with just a quick shift of his leg. Jen had seen him put it there and had rolled her eyes at him, but he'd ignored her. The girl took her heavy backpack off with a sigh of relief and set it onto the passenger floorboard as she climbed gratefully into the SUV. She adjusted her seatbelt and held her hands to the vent for a moment before turning to Mike with a warm smile. He turned the heater up a bit, even though the SUV was already toasty. "Thank you," she said politely. "I'm Carissina Kasoniak. Most people call me Carrie." Ryan. Mike. Mike Sanderlin." "It's good to meet you, Ryan Mike," she said, then shifted slightly to look at Jen before he could offer a correction. "I'm Jen," she announced. "He's my brother." They rode for a few moments in uncomfortable silence, like strangers in an elevator. "Where are you headed?" Mike finally asked. Carrie smiled, the warmth of it not quite reaching her eyes. She was cautious, too. That made sense. "Fort Knox. We're as close to it as you're going. My father's stationed on post, and he should be there, I'm hoping." Jen's blue eyes met Mike's in the rearview mirror, and he shook his head slightly. She pursed her lips and opened her Barbie case, deciding to ignore Mike as long as he was in an overcautious snit. "That's a long walk," Mike observed, glancing at Carrie's backpack, and then at her wind-burned cheeks. "It looks like you've already been walking a while." He thought her cheeks pinked a bit more, but her voice was still smooth and steady. "Yeah, I'm an idiot. I took my boyfriend's Jeep and never looked at the gas gauge." "The blue Wrangler?" Mike asked. "We passed it about 5 miles back." "5 miles?" Carrie asked, her voice dismayed. It had taken her 2 hours to hike 5 miles? That was ridiculous, even with the slipping and sliding and steep incline. Mike glanced at her and returned his eyes to the road. "Yeah, but I cut off a few miles taking the Buckman bypass instead of 44, he told her. She seemed both relieved and annoyed at the words. Probably annoyed because she didn't know the bypass was an easier route and would have cut 3 miles off her travel. Mike hesitated. He wanted to ask the question, but he didn't want to be a jerk. "So, your boyfriend?" he finally hedged. Carrie looked away, and Mike knew even before she answered. "He's dead." Her voice was emotionless. "We had guests visiting. They all died too." Mike nodded. He didn't want to count his losses. Not with Jen in the back seat. "I understand," he said instead, meeting Carrie's eyes when she glanced up at him. She nodded simply. They drove in a more comfortable silence for several minutes, finally cresting Martin Hill and reaching flatter land. There were fewer vehicle wrecks, and Mike was starting to increase speed, but suddenly he braked, the SUV fishtailing slightly before righting itself and coming to a stop. Mike narrowly missed hitting the older woman who stood in the middle of the road, blocking their path, and waving her arms frantically. She pointed to the huge building off to the right, the dairy farm that had long ago been converted to Tomorrow's Child Daycare Center. It was the largest public daycare center in Shepherdsville, and it served half of Bullock County as well. Jen went there a few times during the summers they stayed at Grand's. Mike bit back a curse, lowering his window halfway as the woman ran over to him. She was wearing colorful Bambi scrubs and tennis shoes, no coat or jacket. "Please help," she said frantically, before Mike could even speak. "There are 10 children whose parents haven't come for them, and my manager and the other workers are dead." Mike's grip tightened on the steering wheel, and he glanced over at Carrie. She merely raised an eyebrow, offering no comment. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I can't." "Hey, Miss Annie," Jen chirped from the back seat. The woman glanced toward the voice, smiling as she saw Jen. "Jenny? Jenny Sanderlin? Girl, look how you've grown." Jen remembered the woman. Shit. With a heavy sigh, Mike pulled over, driving into the fenced parking lot that surrounded the daycare center. He pocketed the keys and shifted slightly, putting the Ruger into his waistband behind his back and covering it with his jacket. He ignored Carrie's look of surprise, and the three of them got out of the SUV, while Miss Annie finally started to cry with relief. The inside of the daycare center was much as Mike remembered it from the few times he'd come with Gran to pick Jennifer up. The entrance foyer was the size of a small bedroom, and the three walls held colorful hooks at about waist level, with children's coats and jackets hung neatly, and their shoes or boots set in orderly rows around the walls. Mike froze for a moment, having an unexpected flashback to the thousands of shoes he'd seen at the Holocaust Museum last summer. His stomach tightened, and he forced himself to disregard the similarity. She said 10 children. There were well over 3 dozen pairs of shoes in the foyer. "We lost 36 children," Miss Annie told Mike, her voice tight with emotion, "and 9 daycare workers, including the owner and manager." Her voice turned slightly bitter. "And when it happened, when the children, well, Miss June panicked. She said her own family came first, and she flew out of here, taking the daycare's van." Mike glanced into the main playroom where Jennifer already sat with the small, strangely quiet group of children, picking up one of the babies and cuddling him in her lap. He nodded absently, his brain working rather than listening to the woman. Carrie wandered in after Jen and took her heavy down jacket off, sitting with the children and starting up a clapping game with one of the girls. He heard the sound of Miss Mary Mack and tuned them out, concentrating on the woman. "Have you heard from any of the parents?" he asked quietly. "Kelsey and Tamara's mother picked them up. She's the only one. I don't know what to do." "Mike," he supplied, looking back into the other room. "Mike," Miss Annie said, I don't know what to do. We're low on food because deliveries were due today. But even more, these kids need to be in a shelter or with social services so they can find their families." "I thought you said 10 kids," Mike mused. "There are 12, not counting Jen." "Jacob and Ashton are my grandbabies," Miss Annie said, indicating the baby Jen was holding and a big-eyed toddler with a pacifier in his mouth. "I have car seats in my Rio, of course, and I'd like to try and find my daughter and son-in-law." Mike sighed as he finally understood what Miss Annie wanted. "I don't know where the FEMA shelters are." He kept his voice gentle as he continued. "Or even if there are any shelters set up at all yet. As unprepared as the government was for Katrina, I have a feeling that was a cakewalk compared to this." Miss Annie looked at him levelly. "Where were you going to go if you couldn't find a shelter?" Mike rubbed a hand through his hair, pulling out the ponytail and reworking it into the elastic band. "Probably Fort Knox," he admitted finally. "Carrie's father works on the base." Miss Annie looked at him, saying nothing, and finally Mike looked away. "I guess I should go in and meet the kids," he said reluctantly. She beamed and ushered him into the playroom. Kasoniak. The muster went well, all things considered. Kasoniak's speech was short and to the point, and the troops responded the way soldiers always do in a crisis. The post was being reorganized, the provost marshal reassigning the handful of survivors from each brigade so they would once again establish a cohesive and formidable, if small, fighting force. Kasoniak reminded them that they were under martial law and gave the bare bones of what he knew about the rest of the country. He called 3 squad leaders to stay after the muster to speak with him, and he waited until the soldiers dispersed after dismissing before turning to them. "At ease, sergeants," he said when the 3 gathered around him. The 2 men and woman stood at ease, waiting for his orders. He glanced at their names, stitched into the cloth tag on their uniforms, and matched each name to the face, fixing it in his memory. "On Friday morning, I need each of you to organize your squads and take 2 5-tons off base. You're familiar with the large shooting range near West Point, Otter Creek gun range?" All 3 nodded, so he continued. "You and your men need to requisition all the firearms, munitions, and ammo at that range. If Andy Russell is still alive and gives you Second Amendment shit, you advise him we are under martial law, and you have been instructed to secure those firearms with deadly force, if needed. If he continues to resist, you place him under arrest and bring him to the post with the weapons and ammunition. I've already been getting reports of looting and gunshots from Radcliffe, and I do not want those weapons in the hands of the civilian populace. Is that understood?" He waited for the yes sirs, and then went on, thinking as he spoke. "There's a smaller gun shop, closer to Shepherdsville, on State Road 44. DJ's gun shop, if I'm remembering correctly. There's a sign on the side of the road, just before the Nichols fire station. The owner runs the shop out of his garage. I'm not sure what his inventory is, because it's been years since I've been there. Requisition his arms also, and search the entire premises for stockpiles." They acknowledged the order, and Kasoniak dismissed them. He knew their convoy would pass right by Carrie's apartment, but he wouldn't, issue the order for them to check on her. It was not possible, when so many of the soldiers under his command had loved ones they were missing, too. He sighed as he looked around. The post was too large, spread out over thousands of acres. It was indefensible with an army of hundreds, and the destruction was so severe they'd never be able to rebuild without more manpower. Kasoniak needed to set up war crews to salvage what could be salvaged and to begin construction on a more defensible front. But where and when? He was already running low on manpower. Medical treatment and personnel accountability came first. They needed to tighten the barricades around their perimeter, but they also needed to send out scouts to locate and study the enemy. It wasn't yet time to go on the offensive, but they definitely needed to start developing intel. Kasoniak frowned. There were too many things needing to be done, and not enough soldiers to do it. Carrie bit back a smile as she and Jen walked into the playroom, and Mike stayed in the foyer, talking with the daycare worker. She didn't miss the deer-in-the-headlights expression on his face when he glanced in, his eyes scanning the kids before quickly turning back to Miss Annie. The man had shown himself capable, and he was way hot, even if a bit young for her. But the children panicked him, and that made her want to laugh. Carrie sat down and began learning the kids' names, playing Miss Mary Mack with a cute little 5-year-old named Kaylee. She liked kids, and it looked like Jen felt the same. Carrie considered making a snarky gender-related comment to Mike about it, but those remarks always had a way of turning around and biting her in the ass. Besides, he really did seem to be a nice guy, and he was the one with the ride. She decided to play nice, for now at least. Maybe once they found a FEMA shelter and dropped the kids off, he'd even consent to drive her to the post. She carried more than enough cash to pay him for his trouble. She frowned, thinking of all the closed businesses and broken windows. How valuable was paper currency right now? She probably should have flushed the Benjis and kept the drugs. It didn't matter. If he wouldn't take her to Knox, he'd at least get her to Dixie Highway, and that was a lot closer than where she was. Mike and Miss Annie stepped into the playroom, he looking distinctly uncomfortable, she looking relieved. So, he agreed to take the children. Carrie counted thoughtfully. 4 were young enough to need car seats, and Mike's SUV seated 9. Uh-oh. The children fell silent as the strange man came in. The tiny, wispy, blonde-haired girl sitting beside Jen began to cry, and Jen automatically put an arm around her. The silence of the other children strained, so Carrie started playing nice. "Hey guys, this dude is Ryan Mike. I think we're all going to get a ride in his truck." Nathan, the 6-year-old who talked almost incessantly from the moment Carrie sat down, looked Mike over skeptically. "Iron Mike?" he asked. "You must be real strong then." "Oh, he is," Carrie promised solemnly, speaking quickly before Mike could correct the boy. "I bet he's strong enough to swing you around like an airplane." And the game was afoot. Half an hour later, Carrie and Jen knew each child's name and age, and Mike was sitting Indian style with the children clambered over him, some of them still begging for another airplane ride. Carrie learned 2 of the babies would be leaving with Miss Annie, leaving only Ariel, the tiny blonde 1-year-old, and Anthony, the red-haired 3-year-old, needing car seats. Carrie had no idea how that was going to work. She was surprised to find out it wasn't. Mike got the children's attention, and had everyone sit in a circle around him while he gave orders. Even Ariel seemed to listen, her eyes moving between Mike's eyes and his ponytail while she sucked her thumb. "Okay, so you guys know how some bad things happened, right?" he started. At the children's solemn nods, he continued. "What Miss Carrie and Jenny and I are going to do is take you guys to a safe place. There will be a lot of people there to take care of you, and hopefully your parents will be able to find you there when everything isn't so crazy anymore. But I'm going to need your help, because it's still snowing outside, and the roads can be dangerous. Y'all know what that means?" The children looked at him with blank faces. Carrie struggled to come up with an easier explanation, but Stephen, the 10-year-old who helped Miss Annie drag all the bodies into the storage room when the attack first happened, spoke up first. "It's like when Scooby and Shaggy are hiding from the monsters," he explained. "They have to be real quiet, even when they're scared." The children nodded in comprehension, and Nathan softly volunteered that Scrappy-Doo was his favorite. Mike shot a quick nod to Stephen, grateful he was able to continue with his instructions. "That's a good comparison," he said, looking at Stephen a bit more closely. Miss Annie told him how helpful the older boy had been, but he couldn't remember the kid's name to save his life. The thing is, we're not going to have any car seats, and there won't even be enough seatbelts. You guys are going to have to share. The bigger kids are going to have to help take care of the little ones. And with the roads being all slippery with snow, it means I'm going to have to drive really carefully." Mike's voice hardened slightly, a no-nonsense tone of parental authority slipping in. "So if Miss Carrie or I tell any of you to do anything, you have to mind us right away. Deal?" The older children all said deal, and fist-bumped Mike to seal the bargain. Ariel sucked her thumb, and red-haired Anthony continued to play with a plastic sorting cube, trying doggedly to push a round peg into a star-shaped hole. Carrie wondered fleetingly what she had gotten herself into. Then it was too late because Miss Annie was there with shoes, coats, and mittens, and there was a flurry of activity in the foyer. Segment 7. January 3. North America. Farmer Herdsman stepped carefully among the mothers, pushing one out of his way as he examined another. They jostled against him as he walked between them in the pens, their huge, tubular bodies undulating as if to song. They were eager to birth, anxious to be in the loam and rich soil so their young could be born and feed. They would find protein, as they always did, their adaptive camouflage making them the perfect predator, their digestive processes making them the perfect vessel for soil enrichment and aeration. He could sense the excitement in their primitive, simple minds as he ran his hands over one, then another, of the beasts. Rich, unpolluted soil was a rarity in the core galaxies, and this was an entire, albeit small, planet with absolutely no xenebial pollutants at all. The soil was clean. The mothers could feed and raise their young without worrying about toxicity levels. Their progeny would live the full span of their years, not the painfully abbreviated lifespan they had always known. This small planet was a paradise for the mothers, and, of course, the people would benefit as well. The crops the soil produced would be clean and pure, and they would fetch the highest price on the galactic souk. Most of the foods would probably go to the high-end restaurant and hotel chains. The rest would be sold to markets. The mushrooms could also be grown here, and billions of credits would be made off of them alone. One of the mothers touched Farmer Herdsman with her prostomium, and he turned to her, patting her side reassuringly. She quivered at his touch, and he moved on, checking the other annelids for injury or undue fragility. Satisfied that his herd was healthy, Farmer Herdsman removed his corporeal form and floated back to the docking station before resuming it. He nodded to the Belvian engineer, a slight frown on his brow. The Belvian was a sapient being, but he had no unique functional designation, so Farmer Herdsman did not know how to address it. The Belvian returned Farmer Herdsman's nod. Its appendages ran over the control panel with practiced ease, and the gates to the pens rose as the hatchway lowered. The mother started out, moving happily toward the light and the fresh, protein-rich scent of the loam. Simultaneously, gates rose and hatchways lowered on 1,000 ships, ringing the small carbon-based planet. The plowing had begun. Hershey. Hershey was happy to be going back to work. His humans still cried some, and she still talked to Hail Mary, but not as much as she did the day before. When morning came and she got up to do her morning things, he followed her from room to room again, but he didn't crowd her as he had the day before, so she didn't scold him. She knew now the badness had happened, and since his human knew about it, everything would be okay. Hershey jumped up into the truck, wagging his tail with enthusiastic happiness when she finally was ready to go. It was later than when they usually left for work. The sun was higher in the sky, but Hershey was still excited. It took a long time for them to get to work. His human stopped the truck and turned it around several times, each time going a different way. But finally, Hershey could smell that they were on the right road, close to work. His nose wrinkled several times as they pulled into his human spot. He knew they were dead cats and dogs inside, but there were also ones still alive, and they needed his human to give them food and water, clean their pens, and tap her fingers on the desk. They needed Hershey to come up to each of them, sniff politely, and wag his tail at them. Work was important. His human told him that frequently, and he always listened to her. Claire cried again when she found the dead animals, but she set about the work of taking them out of their pens and moving them back to the room where the trucks came in. She handled each one as lovingly as she ever handled Hershey, and she talked to them as she carried them. If they weren't already dead, Hershey would have growled at them to tell them she was his human, but he didn't see the point now. When she finally finished moving the dead ones, most of the pens were empty. His human smelled sad, even though she stopped crying, and Hershey stepped up close to her legs so she could rub his head if she wanted to. She did, and she spoke to him in her serious, thoughtful voice. "I don't guess we'll be getting any deliveries, boy, so I think we need to go to PetSmart and Pet Warehouse. I imagine we'll be having more than our share of strays soon enough. I need to see about the generator, too." Hershey wagged his tail in enthusiastic agreement. He understood boy, and sometimes when she said boy in her serious, thoughtful voice, she gave him a treat. He didn't smell any treats in her pockets, but she kept some in her desk drawer, too. She didn't offer him one, though, not even when he wagged his tail harder. She didn't tap her fingers on her desk at all that day. In fact, they didn't stay at work for any time at all. Once she moved the dead animals, she fed and watered the rest of them. It didn't take long because there weren't many left. Hershey was glad the big black lab had made it. They were friends. They always touched noses and sniffed each other when his human cleaned the cages. Hershey was surprised his human stopped work so soon. She called him into the truck, and they drove for a long time, sometimes stopping and backing up like she did when trying to get to work. They could have been home 3 times before she finally got where she was going. Hershey didn't mind. He loved the truck, since he never had to ride in a cage in the back anymore. She put his window down halfway, just like always, and he stuck his head out, straining to get as many smells into his nose as he could. A lot of the smells were unpleasant now. Dead things, only just beginning to ripen in the cold air. His human arrived at some big buildings. Hershey went with her to these buildings on a pretty routine basis. She backed her truck up almost to the doors, which was a new one, though. Usually she parked out further in the blacktop field, and made Hershey wait in the truck until she came back. This time, though, she put his leash on his collar and told him to come. Hershey knew that word, so he jumped down from the truck and walked beside her, heeling of his own accord. He was a good dog. The glass doors didn't open for them. Hershey was used to seeing the doors open themselves while he patiently waited in the truck, and it always startled him when his human approached and the doors moved of their own accord. He always growled softly in his throat, warning the doors they had better not harm his human. These doors didn't move, though, and his human pushed against them to make them open. Hershey's nails clicked on the floor, and he kept his tail tucked tightly between his legs. He could smell the dead humans, but he didn't think she could. She didn't cry this time, at least. He followed her to the very back of the store. She unclipped his leash and put it in her pocket, and then she and Hershey played a game they had never played before. She got a long, flat cart on wheels and began moving big bags of dog food onto it. Hershey recognized dog food, so he wagged his tail encouragingly. He wasn't hungry. He ate that morning before they went to work, but he approved of dog food on general principles, so he liked the game. His human was puffing hard by the time the long, flat car was stacked high with bags. Hershey didn't know why she was puffing. They weren't jogging in the park like they sometimes did when it was sunny. Hershey followed her to the front of the store and watched with keen interest as she moved the big bags of dog food from the cart into the back of her trunk. She played the dog food game twice more, although Hershey saw her cheat and add some bags of cat food too. Hershey wasn't sure why she did that. Cats were useless. But it was a fun game, and he liked following her back and forth, even though his nails clicked on the floor and the sound annoyed him. He was surprised his human decided to play today instead of work. She was very dedicated to working. He knew his human was tired. "Plumb beat," she said to him, and honestly, he was tired too, even though they didn't work today. Hershey slept on the seat of the truck all the way home. "Tomorrow, we get containers and start siphoning gas out of cars," his human told him, her voice quiet with fatigue. Hershey wagged his tail happily. He loved it when she talked to him. Carrie. Everyone fit into the SUV, though not legally. Mike carefully put the handgun into the console between himself and Carrie, and locked it while the children found seats. Carrie said nothing about his gun or the cig in her pocket. Steven sat behind Mike on the middle seat, sharing his seatbelt with red-haired Anthony. Jen sat next to them on the bench seat, sharing her belt with Ariel and keeping her arms protectively around the little girl. Nathan occupied the third seatbelt and immediately began chatting with Jen. The other 6 children, Sasha, Kaylee, Brittany, Danny, Deshawn, and Cindy, filled the backbench seat. Backpacks and heavy outerwear were stuffed into the cargo area, the overflow effectively blocking Mike's rear view. He adjusted the side mirrors to compensate and eased back out onto SR-44. Ariel began to cry, and then scream in earnest. Mike's knuckles went white against the steering wheel, so Carrie turned in her seat, looking back at the kids. It was time to play nice again. "Who knows a song we can sing?" she asked, her tone overly chipper. Mike's shoulders relaxed a bit as the children went through off-key renditions of London Bridge and Row Your Boat. Ariel's screaming gradually subsided to quiet sobbing. The wrecked vehicles on Highway 44 were considerate enough to crash into ditches or trees, and there were no other moving vehicles in either direction. They made good time, and Carrie was beginning to breathe easier when they finally reached Dixie Highway. Mike turned south, toward Fort Knox, and Carrie resisted the impulse to hug him. They'd been driving less than a mile when Ariel started fussing again. Carrie looked at Jen, hoping for help. She loved kids, but she'd never been stuck in a vehicle with 11 of them before. Before Ariel got fully cranked up, Mike began singing loudly, enthusiastically, and with a horrible German accent. "When the Führer says, V is the master race, V Heil, Heil, right in the Führer's face. Not to love the Führer is a great disgrace. So Heil, Heil, right in the Führer's face." The children laughed as Mike intended, and within minutes were eagerly raspberrying at all the appropriate points and demanding the song again and again. Ariel stopped crying, giving Mike a quizzical look that made Carrie laugh even more. Several of the children were picking up the words to the song, and everything was going really well, so much that Mike finally started to relax. That's when the alien ship attacked. It came from nowhere, The road in front of them was completely clear. An instant later, the large, jet-black craft was in front of them, moving in for a collision kill. Mike reacted more quickly than Carrie would have thought possible, pulling the wheel to the right to avoid a head-on crash. There was the sound of shattering glass. Carrie was certain she heard that sound first, and they went into a skid, donuting in the middle of the road. Carrie braced, staring in fascination as the world spun frantically, trees and sun and highway and trees, and they finally came to an abrupt stop, off the road, the front end of the SUV buried in a ditch. Carrie sat for a moment, stunned, her seatbelt locked tight around her chest, and the deflated airbag drooping onto the floorboard in front of her. The ground outside was tilted slightly, making her think of a roller coaster just as it crested the peak. "Is everyone okay?" Mike asked. His voice sounded raw and harsh, and Ariel immediately began screaming. Anthony and Brittany joined her, and the sound was bliss to Carrie's ears. Screaming babies were not dead babies. Mike got out of the vehicle, slipping a bit on the slick ground, and jerked Stephen's door open, looking in at the children. "Anyone hurt?" he asked. Stephen shook his head and checked on Anthony. "I have a scab on my knee," Nathan offered helpfully. "I got it during playtime at Morrow's child." Mike smiled at him, trembling with relief and the cold. It amazed him no one was hurt. "You're bleeding, Iron Mike," Stephen said. Carrie got out of the car when Mike did, and she opened the opposite passenger door. At Stephen's words, she followed his gaze, drawing in a sharp breath. A shard of glass about an inch wide and 3 inches long was stuck through Mike's t-shirt, embedded in his upper arm. It had missed his armpit and the bundle of brachial nerves by an inch or more, but it was still a puncture, and Carrie couldn't remember where the arteries were. "Don't touch it," she said sharply, as Mike reached toward the glass. "It's a puncture. We have to pack bandages around it and leave it in place." "Yep. Basic first aid," Mike agreed, amiably. "Jen, will you dig out the kit? I think it's under the chicken." He looked up at the setting sun and the shattered driver's side window. "We should probably sleep in the car tonight and start out in the morning." Carrie looked then at what Mike had already noticed. The Suburban's front 2 tires were buried deep in the snow and mud. Nothing but a tow truck was going to move them. Carrie's head spun. They were still about 12 miles from the front gates of Fort Knox. It would be an easy hike if it were earlier in the day and if Carrie were to start out on her own. But with 11 children, she considered the thought and rejected it in the same moment. They would set out in the morning, as Mike suggested. "What can I do to help?" she asked. "Can you bandage this up while Jen passes out chicken and brownies?" The children brightened quickly at the mention of food. Carrie remembered Miss Annie saying they were short on supplies, so the kids probably didn't have a big lunch. Come to think of it, she was pretty hungry herself. She took the first aid kit Jennifer handed to her, closing her door and the passenger door to keep some of the cold air out. She moved around to Mike's side of the vehicle. He closed Stephen's door and leaned back against it, facing her and giving her access to the wound. She bit her lip for a moment, considering how to proceed. "This t-shirt was a classic," Mike grumbled. "My dad got it at a Kiss concert before I was even born." "Sorry," Carrie murmured apologetically as she took the scissors from the first aid kit and quickly cut up the left side of the shirt, carefully pulling the fabric away from the embedded glass. Blood oozed from it, dripping down Mike's chest, but at least it wasn't pumping out. She frowned. The glass stuck out from Mike's arm by about 3 inches. That was going to be a lot of gauze. She set the first aid kit down in the snow and began pulling out the small packages of 4x4 sterile gauze pads. There should have been wrapping in the first aid kit, but there wasn't. Even using every bandage in the kit, there wouldn't be enough. Carrie stood, several bandages in hand, just as Mike looked her in the eye and reached up, yanking the shard of glass out of his upper arm. Carrie gasped as it immediately began bleeding heavily. "That was stupid!" she yelped, slapping the gauze bandages onto the wound and pushing hard. The blood pooled, and those bandages were soon soaked through. She grabbed Mike's right hand and slapped it over the wound before she removed her own bloody hand. "Hold that! Press as hard as you can!" Mike grinned at her, completely unrepentant, and did as she said while she quickly unwrapped more gauze pads. She was going to need a lot more than they had. "Stephen!" she snapped, grabbing Mike by his good arm and moving him away from the boy's door. "Can you get me something clean? Maybe some socks from the blue backpack, fast?" Stephen nodded and jumped quickly out of the car. He opened Mike's door and popped the lock to the cargo space, something Carrie herself wouldn't have thought to do. By the time Carrie unwrapped the rest of the sterile gauze pads, Stephen was by her side, unrolling 3 pair of her thick winter socks. He waited while Carrie added more gauze. The wound was bleeding heavily, but she couldn't see or feel the rhythmic spurting of a cut artery. The stupid boy had gotten lucky. "Press hard on the wound," she told Stephen. He nodded and moved Mike's hand away, pressing his palm flat on the gauze and laying his other hand above that, pushing firmly. Mike's jaw was clenched, and sweat was purling on his forehead despite the frigid temperatures. Carrie added the socks on top of the gauze, surprised at how efficiently she and Stephen worked together. He maintained direct pressure, moving his hands only long enough for Carrie to add packing. Finally, the last sock stayed lime green instead of saturating with blood. Carrie thought it might have been Stephen's efforts more than her own. She began tearing strips of medical tape, but she was reluctant to have Stephen move his hands. After several minutes, Mike nodded to the boy. "Thank you, Stephen," he said quietly. He looked up at her and smiled. "And thank you, Carrie." She wanted to snarl at him. He knew better than to yank out the glass, but he'd done it anyway. "Don't fucking mention it," she snapped as she applied the medical tape tightly over the wound. Stephen drew his hands away, and they both looked at the injury, waiting for the blood to seep through. After several moments, Carrie began to breathe again. "There are sleeping bags in the back," Stephen said, when it looked like Iron Mike might live after all. He bent to the snow, picking up a handful and washing the blood off his hands. "We can use those to stuff in the broken window, and keep some of the cold out, at least. You'll need your coat back on, and some of the wind will still get through." Mike grinned at the boy. "You're a genius, Stephen," he said happily. "I was wondering how to fix that. How old are you?" Stephen grinned, the praise clearly welcome, even as he ducked his head in embarrassment. "I'll be 11 on March 1st, he said. "Well, actually, it's February 29th, but we don't have one of those this year." Carrie smiled, leaning forward and kissing Stephen on the cheek. "You keep a cool head, leap year kid. I was more panicked than you were." She and Stephen helped Mike back into the driver's seat, and he adjusted the seat back to recline a bit more. Jen handed Mike his red Louisville Cardinals jacket, which he carefully worked into, hissing as he moved his left arm. Carrie and Stephen used both sleeping bags, stuffing them into the broken driver's side window as tightly as they could. Luckily, the front windshield was only spiderwebbed, not broken. There was silence, much welcomed, Carrie thought, for about 15 minutes as the children ate. Even Ariel ate half a chicken leg and drank some Gatorade before she spilled it. When everyone was finished, and Carrie collected all of the trash in a bag, she and Stephen helped the older kids walk a bit into the woods to relieve themselves. The baby wipes in Ariel's diaper bag were going fast, Carrie knew. When the older children were all back in their seats, Carrie changed Anthony and Ariel on the floorboard between the front and second seats. Ariel was much happier, and her eyes were closing almost as soon as Jen wrapped her arms around her. Mike started the engine and ran the heater for a few minutes after Carrie got back in and closed her door. It didn't take long to warm the SUV up, and with all those little bodies keeping the heat in, it was actually comfortable. The sky darkened around them, and the talking gradually subsided as the children fell asleep. The temperature dropped, and Mike periodically turned the vehicle back on, warming them for 5 to 10 minutes. "Why did you pull it out?" Carrie finally asked. The deep breathing in the back seats told her the children were sleeping comfortably. Mike looked over at her, his face serious. "We have at least 10 miles to hike tomorrow." His voice was quiet in the darkness. "Ariel and Anthony won't be able to walk any distance at all, and I'm not sure how long Brittany will last. I can't have a shard of glass sticking out of my arm with a kid on my shoulders." Carrie absorbed that. It was annoyingly logical. "It could have been arterial," she said finally. "You could have bled out." "I didn't," Mike replied. "You could have," Carrie insisted stubbornly. Mike sighed, tugging the elastic band out of his hair and setting it on the console beside him. "I thought about that, Carrie," he told her. "I promise, I did. But think about this part of it. The odds of me hiking 10 to 15 miles without that thing moving around inside me and doing even more damage are nil. If it were arterial, and I was going to bleed out, I needed to do it and get it over with, so you could do whatever you needed to get the kids and my sister to safety." "That's," Carrie sputtered. "Brave," Stephen said softly from the seat behind them. Carrie started. She didn't realize the boy was awake and listening to them. "And stupid," she snapped back. "No," Stephen replied, his tone more thoughtful than argumentative. "It was actually pretty logical, Miss Carrie. Iron Mike is right. He would have ended up slowing us all down and still died before we ever got there." "Smart kid," Mike approved. And then, for the last nail in the coffin, he quoted Spock. "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one." Carrie shifted in her seat, turning her back to them and looking at the moon outside her window. "You can both shut up any time," she huffed grumpily. Mike grinned, meeting Stephen's eyes in the rearview mirror. After a while, they all slept. Norfolk, Virginia. Sandra. Sandra Anderson cried, off and on, for 2 days. Her eyes were puffy and swollen, and they burned when she blinked, as though the insides of her eyelids were coated with sandpaper. She buried her little mutt, Trixie, in the small backyard of her condo. Homeowners Association be damned. There was probably no one left to complain anyway. She tried calling into work after Trixie collapsed, but both her cell phone and the landline were down. That's when she turned on the television and saw the coverage of the strange black airplanes flying in a tornado-like formation and wreaking hell on downtown Norfolk. The coverage then shifted to NAS Oceana, amphibious base Little Creek, and the Norfolk Naval Shipyard. The destruction was catastrophic. Sailors died by the thousands in mere seconds. She watched for hours, and then the coverage cut off abruptly, replaced with static on all the channels. Not even the Home Shopping Network tried to sell anything. That's when Sandra realized it was the apocalypse. The thing was, she didn't much care, one way or another. She didn't have her best friend and the companion to face the end of the world with her. As far as she was concerned, it already ended when Trixie died. The rest was only detail. Sandra curled up on her couch, staring at nothing. Segment 8, January 4. Gasoniac. SFC Fraser, formerly of the military police, stood at ease in front of Colonel Gasoniac, who had finally taken over his predecessor's desk. "We're too spread out here and vulnerable," Gasoniac stated, turning the diagram his staff sergeant sketched the night before so Fraser could see it. "We need guard towers built here." He stabbed a finger at the diagram. "Here and here, before anything else. Then we need shelters built according to these plans, and the portable generators moved into position for the MASH and mess halls." "That's the depository, Colonel." "Yes, Sergeant. I already have a crew trying to access the building. but it's locked up tighter. He shook his head, not finishing his sentence. Not a single Mint police officer has reported in, so I'm working on the assumption they're dead or AWOL. In any case, that land is the most defensible with an army of our size. It's completely flat terrain for 2 square miles, and there is the double fences and the razor wire. Until someone in higher authority contradicts me, I am renegotiating the deed to the U.S. Mint. Fraser nodded thoughtfully. Yes, sir. It's a good plan. It's got the no-approach zone and the tightest perimeter we can patrol. I'll get my men on it right away, sir. Kasoniak nodded. Thank you, Sergeant. Dismissed, he said, and turned to the next report awaiting his review. Dear God, he was tired, and this was only the beginning. Hershey. Hershey and his human played all morning long, getting into and out of the truck dozens of times. Claire carried tools with her, and several containers that stunk and burned his eyes with the acrid smell of gasoline. She went to all of the cars in their neighborhood, breaking off a small square piece of metal from the back panel of each vehicle, and sticking the clear hose she brought with her down into the smelly hole. Then she sucked on it. Several times she spit, and Hershey knew that gasoline must taste as bad as it smelled. Still, he was happy to be outside with her, and walking in the brisk air. The day was cold, but Hershey had a thick winter coat, so he didn't mind. When it started to drizzle, his human turned back for home, putting the stinky containers in the back of her truck. She and Hershey had unloaded most of the bags of dog food the night before, and today she was able to keep the smelly containers of gas far enough away from the food so it wouldn't get ruined. Finally, when the sun was high in the sky again, they went to work. Carrie woke as the sky lightened and watched Mike flexing his arm experimentally. It's better, he told her, but he accepted the ibuprofen she handed him without complaint, so she suspected he was lying. I should check the bandage, she offered, but Mike shook his head firmly. Nope. We're going on a hike, remember? We're getting an early start, so I figure we'll be at Fort Knox by sunset. Let their docs check it. Mike opened his door and stepped out. He was pleased it hadn't snowed any more during the night. He walked off a bit into the woods to relieve himself. By the time he returned, Jen and Carrie were passing out chicken and country fried steak. He was pleasantly surprised at what a little mother hen Jen was turning into. As he passed her, he nudged her deliberately with his hip, almost knocking her off balance. Watch it, Iron Mike, she grumbled. Mike turned to her, a surprised scowl on his face. Jen smiled innocently. For a moment, she had her stupid big brother back, not the strange grown-up that had taken over his body since they left Grand's. She made a mental note to call him Iron Mike as often as possible, at least until the barb wore off. Dork, he replied, popping the cargo hatch and reaching in for his quiver. Dork, is that all you got? You buy that comeback on eBay? Jen teased, and turned away before he could retort, handing a chicken leg to Ariel and grinning at Carrie, who winked back. Mike worked on consolidating the backpacks, pulling out non-essential items, and repacking everything, even the small backpacks the children would carry. He considered the tent, but left it and most of the camping gear in the SUV. They wouldn't need it today, and he could always come back for it later, if no one stole it in the meantime. He threaded the sheath of his hunting knife through his belt and hooked his quiver to a loop on his jeans. The stock of one of Papa's rifles poked out from the backpack. He double-checked to be sure his takedown kit was at the top of the pack, glancing around to ensure everyone was occupied. Everyone was busy going to the bathroom or finishing breakfast. Mike unlocked the console and stuffed the Ruger into the small of his back. He was as prepared as he would ever be to get the kids to safety. Iron Mike! Iron Mike! Miss Carrie! It was Nathan's voice, shrill with excitement. Mike looked over at the boy who was standing at the edge of the woods. What is it, Nathan? He called. You gotta see this, the boy shouted back. It's the biggest worm ever. It's ginormous. Mike frowned, looking at the other children still getting ready to leave. I'll go. Carrie smiled at him. He nodded gratefully. She was a lot better at the parenting thing than he was. Hell, Jen was a lot better at it. Mike pulled both sleeping bags from where they were wedged into the window and rolled Jen's up tightly, strapping it in place. He was pulling out the heavy tarp when he heard Carrie call him. He walked over to her. She had both hands on Nathan's shoulders and was obviously holding the boy back. "What's going on?" Mike asked, and then he looked. Holy fuck. "That's a bad word," Nathan reprimanded, but there was no heat in the accusation. It was the biggest worm ever, and there was absolutely no way it was indigenous to Earth. It made the hairs on Mike's arms stand up, pebbled by goose flesh. It was about 8 feet long and 4 feet around, grayish in color. Rings of muscle lined its skin, and it undulated repulsively, its head swaying as though it were trying to scent the air. As Mike and Carrie stared at it, it moved toward them. Mike instinctively stepped back, pulling Carrie and Nathan with him. The worm stopped, and then it sank into the ground. It didn't dig or tunnel its way down. It simply sank. As they watched, the grayish color gradually faded, and the worm took on the colors of the ground. The white of the snow, the brown of the wet leaves, and the green of the few sparse patches of grass. When he blinked, Mike could no longer see the beast unless he concentrated directly on where it was. "Let's move," Mike said abruptly, turning back toward the SUV and pulling Carrie with him. She held tightly to Nathan as the three of them made their way back to the vehicle. 2 minutes, guys, and we're moving out," Mike called, his voice carrying the parental tone that brooked no argument. Carrie helped Nathan put on his backpack, while she assured him several times that yes, she had seen it, and yes, it was the biggest worm ever. All the children were out of the vehicle, standing around. Mike finished rolling the tarp and distributing the supplies, saddling Jen with her own sleeping bag, backpack, and Barbie case. He took Ariel from Jen's arms, planning for Carrie to carry the tiny girl when he noticed Kaylee hopping from foot to foot. Mike looked down at her feet and flushed in anger. What the hell? What kind of mother would let her kid wear sandals in January? He muttered to Carrie, his voice angry. "I know, right?" Carrie murmured back. "She's like Dora the Explorer," Nathan explained helpfully, not bothering to lower his voice. "And she's spoiled rotten. Even Miss Annie says so." Kaylee scowled and punched Nathan in the chest. Carrie grabbed Nathan before he could hit her back. "No hitting," she exclaimed. "I know you both learned that already. No hitting." "She hit me first," Nathan howled indignantly. "Enough!" Mike snapped the word, and there was sudden silence. He stood still for a moment, trying to control his temper, and when he spoke again, his voice was calmer. The children weren't fooled, though. Even Ariel remained silent, staring up at him. "We need to start our hike," he said. "We have a long way to go, so we need to get a move on." Mike handed Ariel to Carrie to hold for a moment and pulled on his backpack, which held the majority of their supplies and food, in addition to the weapons. He then picked Kaylee up and lifted her over his head, settling her on his shoulders. She giggled happily and kicked him like a pony. Mike went pale and grabbed her legs. "No!" he growled, and she stopped. He picked up Anthony and set him on Carrie's shoulders, taking Ariel from her. The girl was a tiny wisp of a thing. He could carry her in his arms, for a while anyway. Stephen stepped up in front of Mike, turned his back, and wordlessly held his arms up over his head. Mike was surprised. The boy already carried a full backpack. He set Ariel on Stephen's shoulders, with a grateful nod, and they all started walking south along Dixie Highway. Mike pushed them hard. By noon, it stopped being a fun hike or an adventure and became a misery. Several of the children were whining or crying when Mike finally called a halt for a break. He set Kaylee down and shifted out of his backpack, wincing in pain. He pulled the heavy tarp out and unrolled it, giving them a dry place to sit. His movements were stiff. Carrie watched, but didn't say anything. She gave him 2 ibuprofen, which he took and swallowed dry. Jen changed the babies while Carrie started handing out lunch. Gran's food was going fast. Carrie pulled some granola bars from her pack and distributed them with the pork chops and cold hot dogs. Mike passed out bottles of Gatorade, telling the children to share with their neighbors. They ate in silence, all of them cold, tired, and miserable. "We could sing the fur song," Nathan offered helpfully. Mike smiled at the boy, but shook his head. "How about we save that for when we get there, buddy?" he suggested gently. Nathan nodded. They bagged their trash and left it on the side of the road. The children wandered a bit, some moving into trees to relieve themselves, some just standing around waiting to move again. Mike rolled up the tarp, stuffing it back into the loops below his backpack. He looked around, doing a quick head count as he picked up his heavy pack and buckled it in the front. "Where's Nathan?" he asked, lifting Kaylee and putting her on his shoulders. "He was right—" Nathan shrieked, the sound carrying from the trees just in front of them. Mike ran toward the sound, something in his gut promising him this time it wasn't the garrulous little boy's theatrics. It was a shriek of pure terror. "Get me out! Get me out!" Nathan sobbed when Mike and Carrie pushed through the trees. The children crowded around, staring in shock. Nathan was ankle-deep in... what? It didn't look like anything was holding the boy. "Oh, Christ," Mike muttered, realizing why the boy was stuck. "Okay, Nathan, don't worry. We're here now. We're going to get you out of there, okay, buddy?" Nathan swallowed his sobs and nodded his head. Mike pulled Kaylee off his shoulders and handed her unceremoniously to Jen, who staggered under the child's weight. Mike dropped his backpack and began digging through it for the rope. Frustrated, he turned the backpack over, dumping all of its contents onto the ground. Finding the neatly looped nylon rope at the bottom of the bag, he quickly tied a bowline knot to ensure the loop he made wouldn't tighten and walked over to Nathan. He stopped about 6 feet from the boy. He could see the ground in front of him, and he stopped dead. It was throbbing and quivering, like camouflage gelatin. He shook himself. "Okay, Nathan. You need to put this around you, under your arms." He tossed the rope gently. Nathan caught it on the second try and put it over his head, tucking his arms down. "Good deal," Mike said, trying to smile reassuringly. He carried the other end of the rope and looped it around the trunk of a thick pine tree. "You ever play tug-of-war?" Mike asked. Nathan grinned, his eyes lighting in excitement. "Yes," he exclaimed, "and my team always wins because I'm the strongest boy." "Okay, well, you have to be super strong now, Nathan, because I'm going to be tugging on you," Mike said. He tightened the rope, expecting the resistance as he pulled the boy free. Only, that wasn't what happened. Nathan didn't come free. He didn't move at all, although his face showed the strain of the rope pulling under his arms. Mike looked over at Carrie, and she wordlessly handed Anthony to Stephen, moving behind Mike and taking up the rope. She wrapped it around her body twice, and nodded at him when she was ready. Mike began pulling again, the cords in his neck standing out. He braced a foot up on the tree and pulled with his legs and back. Carrie dug her feet in hard to anchor him, pulling with all her weight as well. Nathan screamed in pain and began sobbing earnestly. Mike and Carrie eased up on the rope and looked at each other. It should have worked. Mike glared at the ground around Nathan. "It got solid," Stephen said quietly. "When you were pulling, it got solid, and then it went back to jello when you stopped." Mike nodded grimly at Stephen's words. "Don't leave me here!" Nathan sobbed hysterically. Mike walked closer to the boy and knelt down, looking him in the eye from the edge of the now solid mass. "I will not leave you here," he promised. Nathan calmed, still crying softly. Mike turned back abruptly and handed the end of the rope to Stephen, lifting Anthony off the boy's shoulders and setting him down on the ground beside Carrie. The red-haired boy stared at Nathan, a puzzled frown on his baby face. "I'll give you a leg up to that branch," Mike told Stephen, nodding at the thick branch of a deciduous tree that stretched out over the trapped boy. "I want you to crawl out until you're right on top of Nathan. Straight on top of him, okay? And then loop the rope and come back. Do not pull, you got it?" "Got it," Stephen said, moving over to the tree Mike indicated. Before Mike could clasp his hands together, Stephen was up the tree and halfway out on the thick branch. He looped the rope over and kept hold of the other end, climbing down the tree as quickly as he climbed up. He grinned at the look on Mike's face. This kid was turning out to be quite helpful. Mike accepted the end of the rope and stepped as close to the gelatinous ground as he dared. He wrapped the rope around his body, as Carrie had done, and then looked over to Carrie. Stephen picked Anthony up while Carrie walked over to Mike and took up the slack. Wrapping her end of the rope around the tree and locking her arms, she braced a foot against the tree, as Mike had done earlier, and nodded to him. "Ready," she said quietly. Mike wrapped the slack of the rope around his wrists and began to pull slowly, taking baby steps backwards as Nathan's body began to rise, inch by inch, from the gelatinous mass. They were getting there. Mike was just starting to hope they had it. He glanced down at the predatory ground just in time to see it solidify, and then suck. Nathan shrieked as he was pulled back down, the ground now up to his knees. Mike released the rope and ran his fingers through his hair, pacing furiously. "What the fuck?" he yelled to the worm. "You want a Big Mac? Or you want a chicken nugget? Trade, you son of a bitch." Then he walked right onto the gelatin, reaching down for Nathan. The boy reached up, not mentioning that Mike used 2 really bad words, and Mike bent further, wrapping his arms around the boy. He tried to stand with Nathan, but Nathan didn't budge. The ground under Mike's feet was as solid as concrete. Mike pulled until Nathan began sobbing again, and then he knelt and kissed the boy on the forehead. "Don't you worry, Nathan. We aren't done yet. We'll get you, buddy." Nathan nodded through his tears. "It burns," he whispered to Mike. Mike blanched at the words, his eyes flying to Carrie's. She hadn't heard the little boy's words, but she could tell by his expression the news was not good. Mike stood up and backed away from the ground, which immediately liquefied into gelatin again. He pulled the Ruger from the small of his back. "Okay, everybody, you need to put your hands over your ears and close your eyes," he ordered. Nathan's eyes got huge, but he obeyed, as did the rest of the children. Stephen carried Anthony several feet away, Jen following with Kaylee, and little Sasha picking up Ariel. Mike shot 10 rounds in a circle around Nathan, emptying the pistol. He watched in disbelief as the gelatin absorbed each round, quivering as the bullets hit. He didn't hear some of the children start to cry. He knelt down, looking for blood or any sign at all the beast was injured. Nathan took his hands off his ears and looked up at Mike hopefully. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so, buddy," Mike said softly. The ground quivered abruptly, and Mike hoped for a moment he had wounded the damn thing. Then Nathan sank down to his thighs. He gasped in surprise and pain. His face was already dirty and tear-stained, but he looked up at Mike. His little face tightened in resolve, as though he had all the confidence in the world Iron Mike would get him out. "It's eating him!" Kaylee screamed, sobbing. Mike realized with a start that all the children were standing in the snow-covered soil. He looked at Carrie in alarm. "Get them onto the blacktop," he ordered harshly. Everyone get on the road. You do not go into the woods for anything, you understand? Not to pee, not to poop, nothing." The children shrank back from the anger in Mike's voice, and Carrie quickly uncoiled herself from the rope. She, Stephen, and Jen herded all the children back to the blacktop. Carrie frowned, and Mike was pretty sure she was going to have words with him soon. Mike didn't like yelling at her, and he was fully prepared to apologize. On the other hand, there was never a cause more just. "Is it eating me, Iron Mike?" Nathan asked quietly, his breath coming in hitches. No, Mike snapped immediately, his attention turning back to the boy. I am not going to let that happen. He moved back onto the gelatinous surface, which hardened under his feet. He knelt down beside Nathan, stroking the hair back from the boy's sweaty forehead. He waited several minutes, hoping the mass would soften to try and take him. If it did, and he was fast enough, he could get Nathan out. Nothing happened. The mass stayed as solid as the ground itself. Mike drew his hunting knife from its hilt and stabbed into the ground. The knife sunk to the hilt. Mike twisted it, and then tried to draw it toward him. It was like trying to cut steel. He drew the knife out, glancing at the dulled edge, and stuck it back on his hip. He sat beside the beast that held Nathan, while the little boy cried softly. Several minutes later, the ground around Nathan sucked again, and the boy sunk to his waist. His eyes got wide with fear and genuine pain. "It's burning," Nathan sobbed. "It hurts, Iron Mike." "Where does it hurt, Nathan?" Mike asked, his voice shaking so badly he could barely get the words out. "My legs, and now my tummy," Nathan gasped. "It's getting hotter. Make it stop." Nathan began screaming again, this time more from pain than terror. Mike stood, pacing angrily. He ran over to a pine tree and jumped, grabbing one of the limbs and pulling hard. The limb cracked and Mike fell, rolling back up onto his feet with a makeshift javelin. Nathan watched, crying, as Mike stabbed the viscous surface again and again. It was like stabbing a giant gummy bear. Tears of frustration and grief welled in Mike's eyes, and he brushed them away impatiently. "Make it stop," Nathan sobbed. "Please, it hurts! It hurts! Make it stop, Iron Mike!" The realization of the only option left to him hit Mike in the gut like a lead-filled sucker punch. He gasped and backed away, staring in horror. "It burns!" Nathan cried, sobbing in hiccups now. The boy was in exquisite pain. Mike was out of options, but his brain refused to consider his only choice. "Please, God, no," Mike prayed softly, his eyes locked on Nathan's face. The boy's baby features twisted in pain from a predator literally eating him alive. Mike stared for another moment, praying for a miracle he knew wasn't coming. Finally, he stood numbly and walked over to his overturned backpack. He found the takedown kit and screwed each piece of the bow together, his fingers moving deftly while he stared at nothing. He strung the bow and tested the string. Standing again and pulling an arrow from his quiver, he knocked the arrow and turned to Nathan. Seeing the little boy's eyes grow wide, he raised the bow, pulling the string back in one fluid motion, and aimed. He exhaled and released. Nathan's screams died, and the forest was silent. Segment 9. January 4. Scientist-Farmer. Scientist-Farmer stilled. The images from the spotter played before him, the sounds of the creature in pain as horrifying and immediate as if he were watching in corporeal form. The day before, he sent the spotter to follow the animal he wounded. He told himself it was a matter of scientific study and curiosity, but he knew it was really because he was the one who had hurt the beast. The animal wasn't sapient. There was no way to convey to it that Scientist-Farmer regretted the accident. He sent a thought to the spotter, and the images started again, playing more slowly. The animal's youngling screamed in pain, the sound disturbing Scientist-Farmer to his core. The adult animal's roar of frustration was equally disturbing, and the sounds he made held the most rudimentary characteristics of language. Scientist-Farmer set one of his brains to work on translation as he continued watching the images. That the animals could talk greatly troubled Scientist-Farmer. Communicating was one of the 36 requirements of Classification 8 Sapience. If these animals, Humans, Scientist Farmer recalled, glancing at the translation image as the word was pushed into his mind. If these humans reached classification 8 sapiens, then the harvesting of the planet must stop immediately. Scientist Farmer's attention returned to the spotter. He slowed the images and sped them up, noting each guttural grunt and pitch of the human's sound. The younglings' cries were obviously distress and pain, but the adult human sounds were more complex. There was anger and grief, as well as distress. Scientist Farmer frowned. The human pair had a large litter. Was this youngling somehow superior to the others? The images slowed to a crawl as Scientist Farmer reached the point that most concerned him. Human male used a primitive weapon and killed his own youngling. The mother was relieved. The animal's squeals of distress were troubling to her as well, even as she had done as nature intended, and taken in the protein to nourish her young. Scientist Farmer stopped the images at the moment that most intrigued him. When human male stood, his weapon enabled, the expression on his face, there. He froze the image. The look on the human's face changed drastically. It seemed almost as though human male lost all emotion. It seemed as though he distanced himself from the task. That was another of the requirements of classification 8 sapiens. Scientist Farmer frowned, shuffling back through his last dozen thoughts. He still needed a translation for Big Mac, and since when had he given human male a unique designation? Carrie. The sun was moving toward the western part of the sky when Mike stepped out of the woods. Carrie had started to go after him 3 times, but each time Stephen put a hand on her arm, encouraging her to wait. She didn't know when she started taking advice from 10-year-olds, but when she saw Mike's face, she was glad she waited. The screams had stopped almost an hour ago, and the waiting afterward was absolute hell. She couldn't, and didn't want to, imagine what Mike had been through. Carrie hoped desperately to see him carrying a sobbing Nathan in his arms, even though a part of her knew that would be too much of a miracle to expect. Instead, she saw him step out from the trees empty-handed, pale and drawn. For the first time, she saw defeat in his eyes. There was a dark, wet stain covering most of the left arm and chest of his red Louisville Cardinals jacket. Carrie stepped toward him, and he shook his head. "No," he said. He didn't raise his voice, but the tone was as clear as a slap. Carrie stepped back inadvertently, and Mike's voice softened. She could tell it took a deliberate effort. "No, please, Carrie. Let's just get moving, as long as daylight holds." She nodded and picked up her backpack, unable to swallow past the lump in her throat. The children gathered around and picked up their loads, everyone strangely silent. Mike settled Kaylee on his shoulders, blanching with pain, and Carrie looked away from him quickly. "Remember, everyone, stay only on the road," Carrie reminded the children quietly. There were nods and quiet murmurs, but no one spoke up. They started out as grim as if they were walking the Trail of Tears. Even with Mike pushing the pace, they didn't make it before full dark. They were less than halfway up Muldrow Hill, which put them about 6 miles from the gate. The children were dead on their feet, stumbling as they walked. Finally, when there was no light left, Mike called a halt. He sent Kaylee down with a groan of relief and shrugged out of his backpack. "Keep everyone moving, please, Carrie," he asked. "Just walking in circles is good. I'll be right back." Carrie nodded reluctantly. She didn't like the idea of Mike being away from the group at all, much less after dark. She swallowed her fear and put on a cheerful voice to encourage the children to walk on the blacktop. The snow was melted from the roadway, at least. Carrie walked beside Stephen and impulsively took his hand. He looked at her in surprise, then smiled, and took Jen's hand. When Mike came back 15 minutes later, he saw a chain of moving children snaking in figure eights on the blacktop. A long conga line of followed the leader. Mike smiled tiredly. Carrie managed to make it a game, to keep the children up and moving so the sweat on their clothes wouldn't turn to ice. "Okay, guys, this way," he called. The children came to him, and he led them to the minivan, its front end accordioned into the tree it hit when the driver died. Carrie looked, but saw no evidence of a body or bodies. Mike had dragged them into the woods. She swallowed the terror that thought gave her. The boy was an idiot. A competent and lucky idiot, but an idiot nonetheless. The children stumbled into the minivan, several of them simply dropping onto the floorboard and falling asleep. Anthony didn't move when Jen changed him, and Ariel's cries were half-hearted. Carrie got food out, having to shake several of the children awake to get them to eat. Mike pulled out the sleeping bags, unzipping them and using them as blankets for the kids, and he pushed the children closer together so they would share body heat. Most of the kids slept in a pile between the second seat and the driver's seat. Stephen stretched out on the middle seat, and Jen moved in beside him, dragging her sleeping bag over them. Mike noticed, but at the moment, he was too tired to intimidate a 10-year-old for hitting on his 9-year-old sister. He'd take care of that tomorrow. "Share body heat?" he asked Carrie as he moved to the bench seat in the back of the van. He was also too tired and too sick to flirt. The wound in his arm throbbed with every beat of his pulse, and he was also in pain from an ugly headache. "Will you eat first?" she asked. Mike shook his head tiredly. "I won't keep it down," he mumbled. "Ibuprofen?" "Of course," Carrie said quickly, reaching for the first aid kit. She started to hand Mike 2 pills, and he looked at her levelly. "4, he said softly, "and Gatorade." Carrie gave him the extra pills and the bottle of red Gatorade, which he seemed to prefer to the green. She touched his forehead while he drank, ignoring his scowl. He was burning up, and shivering. "Please, hang on, Mike," she whispered, as she carefully adjusted herself on the bench seat, lying against him. His legs were bent to give him enough room, so she entwined her legs with his. Surprised he didn't comment. Mike's breathing leveled out within minutes, but Carrie stayed awake for a long time, her eyes open and watching. Kasoniak. Dick Kasoniak walked over to the officers' mess hall. He was too goddamn old to call it a dining facility to eat lunch. He was the one to implement the resource conservation efforts, and there was no reason in the world for him not to follow them as well. Besides, if he sat on his ass much longer, he would get bed sores. Kasoniak used to believe there was no job more sedentary than adjutant commander of the cavalry brigade on Fort Knox, but he had been very wrong. He had exercised his head-of-line privilege and carried his tray over to a window table where Mark Dunnigan sat with a major he didn't know. "At ease," he said preemptively, adjusting his seat. He pulled the two-way off his belt, lowering the volume slightly as he set it on the table beside his lasagna and salad. "Afternoon, Colonel," Dunnigan said, keeping with formalities for the major's benefit. "Rumor has it we're breaking into the mint?" Kasoniak scowled without heat. "Rumors fly around this place faster than a sorority house panty raid," he grumbled. "But yes, if we can. So far, we haven't had much luck breaching it." Dunnigan grinned. "I'm sure I have a DVD of Goldfinger I can lend you, sir, if the going gets tough." "Well, thank you, Mark. If I weren't an officer and a gentleman, I'd shove my Goldfinger right up your ass." The man laughed, and for just a moment, Kasoniak's shoulders loosened. He looked at the major. "Major Tom Fields, sir," the man said with a smile. "Up from Fort Benning, just in time for all of the fun." Welcome to our little paradise, Kasoniak said dryly as he started into the institutional lasagna. He would have to chew a handful of Tums when he got back to the office. He was about to ask for an informal situation report when the radio caught his attention. It wasn't the voice from the radio that penetrated Kasoniak's consciousness. The damn thing had been squawking incessantly since soldiers lost their cell phones, but rather the tone of voice. There was barely controlled panic in the young woman's distress call. Mayday! Mayday! Sector 12 requesting immediate medical assistance. Man down. Request immediate medical assistance. Repeat, man down. Kasoniak turned the volume up so he and the two officers at the table could hear. The dispatcher clarified the soldier's position and asked the nature of the emergency. I don't know. It's fucking weird, she replied, breaking radio protocol. Private Williams is down. He's being sucked into the ground, and we can't get him out. We need chainsaws, jaws of life, extraction equipment. Hell, I don't know. Just get here. Kasoniak, Dunnigan, and Fields were out the door, running to Dunnigan's jeep before the woman's voice left the airwaves. The soldier, PFC Daniel Williams, died in the attempted rescue. Otter Creek Gun Range. Sergeant Diane Kershaw felt the sweat bead on the back of her neck, even though it was 30 degrees outside. The early afternoon was crisp and clear, a light snow falling even while the sun shone. The 5-ton rolled along with surprising speed, given the condition of the gravel drive-off. She saw the iron bar in front of the truck, and the driver looked over at her questioningly. Her first command decision: run through the bar and risk damaging a military vehicle, or stop to raise it and leave her soldiers potentially exposed. Run it, she said. Her voice sounded calm and professional. She liked that. Her voice didn't sound like it came from the mouth of a chicken shit farm girl from North Carolina. It sounded like it came from the mouth of a soldier. The private grinned and gave it some gas. There was a solid thump of impact and a screech of grinding metal as the 5-ton went through the gate like a hot knife through Crisco. Kershaw worked hard to keep the grin off her face. That was kind of fun. They drove the half-mile to the gun range and parked the 5-ton outside the big warehouse that housed enough ordnance and hardware to equip a small army. Sergeant O'Shea's truck pulled up next to them, and Sergeant Ferguson's beside his. The 3 squads of soldiers piled out, their weapons ready. Kershaw had gone to the range the year before during a machine gun shoot, and she had navigated the aisles of the gun shop and vendors, weaving in between the thousands of people who came to see the show and buy weapons or ammunition. It was eerily empty now and silent. Sergeant Richard O'Shea, Ricochet, to everyone, faced the building and gave the move-out signal. Kershaw nodded acknowledgement and gave the signal to move her own squad into position. They moved into the building quickly, tension thick in the air. Kershaw honestly expected the building to be empty, so she hesitated for just an instant when she heard the man's voice, ugly and threatening. "Drop it, motherfuckers," he sneered, turning only then. His eyes widened as he saw 3 squads of battle-geared soldiers facing him, but instead of lowering his weapon, he raised it into firing position. Maybe he was too surprised. Maybe he was too stupid. Either way, 5 seconds later, he was dead. Kershaw's ears rang, and the sharp smell of cordite and blood and bowel matter made her eyes water. She didn't even remember pulling the trigger, but she could still feel the vibration of the M4 carbine in her hands. She stared at the dead man, realizing only then she wasn't the only person who had opened fire. At least half the soldiers in the warehouse fired their weapons when the man raised his rifle. Kershaw felt an absurd sense of relief at that. She wasn't solely responsible for a man's death. "Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus, Hank!" A man's voice, almost hysterical, came from the row of semi-automatics set out in a display case behind Kershaw. She whirled, her weapon ready, and barely stopping herself from firing. A red-haired, grimy man stood, his hands raised high in the air, his eyes wide and panicked. "Don't shoot," he begged. Kershaw kept her weapon aimed on him, noting with pride that every soldier in the room was equally locked and loaded. "2 fingers only. Remove your weapon. Place it on the ground and kick it over," Kershaw said, her voice stern and professional. The man nodded quickly and complied, one hand still raised high, while he removed his pistol with exaggerated care and put it on the ground, kicking it away from him. Ricochet scooped up the pistol quickly and looked at Private Sanchez. Sanchez moved up to the looter and quickly frisked him, removing a hunting knife from inside the man's jacket, and then stepping back with a nod. "What exactly are you doing here?" Kershaw asked coldly. "I wasn't gonna steal nothing," the man said quickly, his voice almost a sob. "I got money, I swear. I was gonna pay." He looked at Kershaw pleadingly, and then, moving with care, reached into an inner pocket of his jacket. Every soldier in the room tensed, fingers twitching. The man withdrew a ridiculously thick stack of bills and held it up for Kershaw and the other soldiers to see. Kershaw stared and fought back the urge to laugh at the paper currency the man held up. It was still useful, as kindling. "Zip tie him, and put him in the back of the truck," Kershaw said, looking at Private Genovic. "Yes, Sergeant," Genovic said, moving quickly to comply. "Search the premises," Ferguson instructed the squads. "They may not be the only assholes in here, so look sharp." There were several hoo-ahs, and the soldiers fanned out, quickly spreading through the warehouse. Kershaw took in the dozens of display cases and the thousands of weapons and weapon accessories. Jesus, there was a lot of stock here. It would take hours to load everything into the trucks. She grinned, suddenly feeling pretty good about the mission in spite of the man they killed. They would achieve their objective. The old bear would be satisfied. Keeping her weapon ready, she began walking through the aisles, checking each carefully as she went, doubling over some of the territory already covered by her squad. She was more relaxed now. She knew there were no other looters in the building. They would still canvass it thoroughly, of course, but the excitement was over and the hard work was about to begin. "Kershaw!" She turned toward Ricochet and Ferguson, who were standing at the eastern end of the warehouse, looking grim. A small group of soldiers stood around them. Kershaw walked over to the group, her gut tightening. There were 4 of them, 3 men and a woman. The men wore Otter Creek Gun Range polo shirts, and the woman a pink OCGR t-shirt. They were all dead from gunshot wounds. The woman was maybe 20, if that. She had been raped. Ricochet knelt down and touched the side of the woman's neck. Kershaw would have to give him props for that, later, over a beer and pretzels. "She's still warm," Ricochet said, his voice oddly strained. Private Miller turned away, his face bloodless. Everyone pretended not to notice him puking in the next aisle, but Kershaw felt her own gorge rise in sympathy, and she swallowed hard. "We need to take the bodies back to Knox," she said, her voice sounding small and not at all soldierly. "And the asshole, too. Looks like we've arrested our first looter, and maybe murderer." It was cold comfort that the red-haired scumbag went absolutely apeshit when the 5 bodies, Hanks and the gun shop employees, were piled into the truck next to where he was securely zip-tied. Kershaw couldn't find an ounce of sympathy for him. The moon was rising when the soldiers finally climbed back into the heavily laden trucks, squeezing together tightly. They were tired, sweaty, and less inclined to banter than they had been earlier in the day, but the huge warehouse was picked absolutely clean. They still had to check the smaller gun shop on SR-44, but that would take no time at all. Kershaw looked down at the stack of pink rifles and handguns that were stacked on the floorboard of the truck where she was sitting. She was so going to kick Ricochet's ass for that. Segment 10. January 5. Mike. About 7 in the morning, Carrie handed out the last of the pork chops and granola bars, while the children took turns going to the bathroom in the slight shelter of the minivan. Mike was moving slowly, pain etched across his face. He had lost a pound or two, Carrie noticed with surprise. The boyishness was gone from his face, replaced by a fatigued leanness that worried her. While he walked up the road a few paces, she lightened the load from his backpack, transferring several of the heavier items to her pack. Stephen saw her and met her eyes, taking several items from her and packing them away into his own pack. When Mike returned, Stephen picked up Kaylee and set her on his own shoulders, leaving Mike to take Ariel. Mike didn't even notice. Carrie pressed 4 ibuprofen and the last of the Gatorade into his hand, and they set off. It was Carrie who called a halt at noon. They had reached the street sign for the Brandenburg Station road gate, and they would be hiking down this exit ramp. They would have to walk less than an hour to reach the gate to Fort Knox, and Carrie was anxious to get there and get Mike medical attention. He was walking with dogged determination, his eyes fixed on the blacktop in front of them. He was burning up again, and he flinched when he reached up to remove Ariel from his shoulders. His eyes were slightly unfocused when he removed his pack and sat down heavily where Carrie stopped the group. She was relieved the snow was melted, leaving the blacktop mostly dry. Lunch was cold SpaghettiOs and cookies. Mike refused food again, not even bothering to shake his head. Carrie had packed 4 plastic Gatorade bottles of snow close to her body, melting them into water as they walked. She gave each child a few sips and handed Mike 4 more ibuprofen with the last of the water. He took them wordlessly while she moved over to the side of the road and repacked the bottles as tightly as she could. 4 bottles of snow, melted, made less than 1 bottle of water. "We're almost there," Carrie promised quietly when she returned to him. "Maybe another hour, Mike. You can hold on, okay?" She kept talking to him, not sure if he could even hear her. She watched as Stephen walked several yards back the way they had come, and saw his stream of urine arc out from the blacktop onto the snow. She turned back to Mike, touching his forehead again. Stephen considered making his initials in the snow, but he knew he didn't have enough water in him, so he didn't. He zipped and tried to move back to the group. His shoes were stuck. Stephen looked down in surprise, and saw the blacktop beneath his sneakers was gelatinous. "Oh, shit," he whispered, his heart rate spiking in terror. He called out, his voice strained but calm. "Hey, Mike, I got a problem here." The stress in Stephen's tone cut through the haze of pain. Mike's eyes snapped up, looking for the boy. Carrie was already running toward him when Mike struggled to his feet. Stephen's feet were caught in the viscous fluid, but the boy had not disobeyed. He hadn't stepped 1 foot off the blacktop. The camouflage matched the road perfectly, down to the dotted white lines. "Rope!" Mike yelled to Jen. She ran to Mike's backpack, finding the rope on the top this time, next to his bow kit. "Stephen, when we get the rope around you, get out of your shoes," Mike said, kneeling a few feet away from the boy. The surge of adrenaline cleared his head and he spoke with calm urgency. Stephen nodded, looking at the ground below him. His face was pale. "I think that's going to be another problem," he said softly. He nodded toward the blacktop. "It has my feet." "What do you mean?" Mike asked. "It's got your shoes, Stephen. Come on. Step out of them, man." Stephen shook his head and looked up at Mike, raw fear in his eyes. "I've tried," he said softly. "It's like they're stuck. Like it's sucked inside my shoes already, and my feet are superglued to the ground, shoes and all." Jen arrived with the rope, panting hard. Mike looked at it for a moment. There were no trees, no telephone poles, nothing to wrap the rope around for leverage. Stephen smiled wanly, meeting Mike's eyes, and then more briefly, Carrie's and Jen's. He looked back to Mike and nodded slightly. Mike stood and backed up a step. His face was paler than Carrie had ever seen, almost vampiric. His eyes were lucid, though shiny with pain and fever. He was guarding his left arm, cradling it as though it were in a sling. His face was empty when he looked at Carrie. "I need you to take the children ahead, please," Mike said quietly. "You can wait for me at the bottom of the off-ramp." Carrie blinked back tears, furious with herself for the weakness. "That's stupid, Mike," she countered hotly. "We're only an hour out, and you're sick. Separating now is not an option." Mike looked at her for a long moment. "Really?" he asked flatly, and then nodded to the group of children who remained a short distance away, huddled in a somber group. "You want them to watch me do this?" Carrie blanched, looking at Stephen, who was now ankle-deep in the monster. She met Mike's eyes again and swallowed. "I can run to the post and get help," Carrie said softly. "You can watch the kids, and I can run all the way there, Mike, and bring back emergency workers." Mike studied Carrie thoughtfully, and then looked back at Stephen. "It took the thing less than 15 minutes to drop Nathan to his waist, Carrie. That's when he told me it was burning him, his legs and stomach." Mike swallowed. "I figured the acid took a while to eat through his jeans, but the beast didn't have any trouble at all getting through his open jacket and t-shirt. Nathan—" Mike blinked quickly, his eyes bright with tears he wouldn't free. "Nathan was in a lot of pain, Carrie. He was literally being digested alive. 20 minutes, maybe 30 for Stephen, if we get extra layers of clothes on him. Can you do it? Get there and get someone to come back in that time?" Carrie looked away for several seconds, her mind racing desperately. She could run to the base in 15 minutes, but then she would have to convince the security personnel of the legitimacy of her emergency. They would pass it up the chain of command until someone with enough authority could send heavy equipment and medical personnel. Things would move more quickly if her father were alive, but Carrie knew the odds were slim. She looked at Stephen, her heart sinking as the boy dropped another few inches to his calves. "It would be longer than that before they got someone here," she admitted quietly. "Probably closer to an hour." Mike nodded grimly. "We'll go tell Stephen, and he makes the call. And Carrie?" She turned to him. "If you run, the same thing could happen to you. We need to check every footstep, as though we're looking for a landmine. It looks like these bastards don't need to be in the earth to camouflage." Carrie met his eyes and nodded, quickly turning and finding Jen, and motioning for her to take care of the children while she and Mike talked to Stephen. The kids were already drawn into a tight circle to stay warm and draw comfort from each other. Jen's face was tear-streaked and hollow as she nodded at the instruction. She already anticipated the heartbreaking conclusion. Mike and Carrie walked over to Stephen, Carrie stopping where the ground started quivering, and Mike stepping closer so he could speak softly. He didn't even react when the ground solidified under his feet. "Carrie can run to Fort Knox," Mike told Stephen quietly. "She can bring back help, but she figures it will take an hour, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. It's your decision, Stephen. You tell us what you want us to do." Stephen looked at Mike for a long moment, then Carrie. He looked back at the overpass they crossed before stopping for the lunch break. His eyes scanned the distant tree line, the black ribbon of highway cutting through the pristine white snow, and Carrie bit back a sob. She already knew what the boy would answer. "I've been thinking about that," Stephen finally said, addressing them both but looking mostly at Mike. "I watched all the things you tried with Nathan, and I know you tried more when we went back to the road. I was wondering what the soldiers in Fort Knox could try. Maybe amputation? Maybe hand grenades or gas. But every way I looked at it, I end up dead, or worse than dead. Whether from this feeder or from friendly fire." His voice was calm, adult, resigned. Mike swallowed, saying nothing. "If I'm gonna die, I need to do it and get it over with, so you and Carrie can get the kids out, Iron Mike. The feeder sucked as if in agreement, and Stephen sank up to his knees. Mike looked at Carrie, his eyes wet with despair. Please, take them, Carrie. It was a request, not an order. Carrie nodded once, looking at Stephen. She walked onto the feeder, shuddering in disgust as the ground solidified beneath her, and bent down next to the boy. She kissed him gently, turned and walked away, finally letting the sob out of her throat. Mike knelt on one knee, putting him at Stephen's eye level. I'll do it when they're down the ramp, he told the boy. Stephen nodded. Nathan's screams and sobs were agonizing, but this was exponentially worse. There was a resignation in the boy's eyes, an expression so much older than his 10 years should allow. They sat together, waiting in silence for several minutes, while Mike watched the procession's slow progress down the ramp. The feeder sucked again, and Stephen sank to his thighs. He bit his lip to keep from crying out in fear. Mike adjusted his position, sitting on the ground beside Stephen. His head throbbed and his vision was blurring. You don't look so good, Stephen said, trying for a light tone. Mike smiled, but it faded quickly. You don't look so hot yourself, buddy. Stephen grinned. I've been in better situations, that's for sure. Mike felt a deep pang of guilt. Stephen was working to cheer him up. You doing okay? He asked, checking Carrie and the group of children again. Stephen nodded. It's really warm, but not burning yet. You've been a big help, Mike told the boy, his voice choked. I don't think we could have made it if you didn't carry Kaylee for so long. Stephen smiled proudly. She's a chunk, he said amiably. And Nathan was right. She is a spoiled brat. They chuckled together, and Mike was no longer able to see the procession of children. If they looked up the ramp toward him, the sun would be in their eyes. He stood, tears finally flowing and burning down his face. He walked over to his backpack and pulled out his takedown kit. He assembled the ball carefully, his back to Stephen, and returned to the boy squatting down. Stephen looked at him calmly, the fear showing only in his eyes. Sweet bow, he said, admiring the weapon that would kill him. Mike swallowed. What's your name, Stephen? He asked, his voice thick. Your full name. The boy smiled. Stephen Hawking Sharp. My dad's a geek. Stephen Hawking Sharp. Mike nodded solemnly. I won't forget it, he promised. He knocked the bow and stood, hesitating a moment. He drew back quickly and released the arrow, dropping the precious bow as he fell to his knees, sobbing outright. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He never noticed the small black orb floating in the air above him. The spotter stayed there, immobile, for as long as Mike wept. Mike knew he was letting too much time pass. His feet were numb from kneeling beside Stephen's body. He was shaking with sobs and with fever. It would be so much easier to stay here and grieve the boy he had come to respect than it would be to move. Hypothermia wasn't far away. He considered it seriously for a moment, and then he tried to stand up. His legs wouldn't hold him, and he collapsed onto his hands and knees. The feeder took Stephen up to his chin, and all Mike could see was the top of the boy's face, his eyes staring open. The last expression the boy wore was, resolve? Mike tried to stand again, and was able to make it to his feet. This time, he felt the angry pins and needles, and was annoyed with himself for kneeling in the same position for so long. He stood unmoving, swaying slightly for a long moment, remembering the expression on Jen's face when she called him Iron Mike. It was a brat move, of course, but there was something else in her eyes he never imagined he would see. Respect. Not a facade of respect so Mom or Dad wouldn't rip on her, but the real thing, genuine respect. He never thought he'd live to see that day. Mike stood up straighter, determination fueling him. Jen needed him. It was time to man up. He winced as the circulation returned to his legs with intensity, and he marched in place for a minute more to ensure his legs would function without dropping him on his ass. Mike heard a final sucking noise, and Stephen was gone. He didn't turn to look. He got his backpack on as quickly as he could, which wasn't so quick. Standing, moving again, his head swam and throbbed as he shook miserably with the chills. He hadn't pissed since the morning before, and hadn't eaten for a while. He couldn't remember. The thought of food cramped Mike's stomach, the nausea overwhelming him. He put his hands on his knees and dry heaved onto the blacktop, nothing coming up but yellow bile. Then, the backpack finally adjusted and snapped in front. Mike set off down the ramp, his eyes fixed on the road in front of him. It wasn't long before putting one step in front of the other became the entire focus of his world. He didn't know how much time passed, how long he walked. There were people in front of him, and he thought he should know them. Oh yeah, the hot chick who deferred to his leadership, but whose lips tightened every single time. She was an explosion waiting for a place to happen. He liked her. He knew she was important, but for just now he couldn't remember why. "Welcome back, Mike," she said softly. Her voice clanged inside his skull. He nodded at her and looked at the children. Carrie, that was her name. Carrie, the girl with the pink Dora the Explorer sandals on her shoulders. And Jen was holding Anthony. Another girl, a cute young black girl with neat pigtails, was carrying Ariel. But the pigtails girl, Sasha, was clearly exhausted. Mike took Ariel from her shoulders, gritting his teeth as he lifted the little girl over his head, almost entirely using his right arm. "Can you lead, Carrie?" Mike asked. His voice was raw. "Of course," Carrie agreed. "Remember, guys, it's follow the leader. You have to step where I step, right?" The children's response to the game was unenthusiastic. They didn't know why Carrie insisted on a game of follow the leader when they were all so hungry and tired. Mike didn't know why she would do that either, but he brought up the rear, thinking about it as he walked. He stopped thinking about it after a few seconds. He stopped thinking about anything other than moving, just putting one foot in front of the other. He knew he would put one foot in front of the other until he dropped. And when he dropped, he would die. He could live with that. They marched for hours, or months. He didn't know anymore. The pain in his head was intense, worse than any headache he'd ever had. He wanted to call out to Carrie, to ask her for more ibuprofen, but she was too far ahead of him, and it was too much effort. Sometime later, the line of children stopped. Mike stopped with them, watching dully as Carrie ran back to him. "It's the first tank. We're almost here," she told him. "The gate is about 500 yards. Mike looked up at the tank, and the unfocused words beneath it. He blinked, trying to read them. "Strength starts here," he mumbled. Mike lowered his head again to watch his feet as the group moved out. It wasn't too long after that they came up to the guarded booths. Mike looked up. He, Carrie, and the children were surrounded by soldiers with machine guns aimed at them. Off to the side, a large brick sign proclaimed, "Welcome to Fort Knox." Mike dropped onto the asphalt, sitting rather than falling, more by accident than design. He pulled Ariel off his shoulders and held her in his lap, his arms wrapped around her while he shivered. He heard the man's voice as though it echoed down a long tunnel in his brain. "The facility is closed down, folks. We're on lockdown in response to the national emergency. You need to clear this area immediately." Mike looked up at the soldier who spoke. There were 3 of them blurring together in his vision, and he wasn't sure which one was real. "You're gonna have to shoot me," he said, matter-of-factly, his words slurred. "Sergeant," Carrie interrupted, her voice firm. "I'm going to reach into my pocket and bring out my ID card." "Ma'am, don't bother," the soldier replied with equal firmness. "This post is closed." Carrie frowned, the shift in her body language indicating she was no longer playing nice. "Did Colonel Kasoniak survive the attack?" she asked. The sergeant's quick glance to one of his men answered her question. "That information is classified." Carrie leaned forward a bit to be able to read the man's identity. "Sergeant Richardson, if you value your stripes, you will get a message to Colonel Kasoniak and do so immediately. You will tell him that his daughter, Carissina Michelle Kasoniak, is waiting at the Brandenburg Gate with a desperately wounded man and 9 very cold, very hungry children, and that we are being denied entrance to this facility." Carrie's eyes hardened to chocolate ice. "I am sure you'll be given new orders at that point." The man wasn't stupid, for all his obstinacy. He had blanched at the word daughter, and hadn't recovered since. He nodded sharply to a PFC. "Double time, Jenkins. Report to the colonel," he barked, and the soldier took off running toward a jeep. Carrie stood beside Mike, whose head lolled onto her thigh. "The kids are cold and hungry, Sergeant," she said. Her voice no longer held that authoritative coldness, just a bone-deep wariness. The sergeant looked at 2 of his soldiers, who had stood down. "Get the children into the guard station," he said quickly. "Dennison, get ambulance transport and get this man to Ireland." The soldiers moved out to obey orders, but when they tried to take Ariel from Mike, the girl clung to his neck tightly and began screaming. Mike tightened his hold. "I'll keep her safe," he slurred. Then he lost consciousness. Scientist Farmer. Scientist Farmer stared for a long time at the symbols on the communication. A mother was dead, killed by the indigenous species of the planet they were harvesting. It was unprecedented, and the council was in an uproar. It was the equivalent of a Xerox taking on and defeating an Alt, or, in terms native to the world they now occupied, an ant defeating an elephant. It simply wasn't possible for a mother to be killed, and yet she and her 50-some unborn offspring were indeed very dead. He looked at the communication again, although each of his 7 brains already had the contents memorized. The council wanted him to give them an explanation. How had the Xerox defeated the Alt? Scientist Farmer suspected he knew the answer. He also suspected the council wouldn't like it one bit. Scientist Farmer knew the requirements for Classification 8 Sapiens, as well as he knew his own designation. There was no need to have the image of the requirements placed motionlessly, accusingly, behind the images the spotter played for him. He did not remove the background image. Self-awareness, sentience, communication, abstract reasoning, emotion, emotional detachment, as needed to act for the common good, empathy, protection of other sentient beings, defined social structure, altering the environment to suit its needs, tenacity of spirit and the will to live, the ability to hope, the ability to regret, the ability to grieve, free will, understanding of right and wrong, moral guidelines, the capability of self-sacrifice. Scientist Farmer shifted, uncomfortable in the corporeal form, but unwilling to shed it for the moment. Human male demonstrated 18 of the requisite 36 indicia, and this was after merely 2 days of subjective observation. Scientist Farmer had not brought human male, or any of the humans, aboard the ship to study in the laboratory. He was so certain of the consortium's results. They had studied the planet for millennia, after all. The reports clearly described a barbaric, aggressive race of simple beasts. The garden planet was inhabited by simple animals that waged war on each other in territorial fights, that could not reason, that had only the basest, most unsophisticated understanding of tools, that were able to communicate only in crude, primitive sounds and gestures. Scientist Farmer frowned at the symbols and images the spotter displayed, narrowing the multiple feeds to one. Human male collapsed. Yet the youngling still clung to him. The other humans, obviously stronger and healthier than human male, attempted to take the youngling from his arms. Human male gripped her tightly and made sounds. The sounds translated to, "I will protect this youngling." Human male was dying from the injury Scientist Farmer inflicted. Yet, with his last breath, he was defending his kit from a perceived threat. Scientist Farmer knew there were thousands of non-sapient species from many galaxies which would do the same. More often than not, it was the female of the species who would defend her young to the point of death. But it occurred often enough in the male that the data was statistically significant. It wasn't human male's actions that disturbed him. It was the expression on the kit's face. Scientist Farmer froze the image of the youngling, clinging to human male's neck, wetness pouring from her eyes onto reddened cheeks, and her mouth opened in a scream. He curled the tendrils of his synapses around the images as tightly as he could, and then loosened them in frustration. It didn't help to hypothesize. If he had been present, he would know already what he needed to know. But the spotters merely recorded. They were machines, incapable of thought-to-thought communication. He stared at the image of the human kit's face for a long passage of time. Then, resolved, he sent a polite communication to researcher Xenohistorian requesting a meeting. Segment 11, January 5. Hershey. Hershey's ears drew back, and the fur on his neck stood up. The growl was low in his throat, not menacing, but warning. His human looked up in surprise, her eyes moving quickly from Hershey to the front door of work. They played most of the morning again, and came into work in the early afternoon. They stayed only long enough for Hershey to have a nap and to say hello to the big black lab. Claire kept the door to the room with the pens open now, and Hershey could wander in and out to visit the other dogs as he pleased. He liked that. He still stayed mostly with his human, though. He never knew when she would want to pet him or give him a treat. "Down, boy," his human said softly. Hershey knew what "down, boy" meant, but he did not sit down. There was a human standing outside the door to work. It had been a few days since he had smelled a human, not counting the dead ones that were beginning to smell really bad. He stayed on his feet, staring at the door. His human picked up one of the toys she had found when they played. She held it in her hand, and it smelled of oil and faintly of a lit match. Hershey didn't like that toy. She never threw it for him, and it would be hard on his teeth if she did. He growled again, very softly. The human outside the door to work tried to turn the knob, but of course Hershey's human kept it locked. Still, at the noise and motion of the knob turning, Hershey went berserk. It was his job to keep his human safe now, so he let her know emphatically there was someone outside the door. His barks boomed in the small office, and the black lab joined him, his bark even more thunderous from the pens. Within seconds, there was as much cacophony as 18 dogs could make, and Hershey was well pleased with their efforts. "Just a minute," his human yelled, and then she went and closed the door to the room with the pens, cutting the effectiveness of the aggressive barking cleanly in half. Hershey gave her a disgusted look she didn't notice, and kept up his solitary defense. "Quiet, Hershey!" His human snapped. Reluctantly, he stopped barking and opted for a low, threatening growl, his teeth showing. He had heard quiet many times before. It meant, if he kept barking, his human would put him in a pen. She didn't do it often, but Hershey had suffered the indignity of it once or twice before, when the lady in the white coat and the men with the uniforms worked too. They hadn't come to work in several days now that Hershey considered it. Obviously, they weren't as dedicated as his human was.
What do you want?
Claire said, speaking loudly through the door. Her voice, which was normally kind and friendly, was harsh. There was a moment of silence from the other side. Hershey wasn't surprised when the voice that replied was female. He smelt that already. He wished she would come inside. He liked sniffing humans. Well, the living ones, anyway.
I was worried about the animals,
The woman called.
You're open?
Hershey stood, his hackles raised in warning, as his human propped a chair up on its back legs against the door and opened the door into it, jamming the door to leave only an inch or two of open space. It was plenty of room for Hershey to start sniffing.
Are you armed?
His human asked, her voice still unfriendly. There was another long silence, and then the other woman replied,
Why in the world would I be armed?
Claire pulled the chair away and opened the door quickly, practically dragging the smaller woman inside before shutting and locking the door again. The other woman smelled like oatmeal, sadness, and dog. The dog scent was fading, and Hershey understood her sadness. He decided he would down boy like a good dog, so he stepped over to his bed and settled into it. His human put her new toy into its holder around her waist. The other human gasped on seeing it, but didn't say anything.
I'm Claire Bonham,
his human said, extending her hand. The smaller woman stared for a moment, and then took her hand, shaking it slightly.
Sandy Anderson,
she said softly.
Pleased to meet you.
There was an awkward silence for a moment. Then Sandra continued speaking.
I wasn't expecting anyone to be here, honestly,
she said.
I thought I would have to break in to let the animals go free.
Hershey's human smiled, and her scent changed slightly as she relaxed.
Have a seat,
she said to Sandy, and she moved around to sit behind her desk. Hershey expected her to tap her fingers on the desk like she usually did when somebody came to get a dog or cat from work. But his human didn't tap her fingers. She just talked some more in that sad voice she sometimes used when an animal needed to be put to sleep. Sleep sounded kind of nice, actually. Hershey yawned widely, his eyes already beginning to close. He only half listened, even though the new woman had a nice, friendly voice, and he could tell his human was very happy to hear her talking words. He had time for another nap. Mike opened his eyes, blinking against the brightness of the fluorescent lighting. His mouth was dry, and his head felt heavy and full. A machine made a rhythmic beeping noise somewhere close by. He breathed in, and immediately knew he was in a hospital. He turned his head slightly, and Carrie stood up from the chair next to his bed, coming over to him and taking his hand.
He's up?
He heard Jen ask, and the relief in her voice told him how worried she was. She came into his vision on the other side of Carrie, looking down at him.
Hey, dork,
Mike said, his voice a barely audible croak.
Hey yourself, slug-a-bed,
Jen replied tartly.
Leave it to you to be lazy and leave all the hard work up to the girls.
Mike smiled wanly. Carrie grinned. Jen scowled. Everything was normal. Normal-ish, anyway. Guess we made it to Fort Knox? He asked Carrie, gratefully sipping some of the water she offered him with one of those plastic bendable straws hospitals used. He was surprised Jen hadn't already claimed it.
We did.
Carrie smiled, relief evident in her eyes.
You're in the ICU at the hospital on base. Well, what's left of it anyway. Your wound is really infected, Mike. You've developed sepsis.
Mike frowned, not knowing the word. His brain was sluggish, and fatigue pulled at him. Okay, he said tiredly. When can I leave?
Told ya.
Jen exclaimed victoriously and held her hand out. Carrie sighed and dug a $5 bill out of her pocket, handing it to Mike's sister.
It wasn't his first question,
Carrie grumbled accusingly.
I said in the first 5 minutes,
Jen replied smugly, pocketing the bill. Mike started to smile, but it faded before it made it to his lips. He felt like shit.
How long have I been out? About a day. They have you on fluids and antibiotics now, and you're going to be here for a week or more. It was really good we got here when we did, Mike. You almost died, Jennifer added grimly, her voice small.
Nah, Mike mumbled, glancing at his sister. I'm too mean to die.
God's truth,
Jen agreed, sounding just like Gran. He saw Carrie smile, and thought he liked her smile. He would have told her so, but his eyes suddenly grew heavy, and he drifted back into semi-consciousness. He heard them gathering their stuff and putting their coats on to leave, but he couldn't even rouse himself to say goodbye. He hoped Carrie came back soon. It was nice seeing her face when he woke up. He was almost asleep. Or maybe he was already asleep, and it was just a dream. He watched uncertainly as a black metallic orb floated in the air, moving toward him with decided purpose. Mike felt a surge of fear as the orb moved closer to him, bobbing soundlessly. He reached for the call button, but his fingers were thick and heavy. Before he could press the button, the orb floated right next to him. He felt a sharp stab on his right shoulder, and he was unconscious in seconds. Scientist Farmer. Scientist Farmer felt intense relief when the spotter finally reported it was able to deliver the injection. The human female and the sibling did not leave human male's bedside, and he was unable to risk the intervention while they remained in the hospital room, even though they slept during part of that time. Their concern made it difficult for him to help human male, but Scientist Farmer waited patiently, allowing 6 of his brains to rest while he attended to the healing with the 7th. He felt a slight twinge of guilt at his interference. It was prohibited to use consortium resources irresponsibly, and medicating an animal on a harvest planet was certainly that. However, Scientist Farmer no longer considered human male, or, by association, any of the humans, to be animals. He had already determined to his own satisfaction the species was sapient. However, he was pleased his discussion with researcher xenohistorian confirmed his judgment. Scientist Farmer allowed his 7th brain to rest, automatically removing the corporeal form the use of the machines required him to wear. Without the tripedal body, Scientist Farmer floated free, his minds once again joining with the ether of the universes, while his insubstantial essence, glowing softly in colors of blue, green, yellow, and those beyond the human frame of reference, floated peacefully in the laboratory aboard the 3rd ship. Human male might have lived even if he didn't interfere, but that was not a certainty. Scientist Farmer disliked uncertainties. January 6. Mike. Carrie and Jen were back the next morning. Mike's fever was completely gone, and his eyes were clear and alert. He felt significantly better, except for a bone-deep weariness and a slight annoyance at the parade of incredulous doctors and nurses that kept coming into his room to prod, poke, and take more blood. "You should eat," Carrie said softly, a coaxing smile on her face. Mike shook his head, the motion barely perceptible. Not ready yet.
"Can I have your cookies then?"
Jen asked quickly. Mike nodded, his mouth twitching, and Jen immediately grabbed the cookies from the hospital tray and went back to where she'd been sitting on the floor. Mike's eyes followed her. She'd apparently moved in. Her Barbies and all their accoutrements were spread all over the corner of the hospital room, a miniature fashion display to rival the best of haute couture in Gay Paris. "The kids?" Mike asked, his attention returning to Carrie.
"They're all good,"
Carrie said softly.
"They were cold and hungry, but that's it. No injuries, no frostbite."
2 deaths, Mike said quietly. Carrie nodded, not commenting. There was nothing she could say.
There's a temporary daycare center here, and the kids are there for now, with the Knox kids who survived. There are still a lot of people unaccounted for.
Your father?
Mike asked carefully.
Carrie grinned, and Mike smiled at her relief.
Alive, overworked, and grumpy as usual, she announced.
Who you calling grumpy? Asked a decidedly grumpy voice from the hallway. Carrie jumped slightly, a mischievously guilty smirk spreading over her face. Mike looked to the door and saw a tall, lean soldier with white hair and Carrie's eyes step into his room.
Hi, Daddy,
Carrie said with a pleased smile, standing as the soldier approached Mike's bed. She stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. He smiled at her for a moment and then looked at Mike, extending his hand. How are you feeling, son? He asked. Mike shook hands with Carrie's father. I'm fine, sir, he said, ready to get out of this bed. The soldier laughed, and that's when Mike noticed the small square patch with the silver eagle, almost hidden in the camouflage pattern of the man's ACUs. Mike's eyes widened. He didn't know most Army rank designations, but even he recognized a colonel's eagle. He shot a quick glance at Carrie. She'd never mentioned her father was a high-ranking officer. On the other hand, he never asked either. I think it's going to be a couple days on that, Carrie's father replied. The medics here still don't believe that infection's cleared up, and they're insisting you stay for observation. I think you have them puzzled, Iron Mike. Mike flushed, and shot Carrie a quick glare. It's just Mike, sir, he said quickly. Ryan Michael Sanderlin. Some nicknames take on a life of their own, Mike. I'm Dick Kasoniak to my face. The old bear behind my back, and God only knows what out of my range of hearing. I just stopped by to thank you for bringing my daughter and those children here safely. Mike looked away, staring at Jen, who was pretending not to listen. Not all of them, sir, he said softly. Kasoniak nodded grimly. Carrie told me. He waited a moment before lowering his voice an octave, apparently not realizing Jennifer had bat ears when she wasn't supposed to hear something. Yesterday afternoon, a 19-year-old private was on patrol at the training range. He saw one of those slugs you guys have named feeders, and he went to investigate. You know what happened next. Within 10 minutes of his squad leader calling in, the whole goddamn post was out there on the range trying to get that soldier free. We used everything from chainsaws to a crane to try and get him out. They worked for 40 minutes, and he was buried up to his neck, screaming and, well, anyway, I was getting ready to shoot him myself when the damn thing finally pulled him under. Mike nodded, still unable to look at the colonel. We killed it, Mike. Mike looked up sharply, his eyes haunted. How, sir? He asked hoarsely. Napalm, Kasoniak replied bitterly. It took napalm, son. There was nothing you could have done to help those boys. Part 2. Resistance. 3 months later. Segment 12. March 14. New Fort Knox, Kentucky. Mike. Mike took a cautious sip of the bilge water Ricochet considered coffee and set the cup down. He would wait until after the meeting to grab a bottle of water. Kershaw grinned at him, as if in silent agreement, holding her own bottle of water out to him and offering. Nah, but thanks, Sarge, he said easily. Mike had changed in the past 3 months. He was leaner and meaner, harder in mind and body. Both the ponytail and his childhood were gone, as though they'd never been. He knew how to deploy the necessary weaponry, and he knew how to defend himself in hand-to-hand combat. He had saved lives, and he had taken lives. Of all the things in his life he'd never expected to be, soldier probably topped the list. There wasn't much choice, though. The U.S. Resistance Force needed every able-bodied person it could get, and they were accepting soldiers of both genders as young as 16. The Resistance and the National Guard were the only American army standing. He and Carrie had a good thing going, even if she did occasionally rip his balls. He'd just received his promotion to corporal, before she did, and Jennifer was doing great. Not only did she excel in her classes, but every day after school she helped tear down buildings and haul salvageable materials over to the work crews in New Fort Knox. Mom and Gran would have been so proud of her. It was the middle of a war, and Mike, Carrie, and Jennifer had found their places. 10. At ease, Colonel Kasoniak preempted. Mike adjusted his chair, with the others who started to rise and looked at the old bear. The colonel's aide immediately set up the whiteboard behind him, and a couple of grunts brought in several boxes on a hand truck and left one box at each soldier's chair before withdrawing from the conference room and closing the doors behind them. Kasoniak started the meeting immediately. He was in a good mood, and optimistic. It was nice to have some good mojo for a change. Ladies and gentlemen, in the boxes behind your seats, you will each find 10 handheld radio units. These are the new long-range, audio-visual units that are going to put the U.S. military back in the communications game. You'll notice when you pick one up that it's heavy and awkward, like a goddamn cell phone from the 80s. That's because it is a goddamn cell phone from the 80s. Only it's been completely gutted and reworked to hold a communication network more reliable than the internet and more complex than a gnat's ass. They use tritium isotope batteries, folks. That alternative energy source has a 12-year half-life, and these radios will be the eyes and ears of the USRF for at least that long. Do not ask me how the hell they work, because I have no idea. As I heard it, some of the survivors from Google came up with these toys, and they were nice enough to share them with Homeland Security. It's their product, and they brought the technology to us. Homeland sat on it for over a month, but the important thing is we have them now, and we need to distribute them in the field ASAP. In front of you are your mission objectives and briefings. Review them, and see me before 1800 with questions. The room hooahed, and Kasoniak then took several copies of a grainy photograph out of his folder and passed them around the table. Mike studied the alien invader carefully. Unlike the feeders, this creature was squat and tripedal with 3 legs, 3 arm-like appendages, and 3 antennae like stalks, protruding from a bulge that only slightly resembled a head. It had no eyes that Mike could see, nor ears, nor a mouth. It was hairless, its skin a puckered, reddish gray. These are called the Twa, Kasoniak said, and added dryly. And I'm sure you all know what they're really called because these kinds of nicknames tend to stick, don't they, Ricochet? Hooah! Ricochet answered, and Mike automatically echoed him with the rest of the room. Kasoniak passed around another photograph. This one showed a close-up of the 3 antennae. The skin beneath the antennae was flush, and Mike could see a network of thick gray veins threading through the surface of the thing's head. Like our friendly neighborhood feeders, these creatures are almost, keyword there, gentlemen, almost invulnerable. Just as napalm is finally enough to kill a feeder, any round of ammo, even a .22, can kill a Twa, as long as that round lands exactly here. He used a red Sharpie on his copy of the photo, marking out a 3-inch diameter in the center of the beast's 3 antennae. No one has tested the theory yet, but that area may also be vulnerable in hand-to-hand combat. It seems to be a soft spot in their skulls, if these sons of bitches have skulls. He passed out the next handout. It was a map of the eastern half of what used to be the United States of America. Several military bases were circled with dotted lines of communication drawn from some of them to others. Surprisingly, New Fort Knox was in the center of the largest number of communication lines, making it appear to be the hub of resistance activity. Our greatest weakness, other than being outmanned and outgunned, is that we haven't been able to organize any kind of cohesive attack. Everything we've managed up to this point has been reactive or defensive, and we've been limited to guerrilla-style combat. They kicked us in the balls when they took out our satellites, ladies and gentlemen, and it's taken us this long, minus the month of bureaucratic ass-kissing, to come up with a viable communications workaround. Initial testing shows The enemy has not been able to intercept these signals and seems unaware we're communicating again. Hooah for the nerds, Mike commented, and was joined by several others. The principle behind them is simple. According to the nerd who passed them on, each handheld unit acts as a mirror for the signals of other handheld units, reflecting and thereby enlarging signal range for all of them. For example, if 10 handhelds stretched in a line from New York to San Francisco, people on either end could communicate. Destroy the handheld in Kansas City, and you suddenly have a break midway in the line of communications, because that handheld can no longer reflect signal.
So it's kind of like they rebuilt the internet,
Ricochet offered, nodding in understanding.
Cool. Very cool.
Except there will be no net surfing or browsing for porn yet, Kasoniak noted dryly. Apparently, that's going to take the boys and girls at Google a while longer to figure out.
Kasoniak waited for the hoots to die down before continuing.
It is now our primary objective to get these handheld units into the hands of resistance leaders, he said grimly. And that means we're going to need couriers to hand-deliver them. Gentlemen, the Razors and Twa are still out there. But worse than that, the whole damn planet is crawling with feeders. You all know the dangers involved. He used the Sharpie as he spoke. The furthest point to the west we're responsible for is Fort Bliss. Pineda and Smith are going to take the handhelds to Bliss and transferring to that unit. Godspeed, gentlemen.
There was a round of quiet hoo-ahs, and then Kasoniak continued.
Kershaw has family near Fort Bragg, so she'll be carrying handhelds there and reporting to Lieutenant Davidson. She's also transferring. Godspeed, Sergeant.
Mike murmured hoo-ah with the others, a bit regretfully. He liked Kershaw. She was a good soldier, and he'd miss her.
The rest of you will be making round trips, which means, yes, you are coming back here.
Kasoniak deadpanned to the murmured jeers.
Sanderlin, you're familiar with the Virginia Beach area, so you're delivering handhelds to the resistance unit led by Major Hardin in Norfolk. Fields, Fort Benning was your old stomping ground, so you get to play delivery boy to Colonel Isveto. And Ricochet, you're going to make nice with the flyboys at Scott Air Force Base. They're a bit more scattered, so we don't have a contact for you yet. People, your orders contain as much detailed information as we've been able to obtain, but we're expecting you to add significantly to the data pool. Once you leave, you're to maintain radio silence until your radio units are delivered, and once deliveries have been made, you're to check in on a routine basis. I don't have to stress, it is absolutely vital each of you completes his or her delivery of these radio units. Shortwave is unreliable in the best of times, and we are not in the best of times. If we're going to start taking this war on the offensive, we must be able to effectively communicate with each other. You are the Alpha team, gentlemen. I pray to God we don't need to send out a Beta team. He turned to his whiteboard. Now, if you'll notice here.
The meeting continued for another hour. Mike paid attention and responded when he needed to, but his heart was already out in the field. He breathed a sigh of relief when Kasoniak finally wrapped up. Like the others, he stayed in the coolness of the tomb to review his orders, his eyes scanning the words and quickly pulling out the relevant details. 15 minutes later, he was finally able to step outside of the depository and into the daylight. It was an unusually hot day for the middle of March, but snowmelt made the ground wet and the air smell crisp. Mike shaded his eyes against the sun and scanned the different supply tents until he saw Regina. He walked over to her, his gait casual, even nonchalant. She looked up from the crate she was loading, her eyes immediately wary. "Hey!" Mike raised his hands in preemptive protest. "I haven't even asked for anything yet." "Yet, Iron Mike. I know you too well to be fooled by the pretty boy charm, so you'd best just spit it out now, or be on your way. I got work to do." The older woman's words were harsh, but her tone was resigned. Reggie tucked a sweaty white curl up into her damp red bandana and turned back to the picnic table, which was now a converted assembly line and crate packing center. She used a battery-operated drill to screw a crate closed, then moved it to one side and began loading a second. Mike peeked over the crate to check its contents. "Nice," he said, grinning at the hand grenades, blocks of C4, and neatly packaged detonators and blasting caps.
Looks like you have the WMD covered. Is this the batch going to Norfolk? Regina stopped working and looked up at him with a sober nod.
If anything's left of Norfolk,
she said quietly, her lips a tight white line.
Last report, they were holding their position, but Razors took out Oceana and apparently half of Newport News.
Mike bit his upper lip, letting air whistle through his teeth. If the Trois have flanked on both sides long enough for the feeders to move in, they're done, he said grimly. We need to get those people moved over to the eastern shore and blow the bridge after them. Have to keep the feeders from consolidating long enough to get it done. Regina scowled at him.
Who's to say the eastern shore is doing any better than the rest of Virginia, boy?
Mike studied Regina for a long moment before answering. It's a good question, he finally admitted. Been a few days since we got shortwave, but last we heard, that group was well entrenched. They're organized, they have food, decent sanitation, and room to spare. Mostly, though, they haven't seen Razor activity for 2 months, and they're desperate for people to help carry the load. Regina snorted as she resumed filling a well-padded crate with explosives.
I'm just the hired help around here,
she said sardonically.
You know more about the situation than I do, but for what it's worth, you'll have a hell of a time getting that many people to walk across that long-ass bridge and through 2 tunnels to the shore, Mike. Especially if they have a bunch of young kids like you and old farts like me. You need to talk to Colonel Kasoniak about it.
Mike set one muddy combat boot up on the bench of the picnic table, pulling a piece of crumpled paper out of the pocket of his camouflage fatigue pants. Matter of fact, Reggie, I did just that, he said, setting the paper down on the picnic table for Regina to read. He doesn't think it's a good option, but it's the only option the Norfolk Resistance Group has. His lips turned up, barely, as he watched Regina read the requisition, a cranky scowl on her face. The older woman liked to play hired help, but she knew as much about the situation in the rest of the United States as anyone else in the compound, and more than most. Problem is, we haven't been able to make shortwave contact with Major Harding for close to a week, so he doesn't know the new orders. Mike shot her an extra charming smile. Since I'm the old man's best rider and otherwise expendable, I get to play delivery boy, Reggie. I'm taking the new handheld radios to the Major and blowing up a bridge. Good times, huh? Mike grinned. So those goodies you're baking need to fit right into my saddlebags and sidecar, if you please, ma'am. Regina glared, but she picked up the requisition.
Damn fool,
she muttered, as she began categorizing the requested munitions against her inventory. Me or the old bear? Mike asked.
Both of you,
Regina snapped.
You for volunteering, and him for letting a snot-nosed boy go that far out into the zone. Don't he know we're at war? Whole damn world's going to hell in a handbasket, letting children do the soldiering.
Mike laughed, good-naturedly, as Regina glared at him. Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely right. On the other hand, your population goes poof. They lower the draft requirements real fast. Mike's eyes darkened in memory, and he spoke more soberly. I know you care, Regina, and I promise I'll be careful, he vowed. I leave at 1300, so I'll be back here in, he glanced at his watch, an hour. That's more notice than usual, right? Regina didn't reply, just shook her head as the young man walked away. 17 years old, and already a damn corporal. This war was being waged by babies. Segment 13. Mike. 3 months ago, in his father's America, Mike Sanderlin had been a snot-nosed boy. All of the focus in his world was narrowed down to 2 life goals. Getting a respectable set of wheels to replace the crappy Honda he'd inherited when Mom upgraded to the Suburban, and getting Christy Williams to say yes. Now, well, things were different for him now. Mom was dead. He'd seen that himself. He also knew firsthand that Gran and Papa were gone. He wasn't sure about his father. Dad was in his office when the first wave hit, and all the landlines and cells went down, either flooded or jammed, in the first few minutes of the attack. Downtown Louisville took several devastating razor hits and fell within minutes. Mike learned after arriving on Fort Knox, so it was possible, but highly unlikely his father made it out. The Aegon building was flattened. Mike saw the footage of that in a screaming, hysterical, live report just before the cable went down. The television and radio stations went crazy when it first happened, and the images couldn't come fast enough. By the next morning, everything was down to spitting static. There was no way to find out what the authorities wanted people to do other than, "Don't panic. Stay where you are until shelters are open. Stay calm." So Mike did what he could for himself and his little sister, moving on automatic pilot. Things went to hell, and they went fast. No one was prepared for the scope of the attacks. Not that any degree of preparation would have mattered. They were overwhelmingly outgunned. The Razors came in hard and fast, in tornado-like formations, slicing entire cities to pieces in seconds. Every major city fell, most within the first 2 hours of the war. The ugly black airships moved so silently, most of the people killed in the first wave probably didn't even have time to hear the booms of the sound barrier breaking when the EMP weapons were deployed. People, literally billions of them, simply dropped where they stood, most dead before they hit the ground. And that was just the first wave. There were 3 in all. Weeks later, Mike learned that a pulsar weapon was used, but it was so advanced, so alien. No one in the military command knew how to defend against it. The technology to counter the weapons used by the aliens simply didn't exist. Rough statistics estimated that 6 out of 10 people died immediately, and well more than 9 of 10 were dead within minutes. When the survivors started regrouping, many more people died due to civil unrest and violence. Since then, hypothermia, thirst, lack of medical care, starvation, all took their toll. When Mike was encouraged to enlist, he'd undergone 4 weeks of modified basic training with a handful of other young men and women. The stakes were higher now, and every soldier was motivated by the new reality they lived in. Even though extraterrestrial invaders were the enemy, Mike saw more skirmishes with looters and desperate civilians than with the alien feeders. Their victories against the feeders were hard fought and few, but morale improved significantly when the soldiers learned they could fight back. The drawback was that every single time they killed a feeder, it came at the cost of one of their own. A mercy shot to the head was now SOP, standard operating procedure, for the person unlucky enough to be trapped. Afterward, the assigned soldier napalmed the shit out of the feeder with a handheld flamethrower. They took out 5 of them. Mike was on patrol when one of them burned. 3 months later, Mike was a couple weeks shy of 18. He already had the eyes of a hardened combat veteran as he stood in the new Fort Knox compound, the U.S. Bullion Depository, more commonly known as the U.S. Mint, a distinctive shape behind them. The resistance had been slow to form. Americans had had it too easy for far too long. They truly believed this crazy kind of shit could never happen here. It happened over in Iraq or Afghanistan or on The Walking Dead. For God's sake, not in Kentucky. Mike shook his head, hard. He was doing it again, he realized. He walked halfway across the compound and was standing outside the tent he'd been seeking, but was too wrapped up in his own thoughts of the past to complete his task. How long was he standing there, outside the flap, not knocking on the canvas or support frame to announce his presence? "It's open," Carrie called when he did slap the canvas a few times. He stepped into the tent, not sure if the shade compensated for the heat inside or just made it worse. He glanced around briefly. Carrie and her tent mate had made several changes and girlied the place up pretty well for a sand drab tent. He moved a stuffed teddy bear off a canvas director's chair near the main support pole and took its place, waiting for Carrie to look up. She was lying on her belly on the cot, writing a report, or at least chewing on the tip of an eraser. After a moment, she did look up, her chocolate brown eyes flicking back to the document once more before leaving it and settling her gaze on Mike. "Nice buzz cut," she commented, then held up a finger. thinking of one last thing to write and adding it to her document before giving Mike her full attention. "What's up?" she asked, her bland expression showing she already knew, or at least suspected. "I got the Norfolk assignment," Mike said, his words measured and matter-of-fact. "It's medium to high risk, and it means I'll be gone about 10 days, maybe longer." He hesitated, choosing his words a bit more carefully. "I figured I should tell you since, well, yeah." "Since last time you left without so much as a kiss my ass, and when you got back I ripped your head off and tore into you like Sunday chicken dinner?" Mike grinned, his clear blue eyes twinkling, even as his face pinked slightly at the memory. "Yeah, that," he agreed. "So I'm telling you this time. So, other than making me really hungry for some home-cooked food, we're good, right?" Carrie smiled, and Mike felt his own lips turning up in response, until he noticed the predatory look in her eyes. "Oh, we're good, Iron Mike," she said, her voice a gentle purr. "We're good if you told the kids. You did tell the kids, didn't you? Not planning on leaving that difficult little task up to me, were you?" Mike winced, glancing meaningfully at his watch. "Well, see, I'm leaving in just under an hour, and they're in school now." Carrie grabbed a small backpack and stood up from the cot so quickly that her papers went flying. Mike did the gentlemanly thing, since it also involved ducking, and began gathering them up. "Ryan Michael Sanderlin, if you think for 1 second you're going to sneak off this base without telling those children goodbye and leave me with all their questions again, you have got another thing coming to you. Leave the goddamn papers. I'll get them later." Mike set the half-gathered stack of paperwork down on Carrie's cot and quickly assumed a posture of attention. He considered throwing off a salute, but that would get him punched, and he knew from experience Carrie didn't punch like a girl. With a sheepish grin, he followed her through the flap of the tent toward the large mess building which also served as the temporary daycare/schoolroom for the refugee children who came in with the small groups of survivors each week. New Fort Knox accommodated over 700 people now, and new housing construction went on behind the razor wire every day. Mike and Carrie stepped into the back of the mess hall together, both taking a moment to let their eyes adjust to the comparative darkness inside the wooden building. Linda Hairston and Rachel Posey were volunteer teachers for the growing number of children at NFK, and Hunter Kennedy came in each day to provide group therapy and provide counseling as needed. Mike was disappointed the pastoral council wasn't there now. It would have made saying goodbye much easier, because Hunter would have smoothed the way. "Taken the load," his inner voice accused. Yeah, whatever. Still would have been easier. Linda noticed the two soldiers first, and touched Rachel on the arm to get her attention. Mike looked at the children, 32 by a quick count. 9 of them were his. It should have been 11. He stiffened, pushing that thought firmly back into its steel box and shoving it into the darkest corner of his mind. He found Jennifer's face among the kids and smiled at her. She smiled back, her attention immediately returning to Sasha and the Barbie dolls they were dressing. Mike cleared his throat and moved forward into the room, close to his circle of 9, but including the other children as well. He adjusted his gun belt, making certain the holster was snapped shut, and got down on one knee to be at their level. The NFK school didn't have the luxury of child-sized tables or desks until their new facility was finished, so they worked on the floor. It was a laminate floor, though, not plain dirt like so many of the tents. Mike realized he was stalling again. So, I just need to let you guys know that you probably won't be seeing me around the compound for a week or so, he said softly. And I just wanted to say goodbye for a while, and to answer any questions you might have. Mike glanced up at Carrie, relieved to see her pleased nod. She had ripped him on that point pretty hard the last time he'd gone on a mission, so he was pleased with himself for remembering the detail. He started to stand, figuring he had gotten off easy, and then he saw a small brown hand raised. Mike winced. The boy was 7 or 8, one of the newer kids in camp,
and Mike didn't know his name.
You have a question? Mike looked helplessly to the teachers, and Linda quickly supplied the boy's name.
That's Matthew, Mike. He came in with the group from Fort Campbell last week.
Mike smiled. Sure, Matthew. Glad you're here with us now. Do you have a question?
Are you going to fight the Razors?
The little boy asked bluntly. Well, Mike rubbed his face and the top of his head, still strangely short and fuzzy since his most recent buzz. He suddenly understood Carrie's vehemence, that she not be left with this task, and was sincerely wishing he left an hour ago. Not really, no, Matthew. If I have to fight the Razors, then that means I'm doing it wrong. I need to get in someplace really sneaky, and then get back out again.
Are you going to bring more children, Iron Mike?
This question came from Sasha, the shy little girl with solemn dark eyes and neat pigtails, who was one of the children Mike and Carrie had brought to the base in January. I don't know, Sasha, Mike said gently. I'm going to be riding a motorcycle, but if there are children out there, you know I won't leave them. Sasha nodded, content with the answer. Any other questions? Mike asked, keeping his voice calm and light.
Will you bring us presents?
Mike blinked.
Whenever my daddy left on trips, he always brought home presents,
the little girl explained, as if Mike hadn't understood the question. Several heads nodded in agreement. Yes, Mike said, having no idea how he would keep that promise. Every Walmart had long since been looted, and God only knew where a Toys R Us would be. Yes, definitely. And I can't tell you what they are because I don't know myself yet. But yes, definitely. I will bring back presents. The children cheered, and all of them crowded in for hugs, which Mike handed out generously. Jennifer still sat with her Barbie doll, but when Mike looked for her, she met his eyes and smiled. 10 minutes later, he and Carrie were walking quickly toward Regina's tent. Oh my God, that was brutal, Mike exclaimed to Carrie. Some of those kids who were crying don't even know me. Most of them have lost their parents, Mike. They see you as another adult going off to war, and they know you might not come back. Mike stopped in his tracks, looking at Carrie strangely. He didn't know how to respond to that, how to tell her that neither parent nor soldier were ever roles he'd envisioned for himself. I'm coming back, he said quietly, his voice strong with conviction. I am coming back, Carrie. Carrie grinned at him. I know you are. You're Iron Mike. You can do anything. Mike laughed, shaking his head ruefully. That's never going to die, is it? Carrie shook her head. Not for years and years and years. Thanks to Regina, Mike's ordnance was packed up and tightly sealed in waterproof, army ugly backpacks. He thanked the older woman, grabbing up 4 of the bags while Carrie grabbed the other 2, and they walked together to the vehicle depot. It was about half a mile from the living quarters, near the edge of the compound, close to the first set of razor-wired fencing that surrounded the mint. It was securely monitored by guards and 2 watchtowers. Mike nodded at the men and began packing the Harley saddlebags. He wasn't thrilled about the sidecar, but it was that or a jeep. Kasoniak insisted he take both extra fuel and water with him. If nothing else, both serve as currency, legal tender, anywhere in North America. Mike looked surprised when Carrie stuffed her personal knapsack into a saddlebag and put on a helmet, straddling a second motorcycle. What's up? He asked curiously. She was wearing jeans, heavy boots, and a leather jacket. But that was Carrie wear on any off-duty day. I'm riding with you into Louisville, she said, pulling her long brown hair back into a ponytail and securing her helmet carefully. Mike hesitated. You think that's smart? He asked cautiously. Louisville's been dead since the first wave, Mike. The only razor in that city's liable to be a Gillette, which, by the way, is what I'm going for. I'm hoping one of the drugstores on the outer loop hasn't been completely trashed. Mike studied his helmet for a long moment, and then put it on, buckling the strap. "Your father knows you're going?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral. Carrie grinned.
Who do you think I'm getting the razor for? The old fart hates the grizzled look. And his last refill should have been replaced a month ago.
"You didn't answer my question," Mike said, starting the Harley. The machine was well tended by the NFK mechanics, and it purred beneath him.
No, I sure didn't, did I?
Carrie smiled, starting her own machine. Mike shook his head as he pulled out. "Your funeral," he muttered, hoping he'd be halfway to Virginia before that explosion went off. Segment 14. Mike. The ride out of New Fort Knox was, comparatively speaking, uneventful. It was early spring in Kentucky, a bit cool with the wind, but with the sun shining brightly enough to make the ride pleasant. If it weren't for a few niggling little details, Mike could have convinced himself he and Carrie were just two normal, everyday Americans, out joyriding on their Harleys like Sons of Anarchy wannabes. But it was clearly an illusion, and he couldn't lie to himself that well. The smoke and mirrors were too obvious. Potholes in a highway, the lack of other traffic, the snarls of wrenched vehicles they picked carefully around, the skeletal remains seen too often in the vehicles or on the sides of the road. It was one thing in the bright sunshine. Come nightfall, though, he would be alone and riding at a painfully slow crawl. Then it would be macabre. They hit their first major issue, trying to access the on-ramp to the Gene Snyder Freeway. Apparently, it had been heavily congested the afternoon of January 2nd, and the first wave of razors left a molten pileup of vehicles worthy of a demolition derby. Mike looked up the grass hillside, wondering if he could negotiate the steep bank with the sidecar. The ground was soft from last night's rain, so he decided it would be too much of a risk. He swore viciously, staring at the carnage, and automatically turned the bike off to save fuel. Carrie did the same, pulling her helmet off to get some air. Mike set his own helmet on top of the backpacks in the sidecar and pulled his gun belt off, draping it over the handlebar. He approached the wreckage cautiously, dropping to the ground and belly crawling between two vehicles to see how bad it was. If he could move even one of the vehicles out of their way, the on-ramp would be passable. Mike frowned. It was a no-go. The vehicles weren't going anywhere without a tow truck. "Mike!" Carrie called from the motorcycle. Her voice sounded strange and very un-Carrie, kind of like Martha Stewart in A Happy Place. Mike glared once more at the tangled mess, and then scooted back underneath a twisted pickup and started toward Carrie. He stopped dead. Carrie was surrounded. A pack of dogs formed a circle around Carrie and his unmanned motorcycle. For a moment, Mike wanted to laugh at the absurdity. There was a poodle, a goddamn poodle, among the pack. Its tiny lips curled back over its teeth. But the laugh died in his throat. There was also a Doberman, a shepherd, and several large hounds. The dogs were thin, but they were obviously surviving, and they were dangerous. Carrie's face was turned oddly to the side, staring down at the asphalt to the left of her front tire. Mike tried to see what she was looking at. When she spoke again, it was in that strange, too sweet voice, with the affected calm and slightly lilting cadence. "The Dobie is the pack leader," Carrie told him. "He's the one who will attack or back off, and the others will do what he does. Right now, he's hesitating. I'm not sure if it's because he still remembers humans as friends, or if it's because I'm exhibiting submissive behavior by showing him my neck." Comprehension flared with, "Oh shit," clarity. Mike didn't move, but his eyes searched for a weapon. He had an entire arsenal on the bike. He fucking knew better. He was trained better. Mike filed the self-recrimination away for later and assessed the situation now. Carrie, clearly, couldn't arm herself. The moment she moved, the pack would be on her. Mike had nothing, not even the crowbar from the sidecar. Mike knew the pack leader was aware of his presence, although its eyes remained on Carrie. If nothing else, the pack was downwind. The longer he stood doing nothing, the weaker he would appear. Decision made. Mike put 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp, loud whistle. The dogs immediately turned to face him, hackles raised. One hound wagged its tail hesitantly, and Mike concentrated on that one, thinking warm, friendly, completely unterrified thoughts. "Good boy," he praised, as though the hound had just shattered the world speed record for championship housebreaking. "What a good boy you are." Not even looking at the pack leader, Mike started confidently toward his motorcycle. A low, menacing growl met him. Mike ignored the sound, as though he hadn't heard it, the confidence in his walk almost a swagger. He breached the circle of dogs unchallenged and straddled his bike. "Start him up. Turn back down the ramp. And fucking floor it the way we came," he said calmly. Carrie moved slowly to comply, her hand reaching for the starter. The Doberman's growl intensified, and it stood up threateningly. "No!" Mike snapped, his voice so harsh it made Carrie jump. "Bad dog. Sit." To Mike's everlasting amazement, the Doberman sat. Carrie tore out of there, leaving a long streak of rubber on the pavement, and Mike followed close behind. They were 3 miles north when Carrie finally raised her hand in a fist and eased to a stop, right in the middle of the interstate. It was no more peculiar than driving north on the southbound lane, but her body was racked with spasms. Mike fought down a surge of panic, unsure if Carrie was having a seizure or a sobbing fit, and not certain which could be worse. He waited awkwardly, the Harley idling beneath him. Waste of fuel or not, they were leaving the engines running until he knew they were safe. After a moment, Carrie turned toward him. She did have tears streaming down her face, but they were tears of laughter. Hysterical laughter, perhaps, but that was better than the alternative. Mike smiled uncertainly. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" she cried, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. "Bad dog, sit." She giggled for several more moments, and Mike finally chuckled with her, knowing she was letting off steam, venting the adrenaline. "Iron Mike, the Dobinator," she cried gleefully. Mike shook his head vehemently and put his helmet back on, nodding for her to don hers. "No more nicknames," he chided with mock ferocity. "Bad girl, no cookie." They rode a few miles north on the southbound until Mike found the landmark he was seeking, a horrible, distinctively pink liquor store on the corner of Dixie Highway and SR 44. They paused at the intersection, surveying the terrain, the liquor store, the abandoned trailer park behind it, and the heavily grown fields. "Really?" Carrie asked skeptically, raising her visor. "Pink?" Mike grinned, revving his engine a bit. "Yep. One of the most popular places to be on a Sunday, if you know the right people. County's dry on Sundays." Carrie shook her head in disbelief. "Wait a minute. I'm not even understanding what you're saying here. You're saying this gigantic flamingo is a speakeasy?" Mike nodded and affected a heavy Kentucky drawl. "We are in the Bible Belt, little lady, and all them good Christian church ladies like to see one day a week when no one indulges. Course, a lot of them men married to them good Christian church ladies, well, they feel a mite different. It ain't so much a speakeasy as a drive-through, though. Times have changed, you know." Mike finished his redneck imitation with a loud belch and scratched below where his big beer belly would be, if he had an ounce of fat to spare. Carrie grinned at his silliness and shut the worry out of her eyes before he saw it. It would only start an argument. Still, she thought, he wasn't a kid anymore, and he needed to start bulking up on the protein. His shoulders had widened considerably in the past several months, but his face had a lean, hard-angled look that wasn't there when she'd first met him. Not a bit of baby fat left. Carrie knew Mike's mother would have grieved then if she'd been alive. And twists, so be careful, Mike said.
What?
Carrie asked, a bit stupidly.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Mike bit down on the exasperation that wanted to flare. This mission was high priority, certainly not the Resistance top goal, but important enough that dozens, maybe even hundreds of people depended on its success. Daydreaming wasn't an option these days, not ever. He recognized the irony of his thoughts and smiled thinly. I said, he repeated, his voice calm and betraying nothing, that I know this road really well. My buddies and I used to ride here for thrills. There are a lot of sharp curves, and about 8 miles in, you'll be going down a steep hill with some hairpin twists. We'll want to keep our speed down in that area in case there have been any rock slides or tree falls. I'm sure no road repairs have been done since the invasion. Carrie nodded, flicking her eyes quickly to Mike's face in silent apology. He noticed the gesture and nodded back. The stiffness in his shoulders visibly eased. That's another thing she loved about the boy, she thought, lowering her visor and giving a thumbs up. He was slow to anger, quick to accept an apology, and never held a grudge. They kept their pace down to about 40 miles per hour, even though the road conditions would have allowed more speed. Route 44 was a 2-lane blacktop that had been well traveled before the invasion, but it was completely, eerily empty now. Winter had taken its toll as well, and the road already showed signs of nature's reclamation. Formerly well-tended crop fields hadn't been plowed this season, and grass and weeds were already beginning to reclaim the land from the humankind that once held it. Mike slowed around a turn and pointed, so Carrie looked, her eyes welling with tears. A mare with a young colt, possibly only days old, fed contentedly in what was once a kitchen garden. She lifted her head briefly at the sound of the motorcycles and snorted, either in greeting or admonition for them to go away. Not even 50 feet away, a flock of Canadian geese pecked at the ground or swam in the stocked pond a farmer had once put in so he and his boy could go fishing together. Of course, that was 20 years or more gone by. The farmer was dead now, and in all likelihood the boy was too. If not, he had bigger problems than tending to the old homestead. Still, it was beautiful. It was Kentucky beautiful, and something about that gave Carrie a sense of hope. She smiled, even though Mike couldn't see it behind her visor. We'll have to send some people out this way when we get back, Mike called over the Harley's engine as he started forward again. God knows, we need the horses, and geese make good eating. She nodded in agreement. Several miles up, they encountered a tree that proved to be a bigger problem than Mike had patience for. It was at the top of a hill, and crossed the road in a diagonal, the soil clinging to its roots, long since dried to cement. Mike growled in frustration. What should have been a 2 to 3 hour drive to Louisville, accounting for post-invasion road conditions, had already consumed half the day. How many other roadblocks would he encounter? Virginia was a 12-hour drive before the invasion, so he quadrupled that, calculating 4 days' travel each way. He allotted 2 more days to find the resistance unit, give the ranking officer the evac route and Eastern Shore contacts, blow the damn bridge, and get the hell out of Dodge. He was beginning to think he had seriously underestimated the travel time. All right, change of plan, he said to Carrie. I'm going to need some heavier tools, or I'll never make it to Lexington, much less Norfolk. We'll head up this road about a mile, and then cross over to Hillview. My grand's farm is there, and Papa's got a decent workshop, if it hasn't been looted. Mike moved over to the sidecar, and tightened the already tight packing of his supplies. It wasn't going to work. He took 2 of the backpacks out, rearranging contents, so he placed all the C4 in the remaining packs and plenty of ammo, then handed the bags with the grenades and heavy ordnance to Carrie.
She opened her mouth, and he fixed her with a flat, "Don't argue about this" expression. Carrie's nostrils flared when she yanked the heavy backpacks from his hand and settled them into her saddlebags. Her body language screaming loud and clear this conversation wasn't over yet. Mike exhaled in relief. At least it wasn't happening now. Mike drove carefully up the Mount Eden bypass, almost certain he could feel Carrie's eyes shooting lasers into the back of his head. The thought brought a smile, and the painful recollection of their quiet, tense blow-up in the Muldrow woods, and the incredible sense of sexual tension and need that filled the silence afterward. He knew she was right. Being 2 bags light on ammo, especially the flamethrower and grenades, would hurt him. It might even screw the mission completely. But the resistance in Norfolk was pinned, and they needed help, fast. A lot of people, possibly hundreds, could die if Mike backtracked around every broken-down junker or dead tree in the middle of the road. Mike nodded to himself. It was the right call, and that was the approach he would take for the upcoming fight. And there would be a fight. As sure as there was bourbon in Kentucky. Carrie said nothing when they arrived at the old farm. They pulled into the driveway, and the old White House winked at them sadly. Its gutters were torn down, and one of the shutters was gone, giving it a slightly cockeyed appearance. Mike walked over to the side door and opened it as if he owned the place, which he probably did now, Carrie realized with a start. Mike didn't invite her in, but he didn't tell her to wait either, so she followed. She walked slowly, respectful of the dead and their belongings. Amazingly, the house had not been ransacked. It seemed it was far out enough in the country, no one was bothering with it, yet. Mike's grandmother had collected little doll figurines. An entire showcase of them, lightly coated with dust, was the first thing Carrie noticed when her eyes adjusted to the light. Mike paid no attention, moving around the familiar house as quickly and efficiently in the dim light from the windows as he would have with full electric lighting. He gathered a large paint bucket, filling it with assorted hand tools, duct tape, gloves. He scrounged through a basket near the door, frowning at the delay. "Shit! Come on, Pops, where are they?" he muttered to himself. Not finding what he'd been looking for, Mike stalked back out the door, leaving the bucket of hand tools beside his bike and heading to the neat white garage behind the house. Carrie followed more slowly, carefully closing the door behind her. The sharp sound of breaking glass startled her, and she whispered a guilty "sorry" to the strong presence of Mike's grandparents that lingered on their land. She glanced over to the rose trellis in the backyard and looked quickly away. Mike had told her what was there, but it wasn't her right to gawk. "Excellent!" she heard Mike exclaim as she approached the now vandalized door of Mike's grandfather's garage. It was a neat workspace, with each tool laid out or hung exactly where it belonged. It was the kind of workshop Carrie's dad had always wanted, and had even started to create once he'd gone on terminal leave. She pushed thoughts of her father away and concentrated on Mike's delight. 18-inch craftsman, Mike said, holding the chainsaw up. "Cross your fingers, Carrie." Carrie stepped back slightly while Mike braced, then choked and pulled the cord. Nothing. He pulled again, and there were a few timid revolutions, as though the chainsaw were trying to decide if it wanted to function. On the third pull, it roared to life, sounding as loud as the Harleys in the small, tidy garage and stinking just as badly. Mike revved it a few times, and then turned it off, satisfied. He moved over to Papa's 5-gallon gasoline tank, knowing it would be full. He was wrong. It was only half full, but it was more than enough to fill the gas reserve, and there were still the 3 20-gallon fuel containers in the sidecar. He checked the oil reservoir in the chainsaw and picked up a bottle of 2-cycle engine oil and a funnel. Mike tossed the funnel to Carrie, who was quick enough to catch it and glare at him. He grinned back and ransacked his grandfather's man cave for several more tools, including a hand axe, tow chains, and another heavy tire iron, before heading back out to the bikes. Again, Carrie closed the door behind them,
wishing there were some way to make the broken window less jagged. The sun was high overhead when they returned to the tree. With the proper equipment, Mike cleared the way, at least for motorcycle travel, in 15 minutes. "Gonna get you one of them orange vests and a hard hat," Carrie teased as she mounted up. Mike stowed the tools and grinned at her. "Just at the bottom of this hill, there's a Walgreens on the left," he said, wiping the sweat from his face. "If Jesus loves me, there'll be some Gatorade in there, and there might also be a razor blade or two for the old bear. This has taken a lot longer than I thought it would, Carrie. I need to know you're back on your way to Knox before it starts getting dark." Carrie said nothing, gazing down at the valley below, the small houses of Shepherdsville visible only through peeps in the trees. "Agreed?" Mike pushed, his voice hardening automatically into that no-nonsense tone that always intimidated the children into obeying him quickly. Carrie smiled demurely. She didn't think Mike even realized when the alpha came out in his voice. But she also wasn't one of Iron Mike's kids. She shaded her eyes and looked up at him. "How about we get the Gatorade and razors first, okay? The place may be completely looted. Hell, it may not even be standing." Mike wasn't happy with the answer, but he nodded sharply and mounted his motorcycle, maneuvering it carefully through the passage left between the tree and the ravine. If anyone needed it, there were 6-foot-long chunks of firewood sitting on the side of the road, not cut to size or stacked, but there for the claiming. The Walgreens was still standing. Its automatic doors were long since shattered, and the shelves thoroughly looted of anything useful. Mike walked through the store slowly, sadness weighing on his stomach. It wasn't that the drugstore had been looted. He expected that, of course. It was that there was so much destruction involved in the looting, senseless rage directed at the standing displays of books, cards, or other items deemed suddenly useless in this new world. He checked the dark coolers, already knowing there would be nothing, and then wandered over to the toy aisle. Most of the merchandise was strewn onto the floor, but he saw a few toys he thought the children would like. A Monopoly game that was crushed on one side, but still intact. A small stuffed panda Jennifer would like. Several sets of Legos, though most of them were busted open and the pieces scattered. Mike considered the items and thought about the lack of storage space. He left the Monopoly game and Legos, but kept the panda, tucking it into the pocket of his fatigue jacket. He turned, gasping to see Carrie right behind him. He'd already been reaching for his gun. Jesus, he was jumpy. "Sorry," Carrie said, not meaning it. It was good to stay alert, and Mike had done more than his share of sneaking up on her in the past to test her reflexes. She grinned and held up her bounty. 3 razor blades, 2 Gillettes and a Venus, and several packages of refill blades. It was a pink Venus. Mike chuckled, nodding at the woman's product. "You should give that one to the old bear first, just to see his reaction." "Hell no," Carrie laughed. "He'd use it on his face, and that'll dull the blade. This baby's mine." Mike grinned, happy their stop was at least partially successful. "Well, 1 out of 2, he said. Not only no Gatorade, but nothing liquid at all. Not even that piss-water Mountain Dew you used to drink." He shot over his shoulder as they headed out of the store. Carrie grumbled something back, and they stood by their bikes. Mike glanced at the sun, then down at his watch. It was already 16:30. Wordlessly, Mike hugged Carrie. They didn't say goodbye. They never said goodbye to each other. Something Carrie read somewhere, or saw in a movie, about goodbye being its own self-fulfilling prophecy. "Be careful," Mike said instead, glancing toward his bike. "You should be able to make it back in less than an hour, since we did so much backtracking." Carrie nodded, biting her lower lip. "Yeah, about that." Mike's eyes became wary, then hardened to ice. "No," he said flatly. Carrie shook her head. "It's already done," she replied, and hurried on. "I left the report and requisition forms on my cot. It would have been all neat and pretty, too,
with aims and objectives right on top if it hadn't gotten Mike bombed. The gist, though, is that this needs to be a two-man mission for the highest chance of success, not a solo. She looked into Mike's cold eyes, and her voice hardened as she finished. You need backup, Mike, and I'm the best one for it. In fact, we both know I'm the only one available. Mike shook his head, frustration giving way to outright anger. You can't just do that, Carrie, he snapped. You can't just ignore the chain of command like some little princess just because your daddy's in charge. Carrie's brown eyes blazed. If you're trying to piss me off, Corporal, then you better use loaded ammo, not blanks. No one on Knox works harder than I do, and not one person would accuse me of using my father's rank. That is pure bullshit, and you know it. Mike pushed into Carrie's personal space, his blue eyes icy and his voice hard. Then follow orders, Private. He almost snarled, emphasizing each word. I am, Carrie said with determination. She stood straighter and looked directly at him. I will exercise initiative by taking appropriate action in the absence of orders. I will not compromise my integrity, nor my moral courage. Mike glared at Carrie furiously. This was a fight, all right, but not the one he'd been expecting. You wanted to talk pure bullshit, Carrie. Quoting the creed is bullshit. Sneaking out of camp and leaving a note to Daddy on your cot isn't the absence of orders. It's sneaking around legitimate orders, and it sure as hell isn't integrity. Carrie blinked. The words hit home, but they didn't change her mind. It is what it is, Mike, and deal with it. I've been thinking about this since last night when I heard the mission was a go. My father didn't assign me as your backup specifically because he's my father. He doesn't see that as a lack of integrity either. He just sees it as being my dad. If Rogers or Kelton had been available, or even Ricochet, one of them would have been assigned to go with you. But they're in the field, so there was no one available. She paused, taking a breath. And you're right, she continued, her voice judicious. Sneaking out of camp like a kid trying to score some pot is bullshit, Mike, and I know that. But the bigger picture here isn't about my daddy issues. It's about this mission. And all night long, I thought about the different ways it could play out. You know, all the different scenarios you could run into. And I knew my dad made the wrong call. This is not a solo mission. All three of us know that. Mike was the one to look away first. He sighed, the sound still angry, and ran his hand over his too short hair, wiping the sweat from his face. You know I can handle this, Carrie. I'm fast on my feet. I get in and I get out. Carrie was careful to keep any impression of victory out of her smile. I was with you in January, remember? I know you can handle it. You brought me, and not an entire group of kids safely to Fort Knox, through horrible weather in the worst part of the war. It isn't a question of competence, just logic. You stand a better chance of getting in and out if we go in together and cover each other's asses. He had noticed the slip. Of course he had. Carrie saw it in his eyes. The moment she almost said 9 kids. She wanted to kick herself for the raw pain something not said caused him. But she couldn't erase the memories from Mike's mind. She couldn't even do that for herself. Mike nodded slowly. You're such a pain in the ass, he muttered, turning to his bike again and reaching for his helmet. Carrie gave a quick fist pump into the air, then settled onto her own bike and strapped her helmet on with a grin. Mike started his engine and looked over at her balefully before lowering his visor. You know how pissed the old man's going to be, right? We'll both be cleaning latrines for the rest of our lives. Carrie's grin widened. Maybe he'll have time to cool off while we're gone, she said, pulling down her visor. Yeah, right. That was about as likely as a squad of leprechauns sending the aliens home on a Lucky Charms rainbow. She shrugged it off. It was the right decision. She knew it in her gut. And Dad would have to live with it. It was a different world now, and she wasn't just his daughter anymore. She was a soldier in the U.S. Resistance Force, and with that came the adult responsibility she had managed so successfully to evade for 4 years after high school. She smiled grimly, and she swore she would never join the army. Segment 15. March 14.
Mike. The drive from Louisville to Lexington would have taken an hour and change before the invasion. It was close to 1900, and the light was beginning to fade from the sky when Mike gestured to the exit. They approached it cautiously, having learned the hard way that on and off ramps seemed to be the most treacherous part of the interstate roadways. Unlike Louisville, large parts of Lexington remained standing. There were even a few lights burning in windows of private homes, either candlelight, generators, or crank-operated lanterns supplying the juice. They had heard gunshots several times on their way down. Mike wasn't willing to risk running into trouble, so he steered away from areas with too much light and led Carrie down a wide suburban street that seemed abandoned. He rode about halfway down the darkening street, finally turning into a driveway. Carrie couldn't tell why he'd selected this house over any other until he slowly drove the motorcycle to the side of the house and backed it in behind a tall hedgerow. She followed suit, more than happy at the thought of some food and a few hours' sleep. "You think they'll be safe here?" she asked, taking off her helmet. "We'll have to stand watch. I didn't see any population in this subdivision, but the engine sounds traveled, I'm sure. If anyone's close enough to pinpoint them, 2 Harleys would make an awfully tempting mark." Carrie nodded and looked over to the abandoned house. There was little chance of finding food or water inside, but a girl could dream anyway. She pulled her maglite from her saddlebag and gestured to the house, switching it on. "I'm gonna go in and, use the facilities and check the place out." Mike frowned. "I wish we brought handhelds," he grumbled, then glanced at her archly. "I wasn't expecting to need them." "I'll be fine, Dad," she teased, setting her helmet on the bike and heading happily up the walk to the front door of their B&B. Glass shattered, and a few seconds later, she was in. Mike unrolled his lightweight sleeping bag and dug into the sidecar for 2 MREs. Of course, the rations were on the floorboard of the sidecar, underneath the munitions backpacks, so several minutes passed before he'd unpacked their meal. He was beginning to worry, and then looked up as Carrie approached. Even in the dark, he could see her beaming. "This place is a gold mine," she said with delight. "Mice got into most of the stuff in their pantry, but look what I found." Mike grinned and stepped over to help unload Carrie's arms. She was precariously juggling a jar of peanut butter, a box of Ritz crackers, 3 bottles of Mountain Dew, and a bottle of White Zinfandel. "Sorry, no Coke," she said with a smirk. "These people must have liked piss water." "No accounting for taste," Mike grumbled good-naturedly. "God, it's been ages since I've tasted peanut butter. Forget the MREs. We can pig out on PB and crackers." Carrie handed the goodies over to Mike and pulled the mag out of her pocket before sitting down on top of his sleeping bag, crossing her legs Indian style. "My thoughts exactly." They picnicked in the dark, listening to the crickets while they stuffed themselves on slightly stale peanut butter crackers and Mountain Dew. When they were replete, Carrie shifted around so she and Mike could both lean against the side of the house. It was getting cooler as the sun went down, and now it was downright cold. Carrie pulled at the sleeves of her leather jacket, burrowing her arms inside like makeshift mittens. Mike smiled and moved closer to her to share body heat. "It's so different now," she said softly. "Everything is so quiet, and the stars are so much brighter. I guess with all the factories blown to hell, the air's clearing up some." "That's the silver lining I was looking for," Mike teased grimly. Carrie shot him a look, her eyebrow raised archly, and Mike grinned back impudently. She leaned back against the side of the house, her eyes upturned once more. When she spoke again, there was a heaviness in her tone, and Mike knew instinctively this wouldn't be the time for flippancy, no matter how good an opening she gave him. Her words hit him in the gut. "Where were you on Invasion Day? What were you doing? Who were you with?" Mike was silent so long, Carrie didn't think he would reply. She sighed, preparing to change the subject. when she heard his voice, quiet and raw. He and Jennifer didn't feel anything when his mother collapsed. They heard and felt the sonic booms several seconds later. He had been fighting with Mom again, this time because he didn't want to take Jen to the salon to get the haircut she'd been promised before school started back. He actually thought his mother might be listening, receptive to his arguments, when she stopped speaking, and then she looked at him so strangely, and she just fell, crumpling in a graceless heap at the foot of the stairs. Nothing Mike did or said helped. Not the CPR he performed for several minutes. Not his sobbed pleas or apologies or offers to Mom and God that he would just take Jen anywhere she wanted to go for the rest of his life. Nothing. He knelt beside her, dazed, for a long moment after he'd given up on the CPR. Then he stood, his mind numb but his feet moving. He went through the house, grabbing the supplies they might need and loading them into his mother's SUV. And they hauled ass out of Louisville, heading straight to Grant's farm. He already told Carrie about his papa, and about Grant's suicide. The rest she already knew because he picked her up from the side of the road the following day. Mike finally finished speaking, and Carrie nodded, not saying anything for a long moment. Finally, she spoke, her voice subdued. "My dad's retirement ceremony was on Invasion Day," she said softly. "Other than me and my mom, his career was the whole world to him. More than anything, he wanted me to be there with him, and I swore to him I would be. I don't think he believed me. I've broken my word to him too many times. Then, just as he would have expected, I let him down. I woke up late, totally hungover and dope sick. I was screaming at Malik, telling him he had to drive me to the fort, like yesterday, when the EMP hit. Everyone, Malik, the friends we invited over to party through the night, everyone was dead. Out of 29 people, I was the only one who lived." Mike nodded soberly. "You know you've made it up to your dad, Carrie," he said softly. "I've seen him watching you during PT. He is so proud of you." Carrie shrugged. "Yeah, well, it's about time I grew up," she murmured. They sat together for a moment, and then Carrie punched Mike on the arm. He winced, pretending to rub a new bruise. She looked away suddenly, an expression on her face Mike had never seen before. Shyness? "What?" he prodded. He bumped her with his shoulder when she took too long to reply. "Nothing," Carrie finally said. She waited a long moment and spoke again. "It's just, they have a bed, a real bed, like this enormous king-size thing with a pillow-top mattress, and a comforter." Mike nodded and glanced at the bikes. "Go ahead," he said with a grin. "I'll take first watch." Carrie bit her lower lip, hesitating, and Mike looked at her, puzzled. "What?" he asked again. "They have a patio in the back," she said, her voice almost too soft for Mike to hear. "We could put the bikes there, even inside the house, if you think that would be better. I don't think they'll mind. They probably aren't coming back. And then we could both use the bed." Mike studied Carrie for a long moment, his eyes suddenly widening as the meaning of her words penetrated. "You mean," he asked, his tongue feeling thick as he stumbled over the words. Carrie nodded once, looking away. "Have you done it before?" Mike asked awkwardly. Carrie nodded. "I had a guy I liked before the invasion, Malik. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. We both knew that. But he was funny and fun to be with. So, yeah, we did it a few times. You?" Mike hesitated a long moment. Finally, he said, "No. I was dating a girl in my calculus class, but it never got that far." Carrie seemed pleased with his reply. "Then maybe there's something I can teach you," she said softly. "That'd be a switch." Mike nodded, considering, and abruptly stood, holding his hand out to Carrie to help pull her up. "Hell yeah,"
he said with a huge grin. Your father's already going to kill me, so what's another infraction? Carrie laughed quietly, and they each mounted their bikes, turning the keys without starting them, kicked the machines into neutral, and then walked them around to the back of the house. Mike was surprised. He honestly didn't expect the patio door to be wide enough to accommodate the sidecar, but he was able to walk the Harley through with almost a millimeter to spare. Mike dismounted, studying the door to the inside of the house. That was definitely a no-go as far as the sidecar was concerned. Still, he looked around the glassed-in porch. They were blinds, and they rolled down by a hand-operated crank system. Between them, they made short work of closing the blinds and barricading the door. Mike unloaded the ordnance, refusing to leave it out on the porch, while Carrie walked her motorcycle further into the house, wincing as she tracked grease and travel grime all over the beige carpet. 15 minutes later, they stood in the doorway of the master bedroom, Mike carrying in the last of the backpacks, and Carrie holding a lit candle, 2 shrimp glasses, and the bottle of Zin. She was right. The bed was an enormous California king, neatly made, with stacks of pillows and a luxurious tapestry comforter. Carrie smiled softly, setting the candle on the bedside table and turning to Mike. See? She said quietly, her voice almost a whisper. I see, Mike replied, nodding his approval. His breath caught then, as Carrie set the glasses and wine bottle down and began to undress. Mike watched her shadow flickering against the wall as her jacket and then her top came off. She looked at him for just a moment before reaching behind herself and unhooking her bra, releasing the swell of her breasts. Mike swallowed, setting the backpack down without even noticing it as he stepped inside, closing and locking the door behind him. He turned his complete attention to Carrie. She smiled, a combination of shyness and seduction in her eyes, as she removed her boots and socks, very slowly unzipped her jeans, pushing them down and stepping out of them, and stood in the candlelight wearing nothing but a pair of pink cotton panties. Mike swallowed again, his mouth dry and his palms suddenly sweaty. He wondered fleetingly if his Maxim reading would actually be of any benefit, but pushed the thought aside when Carrie held her hand out to him. He stepped forward, taking her hand, his eyes traveling down her body. She was amazingly, stunningly beautiful, at least to his eyes. You'll have to tell me what you like, he said, his voice hoarse and dry. I will, Carrie promised, releasing his hand and turning to pour the glasses of wine. Mike stared intently as she walked the 2 steps to the nightstand, her ass swaying in a way it never did on post. She handed him a glass, and they each drank. Carrie sipped her wine, and Mike took a hefty swallow of his, wishing, for a moment, it was a shot of bourbon instead of wine. He took another swallow, setting both glasses down on the nightstand, not taking his eyes from Carrie. He slowly reached out, touching her neck lightly, and running his fingers down her shoulders, and then moved on to the front of her body, softly touching her breasts. Carrie closed her eyes when his fingertips brushed, feather soft, against her nipples, and she arched her back in response. You're overdressed, soldier, she said softly. Ma'am, yes, ma'am, Mike replied, a teasing edge in his quiet voice. Carrie grinned as he obligingly shuck out of his clothing until he stood before her only in well-tented boxers. He stepped into her, cupping her head and bringing her mouth to his. Carrie melted into the kiss, leaning against him, pressing the cool, bare flesh of her breasts and belly against his warmer chest, the light patch of fur tickling her nipples until she pressed more tightly. Mike deepened the kiss, and their tongues met, danced, and met again. He kept one hand cupped around her head, almost as though he thought she might escape if he didn't. His other hand moved down her back, to her waist and her rounded ass, cupping her cheek and pulling her even closer to him. Carrie gasped,
smiling as she felt Mike's hardness press against her belly.
"There's bottled water," she offered shyly. "We can wash."
Mike frowned, not liking the thought of cold water, and then he reconsidered with a wry smile. At his nod, Carrie stepped back into the hall, leaving the door open so the candle could provide a bit of light. She returned momentarily with 2-gallon jugs of spring water. They wouldn't waste it. Whatever was left in the morning would be tucked into the sidecar with their canteens and the 10-gallon water containers. Carrie smiled as she stepped back into the bedroom, the candle making the room feel warm and cozy. Mike took the water from her while she turned and relocked the door. He headed into the master bath, which was well appointed and clean, save for the light coating of dust. He set one of the jugs on the counter, meeting Carrie's eyes in the reflection of the mirror. "Go ahead," he said, his voice still dry. "I think I'll use the shower." Carrie bit her lower lip to stifle her laugh, and watched him in the mirror as he pulled off his boxers and carried the jug of water into the shower stall, closing the glass door behind him. God, he had a nice ass. With Mike facing away from her, naked, Carrie could see how lean and hard-muscled he had become. He was definitely not a gawky teenage boy anymore. Carrie sponge-bathed, listening to the sounds of Mike preparing to wash himself, and the sudden inhalation as he poured the bottle over his head and chest, the water mercilessly cascading down his body and killing his erection. When he stepped out of the shower and toweled off a few minutes later, Carrie was in the bedroom, naked, the bed already turned down, and most of the pillows stacked on a chair. She smiled, a bit shyly, a bit seductively, as he came into the room. She slipped onto the bed, pulling the sheet up to cover herself. Mike got in on the other side and immediately pulled the sheet away and down. "No," he said firmly. "I want to see you, all of you." Carrie nodded. She lay back on the bed slowly, forcing herself to relax. Her body was nothing to be ashamed of. The past 3 months of hard living and merciless calisthenics had taken care of the 10 pounds she needed to drop before the invasion. Now, her body was slim and toned. She was as fit as any other soldier, but still very much a woman. She sighed in contentment as Mike moved over her, holding her face gently as he kissed her. Time slowed, and her head spun. The sensation of safety and pleasure so rare it was almost alien. She kissed Mike back, running her hand down his back and cupping his ass, already feeling his renewed erection pressing against her leg. So much for his cold shower. Mike trailed kisses down Carrie's neck, pausing and inhaling appreciatively. "What is that?" he murmured, curious. He'd never smelt the scent on Carrie before. "Cashmere mist," she replied, a bit self-consciously. "It's Donna Karen. The woman who lived here must have used it. Do you like it?" "Mm-hmm," Mike affirmed, returning his attention to her neck and then to the hollow of her throat. He was aching with fullness, but he was determined to satisfy Carrie first, even if he needed to use every trick he'd read about. Mike moved downward, cupping Carrie's breast and gently laving a nipple. His hard cock seeped and then jerked, as if of its own accord. Carrie moaned softly and arched upward, the softness of her breast pushing into his mouth. He obliged her unspoken request, sucking with more pleasure, pleased to hear her breathing hitch. He allowed his hands to wander then, relying on instinct even more than thought. Carrie's soft exhalations, or gasps, told him when he found sensitive areas, and he remembered them, as though he were a cartographer mapping her body. She squirmed, arching upward with a gasp when he reached her mound, touching the warm slickness with a sense of exultation. He moved his fingers slightly, finding a rhythm and following the soft gasps she made, and the slickness spread, making it even easier to move his fingers in her soft, warm folds. Carrie cried out suddenly, the muscles in her stomach contracting as her first orgasm hit her, taking Mike by surprise. He slowed his fingers and then stopped,
leaving them in her wetness as he kissed her passionately, much of his earlier hesitation gone. She reached for him, and Mike evaded her, shaking his head. "Not yet," he said firmly. Carrie raised an eyebrow. "I won't last long," he explained simply. "I'm too close already, but I know you have more in you, so as long as we have nothing better to do, I intend to play." He smiled at the bemused expression on her face and proceeded to do exactly what he said. He explored all of her, with all of his senses. He smelled her, musk mixed with the scent of soap. He tasted her, surprised it was nothing like what the Maxim articles described. He felt her, the soft, warm slickness beneath his tongue, and the involuntary jerks and spasms. And he heard her, the moans and the gasps giving way to cries, then sobs of pleasure. And finally, when her body was limp and lethargic, and the pleased smile on her face told him her tension was sated, he guided himself into her, feeling her legs wrap around his waist. He thrust experimentally, then again, the sensations reeling through his mind and body. He was right. He didn't last long at all, the first time. Segment 16. March 15. Mike. They slept past sunrise, both waking with a start at almost the same moment. Mike glanced at his watch. It was almost 0900. "Shit, get a move on, soldier," he said, softening the harsh words with a happy grin as he hopped out of bed and began searching for his clothes. Carrie pulled a pillow over her head. "5 more minutes, Dad, please," she whined. Mike grabbed the pillow from her and mercilessly yanked the comforter off as well, exposing her to the frigid cold of the bedroom. Carrie yelped indignantly, but she got up and started scrounging for her own clothes. They packed everything up in 15 minutes. Mike hesitated a moment and stepped into the bathroom, emerging with a rolled-up towel. Carrie raised an eyebrow, but Mike said nothing, simply adding the towel to his backpack. They were on the road, heading for Ashland by 0920. They made good time, and Mike felt better than he had in months. He wasn't sure how much of that was due to the perfect weather, the good travel conditions, or the fact that he and Carrie had made love in every way they could think of, all through the night, finally falling asleep close to 3 in the morning. Mike chuckled to himself, thinking the last probably had a bit more to do with his mood than the bright sunshine and warm spring breeze. At one point, on I-64, they were actually able to hit interstate speed on the interstate. That lasted almost 7 miles before another tangle of wrecked vehicles blocked the roadway again, slowing them to 20 miles per hour. They got through that mess in about half an hour, so they hit the outskirts of Ashland close to 1300. Mike signaled for the brake, and they pulled over to the side of the road. Carrie used the telescoping aluminum pole from Mike's camera bag to prod the ground for feeders, while Mike dug 2 of the shit-brown MREs out of the sidecar. They both sat on the road and peeled open the food packets, using a bit of water from their canteens to activate the chemical cookers. "You seem Cheshire Cat pleased with yourself," Carrie scolded teasingly as they waited for their meals to heat. "And why not?" Mike replied. "It's a beautiful day. Got a great ride. Oh yeah, and there's that whole passage to manhood thing last night." Carrie snorted and rolled her eyes. "What?" Mike challenged, grinning at her. "Rite of passage. It's a big deal. Trust me, Mrs. Perksy could go on about it for hours." He pulled his MRE pouch out of the heating bag and squeezed the contents, trying to distribute the heat evenly. Carrie laughed, the sound like bells to his soul. "For me, it was Mr. Kelly," she smiled. "And yeah, rite of passage, and man's inhumanity to man." She said the last in as deep a baritone as she could manage, eliciting a chuckle from Mike. They ate their food without much enthusiasm. MREs got old the first time you ate them, and they'd each been on enough training exercises and scouting missions to be well beyond sick of them. Still,
Protein was protein, and carbs were carbs, so they both finished the ready-made meals without complaining. Something about the apocalypse makes a person grateful for even the crap things in life, Mike thought as he finished fueling up the bikes. All the more so for the sweet. He mounted and adjusted his helmet, watching Carrie's long legs as she slid over the seat of her motorcycle. He pulled his visor down quickly so she wouldn't see his appreciative leer. He didn't want to get punched again. With a rev of the engine, he took the lead, starting them off at a good 40 miles per hour. The weather was holding, and it seemed to Mike it was going to be a perfect day. Of course, that's when all hell broke loose. Hershey paced back and forth in the small office at work, his brown forehead wrinkled in worry. His stomach growled, and his head felt dizzy and heavy. He was very hungry, but the thirst was, by far, much worse. His throat felt like he had swallowed sand. He walked back into the room with the pens, his ears down, and his tail tucked tightly beneath him. Another one was dead. This time, the corgi mix. He couldn't smell her yet, but he knew anyway. Hershey looked anxiously at the black lab, wishing his friend would move to the cage door to touch noses with him like he had done so many times before. The lab looked up at him, thumping his tail once without energy. He was weaker and even thirstier than Hershey. When the water was gone from Hershey's bowl, he, at least, was able to use the water bowl in the small room where the humans went to sit and mark their territory. For once, Hershey didn't even wonder why they wasted their urine like that. His brain was too foggy, and his throat too sore for him to care. When he first went into the room to use the water bowl, he thought to himself he would have shared some of the water with the big black lab if the lab could get out of his pen. Even then, though, he knew he was lying to himself. He wouldn't have shared it. He would have growled at the lab, and even fought him for the water. But he drank the last of the water the afternoon before, and all day today he was without. Hershey moved back to the front door and whined again, scratching at it hopefully. He had done that hundreds of times since his human went outside 2 days ago. He knew something was wrong. Claire never forgot work. Work was the most important thing a human could do. Also, she wouldn't have forgotten him. Getting no answer to his whines and scratches, Hershey lay down in his bed, his head aching miserably. He wished he hadn't drunk all the water from the porcelain bowl. He sure would like a drink now. Kasoniak stood behind his desk and read the handwritten scouting report, his brow furrowed in a slight wrinkle. He added another red pin to the large map, this one just south of Old Louisville, and frowned at the pins. There were 6 red pins now, standing out in a comparable ocean of white pins. 43 white pins. Kasoniak sighed. 49 of his people dead, several of them civilians, 1 a child. They needed to find a better way to deal with these feeders, as Mike and Carrie called them. There simply weren't enough flamethrowers to adequately equip the scout patrols, much less the troops assigned to protect the civilians. The soldiers he'd assigned to manufacturing the napalm finally got it right, but 4 good men died in the process. That put the direct casualties up to 53 people. That was almost 6% of the current surviving population, and that was too goddamn high a loss rate. Kasoniak frowned at the window, gazing at the same forest, the same pond, and the same deer grazing at the same place, divided into 4 even sections by the old wooden window frame. His brain had long ago stopped being fooled by the painting, but still his eyes rested on it when he felt contemplative. He was appreciative they'd managed to get inside the Mint in February, and he valued the security the thick walls provided, but he would have given a year's pay for a real window and real sunlight. Working inside the Mint was like being entombed alive. There was a sharp rap at the door. "Come," Kasoniak called, not turning away from the map. The problem was there was no discernible pattern to where the feeders showed up. They could, literally, show up anywhere. One of the 6 they killed had been inside the Mint compound.
The 40-year-old soldier who was ordered to put down the 15-year-old girl entrapped by the damn thing broke that day. He was still on desk duty and would probably never be reliable in the field again. Gasoniak pushed his thoughts away and turned, preparing to deal with whatever new complication arrived. He returned his aide's salute and mildly advised the man to stand at ease. The soldier complied, but his body did not relax. His eyes were tense in a way that made Gasoniak steel himself for more bad news.
"What is it, Sergeant Riggs?"
"Sir, I'm sorry to inform you, your daughter is AWOL," Riggs said, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke. He continued, explaining quickly but professionally. "She didn't show up to PT this morning, and Sergeant Andreskevich told me she missed training yesterday afternoon. I went to her tent, since she's assigned out in the quadrant where that flu outbreak started, but she wasn't there."
Riggs held out several sheets of paper.
"Seems she went with Corporal Sanderlin, sir."
Gasoniak's eyes shuddered at the word daughter, and went cold at AWOL. He nodded, but didn't reach for the paperwork. "Thank you, Sergeant," he said, his mind already returning to the scouting report. The sergeant hesitated, then saluted. Gasoniak read the expression on his face. "My daughter gets no special treatment, Sergeant," he said, his voice characteristically mild. "Tell Andy to write her up for an Article 86.
"Yes, sir,"
the man replied, stepping out the door and closing it softly as the colonel returned to the map behind his desk. He shook his head, smiling in bemusement as he left. No wonder they called Gasoniak fucking hard-ass when he wasn't there to hear it. No way could Riggs have been so composed if it was his daughter. Scientist Farmer. Scientist Farmer watched the spotter as the atrocity occurred. Twice, he gave the command for the spotter to open fire, and twice he countermanded himself. Interference was absolutely forbidden, and there would be no acceptable justification to present to the council. Still, it was his human who was being tortured, and every instinct he possessed, both as scientist and as farmer, cried to him to stop the barbarism and to bring comfort to human male and his mate. Then things got much, much worse. Segment 17. March 15. Mike. Mike raised a fisted hand, and he and Carrie slowed their bikes to a crawl. The barricade in the middle of the Ashland West Virginia Bridge was deliberately set, not just a random jumble of wrecked vehicles. They stopped about 10 feet from the roadblock, their engines idling while they considered the situation. Mike studied the barricade carefully. A school bus was overturned on the left side of the highway, and 2 minivans and a Jeep blocked the right side. There would be room between the blockage for the motorcycles, but not with a sidecar. The embankment on the West Virginia side of the bridge was too far away to allow any kind of workaround. On either side of the bridge, the waters of the Big Sandy River flowed smoothly. Mike frowned, pulling to a complete stop and setting his feet on the pavement. He pulled a map from the documents pouch and unfolded it as Carrie pulled up next to him. "We can backtrack here," he showed her, pointing, "and try to cross at Catlettsburg." "No guaranteeing that won't be blocked too, though," Carrie observed. "It looks like someone in wild, wonderful West Virginia doesn't want company." Mike nodded with a frown, looking at the obstruction thoughtfully. "Haven't seen or heard anyone behind there," he said. "It's not possible for them to man this thing 24/7, so I can probably take the sidecar off if I have to, and then walk it through after the bikes." Carrie nodded. "Sounds like a plan." Mike shook his head. "Yeah, but this Mad Max kind of shit is freaky, Carrie. If they do have someone with eyes on this blockade, they'll probably be on us before I can finish with the sidecar." Carrie frowned as she considered the situation. "Well, not really much choice in the matter. What about we take your bike back a few miles and secure it somewhere, as secure as we can get it, then ride my bike across and see if there's any safe way through this?" Mike shrugged noncommittally. "I don't like it, but I don't know what else we can do," he said. "Before we backtrack, though, let's go through for a quick look to see what we're up against. I don't want to get too far from the sidecar. but I want to have the lay of the land for a mile or so up the road. Carrie nodded. You ride, bitch, she ordered. It's my bike, so I drive. Mike laughed at her and obligingly dismounted his motorcycle, pocketing the key carefully. He looked at the sidecar and frowned, deciding they would travel just to the first bend in the road. Their supplies were too valuable to risk being out of sight. He climbed behind her, thrusting his hips against her ass suggestively. Pervert, she scolded with a grin, as she slowly eased the bike through the narrow gap in the middle of the road. Every chance Mike started. He tensed. Abort! Abort! He snapped, just as Carrie passed the school bus. He saw movement behind the Jeep and... The attackers came from both sides. 2 on the right from behind the Jeep, and 3 on the left from behind the school bus. Carrie screamed as she was pulled violently from the bike. Mike fired off 2 shots before the gun was knocked from his hand, and an elbow found its way to his face. The bike toppled, Mike and his attackers falling on top of it in a graceless heap. The screaming continued, high and agonized, and it was only when Mike's left arm was pulled up behind his back and a burly forearm wrapped around his throat that he realized it wasn't Carrie screaming. One of the 5 men lay writhing on the ground, screaming in pain and anger, his thigh gushing blood in rhythmic spurts. Carrie was desperately punching another man who was trying to grab her arms. She struck out, scratching him in the face, and he cursed violently. A moment later, he backhanded her hard, and she went down long enough for him to pull a zip tie from his pocket and secure her wrists. Mike's arms were jerked down and similarly secured. The man on the ground was bleeding out, Mike realized with a sickness in his gut. He had been in skirmishes before, and he was credited with several kills, but this was the first time he was close enough to watch the person die. And unless something was done in seconds, the man would die. The burly man who had subdued Mike did do something. He stepped up and, with terrifying indifference, shot the screaming man between the eyes. The sudden silence after the ringing of the shot was almost as bad as the screaming had been.
Jesus, Mayhew,
the man holding Carrie said quietly. Roll him over the side, Mayhew responded, his voice cold. Tommy and Jimbo, take the bikes. Crank, get these 2 in the back of the Jeep. Mike met Carrie's eyes as Mayhew's instructions were carried out. The only sound, the grunting of the men as they rolled the body off the bridge. Mike listened for the splash, but didn't hear it. The man named Crank got into the Jeep and backed it up several feet, and then got out and stood next to Carrie again. He waited patiently while either Tommy or Jimbo reached into Mike's pocket and dug out the key to the bike, an insolent leer on his face. If they got out of this alive, he would kill that man, Mike promised himself, watching him swagger over to his bike. Crank shoved Carrie toward the Jeep, with her hands tied behind her so she couldn't climb into the back seat. With a quick movement that drew a vicious curse from Carrie, he simply picked her up and placed her on the seat himself. Move it, Mayhew snapped, pushing Mike toward the Jeep. Carrie looked at Mike desperately, and he shook his head almost imperceptibly, moving over to the back of the Jeep and climbing in with difficulty. Last thing he needed was for Carrie to go all Rambo on him with her hands tied behind her back. She'd do it, too. Mayhew climbed into the passenger seat of the Jeep as their bikes roared past them into West Virginia. He turned in his seat, the Ruger pointed between Carrie and Mike. He wasn't underestimating them, unfortunately. Crank got in behind the wheel and started the vehicle, following the 2 motorcycles. Mike glared at Mayhew, who studied him back implacably. Where are you taking us? Carrie asked. Her tone would have been belligerent if she managed to keep the slight breathlessness from her voice. Mayhew didn't lower his gun or take his eyes off Mike. To a little cabin in the woods, sweet butt, he said smoothly, where all your dreams can come true. Carrie rolled her eyes and turned her face away, saying nothing else. After less than 10 minutes of crawling down the interstate, they turned off onto a dirt road that did indeed lead back to a hunting cabin in the woods. Tommy and Jimbo had already arrived and were gleefully pawing through the sidecar. Woo-wee, boss, we hit pay dirt on this one,
Jimbo exclaimed happily. He held up the ammo box and a bar of C4. God damn it, watch it with that shit, Mayhew snapped. You'll blow your dick off, asshole. Jimbo quickly put the C4 back into the rucksack and dropped it into the sidecar. Mike's face remained expressionless. These men were his enemy. If they believed they could blow their dicks off with uncapped C4, who was he to tell them differently? Carrie, on the other hand, was a smart mouth. That would be no great loss to womankind, she quipped sharply. Jimbo looked up, fury in his eyes, but Mayhew laughed heartedly. From the mouths of hot, tight-ass babes, Mayhew chuckled with a mean leer. Carrie looked away again, both she and Mike wishing she'd kept quiet. Chain him, Mayhew ordered. Mike was pulled roughly from the jeep and dragged over to a fallen tree which had a tow chain wrapped under it, with enough slack to easily wrap around a person's wrists. Tommy kicked Mike's legs out from under him, grinning when the soldier fell face first. He jerked him up so his back was to the tree, and quickly, carelessly draped the tow chain around his wrists, securing it with a master lock. Mike kept his face as calm as he could. The redneck crew just made their third mistake. Not only did they piss Mike off, mistake number 1, but they left him a bit of wiggle room on the zip tie, number 2. And now the tow chain was less than a sloppy formality. 3 strikes, they're out, Mike thought. He just needed to wait for the right opportunity, probably nighttime, when these overconfident amateurs went to bed and failed to set a watch. Mayhew walked over to the open fire near the front of the cabin and added a cut log, not looking over his shoulder as he spoke. Tits and ass we can use, he told his men, to their hoots of agreeable laughter. But I got no use for Soldier Boy after we yuns have us a little chat. He leaned down and picked up the wooden handle of a poker from beside the fire pit. Mike could have predicted it, just as he could have predicted the end of the poker would be red hot. Mayhew approached Mike with an air of malicious pleasure and squatted near him. 4th mistake. He was within kicking distance. Mike bunched his muscles, preparing to strike out, but he noticed Carrie's small head shake. She was telling him no. Mike reconsidered the situation. 4-2. The 2 of them were trained resistance fighters, and these assholes were rank amateurs, sure, but they had the full use of their hands, unlike the soldiers. Mike and Carrie were at the disadvantage currently. The better plan was still to wait until nightfall, no matter what he needed to endure between now and then. Now, boy, let's you and me get to know each other, Mayhew said. He grinned at Mike, but there was a disconcerting intelligence in his malicious eyes. He knew what Mike had been thinking. He would have expected the kick. Mentally, Mike thanked Carrie, resolving to kiss her ass for it if they got out of here, when they got out of here. Tommy and Jim, get his coat off, Mayhew ordered, turning the hot poker before his own eyes, with an expression almost lustful. Crank put his hand out, pulling Carrie back roughly as the 2 men obeyed their leader. Mike bit back a snort of laughter as Jimbo tried to go all macho and ripped the USRF jacket off as if it were a cheap hunting camo. The man cursed, moving around to unzip the jacket and roughly pushing it away from Mike's shoulders. He then yanked the neck of the white t-shirt and ripped that open viciously, as if that would eradicate his earlier impotence. Mayhew nodded, looking at Mike calmly. Okay, boy, here's how it's gonna go. The first time I burn you, I call that branding you with my mark, because you ain't nothing but my bitch now. Boy, the first time, that's just a little love nibble, okay? Let's everyone around these parts know you belong to Big Pete Mayhew. The second time, I'm going to use this poker and take out your right eye. The third time, I'm going to take out your tongue. Am I making myself clear to you, boy? Mike's blood ran like ice. Mayhew seemed completely composed, as if he were discussing a bill at a local feed store. He barely recognized his own voice. Do what you gotta do, he said, his eyes staring behind Mayhew's left ear. He was done talking. Whatever was going to happen would happen whether he talked or didn't.
Mayhew was in it for pleasure. Mayhew chuckled meanly. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Don't, Carrie called out, her own voice hoarse. Mayhew, don't do this. Mike couldn't divert his attention to Carrie, but he heard some type of scuffle, and suddenly she was silent. What uniform you wearing, boy? Mayhew asked, looking at the camel BDUs. That ain't a U.S. uniform. You one of them terrorists that caused all this shit? Mike kept silent, carefully watching the spot in the trees behind Mayhew. He blinked for a moment. It seemed as though he saw a small, black orb floating in the air. Something about it tickled his mind with familiarity, but he didn't have the time or resources for a distraction right now. Whatever it was gone. Mayhew was not. I won't ask again, Mayhew growled. What kind of shit uniform you wearing, asswipe? The pain was so much more intense than he could have imagined. The cords in Mike's neck strained unsuccessfully to keep the scream behind his clenched teeth. The poker rested on the side of his neck for only a few seconds, but eternal hells were born and died as Mike screamed and his flesh blistered and burned. Even after Mayhew finally drew the damn thing away, pain raced through every nerve ending in his body, slamming around like a pinball going for full tilt. Fuck. He hated getting burned. Mike slumped, his breathing coming in harsh, jagged sobs. He remembered the 4 days of SERE training and almost laughed. He never thought he would actually need that information. The feeders weren't big on catch and release. What did I say? Mayhew asked his men. Right, boss, Tommy said eagerly. That's right, Mayhew agreed, turning back to Mike. Now, this poker still has plenty of heat in it, but after I take your eye, I'm gonna have to reheat it all over again. What kind of shit uniform you wearing, kid? Mayhew, stop! Carrie screamed. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just please, leave him alone. Mayhew stopped, looking from Mike to Carrie, as if considering her words. He stood up and handed the poker off to Tommy, who seemed disappointed. Set that to warming, Tommy, Mayhew instructed. He walked over to where Crank held Carrie in a headlock, despite the zip ties on her wrists. Crank was sporting a nice bruise on his eye, Mike noted dully. It would be a hell of a shiner in a few days. He tried desperately to pay attention to Carrie's words, while his breathing slowed, but his mind still reeled from the pain that wasn't easing. He would give anything to lie down in the patch of snow a few feet to his left. So? Mayhew asked. It's an American uniform, Carrie replied levelly. It's the uniform of the U.S. Resistance Front, which is the only military force we have left. The 5 branches of the military are completely gone, and the RF is all that stands between you and those feeders. Mayhew laughed without humor. If you mean those bitch slugs, your Resistance Front hasn't done shit, he snapped. We lost 3 good people already, and there ain't no way to kill those fuckers. The Resistance has killed over 2 dozen of them, Carrie lied easily. You need to have the right chemical components. It's like a recipe. You have to follow it exactly, or it doesn't do anything to the bitch slugs. For the first time, Mayhew looked uncertain. What's the recipe? Carrie laughed out loud, the sound heavy with sarcasm. Yeah, right, she exclaimed. Not until we make a deal, Mayhew. Mike continued rubbing the plastic zip tie against the branch behind his back, keeping his movements small. The fire in his neck was almost unbearable, so the pain and blood oozing from the blisters on his wrist barely even penetrated. He knew he'd never be able to cut the plastic tie without a knife, but the enemy had been stupid and careless. With enough determination and lubricant, he could slip out of the binding. And when he did, he would kill every one of those bastards. Mayhew looked at Carrie. How about I make you the same deal I made your little boyfriend, bitch? He leered. Carrie smiled without humor. Your choice, she replied. But then, you'll never know for sure if I gave you the right ingredients, will you? Not until you're buried up to your neck in feeder, and realize, oops, that one-eyed, tongueless bitch must have left out one itsy-bitsy component. Mayhew scowled. What kind of deal you want, sweet butt? Mike struggled to concentrate. Something important was happening between Carrie and Mayhew, and he needed to be alert and aware, not operating on fuzzy autopilot. She was manipulating the man, and Mike needed to participate, to react as Mayhew would expect. "Carrie, don't," he croaked, making it come out as a weak, hoarse whisper. Mike smiled inwardly as he noted the infinitesimal relaxation of Mayhew's shoulders. He hoped the other men were relaxing as well, dismissing Mike as a potential threat. "Safe passage for both of us. We get the bike with the sidecar, one of the jugs of fuel, half the weapons." It was Mayhew's turn to laugh. "And what even makes you think I'll keep up my end of the deal?" Carrie kept a straight face, pulling on every technique she learned in her sophomore year drama class. "Because I think, before all this happened, you were a decent man, Mayhew," she said quietly. "I think the invasion changed you, like it changed everyone else. I trust you to keep your word if you give it." Mayhew looked at her levelly. "One bike, no sidecar, no fuel, no weapons." Carrie waited a long moment, and then nodded reluctantly. "Deal," she said, as if there was a choice. "Deal," Mayhew repeated. "Now, what about your recipe, Betty Crocker?" "You know the Flying J, about 8 miles west of Ashland?" Mayhew nodded. "We hid a small cache of supplies inside the store, under the counter behind the register. A copy of the recipe is in it with the cache." Mayhew's eyes narrowed. "How stupid do you think I am, girl? No one hides cash anymore. It's worthless unless you need toilet paper. You got no fucking recipe." Carrie shook her head resolutely, deliberately ignoring his question. "A cache of supplies, Mayhew. A stockpile or a stash. It's in a backpack we were taking to the National Guard facility in Charleston. That's where we're heading, if we get clear of you and your boys." Mayhew studied her for a long moment, then nodded, smiling as he lied. "Fine. We let you two go when Tommy brings the backpack to me." Carrie shrugged. "You trust him with a bottle of Maker's Mark? Fine by me. We'll wait." She suddenly had everyone's attention, as she had known she would. "Maker's Mark?" Jimbo asked, a disbelieving hunger in his voice. Carrie didn't even look at him, her eyes steady on Mayhew's. "It's a catalyzing agent in the formula," she said convincingly, "and obviously it's hard to come by." "You're bullshitting me, sweet butt," Mayhew said, his voice dark and menacing. "Don't take me for a fool." Carrie shook her head in exasperation. "Why would I do that?" she challenged. "There's no advantage to it. You'll just be back here in half an hour and be more pissed off than you are now. More inclined to hurt us rather than just kill us." "She's lying," Mike coughed, shivering violently. "There's no recipe. No booze. There's no fairy princess either." Carrie scowled at Mike. "Don't be a douche, Mike. If we're dead, no one outside Kentucky will benefit from that formula. Remember who the enemy is, soldier. Mayhew and his friends might be jerks, but they're not aliens." Mike turned away, as though unable to come up with a retort. He shifted uncomfortably, and the plastic zip tie finally was coated with enough blood to lubricate itself off the thickest part of Mike's wrists. It took almost more willpower than he had to wait silently while Mayhew considered his options. Finally, Mayhew nodded to Crank. "You and Tommy watch them," he said. "Jimbo and me will go get that backpack." As Crank nodded, Mayhew approached Carrie, backing her up against the side of a rusted Ford Ranger that seemed like it hadn't moved in a very long time. "If you've lied to me, sweet butt, if you tried to play me for a fool, I swear to you by everything holy, when I get back here, you will beg me to let you die. You understand? What Loverboy went through will be Christmas morning with extra presents. I will burn your cunt so badly and so deeply with that poker, you will never even think of having children. You hear me? And after a few days, or weeks, depending on how long I let you last, I'll make sure you never have kids, because I will impale your cunt and watch you bleed to death." He stared into Carrie's eyes until she looked away. She knew he meant every word of what he said. "She's lying," Mike insisted stubbornly. His body was still slumped, defeated, while he worked his way easily out of the perfunctory loops of the toe chain and began wrapping it tightly around each hand. This time, he didn't want his blood to lubricate the garrote. Mayhew barely glanced at Mike. "We ain't got nothing but time in this glorious new world of ours. Looks like Jimbo and me are just going to go find out then, won't we, boy?" Crank took up a guard position to the side of Carrie, his shotgun pointed at Mike, as Jimbo and Mayhew drove away in the Jeep. There was something eerily dispassionate in his expression, and everything he'd done so far. Mike fought not to squirm impatiently. They would get one chance at this, and he needed to make it count. "I'm tapping that," Tommy announced, the moment the Jeep was out of sight. Crank didn't take his eyes off Mike as he replied, in a disinterested, almost bored tone. "Might want to reconsider that, Tommy. Remember what happened to the last brother who hit one of Mayhew's women." "She ain't his woman. He's made no claim, and the bitch scratched my face," Tommy argued, a slight obnoxious whine in his voice. "Hell, he's calling her sweet butt." Crank shrugged indifferently. He glanced at Carrie, but turned back to Mike almost immediately. "Be patient," Mike cautioned himself. "He'll get distracted soon enough. Wait." Carrie couldn't wait. She made her move prematurely, perhaps unnerved by the conversation, perhaps too hyped on adrenaline to rein it in long enough. Either way, Tommy was barely in range of the knife when she swung, and as such her reach was long, unbalancing her. Tommy knocked her wrists away hard, and Carrie cried out from the pain. Something was broken. She was certain of it. She attacked Tommy with hellcat intensity, striking him as she'd been taught, with everything in her arsenal. Tommy fought back, with no finesse, but more upper body strength and the skill and proficiency of an experienced street fighter. Mike struggled against invisible bonds, drawing an amused half-smirk from Crank. "A little help here, bro," Tommy snapped, as Carrie landed a roundhouse kick to his upper thigh, dropping him momentarily. Crank laughed, the sound like swallowing glass. "No way, man. I got guard duty. You tapping that is all you, brother." Mike almost screamed in frustration. Of all the interbred rednecks on the entire planet, he had to get a responsible one? Really? It had already been several minutes since Mayhew and Jimbo left. In another 10 minutes, they would reach the Flying J. In 10 minutes and 5 seconds, they would be heading back in this direction. They would be furious and deadly. "Let her go, asswipe!" Mike shouted, pushing a tone of authority into his voice. Tommy glanced back at the tone, allowing Carrie a vicious jab that would have broken his windpipe if it had connected. He backhanded her across the face, sending her sprawling, and then immediately jumped on her, pinning her arms. He wouldn't be distracted again. Crank, on the other hand, was still paying too much attention to Mike for him to make a move. Mike held his wrists closely together and thrashed and struggled, as though in a frenzy to escape. Crank watched him for several moments before flicking his eyes back to the more interesting struggle. He was glancing away more often, but only for quick seconds at a time. What was the best way to get an enemy to ignore you? Fabric tore. Carrie's shirt, probably. Mike couldn't see what was happening because Carrie and Tommy were down on the ground, but he could hear the sounds of the struggle. Carrie's grunts of determination and gasps of pain as she landed and received blows. It sounded like an evenly matched wrestling competition. Except Carrie was fighting for her life, not a trophy. "Get off her, you motherfucker!" Mike shouted, not having to feign the fury in his voice. "You stupid, inbred piece of shit. Get the fuck off her. I'm going to fucking kill you." As he hoped, the more he ranted, the more confident and distracted Crank became. His glances away lasted longer and longer, his attention clearly on the rape in progress. Mike waited. Whites of their eyes, he thought bitterly, as he continued to curse and shout. When the moment came, it was over almost instantly. Mike uncurled the toe chain from his left hand and arm, holding it securely in his right. He leapt up and grabbed the back of Crank's head with both hands, snapping his neck with one vicious, sudden twist. It was a much more visceral feeling to snap a man's neck than A.I. Palmer had warned them in training. But otherwise, it went exactly as Palmer said it would. Crank dropped like a hot brick. Tommy hesitated just 1 second too long before turning around. In that second, the tow chain was wrapped around his neck, and Mike's knee was in his back. As Tommy began bucking, Mike shifted position, yanking the piece of shit off Carrie and dragging him away from her. Mike quickly averted his eyes, deliberately not seeing the blood or the viscous white fluid between Carrie's legs. He dragged Tommy over to the tree line, giving Carrie privacy and the time to pull herself together. There, he slowly and methodically tightened the chain until he choked Tommy to death. It takes longer for a man to die that way than they show in the movies. It takes up to 2 minutes. Long minutes that can stretch into days. And then another minute or so after death for all of the twitching to stop. Mike waited through all of it with grim patience. When he finally dropped the body, he turned to see Carrie next to him, her shirt shredded, the zipper and front panel of her jeans torn, her face bruised and bloody. The hunting knife was in her hand. "The loser dropped it on the bridge," she explained, her voice a shaky, hysterical sob. She stabbed Tommy's body through the heart. Then she did it again and again. When his chest was the consistency of hamburger, she left the knife sticking out of him and turned into the bushes, puking her stomach inside out. "We need to find ambush positions," Mike said quietly, handing her Crank's shotgun and removing the knife, then rolling what remained of Tommy to pull the Glock out of his waistband. "Or get out of here before they get back," Carrie countered, looking at their motorcycles. Mike was undecided. A burning sense of revenge wanted him to stay, but the logical course was to move on. They had a good 10 minutes on Mayhew and Jimbo, and Mike doubted the two thugs would be willing to fight on even terms, not after checking out the Burger King that Carrie had made of Tommy. Finally, reluctantly, he nodded. He froze when they reached their bikes. "Carrie?" he asked tensely. "I see it," she replied. "What the fuck is it?" It was a metallic orb, shaped oddly like the puzzle cube the babies like to play with, but it was definitely no toy. It was so black and sleek it gleamed blue. It wasn't powered like a drone. It simply floated there, between their bikes. Mike slowly reached and drew the shotgun up. There was a slight popping noise and the smell of ozone, and then Mike no longer had voluntary muscle control. The shotgun stopped moving, and Mike stood frozen, as did Carrie. The orb moved between the two humans, its motion completely, eerily silent. Carrie's eyes were huge with terror, and Mike felt his own heart beating rapidly as well. Something niggled at the back of his brain, though, something as faint as a memory he didn't yet have. For some reason, he relaxed, knowing this thing meant them no harm. The orb floated to Mike, approaching level with his neck. There was a sudden hissing sound, and the orb spat at him. A burst of cool liquid landing right on his burn wound. For an instant, there was agony as the drops of liquid touched the blistered flesh. But just as quickly, it was gone. And so was the pain. All of the pain. Mike could have sobbed with relief. He didn't realize how much exquisite discomfort he was moving under until it was, suddenly, no longer a part of him. Carrie whimpered low in her throat as the orb approached her, level with her eyes. It didn't spit at her as much as gently blow a waft of sweet-smelling, pink-tinted chemical toward her. She held her breath instinctively until there was no choice. She gasped in the air, her eyes wild and panicked, and then suddenly calm. The bruises and lacerations on her face began to heal themselves, as if they were flower buds opening in time-lapse photography. The bones in her wrists knit together, healing itself in mere seconds. The pain in her eyes calmed. The orb bobbed away and vanished back into the trees. Both Mike and Carrie could move as easily as if they'd never been immobilized. "What the hell was that?" Carrie yelped, staring at Mike in disbelief. Mike grabbed his helmet and nodded at Carrie to mount her bike. "I have no idea. We can talk about it later, Carrie, but we better get the hell out of here while the getting is good." Carrie changed her clothes quickly, leaving the despoiled garments where they dropped while Mike gathered up the supplies Mayhew and Crank had scattered. They were almost 5 miles away when Mayhew and Jimbo returned to the hunting cabin. Already livid at Carrie's betrayal, Mayhew howled in rage at the sight of his cousin's body. They had killed him like a dog. His neck was snapped as if Crank had never even served in Iraq, never even been a war hero at all. Mayhew sobbed for several minutes, while Jimbo looked on uncomfortably. Segment 18, March 15. Scientist Farmer. Scientist Farmer greeted researcher xenohistorian politely on their second meeting. There was a tension in the air between them now, a feeling almost akin to fear. Scientist Farmer raised the privacy shielding around the conference room, double-checking that no inquisitive presence, no matter how psionically skilled, could penetrate the shields. When he was done, not even shaman, untranslatable, could have entered their conversation. Researcher, xenohistorian, watched all of Scientist Farmer's preparations silently. When he completed his task, she added her own layers of impenetrable shielding. Scientist Farmer didn't know whether to be offended. She didn't trust him or impressed with her obvious psionic skill, so he opted for the latter. He assumed a corporeal form and watched as researcher xenohistorian did the same. Interestingly, they both opted to assume human shapes. When we last spoke, Scientist Farmer began. Researcher xenohistorian smiled, and suddenly the memory was in front of both of them. They had met in the laboratory a mere 3 moons ago. "Do you see here?" Scientist Farmer asked. The youngling's face. "There is no familial resemblance, researcher xenohistorian, and more so, no familial bond." Researcher xenohistorian nodded. "I see, Scientist Farmer," she replied. "The human kit." "Child." "Yes, the human child. She clings to human male, but she does not even know him. I am afraid I do not understand." "She is not his offspring, Scientist Farmer. Human male is a juvenile, barely of mating age." "That, well, how is that possible, researcher xenohistorian? I thought the human male and female were traveling with their litter to try to escape the harvesting." "No, Scientist Farmer. Only one of the children is of human male's genetic likeness, and that one is a sibling, not offspring. My conjecture is that human male and his female gathered the children from the hive to take them to a place of perceived safety. The child he is holding met him only the day after harvesting began, but she feels safety in his arms. She does not feel with the other humans." Scientist Farmer was stunned at the implication. Pieces started tumbling together in his mind. He found thoughts and images among researcher xenohistorian's offerings that supported his suppositions. It was beginning to make sense now, and a feeling of excitement rippled along his synapses. "So," he mused, "human male is willing to die to protect a child that is not his own." "It appears so," researcher xenohistorian replied, her voice painfully neutral. There was a long moment of silence between them. "Do you believe the humans are level 8 sapients?" Scientist Farmer finally asked, speaking the question outright. Researcher xenohistorian was no fool. "The beliefs of one individual are irrelevant," she said stiffly. "The beliefs of one individual, supported by objective scientific data, can build or destroy worlds," Scientist Farmer proffered. "Indeed they can," researcher xenohistorian said quietly. "Yes, indeed they can." Scientist Farmer blinked, enjoying the sensation of moisture flowing over his sclerae and irises. Assuming corporeal form was always a sensory feast, and his human body seemed particularly well adapted to receiving a variety of input. "Thank you for the recording, researcher xenohistorian." Scientist Farmer smiled. Researcher xenohistorian took a seat at the small conference table opposite him. "You are quite welcome. How may I assist you, Scientist Farmer?" Scientist Farmer frowned. "I admit, I have been deeply troubled about the humans. I have watched them carefully, particularly human male and his pack.
Family, researcher xenohistorian corrected gently, even as she nodded.
Yes, family and friends. And now, enemies.
He sighed heavily, clearly weighing his options, and then he opened his third mind to bring forth the memory. He allowed her to see the recent events, the torture and rape of human male and his mate, and then, incriminatingly, his own complicity in directing the spotter to heal both humans. When the memory ended, researcher xenohistorian was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was troubled, even in the human form. "Thank you for trusting me, scientist farmer," she said quietly. "I am honored." Scientist farmer shrugged, an odd gesture he was beginning to pick up from human male.
I need to know, researcher xenohistorian. Are the inhabitants of this harvest planet, these humans, are they classification 8 sapiens?
Researcher xenohistorian sighed heavily. "I wish I had better news for you, my colleague. The other members of the committee would not even determine level 7 sapiens," she said, an edge of bitterness seeping into her voice. Scientist farmer drew back, dismayed.
Not even 7? He repeated. How is that even possible, researcher xenohistorian? Level 7 sapiens should be beyond question. The point of contention is whether they are level 8, which would require us, by law, to stop harvesting the planet and restore everything as it was.
Researcher xenohistorian shook her head, another odd gesture scientist farmer was becoming acquainted with. "I have put forth the same opinion, scientist farmer, and have been met with implacable, unmovable opposition. They won't even consider modifying the sapience rating." They waited a long moment in silence, before she added quietly, "I'm afraid it was the cannibalism." Scientist farmer was staggered.
The humans practice cannibalism?
He was so shocked, it took him several seconds to turn his brains to task. He searched quickly through his memories of every encounter he had with human male and human female, while his secondary and tertiary brains scrambled for the little he knew about the human species. He'd been a fool, concentrating on only their past 4,000 years of history. Even so, he encountered nothing even remotely resembling cannibalism, barring a few extremist cults that were statistically insignificant.
Please explain, researcher xenohistorian.
Scientist farmer kept his voice calm, his inner shields firmly in place. He and researcher xenohistorian were equals in the consortium's hierarchy. It would be inappropriate to express incredulity. "It is a part of their religious practices," researcher xenohistorian said, wariness in her tone. "Not all humans are practitioners, of course, but a statistically significant number of humans practice the observance each week. It is barbaric." She spoke softly, a deep sadness mingling with the wariness in her tone. "There were almost 2 billion adherents to the practice before the first phase of the winnowing, scientist farmer." Scientist farmer felt sick. There were no changes in his metabolic rate, psi pressure, or synapse activity. It was a sickness of the soul, perceived more clearly in this frail human form. How odd that the conscience of a beast that would eat its own was so strong as to create an ache in the stomach area just because of unhappy thoughts. And the ritual, xenohistorian? The practice itself? She nodded at him, her eyes empathetic. She, too, was struggling to understand, was hoping to find something, anything, to keep her beloved humans from extinction. She sighed, speaking with obvious reluctance. "A piece of biscuit is given to each participant, and a sip of fermented grape. The words spoken are, roughly translated, 'Take this, all of you, and eat it. This is my body, which will be given up for you. Take this, all of you, and drink from it. This is the cup of my blood, which will be shed for you. Do this in memory of me.'" Scientist farmer remained very still, the colors in his aura barely moving as he assigned all 7 brains to the singular task of making sense of this new knowledge and fitting it with what he knew of human male and human female.
There was silence in the conference room for several long passages of time as each being contemplated the information. Finally, Scientist Farmer, speaking very slowly, asked, "Is it possible, researcher xenohistorian, the humans recognize the event as being in itself symbolic? They use, what, biscuit and fermented grape, not the actual flesh and blood of another being?" Researcher xenohistorian blinked. I do not know," she said after a moment. "The practice of cannibalism was so barbaric and shocking that we, the committee, never appointed anyone to enter the humans' minds during the ritual itself. If they perceive the act as symbolism, if they know they are indeed not consuming the flesh of their deity, but are instead consuming biscuit and wine in honor of him, in memory of him, then that knowledge must be a factor in the determination of sapience." He felt the hope in her aura when his words and thoughts came together. Researcher xenohistorian's reaction was stronger than he expected it would be. She had been struggling with the question for 2 centuries and had agonized over the fate of her cherished test subjects. "Yes," researcher xenohistorian finally said, her corporeal voice shaking even as she removed that form. "You are correct, Scientist Farmer. It is time to bring the humans into the laboratory for testing. Perhaps we are not too late." Carrie. It was well after dark by the time they reached the Holiday Inn in Covington, Virginia. The West Virginia Turnpike was hell, and it kept them silent, concentrating on the treacherously slick roads, hairpin curves, and multiple pileups that made post-invasion travel so dangerous. Mike was rigidly determined to make it to the Virginia border, and as the hours of silence dragged on, the tension in his shoulders tightened instead of loosening. Carrie watched him negotiate a turn in front of her, frowning slightly as she followed her own thoughts. It was odd in a way, very odd. Mike was more torn up over the rape than she was. His anger toward Tommy and Mayhew, as red-hot as the poker Mayhew had threatened them with, feeding on itself until it burned white. The intensity was alarming. It wasn't that Carrie didn't feel angry. Of course she was angry. She remembered every detail of what happened, and remembering the hateful, smug expression on Tommy's face when he pushed himself inside of her made her want to stab him again. But, unless she actively called the anger to her, the memories simply seemed like a memory. The rape seemed like something that had happened to her years ago, something she had grieved and then accepted. It felt like there were layers and layers of excellent psychotherapy and healing between her and the trauma of the day. They drove their bikes into the lobby, and Mike left her to wait by the entrance while he checked out the bottom floor of the ransacked hotel. It was clear, except for several colonies of mice. Carrie shuddered at the thought as she walked her bike down the hallway to the room Mike chose for them. She was pleased he'd selected a room with a large, king-size bed. He obviously had to scrounge for the linens, because the bed was made the way Mike made his rack. Squared-off hospital corners, slightly uneven edges. "Set us up in here, if you don't mind," Mike said, the soft words still not making it a request. "I'll secure the rest of the building." Carrie nodded, flinching in the sudden darkness as she turned the key on the bike, cutting power to the headlight. Mike quickly turned on a maglite and set it sideways on the dresser, taking a smaller flashlight and backing into the hallway. He positioned his bike to block the door and smiled grimly at Carrie. "Keep it locked," he ordered quietly as he handed her the key to his machine. "Shoot to kill." Carrie knew there would be no water, but she was still disappointed when the faucet hissed, dripped, and died. What she wouldn't give for a long, hot shower, the kind that turned the bathroom into a steam room, billows of hot mist so thick that the condensation would be dripping from the mirror before her name was halfway written. She longed for the simple things in life, shampoo and soap, both of which had been scavenged from the hotel apparently. Nail polish, hand lotion, Q-tips, gummy bears, and fresh potato chips. Everything she took for granted her entire life was suddenly, at 22 years old, precious to her and completely inaccessible. Mike identified himself at the door so she didn't have to shoot him. He came in empty-handed except for an ice bucket, which he set on the dresser. "No ice," he said, "but I figured this would be a convenient porta-potty for traveling." "Good idea," Carrie smiled, masking her disappointment. Obviously there was no ice, but man, for just a moment there, she immediately added ice to the things she took for granted and now longed for. "Come lie down for a few minutes," Carrie suggested. They were grimy, travel-worn, and exhausted, but they needed to talk. "I know what happened, Mike." He came over and sat beside her, warily untying the first few laces of his combat boots and towing them off. "That thing, the round ball with better avionics than NASA?" Mike nodded, so Carrie continued. "It did something, Mike, to both of us. It healed my face and wrist, and the burn on your neck, and, well, it healed my crazy from the rape." Mike flinched. Carrie wasn't sure if it was the word crazy or rape, but one of them got his attention. "I've been thinking about it while we drove," Carrie continued softly. "I know you pretty well, I think, after all these months, and when you're upset about something, you translate it into anger. It seemed like the more we drove, the more pissed off you got. I'm surprised you haven't punched a wall or something." Mike smiled ruefully and held up his right hand for inspection. The knuckles were scraped and would be bruised in the next day or two. "I did it upstairs, so it wouldn't upset you." Carrie shook her head in exasperation, reaching out to check Mike's hand, but he pulled away, opening and closing it to show her it was fully functional. "Nothing's broken, Mom," he said, giving her the first real smile she'd seen in hours. "Drywall's softer than trees." "Jesus," Carrie muttered. Inwardly she was pleased, though. She could feel the tension draining away from him as they spoke. "I've told you my theory about boys, right? About how they can't help it. They're just born stupid." "You've expounded on it for hours," Mike complained, dragging the last word out by several syllables. Carrie laughed, and, just like that, things were okay again. They ate MREs for dinner, and talked long into the night. Around midnight, they made love with such tenderness Mike cried, and then Carrie cried because he was crying. He apologized over and over for not being able to protect her, and she shushed him over and over in every way she knew. Afterward they slept, wrapped tightly in each other's arms. March 16. Scientist Farmer. The privacy barriers set up in the council chamber were as tight as those Scientist Farmer and researcher Xenohistorian had created the day before. That was interesting, since council meetings were supposedly open to any and all. Scientist Farmer waited patiently next to researcher Xenohistorian. The colors of her aura were pleasing, pinks and yellow, with a vivid, brilliant green through the core. His own aura was more subdued, the colors ranging into cobalt and emerald. They both gathered their auras close to themselves when Patriarch Statesman and the others came in. Patriarch Statesman was the 7th council member. No one knew why there were 7 council members, but it had always been that way. Even evolved politicians could squabble like sapient twos if the matter fired their synapses the wrong way. Patriarch Statesman was the de facto leader, and that he held the deciding vote always. He could even, very cautiously, use his authority to override a majority. It was an unpopular political move that happened several times each millennia. Only once in the history of the people had a patriarch statesman used his authority so recklessly as to counter the full agreement of the 6 others in the government. That decision led to the last war between the people. It happened hundreds of millennia ago, when the people were still stranded in corporeal form. Today, Patriarch Statesman's aura was subdued with deep blues and browns, a vibrant energy of striking green permeating it. He was a serious leader, preparing to govern his people. He was calm, but energetic. He was confident, strong, and secure. A passage of time later, he was none of those things. His aura was sharp with yellows and oranges, even the occasional flashes of red. Patriarch Statesman was no longer happy. confident, or secure. He was angry, contentious, and belligerent. Even presuming the cannibalism is symbolic, as scientist Farmer hypothesizes, that does not change the fact that the dominant species of this planet is barbaric, warlike, and cruel, Patriarch Statesman snapped, a sharp red heatedness flashing quickly through his aura before being subsued in orange. Which means, Patriarch Statesman, that at this point in time, the species is on the very brink of level 8 sapiens, Scientist Farmer argued calmly. Numbers 11 and 14 are the only indicia of the determinative characteristics the humans might arguably not meet. They currently, unquestionably, meet 34 of the 36 indicia of level 8 sapiens. But the winnowing is complete. The planting has already begun, Patriarch Statesman stated flatly. Finally, he arrived at the heart of the matter. There was an uncomfortable silence in the meeting hall. Auras that were burning brightly suddenly cooled, as each member of the consortium thought his or her own thoughts about Patriarch Statesman's remark. Scientist Farmer spoke slowly but clearly. I am saying only that this species, more than any other researcher xenohistorian has ever studied, Patriarch Statesman, is perched precisely upon the cusp of sapience and barbarism. The Council needs to give them another millennia to see which way they develop. If they become sapient, they can be an asset to the consortium. If they remain savages, then the planet can be harvested at that time. The silence in the room remained thick and heavy. Researcher xenohistorian allowed her aura to gently mingle with Scientist Farmer's, clearly indicating her agreement with his words and her personal alliance with him. The murmurs in the hall grew, and auras swirled in changing colors as each statesman tried to determine the most appropriate course of action. Colors darkened to a telling degree, and Patriarch Statesman looked around at the other 6 governors, alarmed by what he was seeing. He turned back to Scientist Farmer, since none of the 6 governors had yet spoken. Are you insinuating I would consider putting profit above what is best for the consortium? He asked indignantly, tongues of black red flicking through the orange in his aura. Honored one, I would not, Scientist Farmer began, but he was interrupted by researcher xenohistorian. If the shoe fits, Patriarch Statesman, wear it, she said haughtily. She interwove her aura with Scientist Farmer's, and remained commingled with him as they left the meeting hall together. What does that mean? Murmured one of the governors as they passed. What is a shoe? Segment 19. March 16. Hershey. The sun was going to go down in the next hour or so, and Hershey's tail sunk with it. He gave up on scratching and whining at the door. There were no living humans anywhere within smelling distance. The black lab dragged himself over to the side of the pen, and Hershey lay beside him on the other side. Both of them were miserable and thirsty, their tongues swollen and their heads throbbing. They were weak, dizzy, and confused. They were dying, and they both knew it. 3 more puppies died that day. There were only 14 dogs left alive and 4 cats. Maybe 3 now. He couldn't tell. Hershey hated cats, but he wouldn't have wished this death even upon them. Hershey was dreaming, a troubled, anxious sleep that still provided the only respite from the unremitting thirst. His throat hurt, as though he had tried to eat the prickly plants his first boy's mother liked to grow. He forced his tongue to swallow. He was dreaming of water, of course, and humans. Humans were wonderful. They always took care of Hershey and the other dogs, and even the cats. Hershey wouldn't even complain about the humans taking care of the cats, if only there were some nearby. It was the black lab who woke him. His woof wasn't loud enough to scare anyone. Hershey was barely able to hear it, and he was lying right beside the lab. Why did he bark? Hershey was awake instantly. He stood as quickly as he could, dragging himself to the office door. He heard engines outside, strange-sounding engines. But where there were engines, there were trucks. Where there were trucks, there were people. And where there were people, there was hope. Norfolk, Virginia. Carrie. Jesus, what is that smell? Carrie complained as she and Mike pulled to a stop near East 17th and Granby Streets. Mike looked around the city streets, finally nodding at the remains of a broken sign. Welton's Seafood Market. There's your best bet, he said. They both looked at the seafood market, a bit puzzled. That should have stopped stinking a month ago, Carrie muttered. She held the shotgun loosely in her arm, the holster of her M11 unsnapped for easy access. She kept guard vigilantly while Mike added fuel and rearranged the supplies in the sidecar. The first of the fuel cans sloshed when he stowed it away again, a reminder their supplies were far from unlimited. I was wrong. It's coming from over there. Mike nodded toward a building directly opposite the abandoned seafood market. Carrie's heart sank like a bowling ball. Oh, Mike, no. Mike looked over to the building, then to her. I'm sorry, honey, he said softly. What if there are any... There won't be, Carrie. When one was put down, they probably all were, he hesitated. Besides, we have to put the mission first now. The charges are set, so our priority is to make contact with Hardin and get his people moving. Carrie nodded. You're right, of course, she said, in her most professional soldier's voice. Still, she was drawn to the building, painted a clean, cloud blue with romping dogs and playful kittens creating a happier motif than most shelters could exhibit. Norfolk, SPCA, the sign read. When Mike fueled them both up and was ready to go, Carrie walked over to the animal shelter. Mike winced, but followed. He knew what they would find, and he knew Carrie was an even softer touch for animals than he was. Come on, babe, he said softly. Don't do this to yourself. Carrie stopped, torn, only a few feet from the entrance. What if there are any alive? She asked hopefully. Mike shook his head. There won't be. Carrie stood for a moment and then nodded. She sighed sadly and turned back toward the bikes. That was when they both heard it. One sharp, strained, desperate yip. Hershey. Hershey trembled in excitement and a vague sense of terror. He knew. He could tell it by the sadness in their voices. The humans were leaving. He also knew this would be his last chance. If he were ever to get out of the coffin work had become, these humans would have to be the ones to open the door. So, he put every ounce of strength he could muster into that one bark. And thank Hail Mary, the humans turned toward the door to work, not toward their loud, two-wheeled trucks. Hershey couldn't maintain his excitement. He wanted to stand and greet them, head held high, tail waving proudly, as a properly behaved good dog should. But he couldn't. He slumped down in front of the door, waiting impatiently while the humans struggled to open the door. Finally, there was a loud bang, like the ones he and the other animals had been hearing, off and on, since the badness came. This bang was much louder and much closer, and when his ears stopped ringing, Hershey saw that a human man had kicked open the door to work. The man looked at Hershey with as much surprise as Hershey felt looking at the man. A woman pushed next to him, and she was down on her knees beside him, sobbing and hugging him. Hershey found the energy to wag his tail for a few thumps. He hoped these humans knew what thirsty eyes looked like. They did. The man pulled water in a small cup from one of his human magic places, and Hershey lapped it all up. His stomach cramped painfully, but he kept drinking. As soon as he was finished, he walked back into the room where the pen with his friend the black lab lived, and threw up. Hershey and the black lab both began lapping the water up again. "Oh, God, the stench," he heard the woman say. He wondered if that meant more water, or maybe food. He hoped for water, actually. He knew humans always had food, and he was content knowing he would get some of that later. For now, though, he simply couldn't get enough to drink, even if his stomach did keep rejecting it. "Easy, boy," the man said, and Hershey immediately fell in love with his voice. It was deep and rich, but still had some of the lightness of a pup. He could like this man very much.
This one has a collar, Carrie. He's named Hershey, and Claire Bonham is his owner.
Hershey thumped his tail again, recognizing his name.
I bet she worked here,
Carrie agreed, as she began filling a bucket of water.
She, or someone, has obviously kept this place functioning. I wonder what happened to her.
Careful on the water you give them. Even half a cup made old Hershey Ralph. If you can take care of the watering, I'll move the dead ones out of here. There are some cats you may be able to take care of, but I'm pretty sure the parrot is dead. Carrie got an odd grin on her face and immediately adopted a bizarre English accent.
He's not dead, governor. He's resting,
she said with a wink. Mike looked at her as though she had sprouted horns, and Carrie's grin faded slightly.
Monty Python,
she muttered, looking at him expectantly. Mike continued to give her a blank stare, and Carrie rolled her eyes in exasperation.
It's pathetic. The pitiful lack of the education of American youth is going to be the ruin of our nation.
Uh-huh, Mike said sardonically, and then nodded again toward the watering bucket. The woman nodded acknowledgement, and the two humans acted as if they had worked for years.
They knew exactly what to do. The woman cried, just as Hershey's human did, but she didn't talk to Hail Mary at all. Mostly, when she talked, it was to motherfucker.
Hershey didn't know who that was. He could have given the humans a tour of the place, but honestly, with water cramping deliciously in his belly, he was too sleepy to move. He and the black lab lay close to each other, touching noses with the relief of having humans nearby again. The woman, Carrie, was not a good worker after all. Whenever she gave the dogs water and cleaned the pens, she left their doors open. Hershey could have told her he was the only dog allowed to go in and out of the pens as he chose, but she didn't even notice his curled lip or slight warning growls to the other dogs. They were too tired to care anyway, and most didn't even curl a lip back at him. They had been without water a day longer than he, so none of them even had the energy to leave their pens. Hershey considered that a good thing. He'd rather not have to show them he was the boss, while he was still recovering from his own recent dehydration. The man and woman were named Mike and Carrie. Hershey was good with names. He had had 4 names in his lifetime, including Puppy and Brownie, but he liked Hershey best. He liked it better than anything when his human said it, but Hershey didn't think he would hear Claire call him any more. She must have gotten lost somewhere. She would never have left work, even if Mike and Carrie did come to help. Work was important to her. It was the most important thing a human could do. She told him so many times. The thought of not having his human close to him was uncomfortable, so Hershey thought of other things. The sun was gone, and the humans turned on the small lights they sometimes used. Hershey followed Mike everywhere, even to the scary room in the back that smelt like bitter chemicals and dogs that would never come play anymore. Mike had had to euthanize a puppy, 2 older dogs, and a cat in the room, while Carrie stayed in the pens and cleaned. Mike cried when he put them up on the cold steel table. The puppy and the older dog thumped their tails at him, letting him know everything was fine. This was what they wanted, too. But the cat just hissed. It wanted to be left alone, to find its own corner, and do its dying there. When it was done, Mike hugged Hershey for a good long time, and Hershey licked his face and thumped his tail encouragingly. When Mike went back into the main room, both he and Carrie pretended Mike hadn't cried at all. Humans were wonderful. These humans slept in the pens. In all of his life, in every work he had ever been kept, Hershey never knew any humans who slept inside a pen with the dogs before. Mike and Carrie brought their smelly, 2-wheeled trucks inside Claire's office and unpacked stuff from them to make the floor a little softer. Hershey would have offered them his bed from under Claire's desk, but only Carrie could have fit into it, and she would have needed to curl up tight. Humans didn't often curl up to warm themselves, Hershey knew. It was sad. They probably didn't know how. Carrie lay on the ground near the big black lab, and Mike, of course, lay near Hershey. Carrie had the 3 puppies with her, holding them close to her body. They were sick, and probably not going to live, but she flat out refused to let Mike take them to the smelly room. She woke them up every hour to give them water and food from a baby bottle, even though they were grown and didn't need mother's milk anymore. They drank it,
mostly so they could go back to sleep. The man and woman talked long into the night, and then, just when everyone was getting comfortable, they decided to have a wrestling contest. After that, they held each other as well as the puppies and Hershey and the other dogs. One by one, each of the dogs in the kennel came into the lab's pen to join in the pile of warmth and comfort, and to be held in the security of humans and pack. The cats were either standoffish or not invited, but either way, they stayed in their room. Hershey was just as glad. Cats were useless. March 17. Hershey. One of the puppies died in Carrie's arm during the night. Mike took it from her as she sobbed, her heart broken. Hershey was confused by the woman's keening. Couldn't she smell the puppy was too sick to live anymore? She had saved the other two puppies, so why wasn't she happy? He listened as Mike gently reminded her to water the rest of the dogs and cats, and he followed Mike and the dead puppy back to the foul-smelling room where they left the dead animals from the day before. Hershey followed along right at Mike's heels, like a good dog. He didn't like the bad room, but he knew his being there made Mike feel better, even if Hershey's tail was tuckered down between his legs. Mike looked around the euthanasia room thoughtfully, so Hershey looked too. "Yep, everything here is just the same, boss," he said with a wag of his tail that Mike, like all humans, didn't understand. With the 4 sick animals Mike had put down the night before, and the small corpses he'd transported while Carrie tended to the survivors, there were 12 animal carcasses in the room. Fortunately, they were mostly cats. Hershey waited calmly while the human's eyes scanned the entire room, as if he were looking for something. Mike set the dead puppy down gently on the steel table and continued to look around pensively. It took a few seconds, but he found the door. Hershey began whining as soon as Mike walked toward the door. If he knew this human well enough, he would butt up against his legs to hip-check him away. He barked once, to warn him. Part of the badness was behind that door. "It's okay, buddy," Mike said, stopping to scratch Hershey's head. "You don't like something back there, do you? Okay, I'll be careful." He took out one of the oily, hard toys the humans like to wear at their hips, and he held it up in front of him, easing the door open a bit and waiting a few seconds before slamming it open fast and hard. When the door was open, he ducked into a crouch, holding the toy in front of him as if it could possibly help. Nothing was as good as bared, snarly teeth. Hershey couldn't stand it anymore. He lunged in front of the man, the hair on his neck bristling and his teeth pulled back in a vicious snarl. This man was not as human, but he was the one who had brought Hershey and the black lab food, and, much more importantly, water. He took away the headache and the swollen tongue, and he had a smooth, deep voice, as rich and pleasurable as lying in a field of grass on a hot summer's day, and then rolling over for a belly rub. Hershey's deepest instincts drew him toward humans, and he knew he would die for this man. He would attack whatever badness waited for them. Only, nothing waited. The badness had come and left this place. Hershey stood snarling, his hackles raised, and there was nothing there but the small yard with the wooden privacy fence and the cart where the dead cats and dogs were placed, and his human. Hershey knew that scent as well as he knew his own. While Mike coughed and made words, Hershey's keen nose zeroed in on the scent of his human, near the small pile of dogs and cats. Hershey sat down, and for one long, mournful moment, he howled as his ancestors did, to lament the death of a pack leader. Carrie. Carrie shivered as she heard the dog howl. The sound was filled with inexpressible grief. As it died down, she felt some of her own tension ease just a bit. There was something to be said for a good long cry every now and again. Even tough guys and mixed-breed hounds needed to let it out sometimes. When Mike took care of whatever he was doing in the euthanasia room, Carrie rearranged their supplies and made a nest on the floorboard of the sidecar for the two puppies, keeping them low in the well so the sides of the car and the windshield would protect them as much as possible. The rucksack
with Mike's handhelds leaned up against the seat of the sidecar, leaving room for their water to fit, both fuel containers, 2 small bags of puppy chow, and metal food and water bowls. The backpacks, holding the weapons and the food supplies, would have to rest on the seat. Not optimum, but it would work. They would just have to drive more slowly, so Hershey wouldn't be able to fall or jump from the sidecar. The tarp and blankets would have to be left behind. Carrie couldn't fit anything else into her bedroll or saddlebags. It was a tight squeeze, but both bikes were secure. The puppies, both female, were already feeling better, becoming more active and squirmy with each feeding, so Carrie quickly took them out of their nest and let them play, smiling as they rolled over and tugged each other's ears with vicious little growls. Like the other animals who survived, they were recovering quickly from the dehydration. The cats took longer to improve, and only 3 of them made it. They and 10 dogs would have to be released into the wild to fend for themselves. The puppies were already weaned, as evidenced by the aggressive eagerness with which they attacked their bull at feeding time. So Carrie approximated that they were 7 or 8 weeks old. Their parents were a blend, seeming like a mix of English Bulldog and something else. Jack Russell, maybe? Whatever their pedigree, the pups were adorable. Mike didn't know it yet, but Carrie was definitely keeping them. "We need to get a move on," Mike said as he came back into the office with a hound mix behind him. Hershey's ears perked, as if he were actually listening to Mike, his chocolate brown eyes intelligent and thoughtful. "I found the shelter worker out back. Apparently, she'd opened the gate and someone caved in her skull." "God, that's awful," Carrie murmured. Mike looked at his watch and nodded. It was 0800, and the last known location of the resistance cell was in Tarleton Park, about 20 minutes away, pre-invasion. "Let's take them outside to feed them, and do it a couple at a time. Maybe they'll get the hint and wander away once they're out of the cages." Mike's plan worked for all of the cats and 2 of the dogs. The other adult dogs stuck around, following either Mike or Carrie as they fed each dog and checked their supplies a final time. Mike raised an eyebrow at Carrie when he saw the puppy nest, but luckily for him, he didn't challenge her. The boy was a natural-born leader. He knew how to choose his battles. Carrie watched with interest as Hershey stayed consistently at Mike's heel, touching noses with the older black lab whenever they passed. Hershey had definitely taken a liking to Mike, and it seemed to be mutual. Mike paused several times to scratch the hound behind the ears or to pat him roughly on the side. Carrie sincerely hoped Hershey could be a sidecar dog. While Mike fed the last 2 dogs, she repacked the sidecar again, managing to squeeze the weapons onto the floorboard, leaving just enough room for the puppies. There would be barely enough room for Hershey and the rucksack of foodstuffs on the seat of the sidecar now. It would be a tight squeeze until they dropped off the handhelds, but it was doable. At 0820, Mike started his bike, glancing down at the 2 puppies who yipped anxiously but didn't try to climb out of the sidecar. He drove off quickly, Carrie following a bit more slowly. Hershey loped along behind them, soon panting hard. It only took a minute for Mike to notice the dog in his side mirror. He stopped the bike, waiting for Carrie to pull up next to him before turning off the engine and getting off, heading back to Hershey. "No," he said firmly. "Hershey, stay." He repeated the words several times. Carrie hid an amused smile behind her visor, saying nothing when Mike got back on his bike and drove off, gaining almost 100 feet before having to repeat the process. On the 3rd attempt, Mike looked at Carrie, helpless exasperation in his eyes. Carrie grinned and whistled. Hershey immediately jumped up into the sidecar, wagging his tail expectantly. Mike gaped at Carrie, who gave him her most innocent expression. He sighed and dismounted. He pushed Hershey over on the seat and pulled out the backpack of foodstuffs and the first, nearly empty fuel container. He pushed the backpack into the space where the gasoline can used to be, and then moved Hershey down into a more secure position on the seat. Without looking at Carrie, Mike walked the half-block back to the animal shelter, made sure the area was clear, and then went inside
dousing the shelter with gasoline. A few minutes later, he came back outside and tossed a burning bottle over his shoulder. The Molotov cocktail hit the gasoline-soaked floor of the SPCA. There was a whoop, and the building caught fire. Mike and Carrie watched for a moment as it burned, slowly at first, and then in a harsh blaze, more fitting for a pyre. Mike brought the empty fuel container back to Carrie without a backward glance. He detached the bungee cord from Carrie's bedroll, straining as he looped it around the handle of the empty gas container. "Your father is going to kill me," he grumbled as he mounted his bike. "He's gonna kill you anyway. At least now you got a dog." Mike grinned at Carrie and his dog, Hershey, started his bike up, and pulled away. Segment 20, March 17. Hershey. Hershey could have told him he was a natural sidecar dog, if they only asked, of course. Riding in the seat of the sidecar was even more glorious than riding in his former human's truck. Not only did he have a completely unlimited range of sniffing potential, he also had the exciting, thrilling wind blowing in his face, making both his ears and jowls go thwoppity thwoppity flop as Mike picked up speed. The sidecar was the most exhilarating thing Hershey ever experienced in his entire 2 years of life, and he loved it. When Mike laughed at Hershey's exuberance, Hershey realized with a start that he was learning to love Mike too. He didn't think his other human would mind. Like the postman and so many of the humans, she was gone now. Hershey knew that all dogs go to heaven. He saw that once in a movie his first boy watched. He hoped humans went to heaven too. He wanted Claire to be happy. Hershey liked Carrie, but Mike was his boy now. Mike was the alpha, and he was the one who found the perfect itchy places behind Hershey's ears every single time. He was also the one who drove Hershey's sidecar. Unfortunately, the glorious ride ended all too soon. It was such an exciting adventure, too. Hershey and the puppies heard several of the loud gunshots that used to make him tremble so badly, and twice Mike and Carrie pulled off the road as the noisy, black machine things flew overhead. But finally, they were here, and here was a park. Humans were so wonderful. There were many, many people here, but Hershey was the only dog. The puppies didn't count. They carried on, yipping and barking and crying, until there was an entire gaggle of children gathered around the sidecar petting them. Hershey envied them, but he was a dog, not a puppy, and he was a good dog at that. He needed to consider his dignity, and he didn't have time to play with the children, painfully tempting though it was. There were many adult humans, too. Hershey couldn't count, but it was a lot, and they were all so happy to see him. He greeted everyone politely, but made sure to stick close to his human, Iron Mike, they called him, and they laughed and clapped Mike and Carrie on the shoulders and made happy sounds. Hershey decided he liked the name Iron Mike. He liked it even better than Hail Mary or Motherfucker. Carrie. Tarleton Park was once beautiful, Carrie realized a bit sadly. There were painstakingly sculpted flower beds and thick, lush foliage, cobblestone walking paths, and even a few statues. Most of that was gone now, either scorched away, leaving blackened earth behind, or trampled. She studied everything carefully as she followed Mike to the command tent. Dear God, these people didn't even have running water. Come in, Major Hardin nodded, returning their salutes and ushering them inside the small tent. The back wall was covered with maps, and a man sat on the floor next to the cot, the only piece of furniture in the room, fiddling with the dial on a small shortwave radio set. Carrie was beginning to understand why she and Mike had been greeted like the second coming of Christ. These people were barely hanging on. We only have 48 survivors out of more than 100, Major Hardin said, as if reading her mind. The problem isn't the feeders, although they sure didn't help. The bigger problem is those tripedal sons of bitches. Beg pardon, Private Kasoniak. Seems they've taken to hunting us for the sport of it. The only good thing about our losses is we have enough vehicles to transport our people now, as long as we have clear roadways. Carrie nodded absently, then started. How did you know my name, sir?
Atmospheric conditions cleared up on us, so we got shortwave for about 20 minutes yesterday morning. Your father told us to be expecting you two. Good thing, too, because we were getting ready to fall back toward Newport News.
Mike shook his head. That wouldn't be a good idea, Major. We came through that way and barely made it on the motorcycles. No way you could get any of your vehicles through, and even if you did, no point. Almost the entire city's been razed. Water towers shot down. Buildings burned. Colonel Kosoniak was thinking we direct you across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. It's a hell of a ride, sir. But if you can make it to Cape Charles, you should be able to meet up with Sergeant Barowski. He was with the Guards, sir, and he and his crew did a hell of a job organizing and setting up a resistance cell. They haven't had any trouble with the Razors or the Twa, Carrie volunteered. It seems the Eastern Shore isn't very interesting to the invaders. Hardin snorted.
Yeah, that must be nice. They're finding this area all kinds of interesting. We used to have a lot of active-duty military in this area, so I think we still have pockets of unorganized resistance all throughout Norfolk and Virginia Beach. But you are right. I need to get my people across that bridge. And then we can send scouting parties back to round up anyone who wants to join in. I hear you have some presents for me, Iron Mike.
Mike flushed slightly at the name and nodded, reaching down for the heavy rucksack Hershey was using as a pillow. Yes, sir. You should find these a lot more reliable than shortwave. I can show you how to operate them, but you'll have to contact Google if you want an explanation for the technology. Without ceremony, Hardin sat on the dirt ground, gesturing for Mike and Carrie to join him while Mike unpacked the handhelds.
I honestly could care less why they work, soldier, as long as they do what they need to do. Headset, get over here and learn this.
The man who was playing with the radio was sitting on the ground next to them before the words of invitation were out of Hardin's mouth. He grinned at Mike and Carrie. Hiya, soldier people. I'm Headset, the closest thing the Major here has to a radio man or computer geek. Civilian. Hardin winced, as if that explained everything. Yes, sir. No hoo-ah found here, Headset said proudly. He took the handheld Mike offered him, immediately flipping it around and opening the back with a small screwdriver he'd pulled from a pouch. His eyes grew wide. Holy fuck, he breathed in awe. These aren't even invented yet. These don't exist. Where did you say they come from? Someone from Google delivered them to Homeland Security. Look at this transponder, Headset gushed. The next 30 minutes were spent in orgasmic geekdom as Mike, Headset, and Hardin reviewed every detail of the new units and tested each of the 10 handhelds. Carrie found herself envying Hershey, who was able to nap through it all. Her eyes wandered, following the open tent flap to study the camp more closely. The people were dirty and hungry, and exhaustion rolled from them in palpable waves, but they were surviving. They had suffered horrible losses, and would probably suffer more, but they would continue to survive. Man doesn't give up that easily, Carrie thought, with a surprising stab of viciousness. This is our world, motherfuckers, so just go on home. She watched the group of children, still gathered around the puppies, who were now deep in exhausted slumber. 14 kids. No, there was a 12 or 13-year-old boy off by himself. So, 15 kids. She noticed there was one very elderly woman and one soldier with a missing leg hobbling on crutches. Other than that, the group seemed fit, discounting their fatigue and malnutrition. They should be able to make the 23-mile drive across the bridge in a day. Carrie winced, remembering how she had expected to hike the same distance to the gates of Fort Knox in only 1 day post-invasion. Yeah, shit happened. It was part of the world they now lived in. Carrie watched the boy who stood off by himself, away from the other children. He seemed fascinated, either by the motorcycles or the puppies, but he couldn't bring himself to approach. There was something so old in his eyes. He reminded Carrie of Stephen. That's Paul, Hardin said quietly, following Carrie's eyes. He lost both his parents, his father to a razor attack, and his mother to a twa hunt. They hunt us now? Carrie asked bitterly. Well, I'm sure they probably see it as combat, but yes, a formation of razors lands and twa come out like it's a big damn party. And the next couple of days, it's all a matter of treating the wounded and counting the dead. That's... Carrie trailed off, not sure what to say. That's war, Private, Hardin said, his gruff words softened by his tone. He then stood, offering her a hand up. Headset looked annoyed, and Hardin waved a hand. You can keep playing with your toys, Headset. The civilian grinned, immediately turning back to show Mike something incomprehensible about the tritium battery casing. Carrie wondered if Mike was even listening, but Major Hardin was walking outside, so she took her chance to escape and followed him without a backward glance. Major, she asked quietly, still looking at the boy, would it be all right if I gave the children one of the puppies? Hardin groaned. You're kidding, right? These people barely have enough to eat. With a free bag of puppy chow, she added, with an impish grin. That grin used to work wonders on her father, melting even the most strenuous objections to whichever of her latest harebrained schemes she threw at him. I think it would do Paul a good turn to have something to be responsible for, sir. Something to love. You'll have to share the puppy with all the children, of course, but he can... I got it, Hardin said with a tired sigh. Follow my lead on this. If he thinks you're pitying him, it won't fly. Carrie nodded, flinching slightly when Hardin snapped. Dawson, report. Paul looked up, startled, then quickly ran over to Hardin, snapping to attention and delivering a sharper salute than Carrie had ever managed, even when she wanted to. Reporting, sir, he said. At ease, soldier, Hardin said, and the boy promptly relaxed into the parade rest position. Private Kasoniak, this is Paul Dawson. He's our newest, well, for now, our only ROTC recruit. When he's old enough, he intends to enlist. Carrie held out her hand with a smile. Good for you, Dawson, she said, intentionally using the boy's last name. Major Hardin tells me you're responsible. He says I can count on you. Yes, ma'am, the boy replied. His tone was polite but cautious. Carrie almost laughed, remembering how many soldiers had approached her father without that sense of vigilance, and had consequently volunteered their services for cleaning his gutters or changing the oil of his personal vehicle. Are you good with dogs? She asked. The boy stood straighter. I don't know, ma'am. I like them good enough, but I've never had one. Well, you won't have one now either, Carrie said, a bit of severity in her tone. But if you are willing and able, you can have the full responsibility of feeding, caring for, and training one of those pups. The resistance will need working dogs, and whichever pup you pick will be there first. The boy's eyes lit up, and Carrie realized she was seeing the first happiness this boy had felt in a very long time. Hold up there, soldier, Hardin said sternly. Paul immediately returned his attention to the major. The first time I get a report that you've neglected your duties in the care and training of that animal will be the last time you are entrusted with this important of a task. Am I absolutely crystal on that, Dawson? Yes, sir, Paul replied, his tone serious, although his entire body quivered with tension and excitement. Carrie and Hardin looked at each other for a moment, and then both looked at Paul, as if studying him. He stood very straight and still, and finally Hardin nodded. All right, then. Go with Kasoniak and get your instructions. Dismissed. While the pull-out orders went through the camp, and everyone packed up what few belongings they still possessed, Carrie dredged up every memory she could recall in dog training. Paul chose the darker of the two pups, leaving the tan and white one for the children back at NFK. Soldier Girl, as she was now named, warmed up to Paul immediately, especially when he was the one who fed her kibble. The other children watched enviously as Carrie walked Paul through basic commands such as sit, stay, heel, and come, with Soldier Girl following along trying to bite Paul's shoelaces and wrestle with his foot. The main thing is you have to be patient with her, Carrie instructed when they sat down for a break. Right now, she's just a baby, but she'll learn. Never punish her. Never hit her with anything, not even a newspaper. When she does something good, Reward her with a bit of kibble or a lot of praise and petting. When she gets older, the best reward you can give her will be playtime with a ball or Kong toy. It will be a special time for her because she'll know she's off duty, and that is a privilege she'll be proud to earn. What if she does something bad? Paul asked, a worried frown on his forehead. Then you ignore her. Push her away if she's trying to get your attention. Make sure she knows you are the boss. She will get her food when you give it to her. She'll get water when you give it to her. She'll be allowed to play when you say so. Be generous with everything, but let her know you're in charge. Paul nodded with a smile. I can do it, Private, he said firmly. Carrie nudged him with her shoulder. Call me Carrie. Paul blushed. I can do it, Carrie, he said quietly. Mike cleared his throat behind them, and both Paul and Carrie jumped slightly. Mike grinned, holding his left hand to help Carrie up, while extending his right to Paul. I hear you're taking one of my dogs, Dawson, but my girlfriend's definitely not part of the deal. Paul blushed even brighter as they shook hands, and Mike punched him on the shoulder before the boy started stammering. I'm jerking your chain, Grunt, he said with a grin. Apparently, you got 3 more years before you can join up, so you're gonna get a lot of shit. I'm just getting you started early. Paul grinned, standing tall again. Carrie could have hugged Mike for his kindness to the boy, and then his words penetrated. Girlfriend? She asked, her eyes widening. Mike nodded soberly. Well, since your dad knows almost every sordid detail now, we might as well make it official. My dad? Yeah, the radios work great. They're already doing their mirror bounce thing all over the place. A few civilians who were in good with Google already have handsets, so we were able to talk to Knox. Ricochet's a lucky bastard. He had smooth sailing all the way up to Scott AFB, and he found the Zoomies right away. He's halfway home already. No reports back yet from the other units. I gave the old bear a full report on things here so far. A modified full report, Mike promised with his eyes. Well, hell's bells, Carrie said softly. She was going to ask more about her father's reaction when the bellow sounded throughout the camp. We're moving out. Fall in! Fall in! Paul grabbed Soldier Girl and her bag of puppy chow, shooting Mike and Carrie a quick grin of thanks before running out to the second vehicle, an older model Army Jeep. The first vehicle was a tow truck manned by Big Jim Johnson of Big Jim's Towing and Salvage, and it was the only large vehicle in the front segment of the convoy. 4 snipers stood confidently on the back of the tow truck, their weapons ready. Paul plunked the puppy food onto the floorboard of the Jeep and gently set Soldier Girl on top of the bag, climbing into the seat right beside her. We're covering their 6, Mike told Carrie quietly, as they watched the small convoy of military and personal vehicles begin crawling through grass. Headset said the TWA don't seem to be able to see or hear, so we can move around in small groups all we want. It's when we pull out with the 5 tons or bigger trucks that the bastards come running down to the chow line. Carrie winced. I really hope that's just an expression. Mike grinned and shrugged. Lock and load, babe. Looks like we're going to see some human on bitches action. Babe! Carrie repeated incredulously. Mike gave her a cocky wink before returning his attention to his weapon. March 17. Darby. Second Lieutenant Stuart Darby was a happy man. He was finally given the go-ahead to stop screwing around with NFK's most notorious guest, the 2-bit hoodlum, Daniel Rusty Tillison, and get some definitive answers. Tillison was arrested a few months back when Ricochet and Kershaw raided Otter Creek Gun Range, but the Army didn't really know what to do with him after his arrest. The stockade was destroyed in January and had never been rebuilt. It was low priority, compared to building housing for all the refugees and civilians now on the post. Tillison had been taking up oxygen and BEQ more than long enough, in Darby's opinion. Darby accepted the salutes from the MPs, standing sentry outside of Tillison's room. There were 2 prisoners sharing the domicile at 32 New Construction Way, New Fort Knox, Kentucky. One of the prisoners, a scumbag named Don Montero, liked to play with knives before stealing whatever he could. He was temporarily relocated for the duration of Tillison's interrogation. At Lieutenant Darby's request, however, he was moved to 34 New Construction Way, one apartment over. He would be able to hear every sweetly spoken word, Darby was certain. "Ready, sergeants?" Darby asked the two men who accompanied him. Neither man was in uniform, and both were large, beefy men with dark scowls hiding expressions of delighted malice. "Hoo-ah, sir," they replied in unison. The MP on the right unlocked the door with a very unprofessional grin, and the three interrogators entered Rusty Tillison's room. Tillison saw them come in and smirked. He wasn't the least bit worried. Grunts came and went in the last 3 months he'd been held after his arrest. He protested his confinement, of course. Protested the unwarranted murder of his cousin, Hank Tillison. Though, truth be told, he was just as glad Hank was dead, and he most vehemently protested their inability or unwillingness to appoint him a lawyer. Apparently, the only surviving JAG officer was also medically qualified, and they preferred having her fix their wounded rather than prepare his defense. That was a shame, really. He wouldn't have minded getting his hands on some tits and ass. Despite all his protesting, Rusty Tillison was actually quite comfortable with his accommodations. He missed television, he missed beer, and he missed pussy. 2 out of 3 of those were impossible to come by anyway. "Howdy, gentlemen," he said, a smug grin on his face. "You got me a lawyer yet? Or does it take all 3 of you to take my dinner order? You know, I keep telling them. I told them over and over. I don't like meat sauce in my spaghetti, soldiers. I'm a ball man. I want meatballs in my spaghetti." He grinned, showing nasty, yellowed teeth. "Oh wait, I forgot. This is the Army. There ain't no balls in the Army." Tillison guffawed loudly at his own joke. Man, that one just got funnier and funnier every time he told it. Then, for the first time since his imprisonment, things went wrong. In fact, things went straight to shit. Mike. The reports Mike heard and the news they received was much grimmer than he let on to carry. The Twa did indeed seem to be hunting humans, and while they appeared blind and deaf, they also seemed to have a keen sense of smell, and could easily feel the vibrations of heavy vehicles. Hardin knew he needed to move his people, but he gave Mike abysmally low odds of the group actually reaching the eastern shore. Hardin and Mike had looked at each other grimly as they listened to the report from a resistance cell in Indiana. "If the Twa who are out hunting us realize we're a large enough group, they somehow communicated to their mother ship, or whatever the hell controls the razors," the voice on the radio said. "At least one razor formation, sometimes 2, comes straight from hell, and we're picking up our dead for days. And they're like those fucking slugs, next to impossible to kill. We're using flamethrowers like you suggested, Colonel, but they're in short supply here. A few of our snipers picked off 3 of the Twa, but the others never even seemed to notice." They signed off then, leaving the precious radio and headsets eagerly capable hands. That's when Hardin offered Mike an out. "Son, you and the old man's daughter did a hell of a thing, getting us this equipment. I know Kasoniak wanted you to see us to the bridge, but I think my men can handle it from here. You two should start back to Kentucky." It was very tempting. Mike had already seen more than enough of war. All he wanted to do was get Carrie back to NFK, lay her down in a cot, and make love to her until neither of them could walk. "Respectfully, sir, I've seen your men. They're exhausted, and they've been at this for months now. Private Kasoniak and I are relatively fresh eyes and hands, Major, and we're already here. It's up to you, of course, sir, but we're ready to work if you can use us." Hardin nodded gratefully. "Glad to have you then, soldier. We're moving out in 20 minutes. Mike turned to leave the tent, and Hardin called him back. "Take care of that girl, son," he said, his eyes flickering with something that might have been moisture. "Yes, sir," Mike said somberly. He didn't ask, and Hardin didn't tell.
As Hardin's convoy pulled out, Mike looked at the girl, his gut tightening at the thought he would be taking her into battle soon. Real warfare, not a training exercise. It would be her first time in combat. Mike had seen her handle herself, and he had every confidence she would perform brilliantly. But at what cost? How would it change the girl he cared about? "What's eating you?" Carrie asked, her tone half curious, half accusatory. "You mad I gave away Soldier Girl?" Mike shook his head, smiling. "Soldier Girl, huh? Cool name. And no, I'm not mad. Now, as far as you flirting with that punk," Mike laughed, and Carrie laughed with him, the sound as soothing as warm rainwater falling on his soul. "He reminds me so much of Stephen," Carrie said softly. Mike simply nodded, not replying. When the last of the larger AVs pulled out, he mounted his bike. Hershey jumped into the sidecar immediately. No way was he being left behind. Mike frowned, petting the dog on the head for a moment. Carrie sent the remaining puppy into the nest area on the floorboard, where she cried for her sister for a few minutes before settling down. They left a good 500 yards between the last truck and themselves, which saved their lives. There was a sharp inhalation, like a whoomp of air being pulled out of their lungs, and the truck in front of them exploded. It was an inferno within seconds. Carrie started, almost spilling her bike. Mike quickly drove around the burning wreckage, gesturing for the other trucks to keep moving. There was no point in stopping. There could be no survivors in that firestorm, and the Twa were still a danger. He and Carrie turned to face the two Twa that stood on the corner of Little Creek and Shore Drive. One of them still pointed some kind of weapon at the burning truck. Mike motioned for Carrie to cut her engine, and she did. She took out the digital camera and began snapping photos, trying to zoom in for detail the resistance didn't have. "We're upwind of them," Mike said, annoyance heavy in his voice. "I need you to stay here, Carrie. Be bait. I'm going to try to circle around them." "Mike, that might—" "It's an order, Private," he snapped, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Do not engage. Repeat, do not engage unless they fire first." Carrie gave a sharp, annoyed nod, and Mike let it go at that, happy to have any agreement from her. He started his engine up and began a slow, zigzagging course toward the two squat but well-muscled aliens. Jesus, they were uglier than the pictures Kasoniak had shown them by a New York mile. Up this close, he could see that their skin was scaled and pinkish, with gray and red veins visible under the skin. There was something similar to a heart providing circulation of blood. He could see it pumping in the middle of the chest of the larger Twa. The smaller of them turned toward Mike with a high-pitched sound, something Mike felt in his teeth. Dolphin song, he thought irrelevantly, although that's an insult to the dolphins. Mike made it to the first Twa and stopped his bike near a telephone pole, shouting, "Hershey, no!" as Hershey immediately jumped out of the sidecar and faced off with the alien, his teeth bared menacingly. The aliens split forces, as Mike hoped they would, but he wasn't in position yet. There was nothing he could do about it. The dog was on his own. Mike quickly grabbed his carbine and one of the canvas belts Headset had given him. He wrapped the belt around the nearby telephone pole like a lineman and climb-walked the pole in record time, his breathing coming way too fast and harsh. He was finally able to straddle a lower crossbar and get a good vantage point. Mike didn't know which of the wires he sat near, if any, were live. Parts of the city supposedly had power a few weeks ago. Just as he pulled his M4 carbine into position, he heard Carrie scream. Mike's blood chilled, the pounding in his ears slowing the entire world down as he surveyed the scene below him. Hershey was covered in blood, harrying a Twa as if the beast were a deer and he a wolf, lunging in to give and receive vicious bites and kicks. More importantly, though, Carrie was backed against an overturned dumpster, firing her carbine uselessly at the presumed head of the second creature. Its antennae swayed back and forth rapidly, as though the beast were communicating, Or protecting its soft spot? Mike didn't think. He sighted and squeezed, knowing the shot was off before he even heard the report. The round bounced off the Twa's back as harmlessly as a pea off an elephant. He'd missed the soft spot by more than a yard. He didn't miss the second time, and the Twa dropped hard. Gray matter splattered onto the cracked and pocked pavement. Mike swallowed, hearing nothing from Carrie. He took a quick reconnaissance while he was up the pole. The convoy was well ahead of them, and the heavy armored vehicles were already 4 blocks east. A sharp yelp of pain brought Mike back to task. Hershey had apparently hamstrung one leg of the Twa, although it still managed to move quickly and lethally on its 2 useful legs. It was holding a small triangular object in its hand and was pointing it at Hershey, trying to get a fix on the dog, just as Hershey lunged in again and tore out the muscles on its second leg. "Good boy," Mike said softly, sighting and squeezing. Hershey yelped in surprise as his prey dropped directly in front of him. Mike rappelled down the telephone pole as quickly as he could, running to check first on Carrie and then his dog. "Get this disgusting thing off me!" Carrie snarled the words as she kicked and struggled to unpin herself. The Twa had fallen forward with Mike's shot, trapping Carrie between the dumpster and its body. The creature was only about 5 feet tall, but it was solid mass. Mike grunted as he rolled it off of Carrie. "Damn, that son of a bitch has to weigh more than 300 pounds, he gasped, while Carrie stood on wobbly knees to catch her breath. Hershey limped up to them, and Carrie gasped in alarm, tears filling her eyes. The dog was drenched in blood. "Oh, Mike," Carrie whispered. Mike nodded grimly. "Yeah, he was attacking the other Twa. It took all 3 of us to bring them down, Carrie. But just one of them has taken out whole squads before, so I count us lucky to be alive. We need to get moving. I'll put Hershey down." The tears in Carrie's eyes spilled over her cheeks. "God, I'm so sorry, Mike. I was starting to love that stupid, dopey dog," she sniffled. "What can I do?" Mike shrugged and called Hershey to him. The dog moved stiffly, but he came, his tail wagging proudly. "You're a good boy," Mike said, his voice breaking. "You're such a good boy. You kick ass, Hershey, you know that?" As he spoke, Mike eased his hands over the dog, wincing at the worst of the blood. He pushed slightly against a wound while Hershey panted at him. Carrie, can I get a canteen, please?" Carrie brought one over. She looked away, not wanting to see the heartbreak in her lover's eyes, or watch him do the deed. It was cowardice, flat out, but she didn't have it in her to watch. She opened the canteen and handed it to him, looking away again. "It's not his blood," Mike said, wonder and joy in his voice. "Carrie, he's not bleeding at all. He's limping, but his paw is not even broken." Carrie and Mike hugged Hershey and laughed and hugged him more. By the time they adequately expressed their relief, they were all filthy. "So, a couple of things we need to pass on, then," Mike said to Carrie. "It helps for the sniper to have high ground. The area of their skulls, I guess. Anyway, the area in the middle of their antennae is almost a perfect target, but it's small, and the weaving of their antennae protect it. Good news is the Twa aren't as invulnerable as we thought. Let's go look at that stinking corpse and see how Hershey did his damage." Hershey trotted along beside his human and Carrie, his tail erect and his head held high, in spite of the painful injury to his front paw. He was lucky the monster didn't actually step on him. That would have been a bad thing for sure. Hershey could hear the good dog in both Mike and Carrie's voices while they admired his kill, and he was very rightfully proud of himself. He knew Mike's bang stick brought the bad thing down, but it was Hershey's snarly teeth that tore out the muscles in 2 of its legs. Somehow, Hershey had known better than to attack its body, or even its arm appendages. The hide there was thicker than a rhinoceros's butt. Hershey had never met a rhinoceros. Honestly, he really didn't want to meet a rhinoceros, although he wouldn't admit that to anyone, not even to his black lab friend. Hershey was the top dog, and as such, he had to be brave. When that three-legged thing attacked his human, Hershey had been very brave. He went in with vicious, snarly teeth, and he used them to bite the creature mercilessly, feeling its shudders of pain as flesh and muscle tore. It was actually exciting, and, in its own way, kind of fun. Hershey didn't hunt, but there was something deep in his blood that knew he should. He was meant to be a predator. Those instincts awakened with a vengeance when the bad thing tried to attack his humans. Mike and Carrie bent over his kill, Mike pointing at its wounds and making words about them. Carrie took out the little box she'd used earlier and clicked it, moving all the way around Hershey's kill to see it from every angle. He walked proudly around with her, his tail high. Finally, they said the words to him, and he wriggled in joy, his whole back end moving with his wildly thumping tail. "Good dog, Hershey. What a good, brave boy you were," Carrie exclaimed, and Mike held his head, touching their foreheads together as he said it too. Hershey's heart could have burst with happiness. He had definitely fallen in love with Mike, and he could have stood there all day just eating up the praise. Unfortunately, they didn't have the time to spare. After a few moments of allowing Hershey to bask in the glory, they headed back to their motorcycles. The puppy was struggling to get up onto the seat so she could make an escape onto the ground, but she hadn't been successful. In her frustration, she peed on the leather seat of the sidecar where Hershey rode. Hershey wrinkled his nose in disgust, but neither of the humans noticed it, so he leapt up onto the seat and took his position as the top sidecar dog. Mike drove fast like he did earlier in the morning, and it was wonderful. They caught up with the three large trucks, making sure to keep a long, safe distance behind them. Hershey would have liked to spend some time with the fourth truck that blew up. It had been hauling a lot of food, and most of it was still edible for dogs. At least, it smelled really good. Oh well, maybe his friend, the black lab, would find it. Hershey didn't think the lab would have any trouble feeding its belly. He seemed very self-sufficient, and probably would have been top dog at work if Hershey wasn't there. The sun was high overhead when they finally stopped for a rest on the side of the roadway, pulling off onto a sandy, grassy dune. There was a long road in front of them that went straight out into the open water for as far as Hershey could see. He knew instinctively the water would be deep and cold. The puppy made little poops in the bottom of the sidecar. Carrie took her out and let her walk in the sand for several minutes while Mike cleaned up the mess. But the puppy seemed to have already done all her business and just wanted to tug on Hershey's ears. Hershey was dying to go explore the shore of the huge waterway just beneath them, but Mike whistled for him every time he started to wander off. The delicious smell of salty dead things, perfect for rolling on top of, tantalized him, but he was a good dog, so he stayed with his human. After all, he needed to set a good example for the annoying puppy. He didn't think he'd get lucky enough for them to leave her behind somewhere, like they did her sister. All of the jeeps and personal vehicles, and two of the three trucks they followed, went way out onto the bridge that went over the water. The third truck stopped and waited just a few hundred feet in. The roadway was clear of other cars and crashed vehicles. Some were merely pushed out of the way by Big Jim Johnson's tow truck, and some were pushed all the way over the side and into the water. Hershey didn't like the idea of his human and Carrie going out there on that long bridge, but he also knew he would have no choice but to go with them when they did. Humans decided where dogs went. That was the way it was. Mike took one of the belts made out of canvas strapping. He looped it around the light pole and yanked on it with all his strength several times. Hershey would have volunteered to gnaw through it for him, but he knew it would take a very long time to do that. Besides, Mike seemed happy when the canvas didn't tear. Hershey watched curiously, not quite understanding. The belt supported Carrie's butt and her waist. The the two straps coming together around the side of the light pole. Carrie adjusted her carbine over her shoulder and climbed about halfway up. Mike bent down and looked Hershey in the eyes. "Hershey, stay," he said firmly. Hershey squirmed a bit uncomfortably. He knew what stay meant, but the tone of Mike's voice was so serious, almost reprimanding. Had he been a bad dog? "Watch the puppy," Mike added more gently, pushing Hershey's nose at the squirming nuisance. "Keep an eye on Butterball, okay, buddy?" Hershey looked up at Mike balefully. Mike thought for a moment, then scrounged one of the backpacks and came out with a small stuffed toy. He let Hershey sniff it, and put it close to the puppy's nose as well. The puppy immediately latched onto Hershey's toy with a baby growl. With a put-upon sigh, Hershey jumped back into the sidecar, resigned to the task of babysitting and letting the bothersome pup gnaw on his new toy while the humans sat on top of a tall pole. Humans were definitely strange. Mike talked into one of the little box things he had taken to the park, and Hershey could hear the sounds of humans talking back. His ears pricked at the tinny distortion of the voices, but Mike seemed very happy with the toy, so Hershey didn't resent it. He'd learned from his other humans there were some toys people liked that they just didn't want to share with their dogs. When Hershey was a puppy, he got several bad dog scoldings for chewing up some people toys. He didn't mean to chew them, they were just so tempting. Hershey supposed it was okay for humans to have their own toys. His various humans gave him some special toys he didn't want to share either, so it all evened out. The high-pitched sound the fast black flying machines made was inaudible to humans, but Hershey picked up on it immediately. He barked once to let Mike know the badness was coming, and he hunkered down in the seat of the sidecar, tucking his tail closely under him. Hershey had the feeling it was going to be getting very noisy very soon. Segment 21. Mike. The dog warned them. He barked once, looking directly at Mike like that creepy little kid in Poltergeist, saying, "They're here!" He and Carrie were in position for about 15 minutes before Hershey's warning came. As headgear promised, when used correctly, the lineman's harness gave full support and complete use of both hands. "Oh, my God," Carrie called softly from the light pole 2 lanes away. "Mike, there are so many of them." Mike looked at Carrie's pale face, and then to where she pointed. He depressed the button on the handheld. "Tangos incoming," he said calmly. "Looks to be a dozen or more. Snipers in position." "Roger that." The reply came back. Mike shifted his weapon, sighting down the road approaching the bridge. "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes," he joked to Carrie. "Yeah, ha ha," she responded, studying one of the toits in her own scope. "Jesus, Mike, this is going to be a rout." "Only if they look up," Mike replied grimly. Carrie nodded and took in a deep breath. "All right, motherfuckers," she muttered. "It's on like Donkey Kong. Bring it." They did. Kasoniak. Rusty Tillotson was sweating, and his daddy always told him to never, ever let them see you sweat. He couldn't help it, though. One of the goons duct-taped his wrist to the tabletop, like they actually thought they were going to do something to his hand. Tillotson laughed at the thought, but it was a nervous and girly laugh. He looked up at the officer. Second Lieutenant asked Darby. Darby smiled at Tillotson, and for a moment, Rusty almost forgot Daddy's advice. There was something in that soldier's eyes, something not quite right, something that made Rusty think he could put a major hurtin' on him and not even lose a wink of sleep. The only other person Rusty knew with eyes like that was Hank, and Rusty knew what kinds of things Hank was capable of. Daddy always said the best defense was a good offense, so Rusty went with that. "What the fuck you think you're pulling, you pussy motherfucker?" he spat. "You think you're scaring me? You ain't doing shit." Lieutenant Darby smiled wider.
You know, Mr. Tillotson, he said mildly, with a slight emphasis on the word Mr. I have this hammer here in my toolbox, and I have your hand taped right nicely in place. And best of all, there is no one here to tell me I can't just smash your fingers into 10 mangled little meat sausages. No one at all. Rusty laughed. The same nervous, girly laugh he hated so much. You're bluffing, he said with cocksure bravado. You can't do shit to me. I got my constitutional rights. Darby nodded at one of the goon soldiers. He had to be a soldier, right? But why wasn't he in uniform? And the man roughly grabbed Rusty's hand. Rusty almost screamed before realizing the soldier had merely taped his thumb and 3 fingers to the table, leaving the pinky of his right hand untaped. Vulnerable. Exposed. They were fucking with his head. They had to be. Last chance, Tillotson, Darby said, his voice amiable. Fuck you, Rusty said, proud of the strength and defiance in his voice. He was just gathering up the saliva in his mouth for a good spit when Darby grinned at him, and all the spit suddenly dried up. I was hoping you'd say that, Darby said, and then he smashed the hammer down, full force, on Tillotson's exposed pinky finger. Rusty shrieked with pain, tears bursting from his eyes at the same time he pissed himself. It wasn't that he was a pussy, he sobbed to himself. Hell, his daddy had done worse. It was just the look in that fucking psycho soldier's eyes got to him. That was all. When most of the shrieking died down, Lieutenant Darby smiled at Rusty again. I'm the new law in town, boy, he said mildly. The name's Marshall. It's nice to meet you. Now, are we gonna talk, son? Or am I going to get to do this to every bone in your body? They talked. Hershey felt fear coil in his stomach. It didn't matter he was the top dog, or that he was brave. He was also scared. The puppy could feel the badness as much as he could, and her whimpers and sharp little yips quieted as she huddled as far into the protection of the sidecar well as she could get, nervously chewing the stuffed panda bear. Hershey considered moving down and into the well with her, but there just wasn't enough room, so he waited, trembling frantically. A high-pitched whine the humans couldn't hear sounded, and the weapons the badness carried were discharged. A human near the truck screamed in pain, and Hershey's human yelled something to Carrie. Both of their thundersticks made that horrible loud noise. The badness kept pushing through, even though several of them fell to Mike or Carrie's shots. The badness pushed past Carrie and Mike, and were beginning to attack the 4 other humans near the truck. Hershey hesitated, uncertainly. They weren't his humans. His humans specifically told him to stay. But Hershey's instinct and heart screamed to him all humans were his when it came down to it. If it was between a human or the badness, the human won his loyalty every time. With a quick jump, Hershey was out of the sidecar and bounding out onto the bridge. He passed under the light poles where Mike and Carrie were playing and ran toward the badness that was aiming its weapon again. He leapt and tackled the thing, feeling a satisfying crunch as his strong jaws and snarly teeth connected, biting deep. The creature bellowed in rage, the sound so loud and high-pitched, dogs for miles around would hear it. Hershey ignored that creature and turned to the next. He knew he had to take 2 legs out to hamstring the monsters, as he had done to his first kill, but there simply wasn't time. If he could cripple 1 leg, he was going to have to settle for that. He could come back for the kill if there was time. His task was made especially difficult because Mike and Carrie kept firing their loud bang sticks, and now the men in the truck were firing too, and everyone was yelling. The badness yelled too, but in tones only Hershey and probably the puppy could hear. It was utter pandemonium, and somewhere in the chaos, Hershey realized he was loving it. A big old doggy grin showed on his face as he snarled and snapped and dodged, his teeth his only weapon, his fast legs his only defense. Shot after shot rang out until they didn't anymore. Hershey looked around in confusion. The badness were all down on the ground. many of them with bitten or shattered legs, all of them with gaping holes in the flat space between their antennae. It was over? Hershey almost felt disappointed as the adrenaline surge began to abate. One of the badness moved slightly, and Hershey sprang at him, his hackles raised, the growl low in his throat. He didn't need to do anything else. The badness was already dying, and, seeing Hershey's snarly teeth, he hurried up. There was a long moment of silence, and then the humans went insane. They laughed and whooped and slapped each other on the back, while Mike and Carrie scrambled down from the light poles, carrying on in the same silly way. Hershey remembered he was supposed to be babysitting and tried to slink off back to the sidecar, but one of the humans grabbed him, shaking him a bit. "This dog was fucking awesome," the man gushed, holding Hershey in a hug that squeezed the breath out of him. If his voice was making threatening sounds instead of happy sounds, Hershey would have been scared. The man finally released him, though, and Hershey sneezed his disapproval several times. "He was hamstringing those sons of bitches. Showed us exactly where to shoot to help him out." Mike and Carrie came over, both grinning broadly, their eyes bright with the fear and adrenaline that poured from their skin, letting Hershey know he was not the only one who was both afraid and excited. That knowledge calmed him immediately, and he licked both Mike and Carrie in happiness. They both hugged him, and he wriggled appreciatively. "He's a good dog," Mike said proudly, and Hershey beamed. He was a good dog. "He saved my ass, no question," another one of the men said. A man wrapped a tourniquet around the soldier's upper arm, but the smell of blood was still thick. "That twa was coming right at me, and he was locked and loaded. Your dog leapt up out of nowhere, crashed right into him, and took him down." There was more excited chatter. Humans could talk and talk and talk. Hershey lost interest when he stopped hearing his name and settled down for a nap, supposing the puppy would just have to watch out for herself for a few more minutes. It wasn't a long nap. The men all got back into their truck and headed out onto the long road that went over the water. Hershey sighed as he, Mike, and Carrie walked back to the sidecar. He dreaded going over that long bridge. To his great pleasure, they didn't. Carrie picked up the whiny puppy and cuddled and cooed to her, as if she had shown snarly teeth and been a hero. Hershey swallowed the indignity of it sorely. His mood lifted, though, when the four of them, Carrie still carrying the pup, walked down to the beach, toward all the delicious smells. Hershey's former human, Claire, took him to play in the ocean before. She threw a little yellow ball into the water, and Hershey jumped in to bring it back to her again and again. It had been a wonderful day, almost as good as sidecar day. The beach was amazing, and humans were wonderful. The water was just as icy cold as Hershey knew it would be, but he didn't care. He loved to play in it, even though it stung his right front paw something awful. Mike took his clothes off and came out to his knees, quickly scooping handfuls of water onto Hershey to clean off the blood and gore, and doing the same to get the blood, sweat, and filth off of his own body. He didn't come all the way in, and he didn't play with Hershey, which was disappointing. Apparently the water was too cold for someone without fur. Carrie refused to come in at all, and she shrieked in protest when Hershey shook himself hard, splashing cold water all over her. She danced around, though, so she must have liked it. Hershey shook again, feeling much better, and settled down to lick his paw. The sun was high overhead, and after the hard fight with the badness and his invigorating swim, he was hungry. They all ate on the beach, but close to the roadway and the sidecar, more on grass than sand. Hershey liked puppy kibble even better than adult kibble, and he ate his quickly. He would happily have finished off what the annoying little yippy face left in her bowl, too, but Carrie put that carefully back into the bag. She and Mike ate something Mike called meals rejected by Ethiopians. Hershey didn't know what an Ethiopian was, or why they would reject the mouth-watering food, but he happily licked the beef stroganoff sauce off the brown plastic pouches when Mike and Carrie were finished. They didn't seem to enjoy their food very much, but he thought it was delicious. By the time they were ready to go, Hershey was utterly exhausted. Carrie settled the puppy into its nest on the floorboard of the sidecar, and then Mike patted the seat for Hershey to jump in. Before Mike even started the engine, Hershey was deeply, soundly asleep. Kasoniak. Lieutenant Darby placed the report onto Colonel Kasoniak's desk and stepped back a pace, returning to a rigid attention. Kasoniak picked up the 2-page confession and spent several minutes reading it carefully before returning it, just as carefully, to his desk. He steepled his fingers and looked at Darby over the tops of them. "Obtained under duress?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Darby replied calmly. Kasoniak nodded. "Understood, Lieutenant. Thank you for your diligent work." Kasoniak thought for a long moment, and then nodded, more to himself than the lieutenant. "I want him handcuffed to the gallows under MP guard," he instructed. "On March 19th, he is to be hanged at 0900. It will be a public execution, and I will be officiating. Distribute informational flyers to that effect, please, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir," Darby replied, saluting sharply before turning to leave the colonel's office. Mike. The picnic on the beach was a nice way to pass the time until they got radio confirmation the 10-ton made it to the eastern shore. It took about 40 minutes, which was decent time, all things considered. While Hershey swam, Mike allowed the events of the past hour to play and replay in his mind. He, Carrie, Hershey, and 5 resistance soldiers, 2 of them civilians, took down 11 Twa. Entire squads had fallen to 1 or 2 of the aliens in the past, but that would never happen again. The Twa had exploitable weaknesses. The soft spot between their antennae, which the resistance already knew about, and the space on each lower appendage Hershey found, the area just below what would be a knee joint, if the creatures had knees. Or joints. In any case, it was a wedge in their otherwise impervious armor. Hershey found it by instinct, but once the soldiers saw where he was biting, they followed the dog's lead. They aimed for the same area, crippling or dropping several of the Twa before finishing them off. Of course, for Mike, perched 20 feet above the killing field, it was like shooting fish in a barrel or deer from a tree stand. It was almost too easy. Mike had lost his taste for using his bow, even though he still cherished the weapon as an object of beauty and a gift from his parents. He had put the bow and quiver of arrows away shortly after coming to NFK, and had instead picked up the carbine, spending hours practicing on the range. He quickly ranked as a sharpshooter and was working hard to gain his expert quals. The hours of practice served him well today. He knew 4 of the 11 kills were his, and he was certain 1 was Carrie's. Thanks to the new radio and its mirror in Major Hardin's custody, he'd been able to pass the invaluable information to the Virginia resistance forces. They would pass it down the line until everyone in the USRF knew how to take down the Twa. If only the feeders had such an exploitable weakness. Mike and Carrie mounted up. Before lowering his visor, Mike held up a little black box with an antennae sticking out from it. "You want to do the honors?" he asked Carrie. She grinned happily and took the box from his hand. She pressed the button. 3 seconds later, a large section of the bridge exploded in a hail of noise and concrete chunks. Mike and Carrie whooped in exultation as they revved up their bikes and started the long ride back to Kentucky. It was close to 1400, so Mike calculated they could make it to Charlottesville before having to stop for the night. Of course, that was assuming the Razors let them slip through Richmond. Kasoniak. The rumors spread through NFK like a flamethrower through cords of butter. The Twa were vulnerable. Iron Mike and Killer Kasoniak killed 20 of them single-handedly. Carrie heroically saved a lost boy. Worldwide communications were back up. Google was alive and well, and the internet would be back up soon. They were winning the war at last. Kasoniak shook his head as he walked past a small group of people who were talking excitedly. Well, morale was certainly up at least. He couldn't complain on that account. "Report, Major Jeffries,"
Kasoniak asked, returning the major's salute.
We have 32 volunteers, Colonel.
Jeffrey smiled broadly.
Instead of being short, we're going to have to run a lottery to see who gets to go.
Kasoniak shook his head, a mixture of exasperation and sadness in his expression. Damn fools, he muttered. None of this is infallible. The enemy is still as dangerous as a nest of vipers, and when they come up with countermeasures, and they will, more of our people will die. Jeffries nodded, a bit more soberly.
Yes, Colonel. With all due respect, though, sir, we've been on the receiving end for so long, not able to do a damn thing but watch good people die. Now, we know the enemy has a weakness too, sir. Our boys just want to give some back.
Kasoniak nodded tiredly. He'd seen it before. Hell, he had been one of those eager young soldiers once, so gung-ho it gave him a headache to even think about it. He understood, more than he wanted to. I want 2 squads with a backup flamethrower in each group. Keep those soldiers tight, Major. This isn't a hunting trip. We are very much at war. Jeffries saluted sharply before leaving to carry out the order. Kasoniak sighed. When the hell had he gotten so damned old? Segment 22, March 18. Hershey. Hershey had never slept in a hotel room, and he decided he enjoyed it very much. Mike and Carrie slept together in one bed, wrestling half the night, and that left Hershey and Yippee Face to share the other big bed. He had no idea what the humans had named Yippee Face, but he decided that was his name for her. It was perfectly apt. Hershey tried twice to cuddle with the humans, but neither of them seemed up for the idea, preferring to wrestle with each other instead. So, with a slightly aggrieved sigh, he settled for second best. Once Yippee Face settled down, though, she was warm and snuggly enough. Better than a cat, in any case. The day before, they rode until the moon was high overhead, their speed decreasing exponentially with the daylight. It was one of the best days Hershey could remember, second only to the day at the beach, and maybe the day he and Claire had played the dog food game. The motorcycle continued to be the most exciting thing Hershey knew, and he continued to love it, quivering with excitement every time Mike or Carrie reached for their helmets. Every time they stopped to let Yippee Face or Carrie go piddle, it was always one or the other of them. Hershey leapt joyfully back into the sidecar when the business had been done. They awoke at dawn, and the first thing Yippee Face did, after falling off the bed and rolling back onto her feet, was piddle on the floor. Hershey cringed. He remembered his first boy, and how angry the mother had gotten when he had done that on her carpet as a puppy. Dogs were never, ever supposed to piddle inside. Mike and Carrie were wonderful, though. Mike laughed as Carrie used one of the hotel towels to clean the mess up, dropping the towel into the bathtub when she was done. Expecting maid service? He asked her with a teasing smile. Carrie grinned back, shrugging one slim shoulder. What can I say? It's habit. They let Hershey out to relieve himself while they ate breakfast, and then they were off for another glorious day of motorcycle riding. The sun was high in the sky when they stopped for lunch, barely pulling off the side of the road. Hershey bounded off into the woods for a short jog to stretch his legs and water the undergrowth, but he came back when Carrie whistled for him. He could smell her worry. If he had language the humans understood, he could have told her they were safe. There were no bad things anywhere even close to them. But he didn't have words, and she didn't understand dog. Hershey felt a moment of pity for his human's mate. Not only was she crippled with a tiny little button of a nose that didn't work, but she also couldn't understand the subtle nuances of body and muscle that communicated danger or, in this case, the all clear. Hershey didn't let it bother him. It was another beautiful day in the sidecar next to his human and above Yippee Face, with the warm sun shining down on him and the cool breeze blowing over him. Hershey was happy to share another delicious meal with his humans when they stopped. He was allowed to eat the remains of their meals rejected by Ethiopians, but Yippee Face was only allowed kibble. Ah, well, it was just another benefit of being the top dog. After eating, Hershey and Yippee-Face played, which mostly consisted of Yippee-Face trying to get Hershey's toy away from the smarter, stronger dog, and falling over her own feet in the attempt. It made Carrie laugh, and the sound was as soothing to Hershey as wind chimes in a summer breeze. So he encouraged the pup's efforts by dangling the toy in front of her before pulling it away. Pleasing humans was important, and it had obviously fallen to Hershey to teach the younger dog her job in that respect. Mike finished talking on his toy and carefully packed it away. He worried about that thing, making sure it was as well protected in the sidecar as Hershey himself. Hershey would have been offended, but he understood humans and their toys. Mike was talking into that toy pretty regularly, at least twice each day. "So what's the status?" Carrie asked. Mike frowned, but Hershey could also smell excitement and a sense of anticipation in the human. 3 resistance cells, including Knox, are actively engaging now. They're taking it to the toit, based on the information we were able to pass on. They're positioning snipers in trees near each encampment. Well, except Knox, of course, since the closest tree is more than a mile from camp. The old man has snipers in the guard towers, and he is apparently ordering more towers built as we speak. Carrie snorted and finished cleaning up the trash from their meal. That's when Hershey heard it. He stood, a low growl in the back of his throat, and his hackles raised. "What is it, boy?" Mike immediately got to his feet. Hershey liked that about Mike. For a pathetic human who didn't understand a bit of dog, he actually tried. He paid attention, for the most part, and tried to puzzle out Hershey's intent. Hershey growled louder, his sharp gaze focused on the tree line. He saw it come out of the woods, long before his humans did, of course. They were still scanning close to the ground, looking for the bad things. Hershey barked once, sharply, as the small black orb finally floated close enough for his humans to see. He heard Carrie gasp, and smelled the adrenaline suddenly pouring from Mike. Good. His job was done. They knew. With a content sigh, Hershey settled back down for a quick nap before it was time to ride his sidecar again. He cocked his head, puzzled, when the humans neither relaxed nor started the "moving out, go, 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 soldier" game Mike liked to play with Carrie whenever he was ready to leave and she wasn't. It dawned on Hershey. His humans were afraid of the black orb he had growled at. Once again, Hershey wished his poor, slow humans could speak dog. He would have easily reassured them with a quick tail wag. This orb wasn't a bad thing. It was only another toy, like the ones the humans used when they wanted to play talking games. The orb came up to Mike and did nothing, simply floated there about a foot away. Hershey yawned, settling his head between his paws. Yippee-Face was already snoring softly next to Hershey's side, her tiny paws kicking a bit as she dreamed. "Mike?" Carrie asked, a warning clear in her tone. "What do you think you're doing?" Mike wasn't backing away from the orb, but was instead slowly reaching toward it. He didn't reply, just stretched out his hand. Hershey heard a sharp pop, and everything went black. Hershey. Hershey's nose twitched. The mouth-watering aroma of a cooking steak, lightly seasoned with pepper and garlic, filled the air. He heard it sizzling and sighed in contentment. He also heard his human, Claire, walking around in the kitchen, humming to herself as she wrapped baking potatoes to put into the microwave and then went back to mixing a green salad. She wasn't just cooking for herself, Hershey knew. If she were, she would have popped one of those tiny trays into the microwave, and he would have been allowed to lick the bottom when all the food was gone. No, company food was much, much better. He hoped it was his human's best friend, Tatiana, who would be visiting. Tat always stayed at least a week, and she always brought Hershey the best treats and took him for long walks on the beach. She was his third favorite human ever. The smell of the steak seemed to come closer, and one of Hershey's paws inadvertently twitched with his nose. This was a wonderful dream. He didn't want it to end. "Come on, Hershey, wake up," Claire said softly. "I cut the meat away, but there's a little bit still left in the bone for a good boy." He couldn't help himself. Her voice was so real. With a sigh, Knowing everything would vanish as soon as he did it, Hershey opened his eyes. He absorbed everything with all of his senses as quickly as possible. Claire knelt before him, the slight scent of her basil and lime-scented fingertips holding out the largest steak bone Hershey had ever smelt in his life. There was more than a little bit of meat left on the bone. There was a full, happy tummy waiting to happen. Hershey grabbed the bone quickly but carefully, as he always did, and then he dropped it, remaining dead still. "Don't you want your bone, boy?" Claire, who wasn't Claire, asked cajolingly. Hershey curled his upper lip disdainfully, as if to say, "I know you aren't my human. Where is she? And where are my other humans?" Claire, who wasn't Claire, sighed, a bit sadly. "The badness took your Claire human away, Hershey. She has gone to wherever it is our souls go when our time is over. Your other two humans are right here, sleeping on that bed." Hershey looked, and, sure enough, there were Mike and Carrie, curled around each other. Hershey felt a brief flare of jealousy because Yippee Face slept between them, but he returned his gaze to the bone. Claire laughed. "Of course you may eat it while we talk." Hershey took her at her word, although he fully intended it to be all about eating and not about the talking. The bone was as delicious as he promised to be, and he gnawed and licked with enthusiasm. "I am researcher xenohistorian," the woman, who looked like his human, said to him. "You know that I came with the badness that is here on your world now, but I didn't bring it to you, and I am trying to stop it. I need your help." Hershey stared at her as he nibbled a delightful strip of marrow from between two tight pieces of steak bone. "I'm a dog," he thought at her. "I want to help my humans, but they're the smart ones. You need to talk to them. Can I have some water?" "Of course," she said, pushing a bowl of water next to the plate that had held the bone. The bowl of water wasn't in her hand a moment ago. Hershey lapped politely. It was clean and cool, just below room temperature. Perfect, like the steak. "Hershey, I don't know if you can help us or not. If any of your previous humans was very, very religious, you might hold something in your memories, maybe even in your early puppy memories, which would be of help. Would you let me look?" Hershey licked and nibbled the bone for a long moment, then lifted an ear in agreement. "My last human liked Hail Mary," he offered. Then another thought occurred to him, and his brow furrowed in worry. "Will it hurt?" he asked. It didn't matter if it would hurt or not. He already gave his word, but he still wanted to know. "Not at all," Claire, who wasn't Claire, promised. "You are a very good dog, and I won't ever let anything hurt you if I can help it." Mike. Mike felt the mattress sag a bit under Gran's slight weight as she sat down beside him. She positioned the tray comfortably, and he could smell the savory spices of her extra everything hearty chicken soup. He must have injured himself somehow, although he didn't feel any pain. The extra everything soup meant he was getting Gran's own version of Sheldon Cooper's soft kitty therapy. "You're propped up enough to eat, boy, but don't move about too much," Gran's firm voice said. "Yes, ma'am," Mike replied, and opened his eyes to assess his wounds. He was in his bedroom at Gran's house, propped up on about 6 pillows, and his ribs were bandaged tightly. He wasn't in any pain, though, not even when he inhaled. That was a pleasant surprise. He had broken a rib before, and it had hurt like crazy, with or without breathing. Gran leaned forward to hand Mike a tablespoon, and he accepted it eagerly, dipping it into the bowl and barely blowing to cool it before swallowing. Gran's extra hearty, extra healing, extra loving, extra everything soup was for momentous occasions, better or worse, such as the team winning the Final Four, or someone being ill, or seriously down and out. The savory flavors exploded in Mike's mouth, just as perfect as he remembered. As Mike remembered the taste of the soup, he remembered the rest of it too. "I died?" he asked quietly. There was a slight tremble in his voice, and he felt immediate shame for the show of weakness. Gran looked surprised. "Why on earth would you say that, boy?" She paused for a moment, considering, then nodded once in understanding before shaking her head firmly.
The avatar you see in front of you is the image of your dead grandmother, son. But you, no. You are most definitely alive.
Then how? Gran held up her hand, and a lifetime of respect and obedience silenced him.
I'll answer as many questions as I can, Ryan,
she promised quietly.
But I will need to ask you some questions first. Feel free to eat while we talk. I'm actually kind of proud of myself for making that soup.
Suspicion filled Mike's mind, but damn, the soup was perfect. It was as delicious as any Gran had ever made, but it was more than that. Something about the soup, his bedroom, Gran, the whole situation he impossibly found himself in, was soothing. Everything seemed to work together to calm him, to reassure him that he was, at least for now, safe. The Gran Avatar's question, when it came, was as far out of left field as anything he could have possibly imagined. Transubstantiation? He repeated, his blue eyes puzzled. Yeah, I know what it means. It's the belief that the bread and wine used in the Eucharist actually become the body and blood of Christ. My Gran, told me about it when she wanted me to think about getting confirmed. That's like baptized, but for adults. I just don't understand why you're asking the question.
Is transubstantiation something your grandmother believed in, Ryan? Did she truly believe the wafer and wine became actual human flesh and blood?
Mike shrugged uncomfortably. Well, yeah, I guess so, he said. The avatar with the face of his grandmother looked very, very somber.
Ryan Michael Sanderlin, this is a matter that is much too important to be determined by a guess, she said, her voice gentle but firm. You need to think about this. Really. Deeply think about it. What did your grandmother believe?
Mike considered the question as he slowly finished the bowl of soup. He didn't know why it was so important, and a vague part of him wondered why he should care. His grandmother's beliefs wouldn't bring her back from the dead. He himself was obviously in the middle of an unconscious, or dying, hallucination. The answer shouldn't matter, but for some reason, his grandmother's face told him that it did. It very much did. I can't say either way, he finally said quietly. I know Gran believed most of what the church said. She believed in Jesus, and she believed in miracles. She believed in heaven and hell, and in God and the devil. But I also know there were a bunch of things the church said she didn't believe at all.
Elaborate, please,
the Gran Avatar asked quietly. Her words were another sharp reminder Mike was delusional. Gran would never have spoken like that. Holy Communion made Gran feel happy, Mike said, frowning thoughtfully as he remembered countless masses he had attended with his grandmother. After she took the wafer, she would always have this soft, peaceful smile on her face, like she just knew some wonderful secret. And then she would sit in the pew very quietly and pray until everyone else was finished, and the mass moved on. She was never showy about it, like a lot of the parishioners were. She never acted smug or more saved than anyone else. She just seemed quiet and happy. She said she always felt peaceful when she took communion. The Gran Avatar nodded thoughtfully.
And the other teachings of the church? There were some teachings she did not believe?
Mike nodded. She didn't believe some of them at all, and some of them actually made her angry at the church, like no birth control. She told us one time that she saw too many babies go hungry during the Great Depression to think birth control was always the bad thing. She always said it was better for the baby to never be born at all, rather than to be born and then murdered inside its mother's own body. She was really against abortion, but she understood sometimes a woman feels like she has no choice. Gran blamed the church's old-fashioned rules about birth control for a lot of the abortions Catholic teenagers were having. And also, well, my Uncle Phil was gay, but everyone just pretended not to know it. Gran loved Ortiz, Uncle Phil's buddy, as much as she loved Phil, or my mom, or my Aunt Karen. So, there were a lot of things the church is pretty adamant on that she didn't believe. The Avatar sighed heavily.
I don't know how to analyze this data, she said,
as much to herself as to Mike. Your grandmother sounds like too much of an open thinker to believe in some of her religion's more anachronistic teachings. However, the sense of peace you describe her experiencing after partaking of the Eucharist lends itself to the belief it holds great tangible as well as spiritual power. Within the tenets of the religion's teachings, one would extrapolate she believed in the act of cannibalism. Mike's head snapped up, his eyes blazing blue fury. The Catholic Church is not about cannibalism, he snapped, his voice hot and uncompromising. And my grandmother would have never believed in that. She would have died before eating human flesh. The absolute conviction in Mike's eyes, and, even more, in the dark red and black lightning streaks of anger in his aura, startled the Avatar. There was no doubt, none. The boy believed what he was saying. But would that be enough? Carrie. Carrie smiled as the sun baked into her skin, warming her body with its delicious, penetrating rays. The smells of suntan lotion and chlorine and the familiar sensation of the towel under her body soothed away all her worries. Well, you look as happy as a lizard on a rock, little girl, Daddy said, his voice warm and pleased. Mm-hmm, Carrie agreed, the moan as close to one of ecstasy as she ever expected her father to hear from her lips. She adjusted her bikini, making sure she hadn't untied the top string before opening her eyes and looking up into her father's smiling face. Someone had adjusted the umbrella perfectly. It gave her and Daddy enough shade to be able to talk comfortably, yet still gave the warm sunshine access to most of her body. Her dad held out a frosted glass of lemonade, and Carrie's eyes lit up with pleasure as she accepted it. Thank you, she smiled, taking a greedy sip of the icy sweet tartness. She shivered in delight. It was perfect. It was just tart enough, exactly like Mom used to make it. Between them, she and Daddy got it right about 20% of the time. I'm so sorry I missed your retirement, sir, Carrie started, and froze, her mind spinning into an almost panicked overdrive. It's all right, baby girl. The fucking imposter who dared to look like her father said calmly. It didn't go off as planned anyway. Who the fuck are you? Carrie hissed. The hand holding the frosted glass of lemonade trembled slightly as her grip tightened around it. She wanted to smash the glass on the table in front of her and hold the jagged shards to the motherfucker's throat. Calmly. His quiet voice had the same tone her father used to soothe her nightmares away when she was a child. Carrie tried to make her hand move sharply, to force it downward, but instead she found herself taking another sip of the lemonade. It was so sweet and tart, just dancing on her tongue. No! She gasped, struggling for control with everything inside her. The lemonade glass shook in her hand, cold liquid sloshing over her fingers. Who are you? She growled again, the words harsh and demanding. I am Scientist Farmer, the man with her father's eyes replied, and, just like that, whatever it was over. Her fear and anger vanished as completely as if they were never there in the first place. Carrie tentatively probed at her own mind, feeling for a hint of brain bruise or some leftover adrenaline. So much fear and rage, and now, simple calm. Way too weird. What do you want, scientist? She asked, no longer ready to kill the man outright, but not ready to make kissy face either. I'm Scientist Farmer, the man repeated, as if explaining something to a young child, with a slight emphasis on the last word. Scientist is not even deployed in this galaxy, and he knows nothing of the land or animals. Carrie simply stared at the man who looked so much like Daddy, and, after a moment, he sighed. I am trying to stop my people from completing, a heinous act of genocide against your people, he said, and Carrie's muscles relaxed even more as the truth of his words sunk in. I need to ask you some questions about your mother's religious beliefs. Carrie arched a quizzical eyebrow, and then a comfortable blackness settled over her. Segment 23, March 18. Mike. Hershey barked once, sharply, as a small black orb floated close enough for us humans to see. He heard Carrie gasp, and smelled the adrenaline suddenly pouring from Mike. Good. His job was done. They knew. The orb came up to Mike and did nothing, simply floated there about a foot away. Hershey yawned, settling his head between his paws. Yippee-Face was already snoring softly next to Hershey's side, her tiny paws kicking a bit as she dreamed. "Mike?" Carrie asked, a warning clear in her tone. "What do you think you're doing?" Mike wasn't backing away from the orb, but was instead slowly reaching toward it. He didn't reply, just stretched out his hand. And then Hershey heard a sharp pop and a hiss of pain as Mike jerked his hand back, shaking it sharply. "Son of a bitch!" he yelped, sticking 2 fingers into his mouth and glaring as the black orb accelerated away, almost immediately becoming lost in the trees. "Well, that was pretty much genius," Carrie chuckled, one eyebrow raised mockingly. Mike shot her a glare and straddled his motorcycle, nodding for her to do the same. Hershey jumped up into the sidecar without being told, a big, floppy doggy grin on his face. "We should hit White Sulphur Springs around 1800, Mike commented. "We can stop early for the night, or, if you are still up to riding, we can try to make it a bit closer to Beckley, and find somewhere secure outside the city." Carrie shook out her hair before slipping her helmet on and visor down. "Let's roll," she agreed. They rode for several hours, stopping only to fuel up, piddle, and check the radio periodically. The interstate heading west was even more damaged and ruined than the eastbound lanes. More people had fled the coast, apparently reasoning it safer to be away from all the military bases and shipyards. Not that it mattered, in any case. In late February, resistance census workers tried to estimate the U.S. population after the attrition of a hard winter, but even they admitted their figure of 0.7 million survivors was a simple shot in the dark. Mike swerved slightly and eased off the gas as an animal ran out in front of his headlights. He raised a fist to slow Carrie as well. "Starting to get dark," he told her as she drew up near him. "Their machine's idling. Best case, we still have about half an hour to get to Beckley, but there was a sign saying there's a rest stop 2 miles up the road. If we're lucky, the custodian has a nice couch in his office. If not, at least we'll have solid walls around us." Carrie nodded agreement, and they headed to their exit. The grass around the rest area was high and unkempt. Mike checked the perimeter, while Carrie let Butterball and Hershey stretch their legs and drink the last of the water from their first container. She looped the handle around the bungee cord, holding her bedroll, knowing the empty gas container and empty water container banging against each other would irritate her. They'd have to come up with a better solution before they set off in the morning. "I wish I had my bow," Mike commented as he came around to the motorcycles. He nodded over to the tree line as he straddled his bike and began walking it toward the shattered glass door of the rest area facility. "The rabbit population has exploded since the war started. I saw some pretty little bunny wabbits out there that would taste a damn sight better than MREs. But I don't want to risk bringing hostiles around with a shot. I'll set a couple traps. I can check in the morning before we head out." "Hell, I'd eat Thumper himself about now," Carrie agreed, following Mike inside the building. "And all his little rabbit babies, too." "Hedonist," Mike accused with a grin. "Let's look for that custodian's couch," she leered in response. "I've got a taste for meat." They found the custodian's office, and, amazingly, Mike actually had to break the lock to get in. The small room hadn't been ransacked, and was surprisingly well appointed. They immediately noticed the water cooler beside the filing cabinet. Mike poured a small measure of water into one of the triangle-shaped cups from the cup holder next to the cooler, and sipped tentatively. He nodded. "It's hot, but good," he said, and Carrie began filling their canteens. No sense wasting resources, even if they did still have 10 gallons in the sidecar. While Carrie saw to the canteens, Mike checked out the rest of the office. The filing cabinet held no surprises: personal files and office supplies. The wardrobe held a state worker's uniform and jacket and a small, personal-sized lunch cooler Mike knew better than to open. The desk held Pharaoh's treasure. Bingo, Mike said reverently, drawing Carrie's attention. What? She asked, screwing the lid on the last canteen closed. Look on my works, ye mortals, and despair, Mike misquoted, and with a flourish, he held out the 3.75-liter bottle of Maker's Mark, Kentucky's finest brand of whiskey. Oh, my God, Carrie said, her eyes wide and her voice hushed with dramatic awe. For a minute there, I thought you found something amazing, like a Hershey bar. Mike mock glared at her, and they both grinned as the brown hound dog pricked his ears up upon hearing his name. We will definitely pack this baby up with us, Mike promised, patting the bottle lovingly. The couch wasn't roomy enough for two, so Mike used both sleeping rolls and took the floor, while Carrie stretched out on the comparatively luxuriant upholstery. Butterball firmly wriggled her way up onto the couch, even before Carrie settled down, and Mike looked at Hershey with long-suffering pathos. Just you and me, boy, he said, patting the bedroll beside him. Hershey started toward Mike, but Carrie made a slight kissing sound. Hershey glanced at Carrie, saw the invitation in her smile, and immediately jumped up on the couch, settling down at her feet with a happy sigh, his head resting on her thigh. Fuck, Mike grumbled, and fell asleep to the sound of Carrie's quiet giggles, regretting only that they were both too exhausted to make other use of the custodian's couch. March 19. Hershey. Hershey yawned and gave a mighty stretch, luxuriating in Carrie's musky scent and the warmth of the puppy pile on the custodian's couch. Mike's breathing was changing, which meant his human would be awake soon and getting up off the floor, moving in that slow, stiff way he always did after sleeping on the ground. Hershey stood, careful to only step on Carrie's soft parts, and shook himself briskly. She yelped, so he jumped lightly off of her, moving over to the doorway his humans had blockaded the night before. He waited politely, and then sneezed in disgust as Yippy-Face plopped off the couch, stumbled a few steps, and immediately peed on the floor. Would the fat little puppy never learn any manners? Carrie stretched, murmuring her good morning to Mike and the dogs. She pulled the package of useless wet wipes out of her backpack and offered some to Mike. The two of them used the almost moist cloths to smear their perfectly good scents all around their bodies. Hershey knew a lot of strange human rituals, but this one always puzzled him. Hershey shrugged it off, shaking happily just to hear his collar jingle, and also to remind his humans that somebody didn't piddle on the floor. While Carrie dug in the backpack again, pulling out some of the yummy brown food packages, Mike pulled the desk and file cabinet away from the door and let Hershey bound outside, down a hallway, and through the broken glass door into the sunshine. Hershey watered a bush, then another, then some late-blooming daffodils. He froze, his hackles rising, until he found and identified the badness. There, way over by the trees. It was far enough from his humans that it wasn't a threat, so he ignored it and urinated on a flagpole. Pleased with himself, he bounded back inside, his nails clicking on the smooth floor until he found the room where his humans were still moving around slowly. Mike, of course, already had his new toy out and had just finished talking to it. Knox soldiers took out 3 of the twa, Mike told Carrie, a sound of contented satisfaction in his voice. Hairston says morale on post has never been better. That's awesome, Carrie smiled. She frowned, a line of worry creasing her forehead. Maybe the old bear will set up my firing squad for after the court-martial then. At least I'll get a last meal. Hey, none of that, Mike said, setting his toy down and moving over to Carrie, cupping her face in his hand. It's going to be fine, sweetheart, I promise. You're a fucking combat vet, a war hero now. The old man can't afford to shoot you.
Carrie laughed at his teasing, but the sound was still uncertain. Then she shrugged. "Nothing to be done for it now, I suppose," she said, and began to change her clothes. She took off her heavily scented t-shirt and replaced it with an even more aromatic hoodie. Hershey heartily approved the choice. It wasn't often his humans liked to smell like humans. "Ugh, this is disgusting," Carrie scowled, rolling the t-shirt into a tight ball and shoving it deep into her rucksack. "I can't wait to do laundry again, and get a shower." "And a shave," Mike agreed. "And something to eat other than the goddamn MRE." "Amen to that." Carrie frowned down at the tasty food packets and tossed one to Mike. "You have a choice," she said grumpily. "Delicious scrambled egg-like substance or delicious scrambled egg-like substance." Hershey sat down politely, but he couldn't help licking his chops in anticipation. When Carrie used that tone of voice, it usually meant she left more of the Ethiopian food for him. "Belay that," Mike said with happy anticipation. "Let me go check the traps. Maybe we can have Thumper over easy for breakfast this morning." "Ooh!" Carrie grinned, a gleam of interest in her eye. "I'll pack up the bikes while you go get us a bunny, a fat, juicy one." Mike headed outside with Hershey prancing happily beside him and Yippee Face wobbling along behind, more interested in the scents of long-dead humans than in being a good dog. Hershey probably pointed out the bushes and flagpole he watered earlier, but Mike didn't seem to notice. He watched Yippee Face running clumsily to catch up with them and chuckled. "You in the mood for some rabbit for breakfast, girl?" he asked the pup, heading over to the northern side of the building. Hershey trotted along companionably, not bothering to answer in dog. After a moment, he stiffened, a low warning growl in his throat. Mike was headed toward the thicket of underbrush where the badness hunted for its prey. "Come on, boy," Mike encouraged, not slowing down. Hershey increased the volume and sharpness of his growl, and Mike looked at him curiously. Hershey thumped his tail a few times, knowing it was one of the few dog gestures humans thought they understood. "That's right, I'm growling. Listen to me." "Hey, I actually snared one!" Mike exclaimed, his voice pitched with excitement and pleasure. "Check it out, boy!" Hershey's growls turned into panicked snarls, and he pushed himself between Mike and the snare line he was reaching for, trying to hip-check his human away from the badness. "Hershey, stop that!" Mike snapped, shoving the hound out of the way and grabbing the line that held their plump, meaty breakfast. "Got it! Let's go!" Hershey wanted nothing more than to go, but he knew it was already too late. When Mike tried to turn back toward the rest stop building, he realized it too. He had been taken by a feeder. Kasoniak. Set to hang. Mr. Daniel Tildeson, March 19, at 0900, for the following crimes committed against fellow survivors of Invasion Day. Murder, 6 counts, confession under duress. Rape, 9 counts, confession under duress. Rape of child, 1 count, confession under duress. Armed robbery, 17 or more counts, confession under duress. Criminal formally objects to the violation of his constitutional and civil rights. His confessions were given under the duress of intimidation and physical violence/torture. Criminal's right pinky finger was broken during the interrogation. This military post is under martial law. The soldiers under this command will enforce a zero-tolerance policy for looters, murderers, rapists, thieves, and other violent criminals. This historic date marks the first, but not the last, public execution to be held on New Fort Knox. Be so advised, and conduct yourself accordingly on peril of death. Segment 24, March 19. Mike. Oh shit. Oh holy shit, shit, shit. Mike moved fast, bending down and unlacing his combat boots in record time. It wasn't fast enough. As Stephen had described, his feet were locked into the bottom of the boots themselves, as though he were attached even through his leather soles by intense suction. This was not looking good.
Carrie? Mike yelled, careful to keep his shout free of the panic he felt whipping through him. Hershey continued to bark and snarl viciously, trying to snap at the solid ground around Mike's feet. The dog was literally foaming at the mouth. Quiet, boy, Mike snapped. Come on, hush. Let me think. Hershey quieted slightly, but continued to growl as he paced frantically around Mike and the feeder, panting in fear. Sharp, snarly teeth didn't work against the badness. He didn't know how to help his human. Mike? Carrie called from near the front of the building. Over here, he responded. Hershey took off, running full speed toward Carrie, jumping up on her and barking frantically as she finally saw what was happening and broke into a run. No! She screamed as she reached the edge of the woods where Mike was stuck. Her cry was a strange blend of terror, denial, and anger. Oh, God! What the fuck, Mike? Can you get out of your boots? Mike shook his head, looking down at the boots. The feeder had already sucked him in just over the ankles, and his feet were feeling comfortably warm. Mike considered that, and then he quickly pulled on the tongue of each boot, pulling the laces taut and tying them tightly to give his feet and ankles as much protection as possible. Carrie squatted down beside Mike, tears filling her eyes and spilling down her face. Oh, God! Oh, God! She moaned softly, rocking back and forth. God, what are we gonna do? I'm not sure what to do on this one, babe. Mike shrugged, his voice quiet and thoughtful. Leverage won't work. We know that from Nathan. I just don't know anything that will. Jesus! Mike ran a hand over his crew-cut hair, wiping sweat off his forehead. It was barely past sunrise. The air decidedly chill, but stress and fear beaded his forehead with droplets of water. Fuck, gotta think, he muttered to himself. You have more upper body strength than Nathan did, Carrie said, desperation and hope warring into her eyes. If we can drop a strong enough limb all the way across this thing, maybe you could pull yourself up, like getting on a quicksand. Mike nodded distractedly. There's a handsaw in with the hand tools, he said, knowing as he gave her the instruction that it was a futile attempt. He felt the strength of the feeder pulling at him whenever he shifted or tried to resist. Like a snake, the beast constricted when he struggled, tightening coils of muscle around his ankles. With a sudden lurch, the muscles coiled around his calves. Carrie ran back inside the building and grabbed the tools she would need from the sidecar of Mike's bike. Huge, gulping sobs tore at her throat when she was out of his sight, but she took a moment to swallow them before returning to Mike. She looked around, spotting a thick sapling about 20 yards deeper into the woods, and nodded toward it. Be careful, Mike warned, and Carrie shrugged her agreement. Mike shifted slightly to make it easier to see Carrie sawing at the tree, and another sucking motion pulled him knee-deep into the feeder. He concentrated fiercely on the sensation of something pressed against his legs, muscles coiling and bunching even as his own muscles stiffened against it. He noticed something else then, something about calf-high, where the heavy leather of his combat boots no longer protected his legs. The warmth was beginning to burn. Reality hit. Carrie was wasting her energy trying to saw down the sapling. Mike would be dead before she could even fell the tree. There was no way out of this mess. Not this time. Carrie? Mike called softly. He watched her stop sawing and swiped the sweat and tears from her face before turning to him. What? She demanded, her voice sounding harsh, almost angry. Hey, can you come here a minute? He asked. I'm not exactly up to joining you. Not funny, Carrie grumbled angrily, but she set the saw down and walked over to Mike, sitting beside him at the boundary of the feeder. Hershey and Butterball sat too, both panting heavily. It's not going to work, Mike said simply. Carrie stared at him for a long moment, and then nodded, tears spilling from her eyes. She didn't trust herself to speak. They remained there for a long moment, feeling the sun slowly begin to warm the spring air. The feeder sucked again, and Mike sank from his knees to mid-thighs. Carrie flinched, her face losing all color, but she met his eyes steadily.
Standard protocol?
She asked, her voice almost devoid of emotion. Mike shook his head. No, he said quietly. I want to deviate from the mercy shot, Carrie. I want to take this one out myself. Just to return the goddamn favor. You douse the bitch with gasoline and hand me the flamethrower, okay? I'm going to see this thing burn like a marshmallow in a campfire.
Oh, God, Mike.
Carrie moaned, and she no longer cared if he saw her tears. She went to him and hugged him, sobbing on his sweaty neck and filthy t-shirt.
I can't stand this, she exclaimed. It isn't fucking fair. This isn't how it's supposed to end. I love you, stupid, and we're supposed to have at least some kind of chance together, even if there is no such thing as fucking happily ever after.
Mike pulled back slightly and grinned at her. You love me, stupid? He asked, his eyes twinkling slightly with his own moisture disguised as teasing amusement. Carrie shrugged his arms off and leaned back.
You know what I mean,
she said, a bit defensively. Then her voice softened.
I love you.
I know you do, sweetheart, Mike replied, his mind once again working as he felt the feeder pressing against his legs. The pain in his calves was getting intense, and he didn't want it to show in his eyes as he looked at Carrie.
You know?
Carrie huffed incredulously, a touch of irritation in her tone.
You know I do? Someone says I love you, and your answer is you fucking know?
Mike grinned. I love you too, sweetheart. I have since the moment you slid that beautiful ass into the seat of my mom's SUV. I was just thinking. Sorry, babe. Carrie nodded, and finally let her gaze fall to the ground at Mike's thighs to the feeder.
Does it hurt?
She asked reluctantly. Mike met her eyes levelly. No, he lied. But it does have me thinking about things. Important things now. And things you have to do. First, the dogs. Dogs are going to be important. Carrie blinked.
What the hell are you talking about?
Hershey knew. Mike nodded over to the pacing hound. Hershey could tell the feeder was there, but I was too caught up with that damn fat rabbit to pay attention to the dog. Where is the rabbit, by the way? Carrie jerked her head in annoyance.
Over there,
she snapped, not admitting to Mike that she would never, ever eat rabbit again.
Anyway, what about the dogs?
NFK needs to work on finding and redomesticating as many dogs as they can, to get them working as feeder detectors. Hershey pushed himself in between me and the damn thing, and I shoved him out of the way. Carrie nodded firmly.
Okay, dogs to train. Check.
My sister, Mike said, his voice suddenly very husky. Carrie looked up at him, her lips pressed together tightly as tears rolled unnoticed down her cheeks. Carrie, I'm counting on you for this, okay, hon? I need you to take care of Jen for me. Promise me you'll get Hershey and Butterball back to Knox, and promise me you won't tell her I went down this way, okay?
Mike.
Carrie stopped, buried her face in her hands, and rocked back and forth for several seconds before nodding in defeat. They sat in silence together for several long minutes as the sun rose overhead, and the feeder finally sucked again, dropping Mike to his waist. He hissed slightly in pain. There is no more time to do this. I have one more request, he said soberly. My last one. Carrie looked up at him, her red-rimmed eyes and bright nose almost distorting the beauty of her face. Kiss me, Carrie. She nodded, wiping her face on the sleeve of her hoodie and moving closer to Mike. She poured her heart and soul into the kiss, taking every bit he returned, until neither of them could breathe. Afterward, she stepped away and walked back into the building, swiping at her burning eyes. She pulled the flamethrower out of the sidecar, checking to ensure the fuel was mixed properly, and lugged it and the half-full gasoline can back to Mike. Her eyes burned. Her throat was raw. She also checked her sidearm while she was inside the building, ensuring that it shouldn't jam when it was time to deliver the mercy round, time to kill her lover and best friend. Hershey continued to pace back and forth in front of Mike in the feeder, but Butterball, exhausted from the work and the blossoming heat of the day, fell asleep. Mike met her eyes levelly. "I'm proud of you, soldier," he said quietly, "and I love you." He didn't say goodbye, and neither did she. Carrie handed him the flamethrower. His hands were steady as he took the weapon, adjusting the fuel container awkwardly over his shoulder. "Okay, slosh liberally, just don't get any in my eyes," he teased. Carrie snorted at him and pitched a liberal amount of gasoline onto the ground surrounding Mike's trapped body, the camouflaged feeder. The reaction was immediate and, for Mike, exquisitely painful. The feeder's muscles contracted and spasmed over and over, but they never loosened. "Wait, stop, stop, stop!" Mike yelled. "No more! Wait a minute!" Carrie waited, sobbing bitterly as Mike panted for a breath, and Hershey barked hysterically, snarling and snapping again and again. His mind raced while the dog fought the impossible foe. There was something he was missing here, something important, something Jen would know. He held up a hand, asking for silence, as he struggled to grasp a memory that danced just out of reach. Something Jen would know. It was almost there, on the tip of his brain. "It's like a snake," he told Carrie, thinking out loud, and trying to list the objective information as methodically as he could. "It constricts around me. It has muscles, double layers of muscles like an anaconda. It also apparently has taste buds, and it doesn't like gasoline." Carrie nodded, sniffing. "One of the main components in napalm is fossil fuel. We've seen them react badly to gasoline before." "Like an anaconda," Mike repeated, his brow furrowed in thought. "No, not gas," he suddenly whispered, a note of unbearable hope creeping into his voice. "What are you thinking, Mike?" "The feeder reacted to the gasoline, see, but it didn't let me go. But it did react violently, though, like a snake tasting something nasty while constricting its prey. Like that fucking 6-foot-long Burmese python my friend Devin had in middle school before his mother made him donate it to the zoo." Mike frowned, the memory dancing ever closer. "Female snake named Clyde," he muttered. He froze, the memory playing itself out in his mind like a scene from a movie. Jen was 7 then, always an animal lover. She was stricken and horrified at the snake's reaction. She had burst into tears, which pissed Mike off at his friend. Devin was a dick to let his little sister watch when he knew what the snake would do. Mike's anger at the time was what made the memory so sharp now. Devin went into full herpetology instructor mode, telling his group of friends exactly how to react if they ever found themselves in the unlikely position of being constricted to death by a python. "First, don't panic," he said, sounding every bit as priggish as Mrs. Quinsonberry lecturing about the necessities of safer sex to a roomful of hooting, jeering teenage boys. "Stop struggling. Get to your dad's booze cabinet and pour just a splash of whiskey or whatever you got right on top of the snake's snout. They hate the taste of booze. Watch what happens." He demonstrated, pouring a cap of Jim Beam onto Clyde's nose. The reaction had been instant and violent, the snake writhing away from the alcohol and contorting itself into almost impossible positions as it backed into the corner of its cage, spilling its water bowl and knocking over its tree bark hideout. It wasn't constricting anything at the time, but still, the message was clear. Jenny had sobbed, almost hysterically, and Mike had almost kicked Devin's ass. Now, if only the feeders were enough like snakes. "Carrie," Mike said, his voice tight with excitement, as he felt himself sucked down another several inches into the feeder. "Run, as fast as you can. Bring the maker's mark, and for God's sake, don't drop it. Go, go, go!" She was off like a shot, coming back in less than a minute with the bottle firmly in her grip. "I'm sorry," she panted as she pulled up. "I should have thought of it earlier. I know this has to hurt like a bitch." Mike grinned at her, an expression of hope in his eyes. He tried to tamp it down. If this didn't work, It would be doubly devastating to them both. But something in his gut told him he might just be the luckiest fucking man on the planet. Okay, you need to be very careful, he said, watching her open the bottle. I want you to pour a splash onto the feeder, from the edge of its camouflage to where I am. But don't waste too much, because we may only get a few shots at this. He grinned, and then played an imaginary rim shot at his own words with a cocky "But-bump." Carrie looked at him uncertainly, crushing disappointment filling her chest as she prepared for what would certainly be another act of futility. Mike clearly had a brainstorm, but he would also need the alcohol to help with the pain when it got worse. And it would get worse. She held her thumb over the half of the lip of the bottle as she splashed it onto the feeder. Mike screamed in anguish as the feeder went absolutely insane with movement. Carrie screamed in reaction. Hershey barked and growled and snapped, and Butterball yipped furiously. When the chaos settled, Mike was buried up to his chest in the feeder. He was also less than a foot from solid ground, instead of directly in the middle of the beast. Again, Mike snapped. Over here. Do it fast before he can recover. Carrie obeyed, and this time, Mike was ready for the wild thrashing. Hershey lunged forward, and Mike grabbed the dog's fur, using him to pull against while he edged himself to the very rim of the feeder. And then, like being on the edge of a swimming pool, he hoisted himself up and out. Just like that, he was free. Hershey wasn't satisfied. He growled, yanking Mike by the shoulder of his fatigue jacket and pulling furiously, dirt coming up as the dog's paws entrenched themselves. Mike forced himself to his knees, crawling after Hershey with sudden tears of pain, terror, relief, and overwhelming joy streaming down his face. He was out. When they were a good 10 feet away from the feeder, Hershey let go, and they both dropped down onto the grass, panting. A few moments later, Mike heard Carrie behind him, in the sudden snarl of heat as she started up the flamethrower with a whoosh. Screaming every obscenity she knew, Carrie exterminated the feeder with extreme prejudice. Several minutes later, covered with dirt, sweat, and soot, Carrie dropped down next to Mike and the trembling dogs, breathing rapidly. Too close. Too fucking close. Too close. She sobbed, the words almost hysterical. Carrie, Shut up! Carrie snapped. She threw herself into Mike's arms, wrapping her fingers in his hair and kissing him passionately. As quickly as she started the kiss, she ended it, pulling away from Mike and snapping back into the rest area to get the first aid kit. Mike watched her leave, appreciating the view with newfound clarity, and slowly letting his shaking subside. Yes, the girl had a point. It had been too fucking close. He smiled wryly when he saw her come back with the first aid kit. No awesome magic floaty ball to spit healing goop on me this time, huh? He asked, glancing around hopefully. Carrie laughed, shaking her head in exasperation. Sorry, she smiled. I think we gotta try and patch you up the old-fashioned way. We have a lot of booze left to kill your pain, if you want a swig. She handed him his canteen and some ibuprofen, looking ruefully at his acid-burned boots, the hole-filled fatigues, and the angry red blisters showing beneath the holes. She used a pair of medical scissors to cut the pants, making long, slightly uneven shorts of the fatigues, and then applied burn ointment to the worst of the red blisters on his legs. No, we're not touching the whiskey, Mike said firmly. When we get back to Knox, we can requisition our allotment of whatever's available and get totally shit-faced. But that whiskey is definitely a weapon, not a good time. We've got to pass this information up and down the line of the resistance, Carrie. It's important everyone knows this. Suddenly, he smiled, a note of pride and awe in his voice. You know what this means, right? We finally have a real chance to go on the offensive and really take it to these assholes. As long as the razors continue to be their last choice weapon. We found the Twa's weakness, and now the feeders too. We have just leveled the goddamn playing field. It means you didn't die, Carrie countered, a catch in her voice.
It means I didn't lose you.
Mike pulled her closer to him, hugging her for a long moment. When she smiled and pulled away, he took out the handheld and called in his reports, grinning broadly as the "Repeat, soldier," and "Goddamn, boy," comments came back from the USRF units he managed to reach. They would be passing the news on, and in a matter of hours, soldiers would be carrying a new, well, not so new, weapon in their arsenals. He grinned at the thought of Ricochet and Fields. He could just imagine their faces when the old bear marched into their tent and commandeered their moonshine still for the war effort. Hell, booze was suddenly even more important in the army than it had always been. And that was one of those impossible contradiction things. An oxymoron. Yep, they had themselves an oxymoron. Mrs. Perksey would be proud. The rabbit, unfortunately, was incinerated beyond redemption. Carrie gave them each a granola bar, and they were on the road by 9:30. Mike's legs were covered with burn salve and bandages on the worst of the wounds, leaving the less severe injuries to the open air. He looked ridiculous, but he simply didn't care. They were on the road again, getting closer to home with every mile, and he was alive. Hershey. His humans were both extremely grateful to him, and even though Hershey knew he deserved their praise for saving Mike from the monster, he wasn't quite sure how to react to it. He could feel a change in the way they looked at him now, watching him carefully as though they were actually trying to learn dog, and giving him extra pats and rubs every time they passed him. Carrie came to him when Mike went inside the building to water the scented porcelain bowls, as she cried and held him around his neck and whispered, "You're such a good dog, Hershey. Thank you, thank you. Good boy, good dog." Over and over again, until it was almost embarrassing. Sure, he was a good dog. Of course, he was a good dog. He was supposed to be. Still, he had to admit he could get used to Carrie's outpouring of love. It was good to be a good dog. Yippy Face had done well, too. Hershey reflected generously, sniffing the puppy and yawning at her with approval. She had growled a very ferocious puppy growl, and she had yipped sternly enough a few times that it almost sounded like a bark or two. Most importantly, though, she kept out of the way. Hershey jumped into the sidecar and scratched the seat for a moment, looking for a comfortable position. It was definitely roomier now, since Mike and Carrie rearranged everything again, and Hershey approved of the extra space. He hated to admit it, but sidecar was losing just a little bit of its thrill since the first few days. It was still absolutely one of Hershey's favorite things ever, but he almost wished Mike and Carrie would find wherever it was they were going. Their version of work, he was sure. Hershey loved the idea of sitting under Carrie's desk while she tapped her fingers on top and talked to other humans and gave them dogs. He didn't know what kind of work Mike could do, though, if Carrie and Hershey worked with the dogs. Maybe Mike could bring Carrie's food to her, and he could tap his fingers on her desk when she went on potty breaks. Carrie took a lot of potty breaks. That issue resolved, Hershey turned around in the sidecar, and then turned twice more. It got easier each day, every time Mike and Carrie repacked in the mornings. He settled down with a heavy, contented sigh. The sun was up now, but it still wasn't even close to noon. Hershey figured he could get in a good long nap before Carrie or Yippy Face would have to go piddle. He closed his eyes and did just that. They made it through the snarls of Charleston and about 10 miles past the city before stopping for lunch, pulling their bikes off to the side of the interstate in the shade of a several vehicle pileup. Mike pulled out his small boomstick toy and checked the vehicles, while Carrie waited with her own sidearm out, looking everywhere. Hershey watched with paternal pride as Butterball managed to pull herself up to the seat of the sidecar and topple over onto the ground. He was pleased to notice the little pup sniff a few blades of grass before squatting to pee. "Hershey, come, boy," Mike called after picking up the long, foul-smelling tube and backpack. Hershey came up to his human happily, and Mike finished putting the reeking toy on, and then, made a vague gesture out toward the trees. Hershey cocked an ear. "Go on, boy. Check it out," Mike instructed. Hershey sneezed. Mike sighed, and then took a few tentative steps toward the woods. Hershey walked along happily beside him. Mike kept stopping every few seconds, looking over at Hershey. Hershey sat down and had a long, satisfying scratch while he tried to figure out what Mike wanted. He finally did figure it out, and loped off quickly, first to the east, then back around to the west. Nothing. He came back to Mike and arched up, his paws on Mike's chest, as if asking for a good boy scratch. Mike obliged, but he still seemed distracted, not pleased with Hershey's all clear. With a sigh, Hershey loped back to the woods and followed the tree line east, going much further this time. He was almost out of view of his humans before he finally found one. He hoped it would please Mike. He wanted to please his human. He let out a series of loud, vicious warning barks. Both Mike and, behind him, Carrie came running to him as quickly as they could. They stopped a few feet from Hershey, looking around at the ground. "Do you see it?" Carrie asked. She held her camera toy in her hands, and was taking a few pictures of the ground around them. "Not yet," Mike said, scanning the area carefully. He looked down at the grinning hound dog. "Where is it, boy?" he asked. "Show me the motherfucker." Hershey wagged his tail. He knew the word motherfucker, although it was normally Carrie's word. At Mike's expectant, wary posture, Hershey moved a few steps closer to the badness. Mike was steps behind him, and Carrie followed several steps behind them both. Slowly, cautiously, Hershey took Mike toward the badness, stopping about 10 feet away with a low, threatening growl. Mike and Carrie stood there for several seconds, staring at the ground. "There," Carrie finally said, her voice excited. "You see it, Mike? That tuft of grass moved. It shifted toward us." Mike watched for several more seconds, and tensed when he finally saw through the camouflage. "Got it. Good dog, Hershey. Everyone back up." Mike killed the badness with the same horrible toy Carrie had used that morning. Hershey really hoped the flamethrower wasn't going to become a favorite human toy. It was unbearably loud and hot, and it stunk. God, it smelled worse than anything Hershey had ever smelled, even dead human. He was glad his humans didn't call him back when he and Butterball ran away from the scary burning toy. Well, he ran. Butterball waddled quickly. Kasoniak. At 8:55, Dick Kasoniak stepped onto the gallows, which were erected where the commissary used to be. Two military police officers pulled the sobbing, struggling prisoner to his feet, released the handcuffs that held him to the dais of the gallows, and brought him forcibly toward the colonel. "You can't do this," Rusty Tillotson shrieked, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard. Close to 100 people, a bit more than 10% of NFK's population, elected to attend the execution, and the crowd remained respectfully, or otherwise, silent. "This is against my rights. You can't do this." The MP stood the man in front of Kasoniak. He was slovenly and unshaven, even though he had been given the opportunity to die with dignity. He had declined to bathe or change his clothing, and after 2 days in the warm spring sunshine, he fairly reeked. He fell silent when Colonel Kasoniak looked at him, as if suddenly aware of how he must appear compared to the impeccably dressed soldier standing straight and tall before him. When Kasoniak spoke, his voice was surprisingly gentle. "You have 2 minutes to say your last words, Mr. Tillotson. Do you want a hood? It might make it easier, son, but I wouldn't know." "No," Tillotson shrieked. "Fuck you and your hood." At a nod from Kasoniak, the two MPs moved Tillotson into position, and a third officer placed the noose around Tillotson's neck, adjusting it snugly. The new chaplain, who wasn't trained in seminary, but took a few comparative religion courses in college, came forward with a Bible in her hand. The young woman had privately admitted to Colonel Kasoniak that she was relieved Tillotson declined religious counseling. However, she quietly performed the benediction and ceremony of last rites that came from her own religious tradition.
"You're all gonna burn in hell for this," Tilson screamed. "I didn't do nothing that every one of you hasn't done, and you fucking want to judge me? Fuck you all."
Someone in the audience laughed, and Kasoniak looked up sharply, disapproval and anger in his eyes.
"Yeah, you laugh now, motherfucker,"
Tilson shouted, spittle flying from his mouth.
"Ain't one of you no better than me, and you let this fucking Adolf Hitler kill me. I'm just like Jesus, and every one of you is a fucking Jew murdering me like you got—"
The rant continued. At the 2-minute nod from the MP, Colonel Richard Kasoniak released the lever. The floor beneath the prisoner's feet dropped with an audible clank, and the body fell. For more than a minute, the body twisted and struggled as Tilson slowly, horribly choked to death. It wasn't a clean kill. His neck didn't break, and instead, he struggled futilely until his own body weight finally enabled the rope to press into his carotid artery deeply enough to cut the flow of oxygen to his brain. The hangman, a corporal who used to enjoy sailing and was good with knots, looked up at Colonel Kasoniak, his face bloodless. "I'm so sorry, sir," he choked, staring down at the body, aghast. The colonel moved forward and put a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. "Son, you've never had to hang anyone before," he consoled gently. "I think you did as well as anyone could have expected." He turned to face the silent crowd and stepped up to the microphone. Segment 25, March 19. Carrie. They got on the road before 1400, figuring on another good 6 hours of daylight before stopping for the evening. "We can make it to Olive Hill easily, and if we get super lucky and don't have any delays at all, maybe even Moorhead." Mike smiled. "Honey, we are so close to home I can smell the KFC right now." Carrie laughed. "I've been hungry, Mike Sanderlin, but I don't think I've ever been that hungry. Not for KFC or White Castle. No way." Mike mounted his bike, one hand held to his chest in mock horror. "You wound me," he cried pathetically. "You slay me in the heart, you mud-blood traitor, you." Carrie tossed an empty MRE bag at him, which he dodged easily. "That's Harry Potter, doofus," she giggled. "It's not fitting for a barbarian like you to even speak the holy words of Potterdom. And besides, I'm no blood traitor to Kentucky. I was born in North Dakota, remember? Daddy only got stationed here a few years ago." They continued to quibble until they were moving too fast to keep the argument alive. Both laughing, and determining by mutual consent neither surrendered the point. They set out with high spirits, homing instincts lifting their mood as they realized tonight would absolutely be their last night on the road. They would be home by tomorrow, late morning or early afternoon. They'd been traveling less than an hour and were making outstanding time. Most of the wrecks in this area were pushed over to the sides of the highway, making high-speed travel almost possible. Carrie frowned as she saw Mike raise a fist in front of her, even though there seemed to be nothing to impede their passage. Mike slowed the bike gradually, looking intently at the woodland off to his right. What was he? Her stomach tightened as she saw the small dirt turnoff, the one that led to a disgusting little hunting cabin set off in a clearing about 200 feet from the highway. Mike pulled slowly into the dirt road, and Carrie followed unwillingly. They drove about 30 feet up the road, far enough to hide the bikes from the highway. Mike killed his engine, and Carrie did the same, her face pale and angry. "What are you—" "Shh!" Mike insisted sharply. "I heard something." Carrie glared at him. It was a barefaced lie. There was no way he had heard anything over the roar of the Harleys. Hershey leapt gracefully from the sidecar, and Butterball followed with a bit less grace, but just as much enthusiasm, landing with a plop on the soft pine needles. Carrie wondered, with a moment of envy, what it must be like inside the dogs' heads, where all the time spent traveling and stopping and traveling must be just one great adventure, a great game the humans prepared slowly to entertain Hershey and Butterball. Carrie shook her head and jogged several paces to catch up with Mike, who was, as she knew he would be, heading directly for the cabin. "What are you doing?" she whispered when she caught up with him. Her heart was pounding in her chest and not, she admitted to herself, from the exertion of the jog. She was terrified in some deep, primal place, and she wanted to leave this place now. Mike turned to her sharply, but then he actually stopped and looked at her, his face softening. "I have to look, Carrie," he said gently. "This isn't anything you have to do, honey, but I just have to see if the son of a bitch left anything. You know, like a big map saying, Mayhew is here. I have to see if he even buried his own men." Carrie wrinkled her nose. "I'm thinking not so much," she said dryly. Mike nodded, and they looked at each other for a long moment. "I just need to see if there's any way to bring this scumbag to justice without impacting our mission." Carrie raised an eyebrow incredulously. "Any time, any minute, any second you spend hunting Mayhew impacts our mission." Mike nodded, a bit abashed. "Okay, I grant you that," he said with a slightly crooked, charming smile. "On the other hand, once we turned the handhelds over to Major Hardin and blew the HRBT, we were pretty much expendable from that point on. The rest is just reporting in, maybe for a commendation. Oh, yeah, and you have that Article 86 waiting for you." Carrie's eyes narrowed. "You fight mean, mister," she said, her tone slightly dangerous. "I will remember that." Mike looked down, pretending a shame he didn't feel. "I'll keep Hershey, and you take—" "I'm not going back to the bike to wait like a good little girl," Carrie bristled, her tone brooking no argument at all. "Hershey will take point with you. Butterball and I will cover your six. And keep in mind, Captain Vengeance, this whole thing could well be a trap." Mike thought about that for a second, and his eyes followed Carrie's. In little less than a week, the underbrush was already starting to reclaim the back road, which meant the path wasn't being ridden as often, and the brush wasn't being cut back. Carrie saw that as a better opportunity for entrapment, but Mike looked at it with a hunter's eye. No one had ridden here in 4 days. That meant Mayhew had lost his gang of supporters and hangers-on. And that meant the likelihood of finding Mayhew, or any clue to his whereabouts, was slim to none. He glanced at his watch, calculating silently. 10:45. Damn. He opened his mouth to tell Carrie she'd been right, and they should just get back on the road, when he really did hear something. By the look on her face, Carrie heard it too. They moved quickly toward the sound, Hershey on point. About 40 yards in, Hershey stopped, his hackles raised, and a low, quiet growl in his throat. Mike carefully moved the branches of a bush aside, looked for a long moment, and then stepped back to allow Carrie to see. Big Pete Mayhew was facing away from them, moaning and sobbing and praying? He was up to his waist in feeder. Carrie stepped back abruptly, letting the brush swing forward. It wasn't a loud sound, but it was damning. Any woodsman would recognize it as out of place. "Susan!" Mayhew screamed, his voice pleading and pathetic. "Susan, baby, is that you, darling? I didn't mean nothing by what I said. You know I didn't. You know how I get, baby. Come on, don't leave me like this." Carrie looked at Mike for a long moment, and then she sighed in resignation. "I'll go get the bottle and rope," she murmured. A defiant, angry expression flitted across Mike's face, but it was gone almost as quickly as it had appeared. "Take Hershey," he said. "I'll keep watch." Carrie returned a minute later with a bottle of Maker's Mark and a coil of rope. She started to step forward, but Mike held up a hand, stopping her. He nodded for her to hand him the bottle, gesturing for her to wait. She arched an eyebrow in question, but he nodded emphatically, so she conceded. For now. She could always step out of the brush later and help drag the man's sorry ass up if Mike needed the assistance. Mike slowly, deliberately, stepped on a dry twig. "Who's there?" Mayhew cried out, now certain someone was behind him.
Susan, is that you?
Not Susan, Mike replied, stepping carefully around the feeder, with Hershey following close on his heels, growling softly. When he was certain Carrie had a perfect view, Mike stopped walking and squatted in front of Mayhew. He met Carrie's eyes, and nodded infinitesimally. Carrie nodded back, questioningly, and Mike held up a bottle of Maker's Mark. Mayhew's eyes locked onto the whiskey, as though drawn by magnets, then went back to Mike's face, recognition flaring.
Oh, it's you,
he said, his voice hoarse, but affable enough.
Guess the joke's on me, huh, buddy? You really did have a stash. How you doing?
Mike raised an eyebrow at Mayhew's amiable tone. I'm doing a lot better than you are, it seems, he said, his tone equally pleasant and conversational. He slowly opened the bottle and took a long, deep swallow. Carrie couldn't see Mayhew's face well from her angle, but she heard him swallow audibly as Mike recapped the bottle. But we still ain't buddies, Mayhew. You're a mean-spirited, bullying piece of shit.
Yes, sir, I was. I agree, I sure was. But sitting here in this thing all morning gets a man to thinking, you know. I've been considered...
You've been in this feeder all morning long? Mike interrupted. Mayhew nodded.
Since right at dawn, yes, sir. I was chasing, well, never mind that. But I got sucked into this damn thing, and haven't been able to get out.
Mike nodded thoughtfully. Who's Susan? Mayhew shot him a defiant scowl. So Mike smiled and took another sip of the whiskey. What the hell was he doing? Carrie wondered from her hidden place in the brush. She knew he was interrogating the ship egg, but what were his objectives? Carrie smacked a mosquito on her neck with a grimace, almost hoping the sound would get her noticed. No such luck. With a sigh, she scooted a bit closer to the sleeping Butterball and continued to watch.
Susan.
Mayhew almost sounded surprised at the question.
Oh, she ain't nobody. Just some skanky gash I picked up at Wendell's watering hole. Say, mister, you mind sharing a drink of your whiskey? This thing is burning me awful bad. It'd be decent of you.
Decent? A flicker of emotion crossed Mike's face on hearing the word, but he masked it quickly. So, let me get this straight. You bring this girl, this gash, up to your cabin, the cabin that still has 2 corpses rotting in front of it by the smell of things, and she takes off on you. Then, when you go to chase her down, the feeder gets you. That about right?
Yeah, that's right. But boy, that don't matter.
Mayhew's voice rose to a whine, his eyes still locked on the bottle.
She's nothing but a whore. I'm telling you, man. She's spread her legs so many times, they open more often than a refrigerator door on Thanksgiving. It don't matter what I done to her, 'cause she's done it all before. Please give me some of your whiskey, boy. This hurts like hell. You gotta know that.
Mike stood with a nod and gestured down at his own legs. For the first time, Mayhew noticed the bandages and uncovered acid burns. He looked puzzled for a moment, and then his eyes widened in the recognition.
What the?
Oh, I know how bad it hurts, Mike said with a sympathetic smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I know exactly how bad it hurts, Mayhew. See, I was right about where you are now, just... Oh. He looked at his watch. About 7 hours ago. And that's why it just really confuses me why it's taking this feeder so long to eat you. Normally, 15 minutes to an hour, and it slurps you right under. Mike made a loud slurping sound, as Mayhew flinched at the emphasis. After a long moment, Mike spoke again. See, you called us buddies, Mayhew, and I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, not enough to share what may be the last bottle of Maker's Mark in Kentucky, you know.
I got a cabin,
Mayhew said eagerly. They were negotiating now, and that was territory he was familiar with.
It really ain't no good for hunting. Too close to the highway. But I got all kinds of valuable shit in there. Things you can trade for. I got batteries and porn mags. Oh man, must be hundreds of porn mags. All different kinds. I even got a few gallons of water. You can have it all, son. Just for one good swallow of your whiskey.
Mike smiled coldly and shook his head. as if in regret. Ah, come on, man. You gotta do better than that. If your little gash has a brain, all that shit's gone by now. And even if she didn't take all your shit, I could just leave you here and go help myself when you're dead. Or hell, even before you die. It's not like you'd be able to follow me. Mayhew's voice became desperate. Carrie winced at the shrill tone. What do you want, man? I'm just asking for one swallow. Mike knelt down again, as close to Mayhew as he could get, yet still be out of the man's reach. I want to know, he said very, very quietly. What kind of man tells a woman that he'll burn her so badly with a hot poker she'll never have children, and then, after days or weeks, he will impale her and let her bleed to death? Mayhew barely flinched. He'd been expecting the question. I was never gonna... Mike rose and started to walk away, Hershey quickly jumping up to follow him. No, wait, Mayhew wailed. Yeah, okay. I was gonna kill her. But I wouldn't have done it that way. Mike turned. I'm listening, he said. Mayhew smiled cajolingly. Well, come on, son, he said, trying for a fatherly, sharing of wisdom tone. You know the world's changed now, and it's survival of the fittest, right? Your, girlfriend just maybe wasn't one of the fittest, right? She got killed by a feeder. Maybe somehow even saved your life by getting you out, right? So she had some use after all, see? Mike nodded slowly. She saved my life. So that's the reason she was useful? Mayhew shrugged. Hell, man, it ain't like she was no virgin or anything. I knew that, or I wouldn't have let Tommy have her. Mike stiffened, but then relaxed and smiled in camaraderie. So, you knew Tommy would tap that, right? Well, hell yeah, of course. Mayhew laughed, as if sharing a joke with a friend. You know, Tommy just wasn't quite right in the head. Your lady was pretty. I sure am sad you lost her, sir. Give me a sip in her honor, all right? Mike moved, as if to hand the bottle over, but at the slight tension in the other man's posture, he pulled back immediately, shaking his head. That was a bad move, he said, looking hard at Mayhew. You were already flexing your shoulders, Mayhew. Way too eager, way too greedy. The game was over, and the cretinous lecher finally knew it. Fuck you, he spat. You whoreson pussy, I don't give a... Mike's eyes were ice, but his smile was genuine when he cut Mayhew off. I got some news you might be interested in, Big Pete. We've learned how to get people free from the feeders. It's news that's going to be a great benefit to humanity, which I'm sure concerns you. Here, let me show you how. Mike stepped back from the feeder, petting Hershey reassuringly. The dog was pacing nervously. He didn't seem to like Mayhew any more than he liked the feeder, but he kept glancing longingly at the bushes where Carrie waited. Mike smiled at his dog, and then turned his attention back to Mayhew. He tipped the bottle, very carefully spilling a small amount of whiskey onto the very edge of the feeder's body. Mayhew shrieked in agony, fresh tears bursting from his eyes as the feeder writhed around him, its muscles contracting in reaction to the alcohol and spasming against the acid burns on Mayhew's legs and hips. Mike waited patiently for Mayhew's shrieking and Hershey's barking to subside before speaking again. See, looky here. You're about 3 feet closer to the edge of this thing. Another good splash, maybe 2, and you'd be free. Just like I got myself free of my feeder this morning. Mayhew sobbed bitterly, listening in spite of himself. The way I look at it, buddy, Mike said with heavy sardonic emphasis on the appellation, is you have got no options at this point. None. On the other hand, I have 5 options. Mike held up one finger. I can give you a swallow of this whiskey you want so badly. A bit of relief from the pain. He held up a second finger. I can shoot you. Waste a perfectly good bullet, honestly. But if you were worth it, I could. I can slit your throat, which is quieter but messy. And this is the last set of almost clean clothes I have. I can even use this whiskey and that rope that my girlfriend, the one you were going to kill,
is carrying over her shoulder. We could pull you up and out of this damn feeder, Mayhew. She and I could carry your sorry ass up to your cabin and let you use whatever supplies you have to heal your legs. You could live. Mayhew glanced up at this, but said nothing, silent tears continuing to run down his face. Or, Mike said, holding up the fifth finger, my very favorite option. I can walk away. They both heard Carrie's startled gasp as Mike stood up with Hershey on his heels. Please don't do that, Mayhew whispered, crying brokenly. Please, mister, have a little God-given mercy. Mike smiled. Yeah, I will. I'm going to give you the same God-given mercy you gave when you walked away and left a wounded man and an unarmed woman with someone who wasn't quite right in the head. Burn in hell, Mayhew, slowly. Mike walked toward Carrie, a casual lightness in his step. Behind them, Mayhew sobbed and begged. Whether to Mike, Carrie, or God, no one could tell. Carrie stepped up to Mike when he approached, impressed with his perfectly calculated vengeance. Remind me to never, ever piss you off, she whispered, a bit shakily. Apparently, the boy can hold a grudge, she thought. He stopped in front of her and kissed her gently on the lips. I believe justice has been served, sweetheart, he said with a grim smile. He took her hand and headed toward the bikes, surprised when she resisted. What? He turned back to her curiously. You're not... She looked at him, her eyes widened in surprise. I mean, you're not, are you? Mike returned her look steadily. I'm not what, Carrie? Leaving that piece of human garbage to rot away in a feeder? Carrie nodded mutely, her eyes suddenly huge in her pale face. Yes, I am, Mike replied levelly. Would you make another call, hun? Do you have a problem with me doing that? His voice was gentle and genuinely inquisitive. Yeah. Carrie kept her voice low, so the conversation remained between the two of them. I mean, he's a human being, Mike. Well, okay, it's only theoretical in his case, but no one should die like that, not even him. Carrie, are you sure? I have absolutely no problem walking away right this second. This is the man who knowingly left you to be raped, sweetheart. Even now, he doesn't think you did a goddamn thing wrong, just because you aren't a virgin, and that makes rape perfectly okay in his book. He's a disgusting, sadistic bastard, and a poor example of humanity. If you were in that feeder, and he had an entire semi-truck full of booze, do you think for 1 second he'd help you? No, Carrie replied softly, shaking her head. He wouldn't help me, or anyone else, even if it were no skin off his back at all. You're right, Mike. Her shoulders tightened slightly, and a look of determination crossed her face. But you know what? The day I start deciding my actions based on what someone like Mayhew would do is the day I lose whatever integrity makes me different from him. If I did that, I'd be just as contemptible as the man I hate. Mike studied Carrie. We're not pulling him out, he said finally. There are too many reasons against getting him out of that feeder. Among other things, he says he's been in there for hours, and as sunburned as he is, I believe him. That's really weird, Carrie. It's different from the normal feeder pattern, and it makes me nervous. Also, as bad as his burns are, he's just going to die a longer and even more miserable death from blood poisoning. I'll give you a mercy kill, Carrie, but that's it. Carrie nodded. After a moment, she sighed and pulled out her army issue pistol. Mike shook his head. I'll do it, hun. Carrie bristled. He's my problem, and I'm the one who decided he was worth a bullet. I can do it. Mike's eyes softened. I know you can, soldier, he said gently. I have absolutely no doubt about it, but I don't want you to, sweetheart. Killing someone changes you, Carrie, and I've already been changed. It's going to happen to you soon enough, but I don't want it to change you yet. I killed toi, she replied defensively. Maybe it's not the same, but... I've killed 5 men and a woman, Carrie, Mike said bluntly. And I sleep well at night. Carrie blanched. She knew Mike was often picked for looter patrols.
but she had no idea. She considered for a long moment.
Okay, you win,
she said finally.
He's yours.
Mike looked at her, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. And this is why I love you, he murmured, gently nuzzling his face to hers. Do you need to watch this, or will you wait by the bikes? He asked, unsheathing his hunting knife from its belt holster. Carrie's eyes flicked to the knife and back to the sobbing man, and she shook her head slowly.
I'll take Butterball back to the bikes,
she muttered. Mike handed to Carrie the bottle of whiskey, and he and Hershey went back to the feeder. He didn't speak to Mayhew, and Mayhew didn't speak to him. Mayhew was buried up to his chest, and only one hand was free. Mike carefully avoided that hand as he stepped around behind the man. He made it as quick and clean as possible, but he still felt hot blood, lots of it, spurting over his legs as he jumped quickly away from the ground near Mayhew. There was a sound from the feeder, almost like a sigh, and it liquefied immediately, pulling Mayhew all the way under in one quick swallow. Hershey barked twice, once at the feeder, and again at the small black orb that was floating quickly away, over the tree line, and out of sight.
What the?
Mike asked, looking from the orb down to his legs. They weren't covered in Mayhew's blood, as he anticipated. The slick oil the orb spat on him was drying quickly, and his burns and abrasions healed themselves when Mike watched, stunned. He looked up to where the orb had once been. Thank you, he murmured. He walked back to where Carrie waited by the bikes. It was 13:45. Dealing with Mayhew took longer than he expected. Let's see if we can make it to Mount Sterling, Mike said quietly, not mentioning the orb or his healed legs. Carrie nodded, calling the dogs to her. Segment 26, March 19. Cassoniac. Rusty Tillison's bowels loosened, and the smell of shit permeated the air when Colonel Cassoniac stepped up to the microphone. He began without preamble. Most of you who came to witness this today have been by once or twice in the past couple days. You've had the opportunity to read the charges and to read Tillison's detailed confession. You've had the opportunity to hear his side of the story and his objections to both his treatment as a prisoner and to the sentence of death. Some of you may approve of the actions I took here today. Some of you may not. I couldn't give a damn either way. Whatever your thoughts or feelings, take this away with you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new law of the land. From as far west as Oklahoma City to the eastern seaboard, there are now two kinds of law in our society. There is martial law, under which this military post is now operating. There is also the law of the tooth and claw, in which only the strongest survive, and the strongest take whatever they want. Since New Fort Knox is under martial law, I want it known clearly, there will be law and order in this part of Kentucky. There are about a dozen of you in this very crowd who do nothing to contribute to this society except run your mouths, eat the food we provide, and sleep under the shelter of the walls we protect. That's called a free ride, ladies and gentlemen, and it just ended. Detailed flyers are being posted today, but I'll make it real simple for you. If you don't work toward the betterment of this lawful community of survivors, then you get the hell out. That is all. Dismissed. Without a word, Cassoniac turned and left the dais. He stopped when the chaplain stepped up to him, her face somewhat green-tinged.
Sir?
She asked hesitantly.
What about the body?
Cassoniac turned and looked over the dispersing crowd. Leave it until sundown, he ordered quietly. Then, have Sergeant Nicholas and a security detail transport the body to the burial crew. If you choose to officiate, chaplain, have the security detail remain with you throughout the service and escort you back onto post. I don't want any miscreants using this as a reason to stir the pot.
Yes, sir,
she replied with a sharp salute.
Thank you, sir,
she added, breathing a bit more easily because of his instructions. March 20. Hershey. They had rabbit for breakfast. Mike Snares caught 4 rabbits, so they gorged on rabbit for breakfast.
Carrie ate the most, practically moaning with pleasure, but they all had their fill, and then some. It was the fattest, juiciest, freshest, best-tasting meat Hershey had ever eaten, except maybe for the steak Claire, who wasn't Claire, had given him recently. Carrie insisted Mike cook the rabbit first, but Hershey didn't mind. He liked cooked meat. There was almost a problem, but luckily it worked itself out. Carrie got upset when Hershey and Yippee Face grabbed one of the rabbit's entrails, making a game of tug out of them. For a minute, she seemed genuinely angry at both of them. Then, she burst out laughing at the look of surprise on Yippie's face when the intestines just kept coming and coming out of that tiny, fat bunny body. After that, everything was okay again. Even Hershey was surprised. He was a Virginia dog, which meant he was a lover, not a hunter. He never realized how much junk was inside a rabbit's tummy. There was a special taste of excitement in the crisp spring air that morning when they got up to break camp. Hershey could feel it in both his humans, and even Yippee Face sensed something was up. Both humans were happy, eager to get on the road. Mike didn't even have to play the "moving out, go, 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 soldier" game that he normally played when Carrie took too much time getting dressed or piddling. She was ready to go, 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 soldier, even before he was. That made Hershey think, and wonder what could make Carrie move really fast. Since there were no aliens around, it must be some really good food. But what food could be better than the rabbit they'd just eaten? For once, although he hated to admit it, not even Hershey was hungry. What could it be then? Carrie didn't like to chase balls, and Mike hadn't thrown one for her anyway. She loved to wrestle with Mike, but they already did that the night before, so Hershey simply didn't know what else could motivate her to move so quickly. Hershey decided it was just going to have to remain a mystery until it revealed its answer to him, or they got where they were going. He hopped up into the sidecar, his tail thumping eagerly, ready to begin the day's ride. Mike and Carrie made a lot of word noises Hershey didn't understand. Words like Shelbyville and Shepherdsville. But after what seemed like hours to Hershey, they finally got on their bikes and were off. They went fast, a lot faster than they went for most of the trip. They still had to stop sometimes and move carefully through wrecks of cars. Once, Mike had to cut a tree, and he cursed and dropped the loud buzzing toy onto the road when it stopped working. Hershey felt sick inside when Mike made angry words, and he drooped miserably in the sidecar. Carrie helped Mike, though, and they were able to get around the big tree and get back on the road again. Mike's mood lifted immediately, so Hershey was happy again. The sun was high overhead when Hershey saw the first two people, one on either side of the road. Mike and Carrie didn't see them. There were a lot of cars on this part of the road, but somebody moved them all out of the way. So Mike was going fast enough for Hershey's ears and jowls to thwoppity-thwoppity-flop in the breeze. It wasn't until the people began following behind them that Mike and Carrie started paying attention. About a quarter-mile past the first set of people, there were two more people. They waited beside a big green truck with a red cross painted on its body. Hershey looked at the people more closely this time, since Mike and Carrie slowed their bikes way down. The two people were standing up very straight, with their hands shading their eyes like Mike and Carrie sometimes did. They followed behind Mike and Carrie, too, and Yippee Face looked up sleepily from the bottom of the sidecar, awakened by the sound of Carrie's happy whoop. "Mike, we got us a convoy!" Carrie laughed over the sound of the motorcycles. More and more soldiers lined the roadway, saluting sharply and falling into formation to follow the now slower-moving procession. "It's a military escort," Mike shouted back. "It's a goddamn honor guard, Carrie." Carrie grinned and shouted, "Woohoo!" startling Hershey, who was wriggling from head to toe with excitement. They drove past a little house and a gate that was behind a very tall fence with pointy razor wire on top. Hershey didn't know the name for it, but he definitely understood the concept of razor wire. He had gotten too close to a barbed wire fence once when he was a puppy. The motorcycles and all of their followers drove a short distance and then pulled up to a stop. A group of men dressed like Mike
well, like Mike had been dressed before Carrie cut up his pants, stood waiting stiffly. Mike and Carrie got off their bikes and stood stiffly too, shading their eyes even though the sun was behind them. Hershey jumped out of the sidecar right after his humans disembarked and immediately barked at the crowd to announce his arrival. A loud cheer went up for him, and he grinned a happy, loopy-doggy grin. He liked the people cheering for him. He could smell their happiness and enthusiasm. They smelled good, although not as good as his two people, of course. There were children. There were lots and lots of children, running and playing and avoiding the grown-ups. This time, something inside Hershey knew he would be allowed to play with these children as much as he wanted, and that made him even happier. He wriggled all over, jumping up and down with excitement. Yippee Face stuck her nose out of the sidecar and ducked back in, whining in fear. In a moment of generosity, Hershey sniffed the pup, giving her the all-clear with a huge yawn, and then he moved over to stand near his boy. "It's okay, girl," Carrie said to Butterball, her voice happy as she laughed and cried at the same time. Apparently, she liked it when the man who smelt like Pack told her she had house arrest for a week and KP duty for the rest of her life. Hershey didn't know what it meant, but Mike liked it too, so it had to involve food or wrestling. Carrie held Yippee Face up to the crowd while Mike knelt down beside Hershey. The children rushed forward to claim the best presents ever, and even some of the adults surged forward to meet the dogs and exclaim over them. Hershey finally realized why Mike and Carrie played the sidecar game for so many days. They had been sent to rescue Hershey from work and to bring him to the people. He was their hero. It was good to be a hero. March 27. Scientist Farmer. The open meeting of the consortium was easily the most chaotic, disorganized, and bitterly antagonistic session of debates Scientist Farmer had ever witnessed. It was in session for longer than a half day already, which was in itself unusual. 4 of the 7 governors of the people were firmly of one position, with 3 stubborn officials holding an opposing view. Human Male's face, grimy, unshaven, sweaty, looked up at the entire audience of the governmental session, courtesy of the spotter that captured his image. "Thank you," the human said in a voice thick with conflicting emotions that even the most obtuse of the people could sense. The chambers erupted into absolute chaos. Auras and voices clashed as each statesman and many, many observers struggled to have their opinions heard. "It was a clear violation." The human did not react. "The harvest will be—" "Who does he think?" Researcher Xenohistorian sighed heavily and intermingled her aura with Scientist Farmer's as they listened in grim silence to the disorder around them. After several long moments, the harsh tone of Patriarch Statesman's desk signal sounded, indicating his desire the chamber be silent. The silence fell, but much more gradually than was entirely respectful of his position. "Scientist Farmer," Patriarch Statesman asked, both his tone and his aura marked by fatigue and displeasure. "What, exactly, would you have this body of government do? We have already signed away the agricultural rights of this little garden planet to the Belvian Alliance. Surely you don't believe they would discontinue a harvest this close to completion if our situations were reversed, do you?" Scientist Farmer's aura flared an angry orange for a moment before he was able to regain control. When he spoke, each word was deliberate and calculated, punctuated by a cold, cutting tone. "No," he said, speaking in a quiet voice, compelling each official and visitor to strain to hear his words. "The Belvians wouldn't, Patriarch Statesman. You're right. But you know what? The day we start deciding our actions based on what someone like the Belvians would do is the day we as a people lose whatever integrity makes us different from them. If we do that, we are just as contemptible as the Belvian Alliance is." The chamber burst into chaos again, and for the first time, Scientist Farmer and Researcher Xenohistorian noticed the subtle shift in the majority opinion. It was a significant shift. There was an overwhelming greenish-blue hue in the large room as more and more aura shifted away from Patriarch Statesman's position. Patriarch Statesman was very displeased. His aura was almost black, which was virtually unheard of in a governor. That fact alone created even more division among his supporters. The 6 governors were universally opposed to him now, their auras clearly siding with the majority of public opinion. "If it's of any assistance in making this very difficult decision," researcher Xenohistorian said gently, her voice and aura urging compromise, "I have spent millennia studying this life form's behavioral patterns. Since even before their recorded history, they have an extraordinarily high tenacity factor and are extremely difficult to eradicate once they are organized. Exterminating them will prove both bothersome and costly, especially considering the consortium's limited budget for attack vehicles. These humans have already killed more than 40 of the mothers, Patriarch Statesman, and that has been mostly within the past week. They have killed dozens of our Belvian allies as well. It is perhaps something to consider when you make your determination, Honored One. This will not be a quick, easy war. It will be another Xian Far." Her words, and the memory of the terrible losses the people suffered at Xian Far, spread through the consortium chambers. Chaos broke out again as the debates erupted anew. Segment 27. March 27. Carrie. "We finally got it!" Mike exclaimed, stepping into the flap of Carrie's tent without knocking. Luckily, that wasn't a problem. Private Freeman had moved into BEQ a few days ago, and Mike held similar orders in his own hand. "We got it?" Carrie squealed, jumping up from her cot. She was already in fatigues, so she simply tucked and straightened, more than eager to see their new home. Construction of military housing was secondary to housing the civilians adequately, but their 2-bedroom apartment was finally ready for them. Carrie bounced happily. "I didn't think they'd be ready with the rest of enlisted housing till the end of the week." "Me either." Mike grinned. "Grab your duffel, soldier, and let's go check it out. We'll get the rest of your gear later." Mike grabbed the teddy bear that sat on the director's chair in the middle of the almost empty tent. He considered, then folded up the chair and brought it along as well, sticking it across the back seat of the Jeep. 10 minutes later, Carrie used the shiny new house key Mike gave her to open the door of their housing unit. Empty of furniture, the tiny apartment looked huge. Mike set the director's chair in the middle of the room and plopped Pookie on top of it with a flourish. "This is your new home, Bear," he said, and then he walked over to the built-in counter island in the kitchen and removed a small box from where he'd hidden it earlier. "This is for you, sweetheart," he told Carrie, a soft smile on his face. Carrie looked at the box questioningly, her eyes lighting up at the colorful wrapping and bright bow. "A present!" she exclaimed gleefully. She took it eagerly and ripped the wrapping paper off. Inside was... "Oh, Mike," she whispered, her voice choked with tears. "How did you... I didn't even know. Thank you." Carrie pulled out the small bottle of Donna Karen's cashmere mist and spritzed her neck lightly. "I can't believe it didn't break after everything it went through," she said wonderingly. "It?" Mike asked huffily. "We went through a thing or two ourselves, Corporal." "Yes, I know we... What?" Mike smiled broadly. "Ricochet's boyfriend works over in Pass and ID. They're handling most of the post's paperwork now, and Steve saw the promotion. He told Shay. Shay told me. And I can't keep a secret for shit." Carrie squealed in delight and jumped up into Mike's waiting hug. The kiss was just beginning to deepen into something that would really prefer furniture when Carrie heard a gruff throat clearing. She and Mike jumped apart and turned to face the old bear. They offered salutes, which he waved away. "I see you two found your new quarters with no problem," he observed dryly. "Yes, sir." Mike and Carrie nodded warmly. Kasoniak nodded. Hershey is a hell of a dog, Mike. He's having a ball training that little pisser, and the 3 rescue dogs our patrols brought in. All of them seem to have a nose for feeders. And we've gotten 12 of the bastards just since Monday.
Oh, Daddy, that's awesome.
Carrie grinned proudly, completely forgetting she was in uniform. Kasoniak let the infraction slide, since there were only the 3 of them present. I was planning to assign... They never did find out what the colonel was planning. A shiny, metallic orb floated in from the hallway leading to the smaller bedroom. The 3 of them stopped and stared at it. Mike hesitated for a long moment before reaching out a finger to touch the orb. Carrie heard a sharp pop, and everything went black. Kasoniak, Mike, and Carrie regained consciousness almost simultaneously, each of them getting easily to their feet. Carrie jumped slightly when she stood beside her father and Mike and saw the 3 aliens in the room. The avatars standing in front of them could never have been mistaken for human, for all that they had 2 arms, 2 legs, a head and eyes. Perhaps it was the eyes. They were so very alien, almost avian in nature. Or perhaps it was the stiffness with which the aliens stood and moved. In any case, the beings were clearly other than human. 2 of the avatars were female, one a tall Asian woman, the other a white woman with sandy blonde hair. The male avatar was a light-skinned black man. All 3 had ordinary features, except for their eyes.
Welcome to my ship,
the Asian female said.
Her name translates to the Invincible in your language. Please allow me to make introductions. I am Star Captain Diplomat. My colleagues are Scientist Farmer and Researcher Xenohistorian.
There was a moment of awkward silence, and then Kasoniak cleared his throat. Dick Kasoniak, he said gruffly. Corporals Sanderlin and Kasoniak. The Star Captain looked puzzled, but the other 2 beings nodded with warmish smiles.
Please, let us sit and speak,
Star Captain Diplomat finally said, indicating an oval conference table with 6 chairs. The group moved awkwardly to the table. At a nod from Kasoniak, Mike and Carrie sat to either side of him as the others positioned themselves on the other side of the table. We will utilize scissors on the chase, the being known as Scientist Farmer said, seeming quite pleased with himself for the turn of phrase. The 3 humans glanced at each other. After a moment, Kasoniak nodded. Please do.
Our people have committed a heinous, irreparable harm to your people,
Researcher Xenohistorian said quietly. Her avian eyes looked troubled, and a hint of pink touched her cheeks.
In our defense, we did not realize there was sapient life on this planet, or we would have never claimed it as our garden. On behalf of my people, and for as much good as it cannot possibly do, I offer you my apology.
Kasoniak looked at her for a long, thoughtful moment. Thank you, he said, his voice and posture still rigid. On behalf of my nation, I appreciate your contrition. He spoke slowly, each word carefully measured. I'm not sure how you intend to redress the issue, though, Researcher Xenohistorian. So many billions of people have died. Scientist Farmer nodded his head in acknowledgement. The genocide of your world will be a shameful blight on our history until the end of time, Dick Kasoniak, he said somberly. Colonel Kasoniak nodded, equally somber. I understand, sir, he said, and I can appreciate that. My people have 1 or 2 shameful blights in our own history. That still doesn't address my immediate concern, though. We estimate a couple million survivors planet-wide. What's going to be done to help them? What reparations, if any, are you planning to put into effect to restore our societies, our buildings, our infrastructure? There was a long, uncomfortable moment of silence before Star Captain Diplomat spoke again.
I am truly sorry, Dick Kasoniak. Human male and human female,
she said.
her voice heavy with genuine regret. The news is not good. The political machinations we must maneuver are much like your own used to be, before the gardening.
What exactly does that mean? Mike asked, his voice hard. Kasoniak shot him a glance, and Mike flushed, resolving to keep his mouth shut for the duration of the meeting. The harvesting of this planet has already begun, Scientist Farmer said quietly. The mothers are already birthing, and the rich loam is being aerated and fertilized. In some warmer climates, planting has started, and the mothers and young are already tending. Our planets and our political leaders will profit greatly from the sale of the rich foods the soil will grow.
It's too late to stop the planting now,
researcher and xenohistorian said quietly.
No, that is not completely accurate,
Star Captain Diplomat corrected.
In theory, the planting could be stopped. However, that would require the order of Patriarch Statesman, and he emphatically will not give that order.
He is your political leader? Kasoniak asked. The three aliens nodded. Both researcher xenohistorian and scientist farmer looked fairly miserable about it. Then I want to negotiate with him, Kasoniak said firmly. Star Captain Diplomat shook her head.
He has declined to accept the overwhelming evidence that you are sapient. Therefore, he has no legal obligation to meet with you,
she said regretfully.
Unfortunately, he is disregarding his moral obligations in this matter completely. That is the reason my colleagues and I are meeting with you. We would like to salvage whatever we can from the political mess our superiors have made.
For whatever cold comfort it offers you, the scientist farmer stated quietly, the rioting and civil wars have already begun on our worlds. 9 of our planets are in revolt because Patriarch Statesman's decision is so abhorrent to our values as a populace. We have not been at war in many millennia, but it has come to our galaxy again. There was a long moment of silence before Kasoniak spoke again. You're right. It is cold comfort. You are telling me the one person with the authority to stop the destruction of my world, and yours, doesn't even want to talk to us? How can we begin peace negotiations? What exactly is the purpose of this meeting, then, ladies and gentlemen? Why bother? The three aliens looked at each other. Star Captain Diplomat and researcher xenohistorian nodded at Scientist Farmer.
It was your idea,
Star Captain Diplomat said.
It is your place to offer the proposal.
Scientist Farmer drew in a deep breath and looked at the three humans, his eyes lingering for a moment on human male, his personal favorite. There remain 2,753,912 viable human beings on this planet, he said. We have the resources to transport 700,000 individuals, plus genetically significant samples of Earth's wildlife, to a planetoid very similar to your own Earth. It is a pristine, virgin world. It is much too small to garden, but it would be ideal for up to 20 million humans. The three humans looked at each other for a long moment, and Mike broke his vow to himself. It's a fucking zoo, he said bitterly. The aliens looked at each other. Finally, Star Captain Diplomat nodded.
That is one way of seeing it,
she agreed slowly.
Another way of seeing it is as a place of rebirth, a means of saving your entire species from certain extinction. And what about the 2 million plus humans?
Carrie asked quietly. Her eyes were bleak as she looked at the aliens steadily. Star Captain Diplomat steepled her fingers and spoke directly to Kasoniak.
You are the leader of your people, Dick Kasoniak,
she said, her voice steely and uncompromising.
This is genuinely the best I am able to offer. 2 million plus of your people will continue to wage a war of resistance against us, and 2 million plus of your people will die, I promise you. The only reason the Razors, as you call them, haven't returned in force is because of the significant cost involved. When too many mothers die, they will return, regardless the cost, and the devastation to your people will be incalculable. Bringing some of your people to planetoid L732 is the only way to ensure your species survives at all. I would urge—
When do you need an answer? Kasoniak interrupted. He didn't give a damn that his words and tone were rude. It is a lot to think about. Star Captain Diplomat hesitated.
This time tomorrow,
She said finally.
It will take several days to coordinate the transportation arrangements if you choose to utilize them.
Kasoniak nodded sharply and stood to leave. Mike and Carrie did the same, and all three of them waited in silence to be sent back to their world. A shiny, metallic orb floated in from the hallway leading to the smaller bedroom. The three humans stopped and stared. Mike hesitated for a long, long moment before reaching out a finger to touch the orb. Carrie heard a sharp pop and a hiss of pain as Mike jerked his hand back, shaking it sharply. "Son of a bitch!" he yelped, sticking two fingers in his mouth and glaring at the black orb as it simply vanished. The three soldiers looked at each other, stunned. Colonel Kasoniak glanced down at his watch. 9:45 tomorrow morning, he said grimly. Mike, double time it to my office, and tell Lieutenant Simmons I want a meeting of my general staff set for 1300 today. Tell her I'll be back in the office as soon as possible. Yes, sir, Mike replied, saluting crisply before jogging down the apartment stairs to the jeep he and Carrie had driven up in. Dick Kasoniak looked at his daughter for a moment, and then opened his arms wide. Come here, baby girl, he said softly. Carrie moved quickly into his embrace, and he hugged her as tightly as the old bear he was renowned to be. March 29. Kasoniak. Kasoniak looked at his watch again. 16:30. Another 30 minutes, and he would send soldiers to collect all of the USRF DoD Form PI 279s. The newly created forms had been handed out to everyone on the post. They detailed a brief explanation of the situation in a preference checkbox, with a section for comments. The decision, of course, was still Kasoniak's, but this would be an all-volunteer mission. It wouldn't compel an exodus. At 1840, Kasoniak held the numbers in his hand. Simmons had tallied them neatly, of course, and she had efficiently summarized the data. She was a damn fine officer. He would miss her. Lieutenant Simmons was one of the 32 NFK soldiers, or citizens, who declined to make the trip to the new planetoid offered by the conquerors. Most of the 32 cited religious reasons, or no reason at all in their comment section, but one comment stood out above all the others. I will not live in a zoo, the soldier wrote. I will fight until I'm buried in the fucking garden they want, or until I blow my planet to hell from right under them. Either way, I'm staying. Dick Kasoniak sighed, looking at the other form, PI 279, that caught his attention. The form had neither stay nor go marked. In the comment section it said, I stay or leave with Corporal Mike Sanderlin. He was going to have to address that particular issue. He knew he couldn't force Mike to go, but guilt, if nothing else, would damn sure compel Carrie. Kasoniak sighed, turning his eyes up to the ceiling. It isn't how you would have wanted things, Carolyn, he murmured. And it isn't how I want them either. But I can't lose my baby girl. Not after we've come this far. The decision was made. The only thing left for the surviving humans to do now was to pack their belongings, and once again, lose everything to the stupidity and fallacy of war. Dick Kasoniak placed the file of forms into the filing cabinet and firmly closed the drawer. April 1. Kasoniak. Colonel Richard Kasoniak stood at parade rest, his Class A starched and perfect, as always. He watched solemnly as groups of soldiers and civilian personnel entered the docking bays of one of the 5 sleek, black spacecraft encircling the United States Mint. He and Carrie would be on the last of the 5 ships. His face was carefully expressionless as he watched his daughter sob against the boy, the man she loved, and the old soldier's heart broke as he almost heard Carolyn's chastisement.
"Please, Mike."
Carrie pleaded once more. Mike shook his head gently, tears streaming unashamedly down his own face. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," he murmured, holding her close to him. "I can't go, and you have to. I need you to take care of Jenny. You promised me." Anger filled Carrie's eyes for a moment as she looked over Mike's shoulder to her father. She blamed him for that one, and rightly so. Kasoniak knew her anger would cool in time. The important thing was she was getting on the ship. Mike turned to go. Hershey obediently left Carrie's side, trotting toward his boy. "No, Hershey," Mike reprimanded, knowing this time he meant it. "Stay." The dog ignored the command and walked briskly over to Mike, sitting at his feet. Mike knelt down, grabbing Hershey by the ruff and hugging him tightly. "You stay, boy. You're a good dog. You stay, Hershey," he instructed, his voice breaking. He pushed Hershey toward Carrie, who disregarded the dog. Kasoniak bent, holding Hershey by his collar, as Mike walked toward the jeep. Hershey struggled in confusion, whining as Mike got into the vehicle without him. As the jeep drove away, Hershey's frantic barking could be heard clear across the compound. Epilogue. Planetoid L732, working designation, Genesis, was as lovely and pristine as scientist farmer promised it would be. Colonel Dick Kasoniak stood with an arm around his daughter, looking down at a valley that made his heart ache with the serenity it portended. A small community of houses sat clustered around the shore of an enormous lake, and he swore he could see docks and fishing boats even from this distance. The grass was Kentucky bluegrass green, the wildflowers were stunningly beautiful and aromatic, and the clouds above were billowy white perfection. Carrie leaned against him and sighed, a sound of both joy and terrible pain. "I'm sorry he couldn't see this, sweetheart," Kasoniak murmured sympathetically. "Maybe it would have changed his mind." Carrie shrugged noncommittally and reached down to pat Butterball on the head. The cream-colored dog was almost half-grown now, and she showed signs of being an avid hunting companion. They had spent the 4 months of the journey in a state of sedated sleep, for their own protection. Honestly, none of them knew if they would wake up at all, much less to everything they were promised, and more. The Invincible had been landing shuttles for more than 6 hours, and Kasoniak and Carrie finally received their destination fobs, as well as the small, gravitationally controlled porter carts for their possessions. Carrie nodded to the cart filled with the sundry personal items she'd been allowed to bring, and smiled at her father.
"Mike would be all over this thing,"
she said with a laugh.
"He would be tearing it apart to see how it... Hey, there's Paul and Soldier Girl and Jennifer."
The two girls ran toward each other, hugging eagerly and chatting happily, while Colonel Kasoniak and the young ROTC private glanced at each other with respectively tolerant and awestruck smiles. Butterball and Soldier Girl barked and danced around in excitement, and then a deeper, louder bark filled the air. Hershey came loping forward, his tongue lolling out as he raced toward the humans he loved and the silly little yippy-faced dog. He sniffed butts with Soldier Girl, not remembering her, and then jumped on Carrie and licked her face. He knew it was definitely not a good dog thing to do, but he was just so happy to see her. Carrie hugged him, happy tears running down her face. She looked behind him and froze. Mike walked toward them, his pace unhurried, his eyes taking everything in with wonder. Carrie cried out and ran up to Mike with a sob, throwing herself into his arms and kissing him repeatedly.
"You came!"
She wept, then swatted at him when he laughed at her.
"You changed your mind!"
Mike grinned. "Yeah, I guess I did," he said wryly.
I think I just got curious, and I had to see the place, you know. I couldn't let it go. Carrie hugged him again, and Colonel Casonia came up and clapped him on the shoulder, while Jen tackled him at waist level. Paul gave him a shy smile, and Hershey, Butterball, and Soldier Girl ran and jumped around, barking joyously to add to the pandemonium. In the distance, on a hillside overlooking the hundreds and hundreds of people disembarking from the shuttles, a pink, blue, and green aura glowed brightly in the sunshine. "You brought him," researcher xenohistorian accused. "Yes," scientist farmer agreed. "Even though he didn't want to come?" "Yes." "You adjusted his thought patterns?" "Slightly, yes." "Because you couldn't leave him." It wasn't a question, and when scientist farmer didn't comment, researcher xenohistorian sighed. "You know, that was so unethical," she said, her voice disapproving. Scientist farmer nodded. "Yes, but you are exactly right. I couldn't leave him. Not after we'd come so far." This has been Iron Mike, written by Patricia Rose, narrated by Zachary Liebenstein. Copyright 2015 by Patricia Rose. Production copyright 2015 by Patricia Rose.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.